Chapter 1. Don't move. If anyone dares to move again, they'll take their head. Wise up and obediently hand over all your money. How many times do I have to tell you not to move? Yes, you the most handsome one. Still daring to look around? Is there anyone here more handsome than me? On the street, a group of knife-wielding thugs cornered a group of civilians, their hideous faces twisted into menacing grins, their eyes filled with malice. The one speaking, brimming with resentment, was an exceptionally ugly man who led the group. Lu Cheng glanced at the grotesque visage. Realizing that achieving such an appearance was no small feat, no wonder he harbored such bitterness. Considering that ugliness is a lifelong affliction, he could excuse the rudeness in the man's words. If only the thug would lower his blade, Lu Cheng could spare his life, perhaps just leave him half dead. This was the world of One Piece. Lu Cheng had only recently traversed here, a realm teeming with pirates. Even a simple trip to the market could lead to an encounter with a band of oblivious marauders. Look at your faces, and then take a good look at Minito. You really think you can provoke someone as dashing as me? These pirates had long been accustomed to lawlessness, murder, and arson were mere trifles to them. It was unsurprising they would choose to rob in such a small place, especially when they spotted a tragically handsome youth. Their initial enthusiasm for robbery quickly evaporated. And why was this young man so arrogant? Pirates were the freest beings on the seas, and they would never allow someone so strikingly handsome to act with such audacity in their presence. Each of them glared with murderous intent, their faces adorned with wicked smiles. The besieged youth appeared to be merely 17 or 18, with a well-proportioned physique, while a well-meaning bystander cautiously pulled him back. "Kid, just let it go. They're pirates, ruthless killers. If they want money, just give it to them." Money? Lu Cheng, having indulged in a bit of drink earlier and feeling slightly tipsy, suddenly snapped to attention upon hearing those words. What the hell? Someone's trying to rob me? What a deep-seated grudge. I have no money. Lu Cheng patted his chest proudly and replied, I just spent all my money. Damn it. Is that something to be proud of? Kid, are you messing with me? The scar-faced leader's expression darkened as he pulled out a bounty poster and thrust it in Lu Cheng's face. Look closely. I am the infamous madman, Gallows, with a bounty of 8 million berries. I've already taken down over 100 like you. 8 million berries? The young man's eyes lit up. In the midst of the scar-faced man's bewildered expression, he snatched the bounty poster from his hand, holding it up to compare with the ugly face before him, finally confirming, it really is the same person. Kid, do you think I'm playing games with you? The leader's face flushed with rage as he pressed his massive blade against Lu Cheng's neck. I could slice off your head in an instant without batting an eye. Do you really think I'm joking? That tragically handsome face was becoming increasingly irksome. Perhaps it would be best to just take him out with one swift stroke. I don't believe you, but I sense you're not joking. After all, looking that ugly must make it hard to impersonate you. Lu Cheng replied earnestly, a hint of excitement creeping into his expression. 8 million berries. This ugly fellow was quite valuable. He remembered how he had toiled all day at the docks yesterday, working harder than 10 men and only earning less than 400 berries. To think that this person had come to deliver him money, perhaps his previous attitude had been unjust. Silence hung in the air for a brief moment, before the man, known as Madman Gallows, erupted in fury. Kid, you're dead. There are 2 things I detest most in this world. First, when people say I was still drinking milk at 4. Second, when people call me ugly. So you were still drinking milk at 4? Lu Cheng stroked his chin. I underestimated you. Turns out you were still just a child. The scar-faced man seethed with anger. You dare to say I was still drinking milk at 4? You're dead. Wait, how do you know that? Lu Cheng shot him a look as if he were mentally deficient, but he was accustomed to it in the pirate world. Many were less than intellectually endowed. He would undoubtedly encounter many bizarre and grotesque characters in the future, so he needed to remain calm. Boss, you said it yourself. You said you were still drinking milk at 4. One of the pirates shouted. With a swift motion, the leader swung his blade, decapitating the chatty subordinate. The scar-faced man was livid. How dare you even bring that up? He turned his gaze back to Lu Cheng. Scare now, kid? When I go mad, I even kill my own men. You see why I'm called a madman? Ha ha ha. Boss is invincible. Boss is unmatched in the world. The surrounding henchmen laughed until tears streamed down their faces, completely unfazed by the gruesome sight of their fallen comrade. After a moment of sinister laughter, they resumed their menacing demeanor. "You little brat, do you know who you provoked?" The scar-faced man's face contorted with malice. "You little brat, because of you, I've changed my mind." He glanced at the others huddled on the street, their heads in their hands, and grinned wickedly. "I was going to spare your lives, but now I'm going to kill every last one of you. Blame this little brat for your demise. Ha ha ha." He threw his head back, roaring with manic laughter, drowning out the terrified screams of the crowd. Yet, he noticed that Lu Cheng remained unfazed, gazing at him with an expression of disbelief, holding a peculiar box adorned with a dragon head, containing several cards that resembled a child's toy. "This fool doesn't think he can use that toy to take me down, does he?" The scar-faced man laughed boisterously, exuding arrogance. The remaining pirates joined in the laughter, unable to contain themselves. It was no wonder they found it amusing what use was a toy-like card box. Could one summon a sword to slay someone by drawing cards? What combat power could a mere card box possess? Ordinary card boxes were indeed useless, but Lu Cheng's was different. On the surface, it appeared to be just a card box. In reality, it was a belt. And Lu Cheng was no ordinary person, he was merely a chance passerby, an ordinary masked rider. The scar-faced man brought his massive blade crashing down towards Lu Cheng's head. Forget a human skull, even a whole person would be cleaved in two with ease. However, Lu Cheng showed no sign of fear. He simply raised the card box and softly uttered, "Henshin, transform." A sound akin to the roar of a mighty dragon reverberated, and Gallows felt as if an enraged fire dragon was bellowing at him. Then, he witnessed the young man before him transform. Or rather, he donned a peculiar suit of armor. The youth was clad in an odd red and black armor, with a strange belt cinched around his waist, the card box he had seen earlier resting upon it. The helmet resembled an insect with ominous red eyes, glowing dangerously, while his left hand bore a summoning device resembling a dragon's head. He appeared utterly cool, magnificent, and extraordinarily formidable. The masked rider Ryuki had arrived. Galas' blade halted mid-swing as Lu Cheng grasped his long sword effortlessly. The sharp blade was easily caught in his grip. "I hear you're worth 8 million berries." A deep voice emanated from beneath the helmet, the red compound eyes flickering beneath the striped headgear. Anyone could detect the taunting undertone in his voice. Although Gallows was astonished by this bizarre transformation, he was infuriated by the mocking tone. The masked rider Ryuki had unleashed a taunt, causing his opponent to lose their wits. Galas' eyes burned with rage as he exerted all his strength to wrench the sword from Lu Cheng's grip, lifting it high above his head before bringing it down with all his might. This was his most powerful strike, gleaming with deadly intent. If this blade fell, not even a human would remain intact. He could cleave a boulder in two with ease. As he swung down with all his might, Gallows had a premonition that this strike would surely bisect his foe. However, it is well known that a man's instincts are often unreliable, especially for an ugly pirate. Lu Cheng leisurely withdrew a card from the box at his waist, the card gleaming with the image of a radiant red dragon-slaying sword. He withdrew the card and inserted it into the left-hand dragon card reader, gently nudging the dragon's head. In an instant, the crimson eyes of the red dragon flashed with a scarlet glow. Simultaneously, a loud voice resounded from an unknown source in the sky. "Sword vent!" A resounding dragon roar echoed through the void as the magnificent crimson dragon writhed in the air, inciting screams from those below. "Monster! There's a monster!" The all-red giant dragon let out a thunderous roar, its tail shimmering with light. Lu Cheng reached out and grasped the dragon army blade that had plummeted from the sky. "You little brat, you're actually a power user? What kind of devil fruit is this? Mythical Zoan or Paramecia?" Even Gallows, in his ignorance, realized the gravity of the situation. His opponent appeared to be a formidable foe. With a fierce swing of the long knife, Lu Cheng met Galas' blade head, effortlessly cleaving it in two. The severed pieces of the blade were propelled away by the immense force, one of them striking down a minion who had been spectating nearby. "Ah!" A chilling scream pierced the air as the broken blade penetrated the minion's body. He emitted a heart-wrenching cry before blood gushed forth, collapsing to the ground, struggling weakly for a few moments before his legs stiffened, ascending to the heavens. Thus, Gallows had lost yet another underling. I must say, with such a high mortality rate following your leader, what's wrong with you lot for sticking around him? Lu Cheng mercilessly resumed his taunts. It is well known that knights are entitled to mock their adversaries, and, as a Kamen Rider, Lu Cheng's right to taunt was equally justified. Enemies bereft of rationality are the easiest to deal with. That much is undeniable. In their fury, they might even charge recklessly, offering themselves up as easy targets, much like Gallows before him. Gallas' attacks bore no fruit. His cherished great sword had been cleaved in twain by Lu Cheng. It was this very weapon with which he had claimed over 100 lives, earning him a fearsome reputation and a staggering bounty of 8 million berries. And what was the result? It was simply reduced to 2 pieces by his opponent. To make matters worse, Lu Cheng was attempting to sow discord between him and his minions, undermining their loyalty. Witnessing the fearful glances cast his way by his subordinates only fueled Gallas' rage. "You little brat, I will kill you." Observing Gallows charging toward his own demise, Lu Cheng could only shake his head in resignation. Do people still not know how to play? Instead of taking a defensive approach, they recklessly rush forward to meet their end. No wonder I had such a hard time leading my teammates in games. They were all such dimwit show. Was I supposed to carry them? However, there was no need to lead now. In this world, the kingly account he once cherished was gone, but that was of little consequence. The prowess he once wielded in the game now seemed poised to manifest in reality. Gallows was struck in the chest by the blade, leaving a deep gash as Lu Cheng employed the back of the knife. After all, the idea of lugging a severed head to claim a bounty felt rather ominous. Yet his strength was overwhelming, and even with restraint, Gallas' feeble frame could not withstand it. He shook his head. It was unavoidable. Blame it on my overwhelming strength, which precluded any chance for a fair fight. Gallows, having sustained such a grievous wound, felt a wave of tightness in his chest, likely breaking several ribs. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Gallows, 8 million berries secured. My boss is down. My boss is down. My boss is down. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? The remaining pirates were thrown into disarray. Lu Cheng turned to face the chaotic pirates, brandishing his long knife. Now, you will bind yourselves, lest I have to do it for you. Otherwise, do not blame me for emulating your leader. I will cleave you all asunder. After all, should I hand you over to the Navy, you would merely lose your freedom, but should you disobey, you might very well lose your lives. Lu Cheng earnestly urged, for one of the knightly codes is to show kindness to others, and he was more than willing to grant them a chance for redemption. After all, these petty pirates, while not as valuable as their leader, could still fetch a decent price when exchanged for bounties of the Navy headquarters. Lu Cheng clapped his hands, nodding in satisfaction as he watched the pirates willingly bind themselves. Very well, now take me to your ship. I've long desired to set sail. The thought of securing 8 million berries by simply delivering them to the Navy filled Lu Cheng with a sense of ease. Since arriving in this world, he felt as though he had never truly satiated his hunger. The meager earnings he had accumulated over the past few days barely sufficed for a few hearty meals. Damn it, indeed, working is an impossibility. Lu Cheng realized he must alter his mindset. From this moment forth, contemplating a career as a bounty hunter for pirates isn't such a bad idea. Lu Cheng gathered a group of individuals and prepared to seek out their pirate ship. This small town lacked a naval base, and in order to exchange for a bounty, he needed to venture out to sea, which was the main reason he had been forced to toil at the docks these past few days. He was aware that hunting pirates was a quick way to earn money, but the issue was that he couldn't set sail due to the absence of a ship. However, now, thanks to a kind-hearted friend who provided a wave of warmth, not only was he gifted money, but also a vessel. Surely, the world is filled with good people. As he was about to head towards the nearest naval base, he heard timid voices calling from behind. Big brother, are you a pirate hunter? Lu Cheng turned to see a little girl nestled in her mother's embrace. Her curiosity barely concealed, he waved his hand gracefully, leaving only his silhouette behind. That I am Lu Cheng. Merely a passing masked rider. Congratulations on completing the task A, a small test of skill. Task requirements. Engage in battle with an enemy possessing a bounty exceeding 1 million and achieve victory. Task reward: 500 points of justice. Task status: completed. Would you like to claim your task reward? Yes, of course. Although one needs 1,000 points of justice to draw a prize, how could one refresh new tasks without claiming the reward? It is well known that masked riders serve as emissaries of justice and peace, and the system rewards consist solely of justice points. Accumulating 1,000 points allows for a single system lottery draw. Upon arriving in this world, Liu Cheng had claimed a super lottery package, with the card box for Kamen Rider Ryuki being his prize from that occasion. Furthermore, due to winning the Kamen Rider Ryuki series card box, he successfully unlocked the lottery pool related to the world of Kamen Rider Ryuki, significantly increasing the odds of drawing items associated with that world. Ding! Esteemed Knight, you have a pending daily task. Would you like to accept it? The system greeted him warmly, displaying a commendable level of courtesy. Liu Cheng was not in a hurry to accept. He first needed to review the task requirements. Task name: First bucket of gold. Task requirements: obtain your first bounty at the Naval Division. Task reward: 500 points of justice. Task status: pending. Would you like to accept the task? Ah, this task is splendid. Practically a gift of points, Liu Cheng decisively selected yes. Soon, the task status changed to pending completion. System: Liu Cheng silently thought, let me first check my personal information. Before him, an empty expanse transformed into a translucent blue screen visible only to Liu Cheng, evoking a sense of science fiction while not obstructing his view. It was exceedingly considerate. Name: Liu Cheng. Race: human. Profession: Kamen Rider Bounty Hunter. Rider Belt: Kamen Rider Ryuki. Health points: 100 stamina points, 90 hungry. Slightly weak. Talent: none. Skills: none. Justice points: 500 money. 0. A simple, unadorned panel, reflecting a slight depletion in his stamina due to hunger and the recent battle. Should his stamina drop to 0, he would be unable to summon the Kamen Rider armor for combat, as fighting consumed his physical strength. Without energy, how could he fight? The first task he accepted upon entering this world was the small test of skill, initially thought to take a long time to complete. Now, thanks to the kind-hearted pirates providing warmth, not only did they assist him in completing the task, but they also gifted him a ship. Once he delivered them to the naval headquarters, he could claim a substantial sum of money and simultaneously fulfill the next task. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Liu Cheng felt tears welling in his eyes. It is widely recognized that after Pirate King Roger sacrificed his life to usher in the great age of exploration, the seas became teeming with pirates, akin to fish. Henceforth, he would never again need to worry about food and drink. Soon, he could easily capture a few pirates at sea, leading to a comfortable existence. Without hesitation, he began to devour the food and fine wine stored by the pirates. He had been extremely hungry for quite some time, unable to satiate his appetite. Yet, this was a fortunate circumstance. In the pirate world, those with immense physical potential often possessed astonishing appetites, much like the super science. That a prime example is the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, whose insatiable belly could never be filled. As their physical prowess constantly improved, they required energy from food. After obtaining the Kamen Rider Ryuki belt, Liu Cheng experienced similar enhancements. His physical capabilities were ever increasing. Of course, another side effect was his persistent hunger. After all, the meager earnings from his labor were insufficient to cover his meals, making the generosity of his pirate friends all the more appreciated. Liu Cheng devoured a large chunk of meat, followed by gulping down a barrel of rum. Finally, he wiped his mouth in satisfaction. How exhilarating! It had been ages since he had enjoyed food this delightfully. As he consumed, a warm sensation surged from his stomach, making him feel his physical prowess escalating at a visible rate, greedily absorbing nutrients from the food. In no time, he had polished off an entire ship's worth of provisions. Is there any more food? Bring it all to me. Liu Cheng shouted at the group of pirates. There's none left, truly none. The band of pirates was on the verge of tears. It was precisely because their food supplies were limited that they had decided to disembark and raid. Who would have thought they would encounter such a formidable individual? Now their captain was captured, their ship commandeered, and they themselves were being taken to claim a bounty. Although the food stored in the cabin was not plentiful, it had been meant to sustain their crew for a week. Now, it had all been consumed in a frenzy. Did this individual not resemble a formidable sea monster, driven by hunger? Would he devour them all? Such thoughts began to plague their minds, and they gazed at Liu Cheng with trepidation. Sir, please don't worry, We shall soon arrive at the naval division, and you will be able to claim your bounty shortly. After that, you will have money for food. Please don't act impulsively. They feared Lu Cheng might reveal his true form and consume them all, and where once they had hesitated to deliver themselves to the naval division. They now rode with all their might, hoping to reach the naval division swiftly and part ways with this monster. Lu Cheng observed with satisfaction as the pirates rowed diligently. Clearly, he had taught them well. They had come to realize their mistakes and were eager to amend their ways, rushing to the navy to atone for their transgressions. Moreover, they were a group of grateful pirates. Could they not see how hard they were rowing to help him secure his bounty? What would have taken several days was accomplished in just over a day. Lu Cheng led the rather large group of pirates into the naval division to claim his reward. What on earth? Isn't that the notorious bounty of 8 million for the maniac gallows? Indeed, with such an unsightly appearance, it had to be him. And these others, are they all from his crew? Did he take them all down at once? How tragic. Lu Cheng waited idly for the navy to settle his payment, growing increasingly impatient as hunger gnawed at him. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the accounts were cleared, the total of 8,760,000 berries. In addition to gallows, 2 minor lackeys bore bounties of their own, and with various other insignificant pirates, Lu Cheng amassed a grand total of 8,760,000 berries. Finally, I have money. A female naval officer, responsible for dispersing Lu Cheng's payment, blushed profusely. How could such a handsome individual exist in this world? She couldn't even muster the courage to look directly at him. Such a shallow woman, Lu Cheng thought. Labeling her as infatuated, he waved his hand, striking a dashing pose, which drew a chorus of gasps. Don't ask me who I am. I am merely a passing masked rider. Task name: First bucket of gold. Task requirements: obtain your first bounty at the naval division. Task reward: 500 points of justice. Task status: completed. Would you like to claim your task reward? Yes, indeed. With a mere thought, 500 points of justice were credited to his account. Upon checking his justice point balance, 1,000 points. Hooray! At last, I have accumulated enough justice points to commence the lottery. However, given the multitude of people around and the gnawing hunger in my stomach, it is evidently not an opportune moment for such a venture. Lu Cheng intends to contemplate the lottery only after he has finished his meal. He politely declined the invitation for dinner from the reluctant naval female officer. Sensing her ulterior motives, it was clear she was eyeing his newfound wealth, hoping to mooch off him. Not a chance. Lu Cheng resolutely rejected her, opting instead to find a nearby restaurant to satisfy his hunger. Situated close to the naval base, this establishment was evidently prepared for patrons with hearty appetites. Yet even they were taken aback by Lu Cheng's astonishing capacity for food. After what felt like an eternity, he finally indulged in his first substantial meal since his arrival, spending nearly 1 million berries for the privilege. Nevertheless, with this satisfying feast, as long as there are no battles ahead, the energy stored from this food should sustain him for quite some time, alleviating the need for such excessive consumption in the future. He further spent over 2 million berries acquiring a variety of ingredients, filling his cabin to the brim. Indeed, the ship had been renamed from Madman to Knight, having torn down the pirate flag and now proudly bearing the Lu surname. Alas, money flows like water. Lu Cheng surveyed his remaining 5 million berries, coming to a profound realization that currency in the pirate world is truly not worth much. It appears he must seek another pirate to extort some funds. Otherwise, in due time, he might find himself struggling to afford meals again. However, there is no urgency at present. After washing his hands, he sincerely prayed at the bow of the ship for a moment before opening his eyes, filled with determination. All right, time for the lottery. System, come forth. I am ready to draw. With a crisp chime resonating in his mind, a massive spinning wheel abruptly appeared before Lu Cheng, its surface flashing with an array of rewards, predominantly featuring treasures from the world of knights, along with some items from the pirate realm, clearly indicating that the system was actively evolving and updating its resource library. Goodness, there are even more items this time. Lu Cheng's eyes widened in excitement as he casually grabbed a bottle of rum. Taking a swig and smacking his lips, you confirm the lottery draw? Confirm. Whether drawn now or later, it is still a draw. Lu Cheng vigorously spun the wheel, which whirled before him like a giant windmill. Stop, he shouted. Before long, the wheel finally came to a halt at his command, and the system notified him of his prize. Congratulations, you have obtained Night Motorcycle, a special motorcycle from the Kamen Rider Reiki series. Night Motorcycle summons a Kamen Rider motorcycle from the mirror world into reality, serving as a steed for your use. Item level. Intermediate item category. Vehicle item effect. A motorcycle capable of racing in any harsh environment. An essential tool for every Kamen Rider. Upon reading the item description, Liu Cheng's eyes sparkled with delight. This was indeed a marvelous item. The motorcycle from the Kamen Rider universe is a quintessential accessory for every rider. Second only to their belts. He had always drooled over those stunning motorcycles while watching the Kamen Rider series, never imagining he would one day possess one, having never ridden such a motorcycle before. He was eager to find out how it would feel. Without hesitation, Liu Cheng retrieved his belt and began his transformation. In a flash of brilliant red light, Kamen Rider Ryuki reemerged with a swift gesture. A fiery red motorcycle materialized beside him. As the motorcycle's cover opened, he mounted it, securing himself with the straps, and then closed the cover once more, pressing the throttle. With a deep roar, the night motorcycle soared into the sky. Leaping from the ship and landing upon the ocean surface, it sliced through the waves, racing across the water. The sea was crystal clear, allowing him to see numerous small fish darting about, scattering in fright as he zoomed past. He showed no signs of slowing down. The night motorcycle, swift as the wind, far outpaced any sailing vessel. He sped for several dozen kilometers without a hint of deceleration, drifting across the vast ocean and creating a tumultuous splash. What a thrill! Liu Cheng reveled in the exhilarating ride, circling the sea multiple times before finally returning to his ship. A look of satisfaction etched across his face. This sense of unbridled freedom, of going wherever he pleased, was the true essence of being a Kamen Rider. Content. He deactivated his armored state and picked up a nearby bounty notice to peruse, having resolved to earn a living as a bounty hunter. Liu Cheng felt it essential to familiarize himself with the appearance of each wanted pirate. Otherwise, if he failed to recognize them when they stood before him, he would unwittingly let his bounty slip away, which would be a true tragedy. This one is quite ugly. Seriously, offering 1 million berries for this. Is this meant to insult me? And so far away? Absolutely not. You've barely escaped with your life. 1 billion. Holy smokes, such a notorious pirate. I'll come back to deal with you in a few years. For now, I'll let you keep your life for a little longer. After sifting through the notices, Liu Cheng found no suitable targets until a bounty notice drifted into the periphery of his vision. Wait a moment. This bounty notice. He reached out and seized the fluttering notice. The image depicted a charming young girl with large, dark green eyes and long, straight black hair, adorned with a lovely fringe. Her eyes were filled with fear, exuding a faint aura of vulnerability, making her appear less like a fearsome pirate and more like a lost little sister from next door, pitiful and helpless. Yet her bounty stood at a staggering 79 million berries. Ding! The system's timing startled Liu Cheng. The system had finally presented him with a new task. The system's tasks refresh periodically, provided he has no other pending tasks. At this moment, he had just delivered his previous task's first earnings and even drawn a prize, so he was surprised by the swift arrival of a new task, especially one with such generous rewards. You have a new task available for acceptance. Task name: The Walking 79 Million Berries. Task requirements: As a bounty hunter, if a walking 79 million berries is parading before you, how could you not capture her? Task rewards: 1,000 points of justice. Task status: Awaiting acceptance. Should you accept the task? Given the lucrative rewards, Liu Cheng pondered briefly before decisively accepting the task. That it appeared to be relatively low risk. The difficulty might be a tad challenging. However, even if he were to fail, he wouldn't incur significant losses, so he accepted it without hesitation. Before long, the task status shifted to awaiting completion. Liu Cheng continued to examine the information attached to the bounty notice, astonished to discover that one of the potential locations for the target was strikingly close to his current position, merely a 2 or 3 day journey away, and oh wonder the system assigned him this task. With renewed vigor, he prepared to embark on his mission. If he did not work diligently to earn money, he would soon find himself subsisting on nothing but the wind. First, he would capture this walking 79 million berries. 2 days later, he arrived at the South Yago Island in the West Sea, the location indicated on the bounty notice for the notorious demon child, Nico Robin. Upon his arrival, he found the atmosphere tense. Numerous bounty hunters and local underground organizations had begun their search for the demon child, scouring the island relentlessly. Damn it, am I too late? Lu Cheng found himself at a loss for words, lamenting that he should have ridden over on his motorcycle instead of sailing, as he would have arrived much sooner. However, he had half a month's worth of provisions on the ship, which prevented him from leisurely navigating with a sailboat. Glancing around at the scene, despite the somber atmosphere, with local gang members and bounty hunters mingling and conducting a thorough search across the island, Lu Cheng surmised that such a large-scale operation likely indicated that the target had not yet been captured. Excellent. He glared at the gang members scouring the island, thinking, do you seriously intend to snatch the walking 79 million berries from me? Do you not know how to spell death? The presence of gangsters is indeed overwhelming. Reminiscent of a pirate crew. Wait, among the pirate crew, there are indeed several notorious individuals hailing from the underworld. Lu Cheng vaguely recalls that the renowned supernova, Becky, is one such character. He too originated from the West Sea. In his youth, he unified various gang factions of the West Sea, but feeling an insatiable boredom, he set sail to embark on a pirate's life, ultimately rising to the status of a supernova. The sky has long since darkened, and a gentle drizzle begins to fall in such weather on this vast island. Finding the elusive 79 million is no simple task, just as Lu Cheng felt a headache coming on. A sudden flurry of hurried footsteps reached his ears, the sound of hurried strides splashing through the rain, accompanied by snippets of conversation. Yet, they seemed utterly oblivious to Lu Cheng, who was seeking refuge beneath a large tree. Turning to glance, he spotted a group of robust men clad in black suits and hats, rushing through the rain without even bothering to open an umbrella. They were indeed local gangsters. Although these men in black lacked umbrellas, they were nearly all equipped with flintlock pistols at their waist. It is uncertain whether their firearms would still function after being soaked, but considering this is the world of One Piece, it is likely that even submerged, their weapons would still fire. Lu Cheng paid little heed to the firearms they bore, choosing instead to focus on their conversation. Are you sure? Is it really that guy? There's no mistake, 79 million berries. Even if the brothers mistake their mothers, they won't mistake the berries. 79 million berries. The clarity of these words rang in Lu Cheng's ears, igniting a fierce determination within him. What do you intend to do with my 79 million berries? His gaze sharpened, and disregarding whether his newly purchased clothes would be drenched, he stealthily followed them, concealed by the curtain of rain. The downpour intensified in a narrow alley. Robin was filled with trepidation. The entire town was searching for her. She had been carefully hiding for days, and though she had evaded capture thus far, she hadn't eaten in several days. Unable to endure the hunger any longer, she ventured out to steal a morsel. Only to be discovered, a group of armed men pursued her, but the diminutive Robin was not yet the mature pirate she would later become. At this moment, she was merely an ordinary child. Her ability to escape thus far was solely due to the powers granted by the Hananomi. Had it not been for that, she would have met the same grim fate as her compatriots on the island. Slaughtered by the Marines. Instead of fleeing across the West Sea to this very spot, the sounds of shouting erupted behind her, with gunfire even ringing out towards the sky. Fear gripped Robin's heart. Was she destined to die here, like the others on the island, at the hands of those merciless Marines? But what had they done to deserve such a cruel fate? Why must everyone on the island be slaughtered so brutally? Robin still remembered the island's residents. Even if they labeled her a monster, they had provided her with a sense of belonging on that tiny island. The scholars who studied history had offered her warmth and care long missed. They were merely a group of the most ordinary and kind-hearted individuals. Why must they be killed and branded as demons? The Marines always professed to be the harbingers of justice, but where? In truth, does true justice lie? The footsteps grew ever closer. How could her short legs outrun those with longer strides? Just as she felt the pursuers closing in, she stumbled into an alleyway, only to find herself in a dead end. Run, you little brat. Why have you stopped? A group of men in black suits grinned wickedly, their eyes gleaming with avarice. I am not the child of a demon. I am not. Tears streamed down Robin's cheeks as she leaned against the high wall, trembling in despair, pleading, please let me go. Do not hand me over to the Marines. I will die. I beg you. I beg you. I care not whether you are the child of a demon, one of the men in black snarled. All I know is that you are a walking 79 million. Everything else is of no concern to me. You would do well to surrender quietly to me and be delivered to the Marines, lest you suffer further harm. The phrase delivered to the Marines echoed ominously in Robin's mind, jolting her from her paralyzing fear. She recalled the gruesome fate of those who had perished on the island, all at the hands of the so-called just Marines. She absolutely could not allow herself to end up like that. She must not fall into their clutches. With that thought, an unexpected resolve surged within her. She reached out toward the towering wall and shouted, "Hana, Hana no Mi, bloom my arms." From the lofty wall sprouted numerous arms, intertwining to form a staircase. Gasping for breath, Robin realized she had not eaten anything in days, and the exertion of fleeing had depleted her remaining strength. Using the powers of the devil fruit drained the last vestiges of her energy. She felt as if she might faint at any moment. Nevertheless, she fought against the darkness closing in on her, climbing the staircase of arms. Yet, her strength was fading fast. She felt herself swaying, unable to grasp the handrail. It's the power of the devil fruit. Indeed, the power of that demon's child. Be careful. Do not harm the little one. A voice in the crowd shouted, "This is 79 million berries. She must be alive. Otherwise, we can't afford to lose you." Amidst the clamor, a gunshot rang out. A bullet struck the staircase of arms. The Hana Hana no Mi allowed her to sprout limbs, but they shared her sensory experiences. Thus, the pain inflicted upon those limbs would be felt by her. The bullet striking the arms felt no different than if it had pierced her own hands. Robin cried out in agony, unable to maintain her powers any longer. The arms vanished, falling away like withering petals, and Robin plummeted from midair, crashing heavily to the ground. Oh, is this the end? As Robin gazed at the approaching horde of men in black, their unmasked greed sent her heart plummeting. She was the last of O'Hara. The last hope that Dr. Clover, her mother, and everyone had fought to protect, was about to be extinguished here. Forgive me, for I am but a disappointment. Yet, in that final moment, she recalled a bedtime story her mother had told her long ago, of knights who appeared at the most perilous moments to rescue princesses, clearing all obstacles in their path. But now, the storyteller was gone, leaving her alone in this world. She was no princess, devoid of a knight's protection. Could someone come to save her, just as the tales had promised? The light in Robin's eyes gradually dimmed as she lay helplessly on the ground, the rain pouring down relentlessly, pooling around her, flooding her mouth. Yet she lacked the strength to lift her head. Despair enveloped her heart, and the bright emerald hue of her eyes dulled. Perhaps death would be a relief, for at least she could reunite with her parents. The rain continued to cascade down, but suddenly a peculiar sound seemed to resonate from the heavens, clearly reaching every ear, undeterred by the drumming of the rain. Advent, who goes there? But only a resounding dragon's roar answered them. A colossal dragon roared, and a thunderous explosion echoed from ahead, as a massive crimson dragon spiraled through the air, unleashing a searing fireball from its maw. The fireball, as if the embodiment of the world's most intense heat, evaporated the rainwater in its wake, creating a swirling mist of steam. What on earth? What kind of monster is that? Is it a wielder of a devil fruit? Be careful, retreat, the gang members cried out in fear. But their warnings were futile. The dragon continued to roar, its flames capable of consuming all, with no means of escape. They struggled and screamed in vain, quickly consumed by the searing breath of the Wushuang dragon. With a base temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius, the flames of the Wushuang dragon, enhanced by the modifications of this pirate world, became even more terrifying. A mere fireball left a charred expanse on the ground with a diameter of several meters. Structures burned amidst the storm, and the waterlogged ground blackened under the onslaught of the flames. While those clad in black suits were reduced to ashes, the Wushuang dragon let out a roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth before gradually vanishing into the void. "Thank you, old friend." Lu Chang leapt down from the rooftop, expressing his gratitude for the timely intervention of the Wushuang dragon. It was a source of embarrassment for him that, at present, he could not fully harness the power of the Kamen Rider Ryuki armor, rendering the Wushuang dragon significantly more formidable than its true master. He glanced at the scorched earth left in the wake of the dragon's flames and the remnants of the black suits, shrugging in resignation. There was no helping it. Unlike himself, his old buddy always exerted his strength without restraint. Upon his arrival, he had seen a throng of individuals approaching, eager to claim his 79 million berries, while his own 79 million lay on the ground, uncertain of its fate. This enraged Lu Qing, for if this ragtag group were to ruin his fortune, his long journey would have been in vain. Faced with the urgency of the situation, he summoned the Wushuang dragon to clear the battlefield without a moment's hesitation. True to form, the Wushuang dragon's temperament remained as volatile as ever, irate at being dragged out to work on a rainy day. A single fiery breath obliterated everyone present, after which it twisted its body and vanished into some corner of the mirror world to indulge in leisure. Lu Cheng turned around, his crimson eyes behind the mask locking onto a pair of brilliant emerald green eyes. He smiled broadly, though nothing could be discerned behind the mask. The girl with the emerald eyes possessed beautiful long black hair, yet her simple strap dress was caked in mud, and her face was pale as she lay in the puddle. Staring incredulously at the figure in red and black armor who had just leapt down from the rooftop. Was someone truly there to rescue her? She opened her mouth to speak, but choked on the murky water instead, struggling to lift her head and coughed weakly. Are you my knight? Lu Cheng was taken aback by her words, wondering if the rain had muddled her mind that a wicked sense of amusement bubbled within him. He laughed in a manner befitting a villain from any tale. Ha! What do I see before me? Is that not the fabled 79 million berries? His words reached Robin's ears, and with her already depleted strength, she could only perceive darkness before collapsing into the puddle, unconscious. Oh no, did I frighten her to death? Lu Cheng exclaimed, shocked and distressed. The thought of having scared away his 79 million berries sent a pang of regret through him. Please don't die. Damn it. Lu Cheng hurried forward and scooped her up from the ground. Holding her close, he realized just how frail she was. Little more than skin and bones. That it dawned on him that she must have endured hardships far worse than he had imagined. After all, she was but a child. No matter how clever, she was still just a child. For her to have survived was already a significant feat, and the prospect of living comfortably was likely a distant dream. With a surge of compassion, he sighed softly and summoned his Kamen Rider Ryuki motorcycle, placing her gently within its confines. At the very least, she would not have to suffer in the rain. Ding! The system always chose the most opportune moments to assert its presence. Lu Cheng's heart leapt with joy. Mission accomplished. He opened his system panel. Mission title: The Wandering 79 Million Berries. Mission requirement: as a pirate hunter. When the wandering 79 million berries dances before you, can you still call yourself a person if you do not seize her? Mission reward: 1,000 justice points. Mission status: completed. Would you like to claim the mission reward? Yes. Ding. You have received 1,000 justice points. 1,000 justice points were sufficient for him to conduct another lottery. Lu Cheng suppressed his exhilaration and revved up his Kamen Rider motorcycle. The motorcycle emitted a deep roar, cutting through the torrential rain, and soon vanished into the downpour. However, as he traveled, Lu Cheng noticed shadows of black suits scattered throughout the city. Clearly, the news of his theft of the 79 million had spread like wildfire. In this world, with the presence of the Den Den Mushi and other peculiar abilities, his actions had certainly been communicated far and wide, and now they were likely scouring the city for his whereabouts. He had been fortunate this time, snatching the 79 million from a group of small fry, but that did not mean there were no formidable figures within the underworld, nor could he ignore the numerous pirate hunters also present on the island. Lu Cheng realized he could not continue down this path. He was not particularly afraid of combat. Rather, the presence of his companion made fighting inconvenient. Moreover, he could feel the girl's feverish heat against him. She was burning up, and he needed to ensure she had a chance to rest. He could not keep running blindly. If he did not take a moment to regroup, the wandering 79 million would soon become the deceased 79 million. Though the motorcycle was fast, it was also too conspicuous that he stopped the motorcycle in a secluded area, activating its autopilot feature, and let it roar away into the distance. Lu Cheng dispelled his transformation, removed his clothing, and carefully wrapped the feverish 79 million in a warm embrace as he dashed towards a nearby inn. The door of the inn glowed with a welcoming yellow light. Lu Cheng burst through the door, and the wind and rain flooded the lobby. Hey, you filthy wretch! Get out! I've just cleaned my floor. Can't you see how dirty you are? Shouted a voice from the inn. But it abruptly fell silent. Lu Cheng pulled out a hefty stack of berries and threw it at the middle-aged woman's face. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, bore the weariness of life and a shrewd demeanor. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the money. That I want an empty room, a large tub of hot water, and food, Lu Cheng declared, casting a glance at the suddenly submissive woman. If I don't see these things in 10 minutes. Don't even think about keeping my berries. I'll chop off your head. 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes will suffice. You blind fools. Hurry up with the preparations. Right this way, esteemed guest. The room is over here. Inside the inn, 2 massive wooden tubs awaited. The table was laden with steaming dishes. Lu Cheng shooed the beaming middle-aged woman out of the room and firmly closed the door behind him. He hastily unfastened his outer garment, revealing the petite figure hidden beneath. Little Robin's complexion had improved. No longer pale, her cheeks were flushed with fever. Lu Cheng reached out to touch her forehead, and it felt as hot as an iron. Damn, she's burning even hotter. He wasted no time, swiftly stripping her damp clothes off to reveal a frail, emaciated body beneath. His mind held no improper thoughts that in truth, the individual appeared as frail as a mere sprout. Indistinguishable from a boy, lacking any noteworthy charm, he gingerly wrung out a hot towel, meticulously wiping down the other's body inch by inch. His movements were gentle, fearful that a heavy hand might harm this porcelain doll-like figure. The warm water served to ward off the chill, representing the simplest remedy. The other had endured the rain for far too long, suffering from hunger and anxiety, were it not for the pirate world, where the average physical prowess is akin to that of a supermodel, and the fact that the other had consumed a devil fruit, endowing her with far greater resilience than her peers. She would have likely succumbed to her plight by now. Although she appeared gravely ill, it was, in fact, a stroke of luck that she had survived, at least for the moment, after thoroughly cleansing her. He laid Nico Robin down and covered her with a blanket. The little one lay still, seemingly asleep, yet murmuring something under her breath. Leaning closer, he discerned that she was calling for her mother. He paused, reflecting on her harrowing experiences, and let out a silent sigh. He then ladled a steaming bowl of rich soup onto the table, infused with medicinal herbs as per his request. It would not only replenish her strength and satiate her hunger, but also alleviate her fever. The aroma was exquisite. Cautiously, he took a sip of the broth, ensuring it was safe. Before gently moving to the bedside to help Robin sit up, he softly blew on the soup, feeding her spoonful by spoonful. Even in her unconscious state, her body instinctively recognized hunger, requiring little coaxing as she drank every last drop from the spoon. That he refrained from overfeeding her, aware that one in her condition could not consume too much at once, and her fragile state necessitated a gradual recovery. After she finished the last spoonful, he gently laid her back down. Her complexion seemed to improve slightly, bringing him a measure of relief. He hoped fervently that this little girl would recover swiftly. Their stay in this place could not last long, and tomorrow they would likely need to flee again if her health did not improve rapidly. Their escape would become exceedingly troublesome. Meanwhile, on the island of South Kahiga, within the lair of an underground gang, several members were gathered in a room, discussing the recent events. The gang's history in the West Sea was long-standing, with many large factions operating under the tacit approval of authorities. In some cases, entire small nations were covertly supported by one or more gang factions. This peculiar culture endemic to the West Sea had evaded the intervention of the world government and various naval forces, who maintained a blind eye to such matters. The power of the gangs in the West Sea was formidable. Under the dim yellow light, various items lay scattered across the table, among which a particularly striking bounty poster of Nico Robin stood out. Boasting a staggering reward of 79 million berries, this figure appeared irresistibly enticing, especially when considering that the subject was merely a young girl of a few years, in contrast to other infamous criminals with similar bounties. She was utterly adorable, truly a walking 79 million. Encountering her would be an opportunity for effortless profit, the most lucrative bargain one could imagine. It was worth noting that those with such high bounties often drifted along the so-called Grand Line. Notorious for their ruthlessness and danger, the underground gangs of the West Sea, however, would not recklessly engage with such formidable pirates. It would be akin to courting disaster. After all, such endeavors were fraught with peril and often yielded nothing but trouble. Instead, they would be better off seeking easier prey among the townsfolk to earn a bit more coin. Yet this time, the target was different. The child of the devil, Nico Robin. She was not a fearsome creature of the Grand Line, nor a villain of unspeakable wickedness. She was merely a pitiable, fragile girl of only 8, having lost all her family. Although they could not fathom why the Navy would place such a ludicrous bounty on an innocuous child, the allure of free money was undeniable. After all, it was an opportunity that could not be overlooked, especially since it was conveniently situated within their territory, tantamount to receiving a direct handout. However, it was astonishing that they could misplace such a valuable prize. Also laid out on the table were additional photographs, one depicting a bizarre figure clad in red armor, and another illustrating a landscape reduced to ashes, buildings engulfed in flames. they had ascertained that the individual in question claimed to be a passing masked rider. Though the name was somewhat convoluted and peculiar, leaving them uncertain if they had recalled it correctly. Regardless of whether he was indeed a masked rider or not, the crucial matter was his identity. He had killed their men and stolen their 79 million berries. Whoever he was, his fate was sealed. A burly man slammed his fist onto the table, causing cracks to splinter across its surface. The individual was likely a bounty hunter who had recently claimed a bounty at a nearby naval base, associated with the Mad Pirate crew. Their captain, Mad Gallows, was valued at 8 million berries. And the entire crew had been taken down, their ship seized in the process. The first speaker, a man in black, began to explain. Furthermore, it seemed that this individual possessed a certain devil fruit, granting him the ability to summon a scarlet dragon to aid in combat. Their men had previously fallen victim to that very dragon's flames. After a moment of contemplation, the man in black continued, stating that based on the display of power exhibited by the masked rider, he was approximately equivalent to a pirate with a bounty of around 10 million. Clearly, he had set his sights on the 79 million berries. So, we stand to gain an additional 10 million. One man remarked, exasperated at his companion's apparent ignorance. He is merely a bounty hunter, not a pirate, and does not carry a bounty. I only meant to suggest that his strength is comparable to that of a 10 million bounty pirate. And what of it? He killed my men and stole my belongings. Do you think I will allow him to leave South Cahiga alive? What of our honor? The burly man seethed with rage. Did you not say you had tracked him down? Where the hell is he? Did you follow him? We did discover his trail. One of the men replied hesitantly. We did manage to catch up to them, but we did not find the individuals in question. What? Upon catching up, we realized that the vehicle contained no one. Just as we were about to intercept that peculiar vehicle, it vanished into thin air. And we returned empty-handed, seeing the burly man's fury escalating. Another member of the gang hurried to explain, but rest assured, they have not left the city. We have sealed off all exits. They cannot escape. Just give us a little time, and we will find them. The burly man, in a fit of rage, slammed the table once more, causing it to shatter under the immense force. Search for them. The child of the devil and that masked rider have not left. They are still on this island. We must locate them. Make several copies of these images and distribute them among the others. We must find both of them, especially Nico Robin. Also, keep a close watch on the docks for any new ships. We cannot let them blend into the fleet and slip away. If we allow them to escape right under our noses, it would be an utter disgrace. We must dig them out, no matter what. He commanded. Understood. Unbeknownst to Liu Cheng, the entirety of their forces had been dispatched across the island in search of them. Even if he had known, he would not have been overly concerned at that moment, as he was engrossed in an endeavor of paramount importance to him, drawing a lottery. Having completed the task of walking 75 million, the system had rewarded him with 1,000 points of justice. Just enough for another draw. After completing the final prayer, Liu Cheng turned to glance at the girl lying on the bed. Hesitating for a moment, he reached out and gently stroked her head. Grant me a touch of luck, will you? It was indeed fortunate to encounter her at the last moment. Her luck seemed quite remarkable, at least for today. Otherwise, he might have truly faced a complete defeat. Having saved her life, borrowing a bit of luck hardly seemed excessive. Once prepared, he called out, Lottery system, come forth. I wish to draw now. As usual, he summoned the system. Ding! A familiar chime echoed in his mind as a gigantic roulette wheel abruptly materialized before him. Do you confirm the draw? Confirm. Liu Cheng vigorously spun the wheel, which whirled rapidly before him. Stop, he shouted. Congratulations! You have acquired the innate ability, Mirror World Traversal, a unique talent exclusive to the Kamen Rider Ryuki series. Mirror World Traversal. You may freely enter and exit the mirror world and the real world. Item level, advanced. Item category, skill talent. Item effect, enables unrestricted traversal between the two worlds, with everything in both realms remaining undisturbed. To possess such an ability, those familiar with the Kamen Rider Ryuki series know that the enemies within it hail from another world behind the mirror. Only those who transform into Kamen Riders and forge a pact with their contract beasts can defeat those foes in the mirror realm. Although the narrative primarily focuses on the conflicts among the riders, the monsters of the mirror world also play a significant role. How should one describe this ability? In a single word, divine. Liu Cheng had previously worried about how to make a swift escape with the little girl, but now he suddenly realized that this troublesome issue had been resolved in an instant. In this world, there exists the mirror fruit, a type of devil fruit. However, the Kamen Rider Ryuki can access the mirror world through any reflective surface, making this ability far superior to that of the mirror fruit, which relies solely on mirrors for passage. Henceforth, when confronted by foes he cannot defeat, he could simply dive into a mirror. This situation could only be described as invincible. No one would ever dare to raise their voice against him again. From this moment forward, he would become the most liberated Kamen Rider upon the vast ocean. Henceforth, he could freely uphold justice. Just as Lu Cheng reveled in his newfound joy, a small figure on the bed gently opened her eyes. Gazing bewilderedly at the tall silhouette sitting by the table, "I asked that you." The knight my mother spoke of, the one who saved little Robin. She extended her slender arm, but could not reach that figure, no matter how hard she tried. Sensing the movement behind him, Lu Cheng turned around and instantly revealed a radiant smile. "You're awake, my 79 million. The sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. A night had passed, and the torrential rain gradually ceased, leaving the air subtly damp. Inside the inn, a middle-aged woman suppressed her excitement. "I swear I saw it clearly. That guy had someone hidden in his clothes. A child. I wanted to see more, but they kicked me out." Beside her, a man, presumably her husband, held a wanted poster in his hand. This poster had circulated throughout the entirety of South Gago Island, and there was hardly anyone who had not seen it. It depicted the son of the devil, Nico Robin, with a bounty of 79 million berries. It was noteworthy that this was a staggering sum of 79 million berries. To think she would deliver herself straight to their doorstep, a fortune they could never hope to amass in a lifetime. No, several lifetimes. Could we be mistaken? The man hesitated. What if it's not her? What if we misidentified her? I didn't even get a good look at her face. Impossible, the woman retorted. Who else would bring a child along, hiding in plain sight? Haven't you seen everyone out on the streets searching for them? It can't be wrong. They must be trying to hide from us, and they definitely have something to hide. I'll go spread the word. You mustn't let them escape. That's 79 million we're talking about. The man hesitated, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Inside the room, Lu Cheng found himself somewhat exasperated. The little girl had been fine when she first woke up, but once she realized he had helped her dry off, she had been sulking ever since. "Hey, can you stop being so haughty? I went through great lengths to rescue you, all right? It was just a glimpse. What's the big deal?" He tugged at the corners of her mouth. "A 79 million bounty, and you shouldn't be so arrogant." Robin shook her head vigorously, unable to articulate her feelings, making strange sounds while glaring at him. "Mom said a girl's body shouldn't be shown to just anyone." But this bad person, little Robin, felt utterly wronged, yet she recognized that he had just saved her. If it weren't for him, she would have surely been captured by the Navy by now. Fine. I'll apologize. Okay. Lu Cheng felt utterly at a loss with this 79 million bounty, speaking as if to a child. In truth, he was merely placating her. "I did it to save you. You were soaked and burning up. Do you want to become a dead 79 million? Robin fell silent, her head lowered as she curled up in the corner, looking forlorn as if she were being bullied by some terrible villain. After a while, Lu Cheng finally heard her softly murmur a thank you, her voice so faint it was almost like a mosquito buzzing. If it weren't for his enhanced hearing, he likely wouldn't have caught it. A little tsundere, Lu Cheng thought to himself, but Robin certainly appeared adorable in her childhood form, that he stole another glance at her. Little Robin cautiously wrapped the blanket tighter around herself, her face filled with wariness as she gazed at him. What does she take me for? I am the most just and free Kamen Rider. How could I ever harbor any ill intentions towards this little girl? Perhaps when she grows up, it might be another matter. Wait a moment. Growing up, Lu Cheng pondered. If he neglected her now, it was uncertain whether she would even live to see adulthood. He recalled that in the manga's storyline, the grown-up Robin seemed to have allied with Crocodile. It appeared that even without his intervention, this girl would likely manage to survive, though not without facing considerable hardship. At that moment, little Robin's body trembled slightly. What's wrong? Lu Cheng sensed something was off. What happened? Robin's face was marked with panic. We must flee. I heard the innkeeper say he's bringing people to capture us. If we don't run now, it will be too late. She attempted to rise from the blanket, but suddenly realized she was still unclothed, causing her to freeze. You heard? Lu Cheng paused, then realized she must have used her devil fruit ability to listen in on the inn's commotion. No wonder she managed to hide for so long. Her vigilance was indeed commendable. That it was predictable that the innkeeper would go to alert others. After all, he had initially planned to escape the following day. carrying a bounty of 79 million. Avoiding detection was nearly impossible. Had it been earlier, he might have felt some anxiety. But now, with the ability of mirror traversal, what was there to fear? What if they sent a whole horde to surround him? How ridiculous. He could simply slip into the mirror world. Who could possibly contend with him? In that case, he could swagger right past them, and they would be powerless to stop him. Seeing the little girl's anxious expression, Lu Cheng smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I am here. They won't catch us. Robin's frail body shivered. Her fingers clenched tightly. For some reason, there was a comforting strength in his calm words. Like a mother's, they instilled a sense of security within her, making her increasingly trust him. Those pursuers didn't seem quite so terrifying anymore. All this time, she had lived in constant fear, always worried about being found and killed. She had been hiding, scavenging for food only from dumpsters. Yet now, she had finally found a sense of safety, coming from this person before her. Yesterday, those people were still searching for me. The childlike, melodious voice now sounded somewhat hoarse, likely due to her prolonged silence from lack of conversation with others, rendering her words somewhat stammered. If the other party were to continue avoiding her for several more years, it was possible that her very ability to speak might deteriorate. Should that be the case, it would indeed be a lamentable chapter in the annals of human evolution. Of course, it might also serve as a testament to the theory of use and disuse. A flurry of chaotic thoughts flickered through Lu Cheng's mind. Those gangsters would still seek to trouble you, and I have other enemies who wish to capture me. Not just them. You mean the Navy, right? Lu Cheng chuckled, raising the bounty notice in his hand. You needn't remind me of this. Your bounty is plastered everywhere across the island. How could I possibly be unaware? After all, you are a walking 79 million, and everyone wishes to get a piece of that. The little girl with long black hair tightened her grip on the blanket, as if that thin layer could provide her a sense of security. She bit her lip tightly, remaining silent. So, rest assured, I am no benevolent soul. Lu Cheng inquired with a smile. Do you know what a pirate hunter is? He suddenly wished to tease her. Little Robin had indeed been adorable in her childhood. Shy and timid, a stark contrast to the aloof and icy beauty she would later become. Robin, of course, understood what a pirate hunter was. Among those pursuing her were several. Yet, what did this have to do with him being a pirate hunter? Lu Cheng swiftly dispelled her confusion. At worst, I'll just hand you over when the time comes. Wu Ti claiming that 79 million be delightful. Little Robin's mouth fell agape, her expression dazed. How could this be? The very person who had rescued her from despair, her knight, was now speaking in such a manner. Was there truly no one left in this world who wished to care for her? Were fairy tales all mere fabrications? How could this be? Yet, she soon beheld the tall boy before her break into a charming smile, so captivating. However, that consideration would only arise when I find myself short on cash. After all, 79 million is quite a hefty sum, rather inconvenient to carry around. But you, dear little 79 million, are much easier to grasp. I could simply take you with one hand. Little Robin, bewildered, lifted her gaze to meet his clear eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Despite her sobs, she appeared noticeably more spirited. Lu Cheng reached out, gently touching her forehead, and upon noticing his action, little Robin instinctively attempted to evade him. Yet, she managed to restrain her impulse. Lu Cheng felt her temperature. Indeed, she was much improved, though still slightly warm. It was a vast improvement compared to the previous night when she could have boiled water. Clearly, he was an exceptional doctor. He could forego hiring a physician for his ship in the future. Of course, that was merely a jest. His rudimentary medical skills were of little use. Little Robin's recovery stemmed from her naturally robust constitution. Having consumed some food and enjoyed a good night's sleep, which had restored her vitality considerably. All right, now put these on. He tossed her a set of clothes that were considerably oversized. The room in the inn still had a few garments left, likely kept for guests, as her original dress was beyond repair, filthy and torn beyond recognition. For now, she would have to make do with these clothes. Other matters could be addressed later. Little Robin stared at the obviously oversized attire, momentarily stunned. Though the garments were large, they were not unwearable. It was just, did she really have to change in front of him? She glanced up at Lu Cheng, only to find him displaying no reaction whatsoever, igniting a mix of embarrassment and anger within her. Turn around. The little girl gritted her teeth, speaking in a flustered tone. Lu Cheng paused, then chuckled softly, amused by her bashfulness. Little Robin watched as he turned away, muttering things like, "What's there to look at? You saw it all last night, And even a little bean sprout knows how to feel shy, her teeth grinding in frustration. No peeking. I know. I know. Lu Cheng replied. Call me when you're done. Truly, this little bean sprout ought to be a bit more self-aware. Why always cast herself as the villain? I am the most free and just masked rider. Could you extend a bit more trust? At last, the little girl took her time changing, and when Lu Cheng turned around, he found that she had transformed entirely. The oversized clothing hung loosely on her. The sleeves and pant legs rolled up several times. Lu Cheng grinned, picking up a hat nearby and placing it atop her head, obscuring half of her face. It looked somewhat comical, yet it was a marked improvement from the previous day. Lu Cheng compared the bounty notice against her new appearance. Although she had undergone a significant change, her long black hair remained too conspicuous. It was likely recognizable to those with even a modicum of intent. Robin evidently realized this as well. She tugged at her long hair, desperately attempting to stuff it under the hat, but to no avail. Observing this, Lu Cheng chuckled heartily, halting her efforts and playfully toying with her slender locks. Uttering words that sent shivers down Robin's spine. Perhaps it's best to leave it long. After all, it's quite a feat to grow it this long, and a bald head would be rather unsightly. Little Robin shuddered at the thought of her hair being shorn, leaving her bald. However, she managed to retain her long locks, for her flowing black hair was indeed part of her charm. To destroy it would be a lamentable loss. Lu Cheng patted her shoulder. That should suffice. When we change seas, we won't be so easily recognized that in a few years, when you've grown, you will naturally appear different. Though he said this, it seemed that Robin would transform from a petite beauty into a stunning woman. With little change in her features, however, even if recognized, it wouldn't be a significant issue. Relocating to another place would solve that. The ocean was vast. Could it not accommodate a free-spirited masked rider and a walking 79 million? Lu Cheng casually donned a hat for himself, then struck a dashing pose before the astonished little Robin. Transform. The crimson suit enveloped his entire being, and the masked rider Dragon Knight made his grand reappearance. Theoretically, he could transform with just a thought, but why did he always strike a pose and recite lines? Simply because it was undeniably cool. He had performed the same actions countless times before the mirror. Though it felt somewhat embarrassing now, it was merely due to the absence of armor. Now, striking a heroic pose truly transformed him into the masked rider, and he felt no shame, only an exhilarating sense of coolness. As for the onlookers, they could only gawk in amazement. Lu Cheng beamed at the wide-eyed, dazed little Robin, chuckling at, "Am I not handsome?" The little Robin nodded vigorously, reminiscent of how she had felt when he had suddenly appeared to save her the day before. Though the armor appeared a bit peculiar, it was undeniably striking. She had taken an instant liking to it. Such a discerning eye at such a young age. No wonder you are the walking 79 million. Far surpassing the average person, Lu Cheng proudly placed his hands on his hips. When you grow up, I shall get you one too. I guarantee it will be breathtakingly stylish. Little Robin's eyes sparkled at his words. Yet at that moment, a cacophony of footsteps and voices erupted from outside the door. This is the place. That man burst in, cradling something. I'm certain it's a little girl. They definitely haven't left. I came early to inform you all, keeping my husband on watch. They have absolutely not exited. Little Robin's complexion turned pale. Instinctively, she dashed to the window, contemplating escape. However, upon seeing Lu Cheng standing firm, she hurriedly returned and clung to his waist, desperately urging him to flee with her. Yet, transformed into Dragon Knight, Lu Cheng possessed immense strength. How could a small girl possibly budge him? At her current capacity, even if she activated her flower fruit powers to tug at him, it would be a feat if she succeeded in moving him even slightly. He effortlessly lifted the little girl into his arms, and upon being cradled, she ceased her struggles, gazing curiously at him. As if to discern his next move, Lu Cheng strode a couple of steps to the large dressing mirror, the bright surface reflecting the two of them. What are you planning to do? At this moment, instead of fleeing, one gazes into the mirror, perhaps to admire one's own handsomeness. Have I not already praised your striking appearance? Little Robin's face was filled with confusion. Then, in astonishment, she found herself inching closer to the mirror, desperately kicking her legs and shouting no, no, but to no avail. The mirror continued to draw nearer to her face. Subsequently, she was entirely engulfed by the mirror, as if swallowed whole by Lu Cheng. It doesn't hurt. Little Robin opened her eyes, only to realize she was still in her original room, albeit now vacant and desolate, with only her presence lingering. Where is my knight? Such a grand figure. The masked rider, where has he vanished? She abruptly looked up and saw the deep crimson armor standing silently behind her in the mirror. Reaching back to touch it, she found nothing there. What is happening? Am I trapped within the mirror? Lu Cheng remained steadfast, and suddenly the door burst open with a thunderous crash. A group of men in black, armed with swords and knives, stormed in. They quickly spotted the figure clad in the scarlet armor before the mirror. Found him. The boss was not deceiving us after all. He truly is the one who claims to be the masked rider. If they had located him, then surely the demon's child must be nearby as well. Yet, as they surveyed their surroundings, they were left dumbfounded. Where is the 79 million? Such a significant sum. Where could it have gone? Wasn't it said that 79 million was with that masked rider? Where could it have fled to? Their furious gazes fell upon Lu Cheng. Where have you hidden the demon's child? Be wise and hand her over, or you shall come to learn the consequences of crossing our gang. Gang, you say? Lu Cheng flexed his neck. Hearing that name in the West Sea is indeed quite terrifying. That if you know fear, hand the person over quickly, or else we will turn you into minced meat. Lu Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Doe, how frightening. But I recall having already offended you, didn't I? I believe I dispatched quite a few of your men yesterday, though the exact number escapes me. Have you all forgotten so swiftly? Forgetting was not an option. The gang had issued a kill order against him. However, the whereabouts of the demon's child took precedence, and they stifled their rage to inquire again. Where is the demon's child? If you do not speak, we shall incapacitate you and slowly extract the truth. Lu Cheng shrugged, resting his chin on his hand, and emitted a villainous chuckle. Hee, the demon's child. I devoured her. His laughter echoed. Not even a bone remains. 79 million. Truly a delectable treat. Ha, devoured. The crowd was taken aback. What kind of monster are you? Yet, upon hearing his mocking laughter, they realized they had been played. How dare someone provoke their gang so brazenly? Truly, unforgivable. But what infuriated them more was when Lu Cheng raised his middle finger at them. That if you're dissatisfied, come and fight me, fools. Then, amidst their furious glares, he dove into the mirror, disappearing from sight. Not far from the hotel room, a glimmer flashed across the glazed roof. That a peculiar figure clad in deep crimson armor appeared abruptly. Lu Cheng emerged from the mirror world. He drew a card from the card box at his waist, inserting it into the dragon-headed summoning device on his left arm. Giving it a gentle push, a dangerous red light flickered from the dragon's eyes of the summoning machine. Strike vent. The heavy strike descends. A resounding announcement echoed through the skies, prompting the pedestrians in the streets to look up in confusion. As the saying goes, one can hear the voice, but not see the person. Today, Lu Cheng had come to play the role of a thief. He extended his right hand, automatically receiving a shooting weapon resembling the dragon's head, the dragon claw fire. Descending from the heavens, the peerless dragon circled behind him, and he crouched down to gather strength, pointing his right fist forward with the dragon claw fire. Simultaneously, the peerless dragon unleashed a torrent of flames. That a colossal fireball hurtled toward the buildings, resulting in a massive explosion that sent the hotel soaring into the air. What tremendous power! Witnessing this, Lu Cheng marveled at the dragon claw fire, a weapon capable of being used as a grand attack. Its might was truly exceptional. Furthermore, utilizing such fire-based ranged weaponry to assault enemies was incredibly exhilarating. It offered both high concealment and formidable offensive strength. No wonder the Iron Soldier cherished employing such tactics. This was a delightful prelude. One would be fortunate to escape unscathed. He wondered when he would finally acquire the Iron Soldier for himself. Before others could realize what had transpired, he swiftly slipped back into the mirror world, a thrilling hit-and-run. Little Robin stared blankly at the burning hotel outside the mirror. Entranced by the flames, Lu Cheng patted her on the shoulder. Well, have you calmed down? If not, I can create more trouble for them on your behalf. Robin looked up at Lu Cheng, understanding that he was acting out of concern for her. Otherwise, he need not have stirred up such trouble. He could have simply walked away or taken her to claim a reward. It had been a long time since anyone had treated her with such kindness. Since that fateful night, she had known no one who cared for her. Her life had been reduced to mere survival and evasion. Why? Lu Cheng lowered his head, noticing the earnestness in little Robin's gaze. What did she mean by why? Why treat me so well? Lu Cheng paused momentarily, then answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course, because you are my 79 million. How dare they attempt to steal my money, and so brazenly at that? He thumped his chest, speaking with conviction. No one can take my money. No one. The last person who tried is still languishing in jail, courtesy of me. Robin wiped her tears, nodding incessantly, attempting to smile, but her tears flowed like a broken string of pearls. Impossible to stop. Oh dear, my little ancestor, please don't cry. What with the sudden tears? Lu Cheng hurriedly comforted her, recalling how Robin used to be a crybaby as a child. Or had something he said been inappropriate? He pondered before rephrasing. Of course, it's not such a superficial reason. I have never been particularly interested in money. He gestured emphatically, his voice resolute and inspiring, reaching deep into little Robin's heart. Because I am a masked rider, the most righteous and free individual upon these seas. I shall do as I please. I will save whom I wish, and I will strike down those I find displeasing. How dare they bully an 8-year-old child? If I do not retaliate against them, who else shall I punish? Lu Cheng thumped his chest. Rest assured, if anyone bullies you, just tell me that I'll take down each and every one of them. If I can't beat them, then I'll bide my time until I can. Little Robin diligently wiped the corners of her eyes that we've made a promise. Yes, let us seal it with a pinky swear. But why are you crying so much? How little have you had to drink? The young girl wiped her tears, solemnly linking her pinky with his. When I grow up, I will protect you and ensure no one dares bully you. Oh, that won't be necessary. Lu Cheng mused. Given his personality, he would surely accumulate many enemies in the future. The 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, the navy, the pirates, the celestial dragons, as long as they irked him. He would take them down one by one. By then, his foes might stretch from here to the ashes of Kazuki Momonosuke, and finally to laugh tail at the world SEND at that point. He hoped this little girl wouldn't be so frightened as to burst into tears. There's no need to seek them out. I bear them no grudge. They merely desire money, and I understand their motives. Lu Cheng fell silent for a moment. Ultimately, the celestial dragons and the navy were the true culprits behind little Robin's current plight. It was commendable that she had not succumbed entirely to hatred, managing to retain her rationality and kindness. His heart softened further as he reached out to pat her head. Very well then. Thus, they forged a mutual promise as they ventured deeper into the mirror world. Soon, Lu Cheng led Robin to a more distant restaurant. Observing from the mirrored world, he deemed the area relatively safe, having spotted no figures in black suits. The 2 figures emerged unexpectedly from the shadows. Drawing no attention from anyone, the little girl had only consumed a bowl of soup over the past few days, her stomach growling with hunger, and Lu Cheng found himself feeling somewhat peckish as well. Given his current abilities, it was unlikely that anyone could apprehend him, so he decided to treat the little girl to a hearty meal first. Little Robin was clad in oversized men's clothing, her hat obscuring half her face. Had she not been cautious, she would have been easily recognized. At least they had enough time to dine in peace. Lu Cheng devoured his meal with gusto. Although he was not particularly starving, his body seemed to demand sustenance, and he could eat heartily at any moment. Meanwhile, Robin felt a bit unsettled. It had been ages since she had dined openly in a bustling restaurant filled with patrons. She had always been stealthy, fearful of revealing her whereabouts, and now, suddenly appearing in plain sight was rather disconcerting. However, upon realizing that no one was paying her any mind, especially not the voracious Lu Cheng beside her, she finally relaxed. Robin nibbled cautiously, savoring the delectable dishes she had only dreamt of consuming. She was hesitant to eat too quickly, fearing that if she opened her eyes, she would find herself back in a filthy heap of refuse. Gnawing on scraps. Come on, eat more. You're in a growth spurt, Lu Cheng exclaimed between mouthfuls, serving her a generous portion of meat from his plate. Unable to speak further, he merely winked at her in a shadowy underground lair. A group of grim-faced mobsters gathered. Are we just going to let this slide? They killed so many of our men and brazenly stole the child of the devil right before our eyes. One of them fumed. Exactly, echoed a burly man dressed in black. If word gets out, how can we ever hold our heads up among our peers? The din of their agitation was overwhelming, a cacophony of discontent. But what can we do? Can you capture them? The towering man finally snapped, kicking over a table, sending Robin's bounty poster and the image of the masked rider fluttering through the air. Instantly, silence fell over the room. The mere fact that they can enter the mirror is enough to spell our doom. He continued, his anger boiling over. Regardless of their strength, just that ability makes them more formidable than any bounty of millions. Defeated, he slumped down, Inform the others to cease any provocations. The 79 million is tempting, but with a similar level pirate at their side, it's not worth the risk. We won't pursue this bounty any longer. Who knows how many brothers would perish? He sighed heavily. Let us keep our heads down. We might even draw the Navy's attention. Unbeknownst to Lu Cheng, the gang's attitude towards him had shifted dramatically. While he and little Robin indulged in their meal, they were enjoying their food, listening to the neighboring diners discussing various topics, who had fought whom, treasures discovered in distant seas. Some even mentioned Robin's 79 million bounty, causing her to lose her appetite. Lu Cheng, however, was engrossed in their chatter until some rowdy patrons boisterously recounted their exploits at the notorious den of iniquity known as the Floating Flower Ship. The tales were both alluring and shameful. Lu Cheng, ever the vigilant guardian, carefully covered Robin's ears to shield her from the vulgarities, ensuring her pure spirit remained untainted. After they had eaten their fill, unbothered by the gang, they leisurely listened to more tales of the sea and gossip before Lu Cheng finally led Robin outside. Where to next? Robin hesitated, for she had only known to hide in desolate places. But now such worries were lifted from her shoulders. Lu Cheng pondered, glancing at her comical attire. Next, we should seek out some kind-hearted pirate to earn a bit of coin. After all, I've just become a bounty hunter. And you have quite the appetite. Robin remained silent, tightening her grip on Lu Cheng's hand. How about this outfit? Do you like it? In a shop, Lu Cheng was assisting little Robin in selecting clothes. With one hand carrying a bag full of garments and the other clutching a large purse, he waited as she tried on various outfits, occasionally picking one up to inspect or asking for her opinion. Is it pretty? Robin asked uncertainly, standing before the mirror in a white dress. Lu Cheng yawned, responding with feigned enthusiasm. Yes, it looks great. So, which one will you choose? Robin hesitated, prompting Lu Cheng to decisively wave his hand. I'll take both of these. Wrap them up. After finally finishing their shopping, an endeavor that proved more exhausting than battling the gang, they emerged from the store, astonished that the mob had seemingly abandoned their pursuit of the 79 million bounty. The two spent hours leisurely picking out clothes, and even when they encountered figures in black suits, those individuals averted their gazes and walked away. Lu Cheng nearly lost his composure, bewildered by their cowardice. Aren't you supposed to be villains? Shouldn't you be relentless in your pursuits, sending wave after wave of minions to confront the protagonists? After suffering such a significant defeat, you simply give up. You should be ashamed to call yourselves a gang. Robin, too, sensed this change. No longer did anyone observe her with greedy eyes, and she felt an unexpected lightness, which explained her newfound cheerfulness. She ran over to Lu Cheng and nodded in agreement. Are you certain there's nothing else you want to buy? Once we're at sea, it will be too late, Lu Cheng reminded her again. Seeing her serious nod, he playfully pushed her, and together, they vanished into the mirrored world, leaving the shopkeepers in shock at a short distance away. Several figures in black suits emerged, reporting, informed the boss. They've likely finished their shopping and are now completely gone. After their lengthy excursion, they had acquired not only clothing but also a few other items, including an adorable mask resembling a small face that Robin now wore. Lu Cheng adjusted the mask on Robin's face, nodding with satisfaction. Perfect. Your disguise is impeccable. No one will recognize you now. Really? Robin gazed at her reflection, feeling uncertain about the reliability of her disguise, but Lu Cheng found it amusing. They were now a duo of masked figures, a large mask and a small one, a perfect match. Where to next? Robin inquired, as they had gathered all their belongings and it was time to leave. That I'm not quite sure yet, but as bounty hunters, we should find a couple of pirates to share a meal with. Lu Cheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. After that, we'll explore the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, North Sea, and the Grand Line. There's so much to see. Having arrived in this grand era of piracy, one would think it only fitting to pursue the path of strength and freedom upon the boundless seas, especially with the incredible advantage of a Kamen Rider system at one's disposal. Would it not be a waste to squander this opportunity? Little Robin, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of confusion, while Lu Cheng summoned his limited edition Kamen Rider motorcycle, the Dragon Knight. The top of the motorcycle slowly opened, and Lu Cheng effortlessly seated himself within, waving dismissively at the astonished little Robin. Having fainted earlier, she was entirely unaware of Lu Cheng's possession of such a striking vehicle. The stark technological design was a stark contrast to the antiquated vehicles typically seen in the pirate world. Almost a dimensional shift. Lu Cheng waved at her. There's no time for explanations. Hop on. Little Robin, her face a canvas of questions, obediently moved to his side, squeezing into the somewhat cramped motorcycle. As the top of the motorcycle began to close, their fragmented conversation drifted from within. Where are we headed? Back to my ship. You have a ship? Of course. I am a pirate hunter. It's essential for my livelihood. He needed to return to replenish his supplies for the next fortnight. So it seems quite normal for a pirate hunter to possess a ship. Does this mean I shall also become a pirate hunter in the future? Robin pondered. How did you acquire this ship? A friend gifted it to me. Huh. On the Kamen Rider. This is a pirate ship. I assent it. Yes, because that fellow was attempting to steal my berries, and coincidentally, he had quite the bounty. The moment I learned of his bounty, I resolved to become a pirate hunter. Lu Chung pounded his chest, brimming with pride. He was grateful for the chance to reform. So he presented me with this ship as a token of thanks. Really? A genius girl who became a PhD in history at the tender age of 8 finds that hard to believe. Can there truly be such a foolish person? Lu Chung nodded emphatically. Indeed, the individual was both ugly and dim-witted. Absolutely true. When I was about to leave, he was weeping and clinging to my leg, begging for a second chance at life, vowing never to be a pirate again. Little Robin came to understand that person was not a friend, merely another dreamer lost to the vast sea. She contemplated the value of a pirate who possessed such a grand vessel. How much did you sell him for? 8 million berries. No, I didn't sell him. I merely accepted a small fee after granting him the opportunity to reform. That it was evident that their bond was indeed strong. Little Robin blinked. I imagine he must have cried quite audibly at the time. Yes, parting with a friend is always poignant. Lu Chung mused. Little Robin felt a growing disinterest in him, yet a thought crossed her mind. How much was he attempting to steal from you? Well, I recall having 400 berries at the time, having spent most on food and drink, which left me with about 5 berries. He risked 800 million for a mere 5 berries. Correct? Despite never having encountered the man, Little Robin inexplicably felt a pang of sympathy for him. It was truly tragic. Indeed, Lu Chung nodded in agreement. I am the one truly unfortunate. There are always those coveting my meager funds. Infuriating me, how could I endure it? I immediately knocked a few of them down. Merely 5 berries. Yet such a profound vendetta against someone whose worth is a staggering 79 million berries if someone were to covet him. Wouldn't they be driven to madness, wishing to obliterate the world? Strangely, the lively young lady with a bounty of 79 million felt an overwhelming sense of buoyancy, her spirit lightening as she leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the endless azure ocean, her heart brimming with sweetness, akin to consuming honey. Nay, even sweeter than that. This was the taste of freedom, bestowed upon her by the Kamen Rider. She would never forget it. It seemed the Kamen Rider was perpetually short on funds, likely due to his substantial appetite, yet she herself required so little to sustain. Little Robin contemplated this as she approached a pile of discarded paper, carefully picking up each bounty poster, nearly as large as herself, examining them with diligence and stacking them neatly. The Kamen Rider appeared rather clumsy. It must be difficult for him to earn money. She resolved to help him garner riches, believing that with enough funds, he would no longer consider trading her for a bounty. However, these pirates appeared fearsome. What if the Kamen Rider were to get hurt while apprehending them? Little Robin fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Lu Chung had raised the anchor, unfurled the sails, and prepared to set sail. Set forth, Kamen Rider. Wherever we desire to go, I shall become the freest Kamen Rider upon the seas. Onward. The Kamen Rider gradually departed the harbor, as numerous figures clad in dark suits watched from the shore, observing the ship's departure. Boss, that Kamen Rider has finally left, along with that 79 million bounty. Both aboard the ship. Understood. That a low voice emanated from the transponder snail. It's no longer our concern. The Navy is on its way, and we need not interfere. Return. There have already been enough disturbances on South Gakko Island. It appears they think us easy prey. We must teach them a lesson about the consequences of crossing us. Yes, boss. The ship sailed further away, gradually disappearing into the horizon. Simultaneously, news from the Western Sea News Agency was transmitted via fax to the 4 corners of the world, and even to the distant region known as the Grand Line. Merely 8 years of age, the notorious demon's child Nico Robin was rescued by a mysterious figure on South Gakko Island, who claimed to be just a passing Kamen Rider. The motives and true identity remained shrouded in mystery. and there are suspicions of possible accomplices. This news rapidly spread across the globe via fax. Thousands of newspapers were swiftly printed. Orderly newsbirds, adorned with sailor hats and carrying small bags, lined up to collect the freshly printed papers. One by one, they flapped their wings, soaring into the skies, dispersing the news to every corner of the world. An invisible storm was brewing, and this news was poised to reverberate throughout the globe. Days passed out on the endless, turbulent seas. A solitary ship swayed amidst the waves, the bow of the Kamen Rider. The glimmering berries sparkled enticingly under the sun. Lu Cheng vigorously waved the berries in his hand, catching the attention of a newsbird soaring above. More precisely, it was the berries that drew its interest, causing it to descend. After snatching the berries from Lu Cheng's grasp, it retrieved a stack of newspapers from its small bag and tossed them to him before taking flight, disappearing into the distance. What a plump bird! Lu Cheng licked his lips, regrettably unable to seize the opportunity that it was said that all the newsbirds shared a single brain. Once you entangle with one, acquiring newspapers would become a daunting task. Longing for newspapers while adrift at sea could indeed lead to boredom. Lu Cheng unfolded the newspaper, perusing a few pages until he stumbled upon a familiar photograph. In a torrential downpour, a Kamen Rider clad in red armor cradled a fainted little girl as he mounted his motorcycle. The ominous red glow of his helmet's eyes flashing dangerously that a prominent headline read, "Mysterious armored figure kidnaps 79 million. What are their intentions?" Upon seeing the headline, Lu Cheng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Why must sensationalism plague every corner of the world? Little Robin, intrigued, leaned in to see why Lu Cheng suddenly erupted in frustration. Her eyes landing on the glaring photograph that dawned upon her that this captured the moment she had fainted and was rescued. She looked up at Lu Cheng, who was still ranting, his face contorted with rage as he pounded the deck. These vile sensationalists will stop at nothing for attention. Look at this nonsense. It makes me seem like a criminal abducting a little girl. And what do they mean by armored figure? I explicitly stated I am a Kamen Rider. Can they not comprehend human language? As she watched Lu Cheng's incessant chatter, a peculiar warmth flickered in Robin's heart. Her bright eyes blinked and she gently reached out to take his hand. Robin's hand was small and soft, fitting comfortably in his grasp, just as he was about to speak. An unexpected chill swept through the air. What was happening? Robin sensed the change as well and began to glance around in confusion. It was this persistent group of Navy officers. Lu Cheng leapt onto the ship's mast, gazing into the distance with a sigh. The Navy Admiral, Akiji. Of course, Lu Cheng recalled that at this time, the man in question was not yet an admiral. The sea's surface froze over, the frost creeping towards them from afar. Lu Cheng jumped down from the bow and patted Robin's shoulder. Be careful. The Navy is coming, and it seems they've sent a formidable foe. Without needing Lu Cheng's warning, Robin had already spotted the frost spreading from the distant sea. An unmistakable fear reflecting in her obsidian eyes. She recognized who was approaching. The very man whose hands had claimed the life of her friend, Jaguar D. Saul. As he sought to protect her, it was thanks to Saul's help that she had survived the onslaught of the Buster Call and managed to escape O'Hara. Now, was that terrifying Navy officer pursuing her once more? Was she destined to bring misfortune to those who cared for her? The image of Saul, transformed into an ice statue before her eyes, haunted her still. Would another person who cared for her meet a similar fate? As Robin gazed at Lu Cheng standing protectively in front of her, an image flashed in her mind of him encased in ice. And her heart ached with sorrow. Why? What had she done wrong? Why could they not simply let her be? The wind stilled. The ship slowed its pace. Crimson armor once again enveloped Lu Cheng. He quietly surveyed the scene before him, a path of frost materializing on the sea's surface, where a tall man with black hair lazily pedaled an old-fashioned bicycle, blocking their vessel's way. Lu Cheng had anticipated that the Navy would come seeking trouble, but to find Akiji himself among them left him perplexed. This guy, what nonsense was he up to? Lu Cheng recalled that Akiji was known for his laid-back demeanor within the Navy. Such actions as hunting down children did not seem fitting for him. Perhaps Akainu would be more inclined to such brutality. Why was Akiji being so proactive? Lu Cheng vaguely remembered that in the storyline, Akiji had no intention of harming Robin. After all, if an admiral truly wanted to apprehend her, no amount of luck would save little Robin. The original plot had allowed Robin to evade capture and find refuge under Crocodile. It was implausible that Akiji had not let her go. But if Akiji did not intend to capture the little girl, what was his purpose for appearing now? Could he not simply turn a blind eye and allow him to whisk the little loli away? Wait a moment. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow. This perverted stalker, could it be that he was concerned for Nico Robin and had come to test him? The more Lu Cheng thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. This chilling bird was far too meddlesome. He was not her guardian, and he had indirectly caused the death of Robin's entire family. Why did he feel the need to involve himself? Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. Task name: the free masked rider, a masked rider, and one who prided himself on being the most free of them all. How could he be constrained by anyone? Task requirement: escape from the grasp of Navy Vice Admiral Akiji. Task reward: 500 points of justice. Task status: awaiting acceptance. Would you like to accept the task? Was this not a generous offer of points? Lu Cheng readily accepted the task. Standing at the bow of the ship, he feigned ignorance of Akiji's identity and loudly demanded, "Who are you? Are you the so-called masked rider?" Akiji countered, without answering. Of course. What business do you have with me if you don't even know who I am? Lu Cheng had little patience for this meddlesome individual, who he suspected had come to stir trouble. Speak plainly, or be gone. If you're here to claim my bounty of 79 million, then get lost. Akiji regarded the figure concealed beneath the peculiar armor, perplexed by his audacity. After a moment's thought, he surmised that the boy was unaware of his identity. I am Vice Admiral Kazan of the Navy. If I recall correctly, you are a bounty hunter, are you not? So he was a Vice Admiral of the Navy. Lu Cheng shrugged. Quite impressive, but I am not a pirate. Do you intend to apprehend me? Whether you are a pirate or not is not for you to decide, kid, Akiji retorted, brushing his hair aside. It is for us in the Navy to determine. Lu Cheng felt speechless. That statement held undeniable logic, yet it was exceedingly shameless. Akiji glanced at Lu Cheng, seemingly discerning his thoughts. If you are not a pirate, why associate with the Devil's Child? Lu Cheng turned to Robin, noticing her cowering demeanor, and a wave of irritation welled up inside him. The Devil's Child? She? Lu Cheng pointed at Robin, his tone thick with sarcasm. An 8-year-old girl? Are the Navy's eyes blind? Akiji was momentarily at a loss for words, but compared to Akainu's explosive temperament, he was far more amenable. Had it been Akainu here, he would have surely flung a fireball at Lu Cheng for such insults. Kid, you can't just say whatever you please. The Navy's honor is not something you can easily tarnish. Lu Cheng glanced at Akiji, noting that he was not donned in the signature Navy cloak of justice, but rather dressed in a black suit, resembling a member of the underworld. Lu Cheng understood that discussing this topic with Akiji would lead nowhere as long as the celestial dragons remained untouchable. The Navy's justice would forever be a farce. Justice serving only a select few could never be deemed true justice. He gently patted Robin's head, signaling her to remain calm. Lu Cheng raised his gaze, casting a discontented look at Akiji. You chilling bird, why frighten a child? Look at how terrified Robin is. Your demeanor is utterly despicable. Unfortunately, his expression was concealed beneath the mask, rendering it impossible to discern. He spoke to Akiji with irritation. Since you know I am a bounty hunter, why does it concern you if I capture my bounty? Akiji was not particularly angered by Lu Cheng's retort. You're so impatient, kid. Since you are a bounty hunter and I am part of the Navy, you can now hand her over to me. Get lost. Do you have any money? Lu Cheng shot a glance at Akiji, whose shabby attire and dilapidated bicycle hardly suggested he was carrying 79 million. That I can pay you later. Akiji replied nonchalantly, Oh, you wish to snag my 79 million without compensation? Lu Cheng nearly laughed at the absurdity. Do you know what happened to the last person who tried to rob me? We in the Navy have our credibility, Akiji stated. You can accompany me to the nearest Navy base, and your money will be guaranteed. I refuse. Lu Cheng firmly declined. Are you joking? If I wanted to take Robin for the bounty, I wouldn't have waited all this time to personally chase you down. I'm not in need of money at the moment. I'll go when I need it. Akiji's eyebrows raised slightly, realizing that the masked rider before him seemed quite fearless and had no intention of handing Robin over to. So you are determined to oppose us in the Navy? Lu Cheng laughed lightly. What difference does it make? Did you not just say that whether I am a pirate is determined by you? Is my attitude truly significant to you? Akiji shook his head, acknowledging that he would not be able to persuade Lu Cheng that he made one final attempt to reason. You still have time to hand her over. You haven't committed any crimes. I assure you in the name of the Navy Vice Admiral. There will be no repercussions. Lu Cheng glanced at Robin, her eyes filled with worry that he patted her head, signaling her to step back. From the card case at his waist, he drew a card and inserted it into the dragon summoner on his left hand. "I'll hand you a big-headed ghost." As he spoke, a resounding voice echoed through the sky. Advent. The unmatched dragon let out a resounding roar, its tail striking fiercely at Kazan. Could this truly be the legendary dragon? Indeed, it appeared somewhat peculiar. Your devil fruit ability is utterly incomprehensible. The IT is precisely that which makes it so elusive. Lu Cheng chuckled softly. Unmatched dragon, strike him. You little brat, do you really believe that could harm me? You are utterly ignorant of true power. The dragon's tail whipped through the air with the swiftness of lightning. Yet Kazan, as a vice admiral of the Navy, possessed formidable strength. His observation haki effortlessly detected the crimson dragon's tail sweeping toward him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the very tip of the dragon's tail resembled a gleaming longsword, exuding an aura of peril. Initially, he had underestimated Lu Cheng, as his own power, sensed through his observation haki, seemed relatively weak. However, the dragon's prowess was undeniably impressive. In the critical moment, just before the dragon's tail would have struck, his intuition warned him of the impending danger, with a slight furrow of his brow. His figure vanished, leaving behind a massive block of ice. Boom! The ice shattered into fragments as the unmatched dragon's tail smashed into it. Yet Kazan had already appeared on the surface of the sea a short distance away. A remarkable pet indeed. No wonder you exude such confidence. Kazan praised sincerely, recognizing that even if Lu Cheng's inherent strength was not exceptional, the presence of this dragon rendered him a formidable adversary. Rivaling even the most notorious pirates of the seas, that we are merely getting started. Lu Cheng grinned mischievously. Unmatched dragon, let him feel our fervor. After missing its target, the unmatched dragon was quite disheartened, but upon hearing Lu Cheng's command, it opened its mouth and unleashed a searing fireball toward Kazan. I am ice, and you are fire. How intriguing! Kazan's eyes gleamed at the sight of the blazing fireball, reminiscent of a former comrade. A master of flames. Therefore, he ceased to evade, commanding the tumultuous sea to rise and form layers of ice walls that shielded him. The scorching fireball collided with the ice walls, and amidst the thunderous explosion, a white mist enveloped the area. The fireball managed to breach 2 layers of defense before being completely halted, yet 3 formidable ice walls still stood before Kazan. He regarded Lu Cheng with newfound interest. Initially perceiving him as merely a brash young lad of mediocre strength, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a glimmer of potential, eager to see what other tricks Lu Cheng might possess. He smiled and remarked, "I have a companion whose mastery of fire far surpasses yours. My defenses would crumble against merely a casual strike from him." Lu Cheng understood he referred to Akainu, another of the future admirals, whose prowess was indeed formidable. However, Lu Cheng was somewhat taken aback that Kazan would compare him to Akainu. It seemed that even the Ice Admiral recognized the merits of his companion, at least in terms of discernment. Since Kazan was keen to observe, Lu Cheng too wished to test the extent of his abilities against these genuine powerhouses. With a smile, he responded, "If you find this fire lackluster, how about I intensify it?" He reached for a card from the box at his waist. Kazan's eyes brightened. "Do you have other fascinating tricks up your sleeve? You shall find out just how entertaining it is." Lu Cheng replied, inserting the card into the dragon summoner on his left hand. "Strike vent." The strike descends. A voice echoed from the heavens, the source of which Kazan could not discern, though he did not fully grasp the tactical significance of revealing one's intentions prior to an attack. He found it inexplicably stylish, especially as Lu Cheng extended his right hand, receiving the weapon known as Dragon Claw Fire, which descended from the sky. The unmatched dragon, glowing a vibrant crimson, circled around him, roaring fiercely as Lu Cheng swung his fist forward, the Dragon Claw Fire erupting in tandem with the dragon's flames. The fusion of man and dragon was nothing short of spectacular, while it was difficult to ascertain Lu Cheng's actual strength. It was undeniable that his style was in a league of its own. Moreover, this assault was evidently far more potent than the previous one. Kazan furrowed his brow slightly, discreetly reinforcing his defenses. With a resounding dragon's roar, the searing dragon flame shot toward Kazan with the intent to obliterate, igniting the sea in a conflagration of towering flames. "Impressive, kid. I must admit, I underestimated you slightly." Kazan's voice emerged from the inferno, appearing unfazed, yet a sudden chill swept through the air, extinguishing the raging inferno on the surface of the sea in an instant. "Is there anything stronger? You've certainly compelled me to exert myself a bit." Lu Cheng silently rolled his eyes beneath his mask, somewhat irked by Kazan's composed demeanor. Yet, he could not help but envy the confidence that came with such strength, allowing one to remain nonchalant. However, with Kazan, a master of his craft, providing an opportunity for combat, Lu Cheng found himself increasingly eager to engage. Given your prowess, I presume you can easily withstand a night kick? Night kick. Kazan's interest peaked slightly. Is that your ultimate move? Indeed. Lu Cheng maintained a straight face as he jested. The Dragon Night Kick, a unique technique I have honed over decades, merging man and dragon to shatter mountains. Kazan was rendered speechless. Though Lu Cheng spoke with utmost seriousness, the absurdity of his claim left him bemused. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "But you appear to be merely in your teens. How could you possibly have spent decades honing such a skill?" "That is not the point," Lu Cheng retorted as he withdrew a lethal card from the Kamen Rider Dragoon card box at his waist, the quintessential winning technique among all Kamen Riders. Night Kick. A Kamen Rider without a night kick lacks a soul. As he inserted the card into the Dragon Summoner once more, the air resonated with the triumphant proclamation, "Final Vent. The final descends." With the reading of the card complete, Lu Cheng leapt high into the air, the crimson unmatched dragon swirling around him in a dazzling display. Lu Cheng's body spun in a conical motion, soaring toward the heavens, and at the apex. He executed a kicking posture aimed at Kazan. Simultaneously, the unmatched dragon unleashed flames from its maw, merging with Lu Cheng in a breathtaking spectacle. The blazing inferno enveloped Lu Cheng, and as the unmatched dragon circled him, their powers coalesced in a moment of unparalleled synergy. His figure descended like a blazing bolt of lightning, targeting Kazan with the Dragon Night Kick. Witnessing the figure seamlessly intertwined with flames, the sheer force emanating from this kick was unmistakably formidable. How incredibly stylish and powerful, Kazan mused, wishing he had a camera to capture this moment to show Akainu, so he might learn from it. Why was it that others could wield fire with such flair? However, this kick would not be easily met. Kazan's brow furrowed. Sensing the imminent danger, his observation haki heightened his instincts, identifying this strike as exceedingly perilous. He could not afford to relax his guard. After all, the opponent had previously been an inconspicuous brat, while he was the renowned Vice Admiral of the Navy, Kazan the Iceberg. Few surpassed him across the vast ocean, and for someone to instill a sense of danger in him was already a remarkable feat. Black armament haki coiled around Kazan as he resolved to unleash his full power, summoning a roaring ice dragon that formed from the frigid air around him. With a mighty punch, he declared, "Absolute Zero Ice Dragon emerges." Two figures, one blue and one red, clashed violently in the sky, the resulting shockwave overturning waves of the sea to heights of several dozen meters. The collision of extreme cold and extreme heat resembled the encounter of the most fervent flames with icy waters, rendering it impossible to determine a victor as they remained suspended in the air, devouring each other. The night ship swayed amidst the tumultuous waves. Nico Robin, with an anxious expression, clung desperately to the bow of the ship. Oblivious to the salty seawater engulfing her, she gazed at the two colliding figures, fervently praying in her heart, "Please, I beg you, don't let anything happen to him." The faces of those she had lost floated before her, and her tears mingled with the seawater cascading down. It was all her fault. She felt like the cursed child who brought calamity to others. Memories of her time with Lu Cheng flooded her mind, especially the moment just before she fainted, when he appeared before her like a knight. As if he had heard her silent call, the two figures plummeted from the sky. Kazan braced himself against the frozen sea, flexing his wrist, while the crimson-armored figure crashed heavily into the frigid waters, vanishing from sight. Kazan looked up at the sobbing girl. "Nico Robin, deep down you know that being with him only brings him harm. Just as it is now that he is a devil fruit user and cannot swim, that if you delay any longer, he will be lost. Don't hurt him. I'll go with you. Please don't harm him," little Robin cried, tears streaming down her face. "Hurry and save him, I beg you." Seeing her distress, Kazan's gaze flickered momentarily, but at that moment, the sea erupted with a thunderous roar, a dragon's roar shaking the heavens. Lu Cheng, atop the Wushuang Long, cursed loudly, "Damn you, Marine Vice Admiral. How can you bully a little girl at your age? Do I need your help?" Lu Cheng rolled off the back of the Wushuang Long and landed beside Robin. She threw herself into his arms, clinging to him tightly. "Woo-woo, it's all my fault. Please don't fight him. You can't win. You're my only friend. I don't want you to die, I'll go with him. Just don't fight anymore, woo-woo. Witnessing Robin's tears, Lu Cheng felt a mix of heartbreak and anger. Before his transmigration, he had followed the original story of One Piece for years, particularly fond of Robin's character. Thus, upon seeing her bounty, he had set sail without hesitation. Coming to this pirate world, he yearned for the unrestrained freedom it promised. Given this opportunity, he was determined to accomplish what he once thought impossible. He vowed to not let her suffer the same tragic fate as in the original story. He had to protect her, yet now, she was crying so sorrowfully before him, like an injured little beast. Her smile that had only just appeared now vanished once more. Indeed, the Marines lived up to their reputation as one of the most formidable forces on the sea. The future Marine Admiral Kazan before him had just demonstrated his strength. His most powerful strike merely leaving the opponent in a slight disarray, while he was already nearing exhaustion, unable to deliver another blow of equal force. But so what? To think he could make Lu Cheng hand over Robin. Had he not awakened from his dreams? Lu Cheng patted Robin's head, declaring, "You are my 79 million. No one, absolutely no one can take my treasure from me, especially not such a substantial amount. Not the Marines. Not the celestial dragons. Not even the Heavenly Father himself." He looked at Robin, his tone resolute. "So, do you understand?" Little Robin remained silent, nestled in his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Cheng raised his gaze to Kazan, enunciating each word. "It's pointless to say more. If you were in my position, threatened with your life to surrender your companion, would you comply? Would you comply? Would you comply?" He asked the last question with a roar. Kazan fell silent for a moment. "But you've only known each other for a few days." Lu Cheng looked up at him defiantly, stroking Robin's long hair. To her, it was merely a matter of days. But to him, it felt like a lifetime. During their silence, applause suddenly resonated across the sea. "Well said. We pirates are like that. We will never abandon any companion, no matter how briefly we've known them." "Kazan, you were even less than a child." "Who?" The unexpected voice drew the attention of Lu Cheng and Kazan. They turned to see a small boat leisurely drifting towards them, a figure sitting atop it, clapping their hands. Who could that be? From the tone, it sounds like a pirate. Just as Lu Cheng pondered, he caught sight of the figure on the boat, a familiar straw hat atop their head. Red strands of hair fluttering in the wind. Lu Cheng's eyes widened in realization that it was Shanks, the future red-haired pirate. Of course, at this moment, his arm was intact, not sacrificed to the new era if it was Shanks. It was no wonder he spoke such words that in the original story. Even when mountain bandits hurled insults at him, the red-haired man merely smiled in response. But should anyone dare to insult his companions, he would strike with fury, making his enemies no true regret. He was indeed a person who cherished his companions deeply. "Hello there." Shanks stood up in the small boat, waving at the two with a hearty greeting. "That was an impressive fight, and your words were equally remarkable. Kid, I have high hopes for you. You will surely become a great pirate." Lu Cheng felt a bit speechless. "That I'm a bounty hunter, not a pirate. No difference." Shanks yawned nonchalantly. "Do you think after fighting a Marine Vice Admiral, you can still comfortably be a bounty hunter?" Lu Cheng glanced at Kazan, noticing his silence, which clearly indicated his agreement with Shanks' words, leaving him somewhat at a loss. This was truly a Marine without salvation. Kazan stretched his wrist, feeling the ache from Lu Cheng's kick, then coldly addressed Shanks. "So you are the red-haired Shanks. When did you arrive?" "I came over when I heard the commotion while you were fighting. Seems like you all were quite serious, so I didn't want to interrupt." Shanks laughed heartily, carefree as he adjusted his straw hat. He never expected to find a Marine Vice Admiral bullying two children upon his arrival. What a revelation. Indeed, indeed. Lu Cheng chimed in. "Bullying even an 8-year-old child. How could you lay a hand on such a cute little girl? Truly inhumane. Face brother, let us join forces and take him down." Upon seeing Shanks, who was known as Face Brother, how could he not seek his favor? Kazan's tone remained icy. "Why aren't you with your pirate crew on the Grand Line? What brings you here? You Marines truly want to meddle in everything. What's wrong? Are you going to arrest me here?" Vice Admiral Kazan of the Marine Headquarters. Shanks laughed boisterously, his tone exuberant. Kazan remained silent. Although Shanks had only just begun to make a name for himself, countless clues hinted at his connection to a formidable man, possibly a former crew member of Pirate King Roger, given his age. He must have joined the crew at a young age, hinting at immense potential. This was a pirate acknowledged for his talent even by the Pirate King Roger himself. "What did you just call me?" "Face brother." Shanks tilted his head toward Lu Cheng, finding his crimson armor amusing. Do you know me? Lu Cheng shook his head, realizing that Shanks was not yet the renowned emperor of the sea he would become. Considering Shanks' youthful appearance, it was uncertain whether he could defeat Kazan in a one-on-one battle. I just thought you looked quite handsome. Like me. With such a charming face, I'm sure people give you face wherever you go. This left Shanks somewhat speechless. The peculiar armor and strange words made Lu Cheng seem rather eccentric. Kazan appeared quite mature, already in his 20s and serving as a vice-admiral. Lu Cheng contemplated that despite not having reached his full potential, Shanks was undoubtedly formidable even at this stage. The formidable combat prowess exhibited by the high-ranking officers within the narrative is unlikely to be far from the mark that is for Shanks. Lu Cheng stroked his chin. Recognizing that he appeared to be just slightly older, still far from achieving his full potential, which would eventually reach the level of the four emperors. However, the opponent has yet to stake a single arm in the new era, perhaps making him stronger than anticipated. Should these two engage in combat, it is likely that Akiji would hold the advantage. Nevertheless, capturing Shanks would not be an easy feat. After all, a future emperor is not one to falter easily. Lu Cheng mentally appraised the combat capabilities of both parties, yet over there, both Kazan and Shanks seemed increasingly restless. It is only natural. A notorious pirate and a vice-admiral of the Navy encountering one another in peace would be nothing short of miraculous. Kazan let out a soft sigh, a chilling aura radiating across the sea, causing the water to freeze inch by inch, the air growing ever more frigid. His demeanor shifted from the casual ease he had displayed while sparring with Lu Cheng to one of solemn seriousness, fully revealing the might of a Navy vice-admiral. Little Robin, just dampened by the seawater, now trembled as the temperature plummeted. Hey, Lu Cheng shouted at Akiji, disregarding Little Robin's tugging, if you're going to fight, can you at least temper your aura a bit? The poor girl just got better. What if she gets frozen again? Kazan's mouth twitched as he silently tried to control his icy breath. Steering it away from the two, the Wushuang dragon descended from the void, enveloping Little Robin's form in warmth, making her feel as if she were nestled by a roaring fire. She gently patted the dragon's massive head, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, big fellow. The Wushuang dragon let out a deep roar, and as Little Robin caressed its crimson scales, warmth filled her heart. What troubles you, Shanks? Kazan's voice, laced with a bone-chilling coldness, pierced through the air. Are you, as a notorious pirate, suddenly having a change of heart and wishing to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? A significant portion of the sea had been thoroughly frozen, resembling a vast expanse of ice-covered land. You may not be able to rescue them. That remains to be seen. Shanks unsheathed his sword with a slight smile. A Navy vice-admiral? I am quite eager to witness just how formidable the famed Kazan truly is. He turned to Lu Cheng. Kid, since I've aided you this time, you now owe me a favor. Lu Cheng hesitated for a moment before replying. Let me ask you, is there a possibility that I could depart without anyone's assistance today? They wouldn't be able to keep me here regardless. Kazan shot a cold glance at Lu Cheng, while Shanks wore an expression of delight. Shanks burst into laughter, glancing at Lu Cheng. Your bravado is quite impressive. Now I understand why they can't seem to let go of you. You have character, and I like that. How about joining my crew? I can offer you the position of second mate. The prospect of being personally recruited by a future emperor and given such a prestigious position stirred something within Lu Cheng. However, his long-held aspiration was to become the freest person upon the seas. Unwilling to be shackled to a single ship, he shook his head, declining the offer. No thanks. I am still a pirate hunter. If I were to join your ship, I might not be able to resist collecting bounties on them. Ha ha! Shanks laughed heartily but made no further invitations. The tension between him and Kazan eased slightly as he turned to Lu Cheng. If you possess any abilities, now would be the time to showcase them to this so-called Navy vice-admiral. I am quite eager to see the look on his face after you toy with him. Kazan also turned to Lu Cheng, his icy gaze fixated upon him. Given Lu Cheng's demonstrated strength thus far, he could scarcely fathom the possibility of the latter escaping his grasp, especially with Little Robin in tow. Lu Cheng, inspired by a sudden thought, regarded Shanks with intrigue. He contemplated the amusing notion that once Face's brother established his reputation, he could jokingly request a favor from him in return. The mere thought of Face's brother granting him a favor was undoubtedly an entertaining scenario. After pondering, Lu Cheng addressed Shanks. You mentioned earlier that you helped me. Thus, I owe you a favor. How about we make a wager? A wager? Pirates do love their bets, Shanks responded, intrigued. What are the terms? Kazan, however, lapsed into an unusual silence, quietly observing the exchange between the two. If I cannot slip away from you, and I require your assistance, then I shall owe you a favor. Lu Cheng smiled faintly at Shanks. But if I manage to escape successfully, I won't owe you any favors. Just grant me a modicum of respect when the time comes. Respect? Shanks mused, finding it peculiar that this armored individual seemed to have an affinity for this particular term, constantly fixating on it. However, he saw no issue with the wager. If the other truly managed to broaden his horizons today, a favor would be a small price to pay. Have you both come to an agreement? Kazan remarked coldly, exuding an air reminiscent of an iceberg. Lu Cheng did not respond but pointed towards the sea beneath the ship and the myriad of frozen surfaces. What do you think this is? The sea. Ice. What else could it be? Both Shanks and Kazan thought. With a subtle smile, Lu Cheng replied, It is a mirror. Shanks lowered his gaze, noticing his reflection upon the water's surface. While it may have seemed like a mirror, it was evident that it was not. Even a mirror fruit would be ineffective, especially since one already had an owner. Lu Cheng turned to Kazan. I appreciate Vice Admiral Kazan's guidance, but if you cannot traverse into the mirror realm, it would be prudent not to waste your efforts in troubling me. As soon as his words fell, the entire ship vanished from the sea, leaving only the tranquil flow of the water behind. Kazan raised his right hand, exhaling cold air as he spoke. I see. You possess such abilities, and no wonder you are so fearless. The other possessed powers akin to the mirror fruit and could traverse reflections such as seawater and ice at will, making it clear that capturing him would be an impossibility. After all, ice was merely a series of stepping stones leading into the mirror world for him, but in this context, Kazan's abilities were entirely countered. Furthermore, given the nature of the other S abilities, if he did not wish to be captured, no one could truly ensnare him. It was a pity. Kazan had initially held high hopes for the individual. As a Navy Vice Admiral, he understood that while Nico Robin was branded as the Devil's Child, she was, in truth, simply an innocent girl. The world government sought to apprehend Nico Robin, yet they had never publicly disclosed the massacre of O'Hara. The true history and the century of blankness were subjects that the world government desperately sought to conceal, which was precisely why they would not allow Nico Robin to live. Lu Cheng's protection of Nico Robin, in Kazan's eyes, was not a wrongdoing. On the contrary, he admired her courage and indomitable spirit, even glimpsing the noble heart that lay beneath her formidable exterior. Although she was audacious and willful, seemingly harboring some prejudice against the Navy, Kazan deemed these to be minor issues. With proper guidance, he believed she could be molded into a valuable asset within the Navy under Zifa's tutelage. However, if left unchecked, given her abilities and personality, this young individual was unlikely to remain obedient. It was conceivable that one day she might stray down a perilous path, causing significant turmoil for the Navy and the world at large. Yet, it was too late to voice concerns. He could no longer capture her, and given her dangerous abilities, coupled with her status as the Devil's Child, the Navy would not allow her to roam freely. It was a foregone conclusion that she would find herself on the opposing side of justice. Still, Kazan endeavored to make one final appeal. Kid, if you walk away now, there will be no turning back. You will be hunted across the seas, never to find peace. Lu Cheng's voice echoed from the reflection upon the sea, clearly indicating that he had not yet departed and was waiting in place. Do I look like I care about such things? Kazan shook his head and said, Kid, I can see you possess a heart of justice if you are willing to return to the Navy with me. I can let Nico Robin go, and I will not make things difficult for her. Your words are as empty as the wind. Lu Cheng rolled his eyes. You currently have no means to deal with the two trapped in the mirror world. You speak as though you could capture me, or are you suggesting that your so-called leniency means withdrawing the bounty on Nico Robin? Not that I'm saying it would matter if you could truly accomplish that. I might be willing to surrender, but can you really do it? Can the justice of your Navy achieve such a thing? Kazan knew that revoking the bounty on Nico Robin was an impossibility. It was a directive from the world government, beyond the Navy's jurisdiction. All he could do was quietly allow a chance for escape, preserving a flicker of hope for O'Hara. Lu Cheng looked at the silent future admiral and laughed heartily, his mirth echoing across the Is this what you call justice? I want to even mention the massacre at O'Hara. Do you truly believe that bullying an 8-year-old girl is the way to demonstrate your righteousness? Nico Robin is different, Kazan replied solemnly. What makes her different? Once a precedent is set, it will inevitably repeat. Today it is Nico Robin, Tomorrow it could be Luffy, and thereafter, anyone could be deemed worthy of execution without a reasonable justification. In the mirror world, little Robin clutched Liu Cheng's hand tightly, her lower lip bleeding from the pressure, gazing at him with emotions she could scarcely articulate. No one had ever spoken up for her like this. Liu Cheng appeared to be arguing with Kazan, but in truth, he was merely seeking justice on her behalf. Haunting memories lingered in her mind like a nightmare, yet she dared not speak of them to anyone. She had never revealed the entirety of O'Hara's story to Liu Cheng, but for some inexplicable reason, he seemed to understand her plight deeply. She didn't know why, but it no longer mattered. She stared at Liu Cheng, unblinking. Gently, Liu Cheng patted her shoulder in a comforting gesture and continued, "If you compromise once, you will compromise again. When justice is tainted, it ceases to be justice. You willingly allow the righteousness behind you to be sullied, yet still have the audacity to claim justice in my presence. Do you believe this can be called justice? At least before me. In front of this 8-year-old girl who has witnessed the slaughter of everyone she knows. Do you believe you deserve to be called just? So self-righteous, so indignant. Do you not feel shame?" Liu Cheng had harbored these sentiments for a long time. Let us not even consider Kazan, who, despite being somewhat reasonable within the Navy, thought this way. What of the others? The banner of justice would ultimately be buried in dust. An empty sound reverberated across the sea. As Shanks listened intently, a sly smile creeping across his face. This kid was speaking with fervor, striking a chord with him, though it was unfortunate he could not recruit him onto his ship, but it mattered little. Witnessing the utterly wretched expression on the face of the Marine Admiral was reward enough for this visit. He chuckled softly, preparing to take his leave, only to find Kazan's icy gaze fixed upon him. "What's the matter? Unable to contend with this little brat? Are you seeking trouble with me?" Shanks remarked with a smile. "You are a pirate, and I am a Marine. Since you enjoy stirring the pot so much, why not join the festivities at Marine headquarters?" Having resigned himself to the fact that he could not capture these two youngsters, Kazan felt a surge of unexpressed fury. The world government had issued a bounty for Robin, yet they would not disclose anything regarding O'Hara. Thus, in the eyes of the majority, the Navy's rationale seemed utterly nonsensical given Robin's exorbitant bounty. Let alone individuals like Liu Cheng, who were privy to certain secrets and scoffed at their notion of justice. More importantly, an increasing number of Marines began to question whether their justice was indeed just. Kazan found himself among them. The foolish actions of the world government and celestial dragons had placed the blame squarely on their shoulders, and after the O'Hara incident, they could not refute such claims. For it was indeed true as they sullied the banner of justice with their own hands, committing the massacre of innocent O'Hara residents. Justice transformed from a symbol of honor into a scar etched onto their hearts. One that would occasionally resurface to inflict deep pain. "Since you enjoy meddling so much, Shanks, let us allow you to indulge." "Ha ha ha." Shanks laughed heartily. "The Marine Admiral is indeed formidable. But have you forgotten where we are? Farewell, Admiral Kazan." With a playful grin, Shanks brandished his glimmering sword, slicing the frozen sea beneath them. Boom! The frozen surface shattered instantly, the sea surging forth, engulfing both individuals atop the ice. Yet a more intense chill howled, and the water was rapidly frozen once more, transforming into a smooth expanse. But Shanks laughed boisterously, futile. The blade in his hand, once glistening and sharp, morphed into a deep obsidian hue, resembling a black sword. Armament hockey. Boom! The blade descended. The ice shattered again, split neatly in two, and water erupted from the fissure like a fountain, shaking the very ground. Indeed, the armament hockey possessed tremendous power with every move in the mirror world. Liu Cheng and little Robin watched the battle, their eyes wide with astonishment. The impact on the mirror world was evidently far less severe, yet the ship still swayed amidst the tumultuous waves. Liu Cheng quietly steered the vessel further away. Fighting carries risks. One must observe with caution. Kazan leaped upon the surface of the sea, his toes barely touching the water, instantly transforming it into solid ice. Allowing him to move with ease, both wielded long swords, their blades enveloped in a layer of black armament hockey, striking out fiercely. Boom! A tempest erupted around the two, the water morphing into icy blades, lifting waves to great heights. The ocean was thrown into disarray by their clash. After a protracted struggle, the two finally ceased their senseless fighting. Shanks, despite his apparent inferiority in strength, was unafraid of the water and targeted the surface. Kazan, however, was preoccupied with repairing the ice beneath him, laboring diligently as Shanks destroyed the terrain at an alarming rate, and as a devil fruit user, if he were to fall into the water, it would likely spell his doom. Neither could overpower the other, and both lost interest in continuing the fight. Let us not continue this. It has become pointless, Kazan said, stepping aside to retrieve his old bicycle. He mounted it and yawned, appearing as though he were merely a weary individual eager to take a break after a tussle. Yet just as he prepared to leave, he seemed to recall something and called out to the empty sea. "That armored little brat. What is your name?" The sea fell silent, and after a long pause, a voice echoed softly, as if drifting from another realm. "Remember this. I am merely a passing masked rider." Kazan nodded in response. Refraining from posing any further inquiries, he pedaled his bicycle, which rolled toward the seemingly boundless ocean. As the front wheel made contact with the seawater, it instantaneously froze into blocks of ice, conjuring a pathway out of thin air. This was precisely how he had previously pursued Lu Cheng and his companion's vessel. Lu Cheng harbored grave suspicions that Kazan had traversed an immense distance from the Navy headquarters to reach this point on his bicycle. On the surface of the sea, the bicycle glided effortlessly, leaving a trail of ice in its wake, while Kazan's silhouette gradually faded into the horizon. This future admiral of the Navy ultimately relinquished his pursuit of Lu Cheng and Little Robin. Although Lu Cheng strongly suspected that Kazan had no real intention of troubling Little Robin, merely making an appearance to test the waters, there was an undeniable sense of jealousy regarding his own handsome visage, prompting him to take action. Observing Kazan's subsequent battle with Shanks confirmed Lu Cheng's belief that the former lacked genuine combat intent. Now that he had finally departed, Lu Cheng felt an immense sense of relief. Being under the watchful gaze of such an individual was undeniably unsettling. The system's completion notification chimed in Lu Cheng's ears, and upon opening the panel, he found that the task had indeed been marked as complete. Task name: the Free Mast Rider. A self-proclaimed mast rider. How could one be constrained by others? Task requirement: escape from Vice Admiral Kazan's subordinates. Task reward: 500 points of justice. Task status: completed. With a sense of satisfaction, Lu Cheng reveled in the successful completion of the task. However, it struck him as odd that the task was only marked as complete now. He had assumed it would conclude the moment he entered the mirror world. But it had dragged on until this point. Was it because Kazan had not fully abandoned the thought of capturing him until now? Shanks lightly tapped the surface of the sea with the back of his sword and suddenly called out, "Hey, kid, are you still here? If not, come out and have a chat." No sooner had his words left his lips than a grand sailboat emerged abruptly from the ocean, as if it had materialized from a reflection. Shanks surveyed the unexpectedly appearing vessel with intrigue. "You've got some skills, kid. Don't worry, I keep my promises. I'll definitely give you face in the future." Lu Cheng laughed heartily at this. For receiving acknowledgement from the man known for his charisma was indeed a joyous occasion. He waved to signal Shanks to board. That moment, Shanks was still perched upon an ice block. While his initial small boat had long been reduced to splintered wood during the skirmish, teetering on the brink of sinking, without hesitation, Shanks leapt aboard Lu Cheng's night ship. He glanced at Little Robin, giving her a playful wink. "So, this is the one with the 79 million bounty? Quite adorable, indeed." Little Robin, feeling timid around strangers, shrank behind Lu Cheng, cautiously eyeing Shanks. "Indeed adorable, which is precisely why the celestial dragons are despicable," Lu Cheng declared as he deactivated his transformation, revealing his true self. "My name is Lu Cheng." Shanks chuckled heartily, removing his straw hat to reveal his signature crimson hair. "You're quite handsome yourself, kid. I'm Shanks." Shanks was genuinely curious about how Lu Cheng had crossed paths with Kazan, and Lu Cheng recounted the events succinctly. He was a pirate hunter who rescued Robin from a gang. Recognizing her innocence and unwilling to claim the bounty on her head, only to be pursued by Kazan at sea. After listening, Shanks sincerely advised, "If you ever decide to become a pirate, it would be wise to steer clear of him. For now, I have no intention of becoming a pirate myself. Being a pirate hunter is quite lucrative." Lu Cheng stretched, feeling the aches from his first intense battle. "It certainly takes a toll on the body. I could use a hearty meal to recuperate." "Not on my watch." Shanks laughed. "I reckon your bounty will be posted soon, and it should be substantial. The Navy loves this sort of thing. I know." Lu Cheng sighed. "But it doesn't matter. They 1T catch me.it would be ideal if some pirates voluntarily presented themselves for me to collect the bounty. Suddenly, Lu Cheng realized this could be a lucrative opportunity. But he needed to strategize carefully to avoid scaring away any potential bounties. True enough, Shanks nodded in agreement, but soon grew serious. Though your abilities are formidable, this sea is rife with peculiar individuals. You must remain vigilant. Moreover, that fellow from today seemed to lack any real fighting spirit, as if he deliberately chose to let you go. Shanks added, otherwise, with that guy's devil fruit powers, he could have frozen the very sea beneath us, rendering it indistinguishable from land. If that were the case, I would have had no choice but to flee. Shanks stroked his chin, contemplating. Perhaps he was on holiday today, looking to relax? I sensed he had no desire to capture Robin. Lu Cheng then remarked, speaking of which, your ship was destroyed, right? You were supposed to be in the Grand Line. What brought you all the way to the West Sea? Shanks furrowed his brow at Lu Cheng's inquiry. Ah, indeed, there are matters at hand, but my ship being destroyed is quite troublesome. Lu Cheng chuckled heartily, no need to fret. You've lent me a hand, so I shall assist you in return. Where do you need to go? My ship is likely faster than your little vessel. Shanks hesitated for a moment, but, upon glancing at little Robin beside Lu Cheng, quickly resolved his uncertainty. Although the individual he was to meet was of great importance, and he could not easily disclose details, Robin's presence provided a layer of assurance. Thus, Shanks smiled and asked, aren't you all in a hurry to go somewhere? What's the rush? Lu Cheng replied nonchalantly, plopping down on the ship's bow and beckoning little Robin to fetch him some food. We're all just sailing the ocean. It doesn't matter where we go. There are pirates everywhere, and no matter where we venture, there will always be a couple worth some money. It1T hinder my earning potential. How about you help me capture a couple of pirates for travel expenses? Now that would be quite the expensive fare. Shanks laughed, sitting down as well. His easygoing nature resonated with Lu Cheng's carefree demeanor, and he couldn't help but find comfort in Lu Cheng's handsome face. It was almost as if he had unearthed a long-lost brother. After a moment's deliberation, he clapped Lu Cheng on the shoulder. While helping you catch pirates is out of the question, I'm not a bounty hunter. Henceforth, you shall be my little brother. In the future, if you call my name on the seas, just say you're Shank's little brother, and I'll have your back. How does that sound? Not a bad deal, right? Lu Cheng considered this for a moment and replied, deal. He glanced at Shank's straw hat casually resting on the deck, amused at the thought of calling himself a brother of the red-haired pirate. It would be quite entertaining to meet Luffy, although he wondered if Luffy was still nursing at this moment. Shanks, misinterpreting Lu Cheng's thoughts, remarked, that hat is off limits. It was gifted to me by someone very significant and holds great meaning for me. Lu Cheng yawned, understanding the hat's importance, but merely intrigued by Shanks' protectiveness. And no worries, Shanks, I'm only glancing at it, not trying to take it. Little Robin, straining to use her devil fruit powers, managed to bring forth food and drink from the ship's deck. Placing them before the two. You might just end up giving it to someone someday. When that time comes, they might say the same words you're saying now. How could that be? Shanks chuckled, shaking his head. Given the hat's significance to him, he could never part with it. You cheeky little rascal, you're just talking nonsense. Believe it or not, Lu Cheng took a swig of alcohol. This is precisely what you'll end up doing someday, even possibly losing a hand in the process. What I'm saying now would sound utterly insane to you. He chewed heartily, savoring a large piece of meat to replenish his strength. It's akin to the Pirate King's inheritance ritual, where successors inherit the hopes left behind by their predecessors. Shanks appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon a serene smile graced his lips as he donned the straw hat atop his head amidst the briny sea breeze. That man had lived a life of remarkable splendor and valor, departing this world with an unparalleled nonchalance, devoid of regrets, yet leaving many adrift in the vast ocean, uncertain of the path ahead. Lu Cheng contemplated for a moment, but chose not to remind him about the severed arm. It was utterly absurd for a formidable emperor to have one of his arms bitten off by the king of the sea. Such a thing would be deemed implausible even in fiction. Moreover, for a mere mountain bandit to whisk away Luffy under the very noses of the red-haired pirates with a mere smoke bomb seemed ludicrous. It was as if the waters were about to overflow into an ocean. The severed arm was later explained in the original text as having been bet on the new era. Oh well, since he was resolute in his desire to become the legendary hero, Lu Cheng saw no reason to intervene. After all, he had openly offered it, without even the pretense of a performance. It was not something that could be swayed by a few words that it would be far more enjoyable to mock him after he had lost his arm. There was no saving that heavy burden. Speaking of which, even with a severed arm, Shanks remained undeniably handsome, truly an anomaly of nature. Observing Lu Cheng devouring his meal with fervor, Shanks accepted the food that Robin had offered and began to eat as well. Both were gluttons, and their pace of consumption was remarkably similar. After they had thoroughly ravaged a substantial amount of provisions, Lu Cheng finally paused in his eating. "Are you full, Robin? Aren't you going to eat a little?" Little Robin shook her head. She was not hungry at all, and merely watching the two of them devour their food made her feel somewhat sated. Shanks patted his belly, a look of contentment on his face. "Thank you for the hospitality." Although he could procure plenty of food at sea, many meats and fine wines remained elusive. The fare they had prepared was precisely what he craved. It had been ages since he had enjoyed a meal so gratifying. Indeed, a large ship was a blessing, capable of holding ample supplies. Lu Cheng wholeheartedly agreed. He had long cherished the warrior's vessel because it housed a vast stock of provisions. Otherwise, he would have long been riding his motorcycle with little Robin, fleeing as far as possible. And how could he have been caught by Akiji? Surprisingly, "You eat quite a lot," Shanks remarked, glancing at Lu Cheng, who was still voraciously consuming his meal. "You two have been eating quite a bit. Isn't that entirely normal?" Lu Cheng shrugged nonchalantly. In this world of One Piece, it was only natural for the strong to consume more." "That's true," Shanks replied, taking another swig of his drink, "but not everyone can eat this much. Typically, those who can devour such quantities possess unexpected talents in certain areas. Is that so?" Lu Cheng's cheeks were stuffed as he inquired. "In which area?" After the battle with Akiji, he had expended a significant amount of energy. And despite his substantial meal, hunger still gnawed at him. He couldn't seem to stop eating. It was evident that the food aboard the ship might soon run out. Even though he had stored provisions for quite some time, they simply did not last. It appeared he would need to find a place to replenish supplies, but fortunately, he still had plenty of money, so there was no rush to chase down pirates across the vast sea. Shanks sipped his soup, smacking his lips, and said with a chuckle, "Robin's culinary skills are quite impressive." "Indeed," Lu Cheng beamed with pride, as if a parent whose child had just received praise from a stranger. "Do not underestimate my little Robin. Despite her youth, she is proficient in many skills, navigating, cooking, you name it. Of course, this was somewhat exaggerated. After realizing that Lu Cheng was an unreliable bounty hunter, Robin had begun to diligently learn how to be an effective assistant. Drawing knowledge from books, however, her proficiency was remarkable, thanks to her flower fruit ability, allowing her to learn swiftly. For instance, she could sprout multiple pairs of eyes to read several books simultaneously or conjure multiple arms to prepare various dishes. Ultimately, Lu Cheng felt fortunate to have found such a gem. It seemed as though he had acquired a little maid, delegating all tasks to her. Yet, Robin was thoroughly enjoying herself, and considering this was also a form of training for her devil fruit abilities. Lu Cheng accepted it with ease. Truly, she was worth her weight in gold. Shanks set down his bowl of soup with a contented sigh. After drifting at sea for so long, it was no small feat to enjoy such a lavish meal. He regarded Lu Cheng and remarked, "I believe you may have the potential to learn hockey." "Hockey?" Lu Cheng's interest was piqued, though he feigned ignorance. He swallowed the food in his mouth and seized a moment to ask, "Is that what you used during your battle, that black mist?" Shanks did not respond directly, prompting Lu Cheng to continue eating while inquiring further, By the way, Shanks, why did your sword ignite back then?" "Is that what you call hockey?" Shanks tapped his fingers, his demeanor amiable as ever. These matters were hardly secrets, and with a smile, he lifted his hand and a layer of dark energy swiftly enveloped his palm, swirling around like black flames, as if ablaze. This is known as armament hockey. Besides armament hockey, there are also observation hockey and a rarer form called conqueror's hockey. "So many?" Lu Cheng feigned surprise. "Can I learn it?" This question came from the heart. In the world of One Piece, who wouldn't want to master hockey? Shanks laughed heartily. "If you were to join my crew, I might have the time to teach you. But you're not keen on that." Shanks shook his head regretfully. "Once I finish my business here, I must return to the Grand Line. I'm afraid I won't have the time to teach you how to learn hockey." "I see," Lu Cheng replied somewhat disappointedly. But he spoke up. "In that case, let us leave it for another time. I can learn it later." After all, he had the Kamen Rider system and could gradually enhance his strength. Although it was a pity not to learn hockey from Shanks at that moment, he did not press the issue too hard. Everyone on the sea had their own adventures and journeys. Aside from being crewmates, parting ways was the most commonplace occurrence. Since he did not wish to be Shanks's subordinate and preferred to strike out on his own, separation was inevitable. But if you have time, teaching me a bit wouldn't hurt, right? After all, we're just drifting at sea. Seems so. Shanks chuckled. Then let me share a few insights with you. Lu Cheng paused in his meal, while little Robin quietly sat beside them, listening intently. The fiery technique he had previously employed was quite similar to armament hockey. Both utilized energy to enhance the body, but if you wish to master armament hockey sooner, you could start by practicing this technique. Dragon Knight Kick. Lu Cheng recalled the process of executing his ultimate move to his surprise. It seemed that in this world, his Knight Kick bore such resemblance to the application of armament hockey. To think you could perform such a powerful kick, Shanks marveled. If you could wield power like mine, a single kick would probably take half your opponent's life. Wouldn't that be lethal? What are you thinking? Shanks shot him an incredulous glance. That Sakiji we're talking about? I'm not as formidable as he is. You think your kick could leave him half dead, and you wouldn't be satisfied? Fair enough, Lu Cheng conceded, acknowledging the truth in Shanks's words. However, the Knight Kick was inherently the ultimate move of a Kamen Rider. Wouldn't it be entirely reasonable to kick any foe to death? Shanks chuckled heartily. So I believe you are already quite impressive. Hockey is merely a technique for wielding power. It's quite common in the Grand Line. Most great pirates possess it, with your physical prowess combined with your armor abilities. You're already formidable. Dragon Knight Kick. Indeed, Shanks pondered for a moment and remarked, the technique that allows for a flawless fusion of your own strength with that of the Crimson Dragon is indeed formidable. The synergy of 1 plus 1 yielding a power far exceeding 2 implies that unless one possesses overwhelming might, it would be nearly impossible to withstand such a strike from you. After all, this is the ultimate move of a Kamen Rider. Even a single kick can leave me utterly exhausted, so it's only natural for it to be quite powerful. Casting a glance at Lu Cheng, he offered a subtle smile. Thus, I maintain that there is no need for you to be overly fixated on hockey. It's simply that straightforward. For you, does it truly matter whether you can wield hockey? As long as your strength is sufficiently formidable, can one truly endure your kick, even without the mastery of hockey? Lu Cheng contemplated this, recognizing the wisdom in Shanks' words, yet he interjected, I wish to learn. Shanks slapped his forehead. I believe that a master of martial arts isn't necessarily inferior to one who can use hockey. Hockey, particularly armament hockey, is merely a technique employed to counter specific adversaries. However, it seems that your innate power already possesses such capabilities. Therefore, mastering it is not an absolute necessity for you. After a moment's reflection, Lu Cheng acknowledged that armament hockey indeed counters the abilities of natural-type devil fruits. However, with the innate flammability of his dual dragons, he too could be considered a half-natural fruit user. Thus, he was genuinely curious about the nature of Shanks' devil fruit. That dragon also part of your abilities? Indeed, it is known as the Wushuang Long, or the dual dragon of deep crimson. It is my partner with whom I have formed a pact and fight alongside, Shanks affirmed with a nod. The term partner held a certain beauty, and he refrained from further probing into Lu Cheng's abilities, continuing instead, armament hockey is essentially a method of harnessing the latent energy that circulates within the human body. If you can perceive this energy and adeptly manipulate it, enveloping it around your body, you will have mastered what is known as armament hockey. He elaborated on observation hockey in a similar vein, explaining it as a method of enhancing one's reflexes and observational skills, differing from armament hockey only in its application. One pertains to the self, while the other pertains to the external environment. Noticing Lu Cheng deep in thought, Shanks continued, the third type, known as conqueror's hockey, diverges from both armament and observation hockey. This is a natural ability that one is born with and cannot be taught. Luffy, for instance, possesses conqueror's hockey, embodying the essence of natural royalty. It is said within the original narrative that this is an ability that cannot be learned. I understand, Lu Cheng nodded in comprehension. So, as long as I become sufficiently strong, discover that energy, and learn to wield it, I can naturally master hockey, correct? Precisely, Shanks affirmed with a nod, adding, ultimately, hockey is merely a form of energy that everyone possesses. Through rigorous training in martial arts, such as the Marine 6 styles, one can deepen their understanding of hockey, even grasping the essence of life return. What exactly is the Marine 6 styles? Lu Cheng inquired. The 6 styles consist of 6 techniques: iron body, finger pistol, shave, moonwalk, scale foot, and paper drawing. Iron body refers to the technique of hardening the body for defense against attacks. Finger pistol utilizes hardened fingers for assault. Shave is a technique that enhances speed for rapid movement. Moonwalk allows one to walk in the air. Gale foot transforms hands and feet into blades, unleashing wind blades, while paper drawing enables the manipulation of every part of the body with the grace of paper, allowing for fluid bending and transformation. Ultimately, these are merely methods of utilizing life return. Life return? Lu Cheng ventured to ask, recalling some of the finer details that had eluded him. Life return is the complete mastery over the human body. Those who are most proficient in life return can control every part of their body at will. Even each individual strand of hair can be flawlessly manipulated. The concept of life return sounded somewhat daunting to Lu Cheng, who glanced at little Robin, envisioning her long, dark hair moving like snakes, a rather intimidating thought. Thus, the crux remained that true importance lay in one's own strength. Only with sufficient power could one unleash even greater force. Shanks chuckled. Indeed, with sufficient physical strength, mastering the 6 styles would be effortless. Conversely, if one's physical strength is lacking, even if one learns, they will be unable to manifest sufficient power, failing to execute techniques like walking in the air or hardening their body like iron to withstand the blows of blades and bullets. It's no wonder Luffy learned so quickly. His almost invincible physical prowess is undoubtedly that of a protagonist. Lu Cheng reflected on this and remarked, in that case, if one's physical constitution is inherently weak, even if one envelopes themselves in armament hockey, it likely wouldn't yield much power, would it? Indeed, Shanks replied, his silence thereafter indicating that he had conveyed his thoughts completely, having acquired the knowledge he sought. Lu Cheng nodded. Where are you headed next? Shanks produced a hastily drawn, water-stained map, though it was still somewhat legible. Yet, navigating solely by this would prove challenging. Lu Cheng frowned. This sketch alone likely won't suffice. I only possess the charts for the nearby sea areas. Let us first find the nearest island to dock, and then procure a more detailed navigational route that he pondered aloud. Moreover, we need to replenish our supplies. Our remaining food should be insufficient. That he glanced at little Robin, who, with a serious expression, stated, if we continue to eat like this, we won't have enough for even one meal. Not at all, Lu Cheng reassured her. As long as we refrain from exerting ourselves, we won't consume that much food. It will be entirely sufficient to reach the next island. He affectionately patted little Robin's head. Prepare to set sail towards the next island. The vessel drifted upon the sea, shattering the myriad stars above. Kid, wake up! Shanks' voice penetrated the air. Lu Cheng opened his eyes, feeling the fatigue of having just engaged in battle. Although he had enjoyed a hearty meal, exhaustion still clung to him. Despite the freezing bird's concession to the sea and his own minimal efforts, he was indeed wearied. What's up? He yawned, sitting up and noticing the pitch-black sea, stars dimmed above. Adrift upon the boundless ocean, any unexpected occurrence could arise. One person needed to keep watch over the ship during the night, and naturally, that responsibility fell to Lu Cheng. That it would hardly be appropriate to have little Robin, barely taller than the ship's railing, standing guard on deck. Thus, Lu Cheng took it upon himself to watch over the ship. Having grown accustomed to sleeping on the deck, the red-haired Shanks extended a hand, helping the drowsy Lu Cheng to his feet. After a moment of clarity, Shanks pointed toward the distant sea with a smile. A ship is approaching us. Let it come, Lu Cheng replied, forcing his eyes to blink awake. Suddenly realizing something, a pirate ship? Correct, Shanks confirmed with a gentle nod. Realizing it was a ship bringing treasure, Lu Cheng's spirits lifted, the weariness dissipating entirely. Such opportunistic visitors bearing gifts deserved a proper welcome. He gazed into the distance, where a massive shadow loomed amidst the hazy night, resembling some great beast. Yet the flickering lights around it indicated it was not a strange creature, but rather a ship gliding toward them. Upon closer inspection, Lu Cheng discerned the flag atop the ship's mast fluttering in the sea breeze, its skull emblem barely visible under the dim starlight. Indeed, it is confirmed. The ship of benefactors, Lu Cheng declared. In these waters, any vessel flying a skull flag was surely wealthy. Even if they lacked cash, a visit to the Navy headquarters would suffice to ensure their riches. As the pirate ship drew nearer, Lu Cheng noted that despite their stealthy approach in the night, the foredeck was teeming with people. It seemed they had long since spotted Lu Cheng's vessel and were stealthily advancing to eliminate them. After all, He had not hoisted a skull flag at the bow of his ship, so it was improbable that the opposing crew would consider him one of their own. Of course, even if he had raised such a banner, it would hardly matter. Preying upon fellow pirates and engaging in treachery were merely the norms of piracy. Yet, what the other party likely did not anticipate was that, at such a late hour, not only did their ship remain shrouded in darkness, but there was also someone awake, wandering the deck to admire the night scenery. Was that not rather unhinged? Two factions, separated by the sea, peered at each other over the railings, their expressions reflecting a shared sense of unease. Lu Cheng and Shanks waved their hands vigorously from aboard their vessel, their voices buoyant as if they had stumbled upon joyful tidings. "Hey, friends, good evening." "What the hell? What kind of friends are we?" "Good evening indeed. We are here to rob you pirates. Could you at least show a modicum of respect and feign a bit of fear?" Fear? How should one describe it? Lu Cheng did not wish to cooperate with their expectations. The truth was, he simply could not muster any fear, and, in fact, he found himself unexpectedly pleased that it was late at night. And though his slumber had been interrupted, someone was knocking on his door with the promise of riches. Naturally, he welcomed it with open arms that asked for whether he could stand against them. Such formidable pirates were hardly encountered so easily. And even if luck were to turn against him, he had a certain face-saving brother by his side, did he not? At that moment, he could just have the other party shout, "Please do me the favor of accompanying me to the Navy headquarters to collect the bounty." And then, wouldn't everything be resolved? But for now, he felt that there was no need for a confrontation as a seasoned Kamen Rider. He believed that one ought to earn their keep to savor the fruits of their labor. He was not like the red-haired fellow, who relished in freeloading in the dead of night. To be unable to sleep was simply unlucky. It seemed like a pair of unfortunate souls had stumbled upon them. Kill them and commandeer their ship. The pirate vessel drew ever closer. Lu Cheng spotted several drunken pirates clinging to the side of the ship, one hand gripping a ragged blade while the other clutched a bottle of liquor. Realizing they had been discovered, they ceased their pretense and began to hurl insults loudly. One particularly inebriated pirate even urinated overboard, reeking of alcohol as he shouted obscenities at Lu Cheng and Shanks, shaking himself and carelessly tossing his nearly empty bottle in their direction. However, the distance was too great, and the bottle merely splashed into the sea without a sound. "Useless, John. Have you emptied all your strength into the bowl? With such little power, you can't even throw a bottle. You probably don't even have the strength to bed a woman. Shut your mouth. The last woman was killed by me, so it's not your place to speak. Enough bickering. Once we seize their ship, we'll see who can bed the woman, and whoever loses will have to drink the wash water for the rest of their lives." "Exactly. Are you brave enough to wager? Let us bet. Do you think I fear you?" Laughter erupted from the opposing ship, rife with mockery and crude language. Carried over by the sea breeze, Lu Cheng could vaguely hear their words and frowned. Damn it, the majority of pirates in this world are wicked and unscrupulous. Genuine adventurers like the protagonists in tales are exceedingly rare. Most are like those on the opposite ship, vulgar, repugnant, cruel, and utterly devoid of morality. 1,000 deaths would not suffice. Lu Cheng squinted, silently calculating the distance between the two ships, preparing to leap aboard and confront them when the time was right. In his eyes, the pirates on that vessel had transformed from mere brigands into mere shapes of currency. The alluring bounty even dulled his annoyance at their crude insults. My temper is truly commendable. Lu Cheng silently praised himself, a paragon of justice and freedom upon these seas. Beside him, Shanks showed little reaction, unfazed by the pirates' taunts. This was typical. In the comics, Shanks was equally unperturbed by the insults of mountain bandits. Though the youthful red-haired man was young, he would not deign to concern himself with a swarm of insignificant insects. Did these insects truly think they warranted his ire? Did they think they deserved to draw his blade? Moreover, these insects were about to become a bounty. Has something happened? A timid voice piped up from the side. Lu Cheng turned to see. Somehow, an ear and a mouth had sprouted from the ship's railing, the mouth flapping as it spoke. Even little Robin had been roused from her slumber. Lu Cheng felt a surge of irritation. Glaring at the raucous pirate ship opposite him, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. "Why the hell are you making such a racket? Don't you know children need their sleep at night? If you wake little Robin, how will she grow?" It's nothing. It's nothing," Lu Cheng softly reassured, silently noting down the pirates on the opposite side. "They've come bearing gifts. No need to worry. Sleep early, I'll handle it." Seeing that little Robin remained unresponsive, he commanded a bit more sternly, "Go to sleep." Little Robin, feeling wronged, severed the connection. The ear and mouth formed from the Hana Nomi falling away like petals in the moonlight. It was all this gang of ruffians' fault, disrupting little Robin's sleep and causing him to scold her. Such transgressions deserved severe punishment. He resolved not to let them off lightly. They must receive a profound lesson. Otherwise, his thoughts would remain troubled. For heaven's sake, was he truly agitated by a few insults? Shanks noticed Lu Cheng's shift in demeanor and sighed softly. Indeed, he was still too young, easily provoked, quick to ignite with anger. "Aren't you angry?" Lu Cheng, slightly misunderstood, did not rush to explain but instead curiously inquired. "With a swarm of flies buzzing in your ear, don't you want to swat them?" At this question, Shanks chuckled, intending to impart a lesson on what it meant to be a true man, how a true man conducts himself in the world. After all, Lu Cheng was too young, lacking experience, rash, and immature. Compared to himself, there was a vast chasm of difference. The immature Lu Cheng was indeed rash, yet the seasoned Kamen Rider was poised for action. Life and death held little weight, and he was not afraid of this evidently inferior foe. Lu Cheng felt no trepidation. He tilted his neck, eager to engage, rubbing his hands together. "If you're not going to make a move, then they're all mine. I'm going to knock some sense into the loudest ruffians and teach them how to speak properly." Shanks was somewhat speechless, but considering Lu Cheng's explosive temperament, he'd even kicked a Navy major with little hesitation. This behavior was rather normal. Yet, he felt weary, knowing his principles on how to become a cultured and broad-minded man would likely fall on deaf ears. Still, he made one last effort to instill in Lu Cheng the demeanor of a true strongman when he heard Lu Cheng's frustrated mutterings. "Dare to disturb little Robin's sleep. Don't you know how vital a child's sleep is? I'll show them what their brains look like." At that moment, Shanks suddenly understood Lu Cheng's fervor. In the grand scheme of things, nothing was more important than little Robin's sleep. That a smile broke across his face. Realizing that trying to persuade Lu Cheng to relinquish little Robin would not be an easy endeavor, the world government was bound to have a headache over this. However, as a pirate, the more the world government and navy fretted, the better it was for him. He subtly anticipated the forthcoming waves and extraordinary events on these seas. "Oh, you see it, Captain, your sacrifices are not in vain. After your departure, this sea still brims with those who chase freedom. This is likely what you wished to see. I senti it." He tilted his head, gazing at the moon that had suddenly appeared in the sky, a smile gracing his lips. The moonlight was as splendid as silk, cold as water. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng remained oblivious to Shanks's thoughts, his fists itching for action. He took a few steps back, distancing himself from the ship's railing, crouched down, and prepared to leap. "Ha. What does that silly kid think he is doing?" One of the pirates aboard the opposing ship noticed Lu Cheng's movements and questioned in confusion. "Does he really intend to jump over here? Ha. What a fool. With such a distance, he thinks he is a great pirate?" Lu Cheng completed his build-up and leaped with all his might towards the opposing pirate ship. As he leapt into the air, a set of crimson armor materialized abruptly, clinging tightly to his form. "What on earth is that? Be cautious. This fellow is trouble," the pirates by the ship's railing exclaimed, their eyes wide with astonishment. The vast sea was rife with peculiarities and eccentric beings, yet the most notorious of all were the devil fruits. These fruits granted individuals extraordinary powers akin to those of demons, but at a cost: the curse of the sea, robbing them of their ability to swim. The pirates' eyes, Lu Cheng, suddenly adorned in armor, unmistakably appeared to be a consumer of a devil fruit. Unfazed by their speculations, Lu Cheng felt a surge of strength coursing through him as the armor reattached itself, halting his descent and allowing him to land steadily on the pirate ship. With a thunderous impact, the vessel quivered, though the raging winds and waves went unnoticed. Instead, the pirates, with bloodshot eyes, encircled the bizarre newcomer, seemingly at a loss. "Are you a man or a ghost?" one pirate stammered, trembling as he regarded Lu Cheng, who merely smiled knowingly at the bewildered pirate, who was baffled by how someone could leap such a distance with ease. "My name is Justice's messenger, and I moonlight as a bounty hunter. If you must address me, call me Kamen Rider," he declared, his voice resonating through the mask. "Kamen Rider? What the hell is that?" The pirates exchanged confused glances, yet they grasped the essence of his proclamation. He was a bounty hunter. And they were mere pirates. That it was well known that bounty hunters regarded pirates much like they would treasure, and naturally, the latter held no affection for the former, with the knowledge that Lu Cheng was a bounty hunter. Their intentions became clear. No one wished for their heads to be turned in for a reward. Kill him. He is alone. Even if he possesses the powers of a devil fruit, we are many. One strike each, and he will be no more. The brutish pirate captain's eyes gleamed with malice as he brandished a bloodied blade, a cruel smile twisting his features. I've heard that when a devil fruit user dies, a new fruit appears in the nearby waters, each worth several 100 million berries. His gaze radiated ferocity. The other pirates, initially apprehensive, were instantly transformed by the allure of wealth, their fear dissipating as greed took hold. Several 100 million berries, an unimaginable sum they had never encountered. They fantasized about how much fine wine they could indulge in, how many women they could enjoy, and the countless ships they could commandeer. All they needed to do was eliminate this peculiar man before them. How simple it would be to sever his head. They had committed such acts countless times, for these ruthless marauders of the seas. Killing was a mere trifle. After all, a head is just a head. Could his be any harder than another's? If Lu Cheng were aware of their thoughts, he would surely retort that it indeed was. Wasn't it obvious? He was clad in impenetrable armor, and his defenses were certainly superior to being unarmored. The thickness of the armor on his head alone guaranteed his resilience. What knight cannot withstand a blow? Flesh is the most rudimentary form of protection, after all. Yet, observing the avarice in the pirate's eyes, Lu Cheng couldn't help but emit a cold chuckle. Truly, these pirates were willing to gamble their lives for riches. Even when death loomed so close that it could be said that pirates, in essence, were all the same. Apart from a handful of principled crews, the vast majority were deserving of their fates if they sought death. He would oblige them. However, from his past experiences with bounties, he knew that the living were far more valuable. Having spent freely on his journey, he had only a meager sum of a little over 2 million berries left. What could such a paltry amount accomplish? It was scarcely enough for 2 meals. Moreover, he had a little girl to care for. He couldn't let her suffer. He was now responsible for 2 mouths to feed. Though young Robin's appetite was manageable now, what would happen in the future? What if her appetite grew? Food, drink, and necessities all required expenditure, and she needed to be raised in comfort. What if she were to be kidnapped? While he believed he would likely eliminate any such threat before they could lay hands on her, one must always be vigilant. Thus, capturing pirates and collecting bounties equated to berries. With a resounding boom, Lu Cheng swung his fist, sending a pirate careening across the deck, crashing through the railing and plunging into the depths below, destined to become a meal for the Sea Kings. The sheer force of his strike was unmistakable. The remaining pirates paused, taken aback as the armored figure tilted his neck. "Gentlemen, I present you with 2 choices." He produced a card, waving it before the pirates. "You can either continue to resist, and I will cleave you into pieces, delivering your severed heads for a bounty, or you can do me the courtesy of binding yourselves and accompany me to the naval base. What say you?" "Of course," he continued, the crimson lens of his visor glinting ominously. "You could also inform me that you are mere lackeys, worthless and without bounty." He chuckled darkly, his tone chilling as the frigid winds atop a snow-capped mountain. In that case, I shall save myself the trouble and simply dispose of you in the sea to feed the fish. What will it be? Which option do you prefer?" Lu Cheng's brazen declaration incensed the pirates, their blood boiling with rage. "Who the hell are you? What nonsense is this? Do you hear yourself? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Who are you to demand our surrender? Do you think you can just chop us up for fish bait? I will count to 3. Lu Cheng ignored their fury, his voice calm as if addressing the deceased. Once he raised a finger. 2. That he raised a second finger. Just as he was about to utter 3, the pirate captain bellowed, "What kind of fool are you? Attack him! Kill him!" Lu Cheng regarded the captain, committing his visage to memory. "I will enjoy chopping you into pieces for fish bait." He leisurely inserted the card into the dragon summoning device, the sword vent. A mechanical voice echoed through the air. "What is that sound?" A pirate shouted. Looking skyward, in the inky night, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, a colossal crimson dragon spiraled through the sky, its brilliant glow casting light upon the terrified faces of the pirates. The dragon let out a deep, resounding roar, and the glint of its tail's blade flashed ominously. Lu Cheng reached out, grasping the descending dragon blade, testing its edge with his fingertips. "Who among you wishes to test the sharpness of my blade first?" Suddenly, a particularly ferocious pirate, his face twisted with malice, swiftly drew a grimy pistol from his waist, aiming it directly at Lu Cheng. "You're just posturing. I'll shoot you dead." As the crimson dragon vanished into the night, the silvery moonlight grew even more radiant, illuminating the deck and every figure upon it. The silver metal armor glinted coldly in the moonlight, the crimson hue beneath it reminiscent of blood, the color of slaughter. Lu Cheng observed the gun-wielding pirate and the others surrounding him, poised with drawn weapons, their expressions fraught with uncertainty. "Go on, shoot," he urged, advancing with an air of nonchalance. "Curse you. I'll show you I'm not afraid." The pirate roared, pulling the trigger with a resounding bang, the lead bullet barreling towards Lu Cheng's head. With effortless grace, Lu Cheng brought the blade across his body, slicing the bullet cleanly in two. In his armored state, such a feat was trivial. Even if he stood still, the notion that a bullet could breach his armor was laughable. To their astonishment, the bullet was cleaved in twain by none other than a formidable swordsman. How could such a feat be possible? Lu Cheng heard the panicked cries of his adversaries echoing around him. These pirates, of course, had no inkling of what a true swordsman entailed. Yet, they were not oblivious to the fact that a great swordsman could effortlessly slice through iron. And even bullets could be severed with ease. At that moment, Lu Cheng stood before them, casually bisecting a bullet with his blade. The fierce pirate, brandishing a gun, was drenched in cold sweat, his face paling as his arms trembled uncontrollably. It seemed as if he might lose his grip on the firearm at any moment, shedding his previous fierceness. "Don't come any closer." His voice quivered with fear, escalating with Lu Cheng's approach. For these pirates, perhaps true terror of death only manifested when the specter of demise loomed near. The gun-toting pirate quaked, watching the figure clad in armor draw near, casually raising his long blade, its gleaming edge catching the moonlight as it descended with a horizontal sweep. "So, you were the loudest, were you?" Lu Cheng recalled that this particular pirate had been the most vociferous on the deck, rousing him from his slumber of 79 million. He had previously declared his intention to smash the pirate's head and splatter the contents upon the ground. Yet now, a single stroke would suffice to sever the head entirely. It appeared, perhaps, that he had not succeeded in his initial intent. Lu Cheng lifted his foot and toyed with the round head momentarily. Ultimately lacking any desire for post-mortem desecration, he then delivered a swift kick, sending the head soaring into the air as if it were a ball. Off you go. The spherical head traced an elegant arc in the sky before plummeting into the sea. Vanishing from sight, out of mind. Better to avoid the temptation of crushing it. Although he had not obliterated the brain, at least blood had spilled abundantly, marking a partial fulfillment of his objective. Rounded up, one could argue he had achieved what he set out to do. After all, his mathematics were imparted by a physical education teacher. Due to the math teacher's ill health, all classes were conducted by the gym instructor. A most reasonable occurrence. Every person has experienced such an arrangement. There was no need for further explanation. Splash, splash, the sound of bodies hitting the water echoed. The remaining few, still harboring a semblance of bravery, charged at Lu Cheng with weapons drawn, only to find the glinting blades turned against them. Lu Cheng delivered a straightforward strike, his speed and strength overwhelming, leading to an inevitable outcome. The pirates lunging at him were swiftly cleaved in two, the tremendous force propelling their severed forms into the water. "Your voices were rather loud as well," Lu Cheng lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. "How dare you seek death?" the burly pirate captain bellowed in fury. Yet in combat, it was not merely volume that determined the victor. Otherwise, Lu Cheng would undoubtedly have fallen short. With a swift kick, he sent the captain sprawling to the ground, raising his long blade for a decisive strike. "This is the end." The glimmering edge radiated a chilling light, and the captain thought to himself that the opponent's might was insurmountable. Before him, his crew felt as fragile as infants that a mere punch from Lu Cheng had sent them sprawling 10 meters. Unable to rise from the deck. Moreover, the long blade was extraordinarily sharp. A single slash would cleave both man and weapon asunder. How could they possibly fight back? This was an insurmountable challenge. Now, that long blade hovered ominously above his head. Yet the captain was not merely a figure of brute strength among pirates. His intellect was equally sharp. It was through a combination of might and cunning that he had ascended to the role of captain among such reckless rogues. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier taunts from his opponent, which had once seemed unbearably arrogant, but now resonated like a lifeline. He cried out desperately, as one adrift clings to their last hope, "I have a bounty." The blade's lethal aura lingered, halting just an inch from his forehead, 1 second away from cleaving his skull as effortlessly as splitting a melon. Lu Cheng paused the blade, suddenly reminded of his original purpose, to acquire wealth. The plump captain gasped for breath, resembling a man who had narrowly escaped death. Yet, Lu Cheng swiftly overturned him with a kick, causing the captain to dizzy as an immense force bore down upon his chest. Pinning him firmly to the deck, Lu Cheng's foot pressed against the captain's chest, the weight rendering him nearly breathless. "Speak. How much is your head worth?" Lu Cheng's tone was unyielding that it seemed that should the captain's response fail to satisfy him, a swift execution would inevitably follow. The captain, now acutely aware of the stakes, hurriedly blurted out, "I'm worth 300,000. Please, don't kill me." Lu Cheng delivered a resounding slap. "Only 300,000. Why were you shouting so loudly then? One might think you were worth 79 million. Indeed, Lu Cheng's perspective had shifted. A mere few 100,000 no longer held any allure for him. Now, any pirate with a bounty less than 79 million seemed insignificant. Nevertheless, the captain did possess some value, so Lu Cheng decided to afford him a modicum of respect. He eased his foot's pressure slightly, allowing the captain to gasp for air as if he had been granted a reprieve. The captain could not shake the feeling that had his words been delayed even a moment longer, he might have been crushed underfoot. Lu Cheng straightened up, scanning the remaining pirates. The clattering of dropped weapons echoed as the pirates, under his piercing gaze, instinctively relinquished their blades, bowing their heads in trembling fear, unwilling to meet his gaze. "Bind yourselves. Do not compel me to act," Lu Cheng commanded, his voice resonating with authority. The pirates, in a panic, hastily retrieved ropes, binding themselves without daring to engage in any trickery. Clearly, they faced a merciless figure. To provoke him would lead to dire consequences. Better to endure imprisonment at naval headquarters than risk losing their heads. Soon, the pirates found themselves bound in tight knots, and Lu Cheng nodded in satisfaction. They had acted with relative compliance. "You see, it would have sufficed for you to show me respect from the outset. Must there always be bloodshed before you relent?" The pirates, hearing his words, dared not voice their grievances, reflecting that had they known of his fearsome nature, they would have surrendered without hesitation from the very beginning. As Shanks observed the scene unfold, he leaped from the ship. The knight, commenting with a teasing tone, "At first glance, I thought you intended to slay them all." "Impossible," Lu Cheng replied, shedding his armor to reveal a handsome visage beneath. He scratched his head and replied, "How could I? I am the epitome of justice and freedom, a masked rider who never slays indiscriminately. It was they who offered no courtesy. Otherwise, I might not have had to lift a finger. You can ask them if you doubt my words." He gestured towards the bound pirates, who were quick to nod in affirmation, fearful of losing the ability to do so. Shanks laughed heartily, accepting Lu Cheng's explanation. Lu Cheng spoke the truth. These men were, after all, walking bounties, and he would never slay them without provocation. Primarily, it was their lack of respect that had compelled him to act. The pirates sighed in relief, recognizing that while Lu Cheng appeared fearsome, they had seemingly escaped a fatal fate, at least for the moment. "Hey, if we were to meet again, would you offer me the respect I deserve?" Lu Cheng inquired, pointing at himself. The pirates found the question absurdly foolish. Did such a question even require answering? The one who had refused to show him respect had already been fed to the fishes. Who would dare to defy him again? Had they been capable of opposing him, they would have eagerly dismembered him. Yet the reality was that they were utterly powerless. The bloodied corpses nearby spoke volumes. The few still standing had only yielded out of respect. Shanks regarded the scene with bemusement, pondering, is this respect, or merely a desperate attempt to preserve their own lives? Lu Cheng remained blissfully unaware of any wrongdoing. Concluding that silence equated to acquiescence, the multitude of pirates could only sigh in resignation, feeling that any further words would be futile, because the other party did not appear to be a reasonable individual. Nevertheless, it was fortunate to have salvaged a life. Thus, Lu Cheng swiftly took complete control of the pirate ship. The cabin, of course, was not devoid of danger. There were still some pirates with questionable intellect, who were oblivious to the situation. However, it mattered little, as they soon grasped the terrifying consequences of disrespecting him. Well, that was thoroughly resolved. After delivering a fatal punch to the last pirate, he began to interrogate these marauders regarding their origins. After a series of inquiries, the pirates were surprisingly forthcoming. Thus Lu Cheng gleaned a considerable amount of information. This was a band of second-rate pirates, most of whom had been pirates for less than a year. A year prior, they had merely been thugs and murderers roaming the nearby islands, many of whom had never even ventured out to sea. There were even some who were more peculiar, having once been ordinary citizens. They had merely heard tales of the pirate King Roger and, enticed by the legend of the great treasure, had been easily duped onto the pirate ship. Ultimately, they became pirates, and in the process, transformed into heinous villains. Lu Cheng found this rabble somewhat absurd, estimating their worth to be minimal. Fortunately, he had ceased his assault in time. Otherwise, splitting the bounty of 3 million would have resulted in a sum that could hardly fetch a price for the entire crew. Lu Cheng speculated that not all of them had bounties. Even those who did might not be worth much. He narrowly avoided a significant loss. Thankfully, his quick wit had saved him. The pirate captain remarked, "Isn't it your cleverness that salvaged a life?" Lu Cheng and Shanks rummaged through the various quarters of the ship, but regrettably, they found not even a single decent nautical chart. These pirates, who only operated in coastal waters, were largely illiterate, and expecting them to diligently study and venture into the open sea was indeed a fanciful thought. Yet, they stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. Though it may not truly qualify as such, the modest sum of under 600,000 berries was their spoils, a meager amount for dozens of pirates combined. Additionally, several young girls had been forcibly taken aboard by the pirates. Moreover, these girls possessed fair features, which perhaps contributed to their survival, though this very reason had morphed into deeper suffering. This was a world governed by the law of the jungle. Observing those girls clad in rags and smeared with filth, huddled in their cages, their eyes filled with terror, trembling as Lu Cheng and Shanks approached, confirmed Lu Cheng's suspicions. Upon closer inspection, he noted the numerous scars of whippings that marred their bodies. Prompting a sigh from him, "This was precisely why I detest pirates." Lu Cheng's voice reached Shanks's ears. "Every time I witness such misfortune, I am reminded of a certain truth." "What truth?" Shanks inquired with curiosity. "There are far too many wretched souls in this world. Far too many. To be honest, the killings could never cease." Shanks paused slightly. "Oh, you despise pirates, yet harbor no fondness for the Navy? What an arrogant little brat." Lu Cheng hesitated, pondering before responding. "My disdain for most pirates is genuine. As for the Navy, I cannot say I either like or dislike them. What I truly loathe are those vile individuals who trample upon the rights of others." As for who qualifies as a villain, Lu Cheng fell silent. Yet he already harbored an answer within. He placed a hand over his chest, where a fiery heart beat resolutely, as long as he remained steadfast in his beliefs and sense of justice. Those who commit evil would inevitably fall under his scrutiny. He would teach them the true meaning of justice. "So what do you plan to do next? Will you remain a pirate hunter indefinitely?" "For the time being, I shall pursue the role of a pirate hunter, to earn a little sustenance for myself and little Robin while avoiding capture by the Navy. As for the future." Lu Cheng paused slightly. "Let us not concern ourselves with that now. Perhaps I will traverse every corner of the world, visiting numerous places to uphold justice." A faint smile graced his lips. Yet Shanks fell into silence upon hearing this. "And you, Shanks, what do you intend to do?" Lu Cheng asked. Shanks offered no reply. He gazed at the dark confines of the ship, the cages housing the ragged girls, and the fear glimmering in their eyes. Opened his mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. He was reminded of his captain, who had ushered in this very era. However, with the relentless march of time, what transpires is beyond anyone's anticipation. He spoke of the tides of a new era, one that would upheave the entire world. The future of the world would be rewritten, and what they could not accomplish would be taken up by others. Yet, when the tides of the era surged forth, how many would struggle amidst this current, like drifting weeds? "Lu Cheng, what role will you play in this tempest, and where shall I find my path?" Shanks pondered, surveying the cages before him, his thoughts adrift. The captives were not solely the girls, but the entire generation and all those who yearned for freedom. He clenched his fists, silently resolving to take action. Lu Cheng observed Shanks, who had suddenly fallen into silence and contemplation, somewhat astonished. Even if reluctant to share his thoughts, he need not resort to feigned ignorance, right? Nonetheless, he swiftly dismissed this matter from his mind. Regardless, it was imperative to first address the immediate situation. That he leaped forward, shattering the wooden cage into splinters. "I have captured the pirates. You are free," he proclaimed. Yet, the response was met with a myriad of vacant stares. The hollow eyes devoid of light. Lu Chung fell silent, abruptly turning to Shanks, exclaiming, "Stop dawdling. Come and lend a hand to rescue them." The deck of the knight's ship was crowded with pirates, tightly bound by ropes. While their original vessel receded into the moonlit distance, the Jolly Roger billowing in the sea breezed in Lu Cheng's mind. A sudden thought emerged. A pirate without a ship is no pirate at all. He sprang to his feet, startling the nearby girls clad in tattered garments. He scoured the pirate ship from bow to stern, yet the disheveled pirates had left behind scant suitable clothing, compelling him to scrounge together a few ragged garments for the girls to cover themselves. Though their eyes still lacked vitality, they no longer regarded Lu Chung and Shanks with trepidation, especially when they gazed toward the ship's bow, devoid of the ominous Jolly Roger. A semblance of comfort washed over them. Yet, the pitiable and timid expression seemed to ignite a fire within Lu Cheng's heart, reminiscent of his first encounter with Little Robin. The depth of his compassion mirrored the intensity of his rage. Lu Chung leaped atop the mast, leaving everyone, including Shanks, momentarily bewildered. Uncertain of his intentions, he retrieved the knight's card box, calmly completing his transformation. The crimson armor enveloped him once more as the now desolate pirate ship drifted further into the sea. Lu Cheng gazed silently at its receding form. Akin to the sins lurking in the depths of the ocean, he drew a card from his waist and inserted it into the dragon summoner in his hand. Strike vent! A resounding mechanical roar echoed through the sky as the magnificent Wu Shuanglong emerged, letting out a deep, rumbling growl. Lu Cheng extended his right hand, instinctively receiving the weapon that descended from the heavens. Resembling the head of the Wu Shuanglong itself, the dragon claw fire, which he donned with purpose, the Wu Shuanglong roared and writhed in the void behind him, as if voicing the fury that surged within his heart. He crouched low, gathering his strength, and with a sudden sweep of his right fist, empowered by the dragon claw fire, the Wu Shuanglong unleashed a torrent of searing flames, intent on incinerating all in its path. A colossal fireball hurtled towards the pirate ship, igniting it in a spectacular explosion, illuminating the darkened sea and leaving a haunting reflection in the hearts of all who witnessed. The terrified pirates and the unfortunate maidens gazed in shock as the ship was engulfed in flames. And amidst the chaos, the cries of the maidens resonated across the ocean, echoing far and wide. Little Robin rubbed her eyes and emerged from below deck, clad in her nightgown. She beheld the deck filled with bound pirates. Tightly secured by ropes, the sight of a ragged woman huddled in despair, and the figure of Shanks leaning silently against the railing, his hat pulled low over his face. Her gaze drifted to the distant glow of flames dancing upon the waves, and her eyes fell upon the familiar red silhouette standing tall atop the mast. In an instant, comprehension washed over her, and she tugged at her clothing, opening her mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. Lu Chung, noticing the sudden appearance of Little Robin, leapt down from the mast. Seeing her timid demeanor, he removed his armor and suppressed a smile. "What brings you up? Did I wake you?" Little Robin remained silent, instead burying her face into his embrace. The softness of her form brought warmth to his heart. "It's because dawn has arrived," she replied in broken whispers. Lu Chung blinked in surprise and lifted his gaze. On the horizon, the first rays of morning light broke through the clouds, casting their glow upon the small vessel, while the sky revealed a pale hue. The sea breeze rustled the sails, creating a gentle sound. Indeed, it was morning. The tranquil moment was abruptly shattered by the system notification. "Ding! Honorable Knight, you have a pending daily quest. Would you like to accept it? Quest name: The Return of the Lost. Quest requirements: assist several lost maidens in returning to their homeland." Is it truly that simple? Quest reward: 200 justice points. Quest status: pending acceptance. Would you like to accept the quest? Lu Cheng found himself at a loss for words. He had not encountered a system task in ages. Last night, amidst his rampage, the system had remained silent, yet now that all was resolved, it suddenly reappeared. The task appeared straightforward, but the reward was meager, a mere 200 justice points. It paled in comparison to the grand tasks from the previous night, which offered far more substantial rewards. Nevertheless, the quest's content aligned with his intentions. After some contemplation, he decided that a complimentary reward was still a reward. With a grand gesture, he accepted the task. Once he had completed all that was necessary, he lowered his head, patting his stomach and casting an apologetic glance at Robin. "I'm hungry." The horizon shimmered with light, the night having passed swiftly. "Your culinary skills have truly improved, Little Robin," Lu Chung praised. eliciting a rosy blush upon her cheeks. In the midst of the terrified gazes of the pirates, Lu Cheng devoured the meticulously prepared meal with great enthusiasm. Only when the plates piled high beside him towered over his head did he lean back. Satisfied. Indeed, engaging in battle always left him ravenous, and he was fortunate to have little Robin cooking for him. Otherwise, he would likely have resorted to raw fare. However, the Hana Nomi proved to be quite advantageous, allowing him to prepare dozens of dishes simultaneously. Lu Cheng pondered whether to send little Robin to a floating restaurant for further training. Perhaps she could become a renowned chef at sea. If little Robin became the chef, he would be the one to reap the benefits. Suddenly, Lu Cheng found this idea to be nothing short of brilliant. A stroke of genius. He turned to little Robin, who seemed still lost in the aftermath of his compliments, her face adorably flushed. "What's wrong?" she inquired, curiously touching her cheeks, slightly apprehensive under his gaze. "Nothing. I merely thought of a place where you could learn how to cook. And we might pay a visit, to learn how to make dishes even more delectable." Little Robin recalled his every meal, reminiscent of a famished spirit, and couldn't help but giggle if she were to improve her cooking. Surely he would savor it even more. Her thoughts aligned with his, and she felt a spark of anticipation. After finishing their meal, Lu Cheng commenced his training on the deck, striving to convert the energy from his feast into enhanced strength. The bound pirates, witnessing the sheer force behind each of Lu Cheng's strikes, exchanged glances of disbelief. How could such a diligent and formidable individual have been their target for robbery? Would it not be wiser to steer clear of him? Yet, now that they were captured, regrets were futile. Shanks let out a heavy yawn, observing Lu Cheng with keen eyes. His observation haki allowed him to discern the gradual, yet unmistakable rise in Lu Cheng's power. What a formidable talent! Shanks mused with a smile that in another decade or so, this young man would undoubtedly become a source of great concern for the Marines, if not already. After completing his training, Lu Cheng exhibited no signs of fatigue. He opened his status panel to confirm his current state. Name: Lu Cheng. Race: human. Occupation: Kamen Rider. Bounty Hunter. Rider belt: Kamen Rider Ryuki. Rider item: Kamen Rider Ryuki card. Motorcycle. Health points: 100 stamina, 100 satiated. Full of spirit, talent, mirror world traversal skill. Navy 6 styles: beginner, justice points: 1,000 money. 2.5 million berries. Having reviewed his attributes, Lu Cheng confidently concluded that he had barely grasped the fundamentals of the 6 styles. Shanks had claimed he wouldn't master hockey for a while, yet he had directly imparted the Navy's 6 styles to him. Although Lu Cheng found it curious that a pirate would learn the Navy's techniques, it was reasonable given Shanks' future status as an emperor of the sea. The 6 styles were not secretive techniques. After all, many knew them, and it was only natural for him to acquire some knowledge. The techniques: iron block, finger pistol, saru, jeppo, renkyaku, and shave, were not easy to master, and at this juncture, he felt he had only scratched the surface. Utilizing iron block, he sensed a slight increase in his physical resilience, though it paled in comparison to the defense provided by his armor. Learning so quickly, Shanks expressed his surprise. Of course, Lu Cheng replied matter-of-factly, "I am the most righteous of knights. Such a just technique is easy for me to master." Shanks remained silent, merely sighing softly. "Your innate physical talent is indeed remarkable. Perhaps one day you may even master the return of life." The return of life was a supreme technique in the world of pirates, representing complete mastery over one's own body. Yet, Lu Cheng understood that he had only begun to scratch the surface of such profound knowledge. At that moment, the ragged women approached Lu Cheng, finally feeling at ease. "Thank you for saving us." Though still somewhat wary, their apprehension had lessened significantly after witnessing the destruction of the pirate ship. Upon seeing little Robin, their wariness melted away entirely, especially after learning of Robin's tragic past. They empathized deeply, accepting her kindness readily, as their own experiences paled in comparison. Lu Cheng had been contemplating how to fulfill the quest, as the women appeared to be suffering from severe trauma. Remaining tight-lipped, he had little recourse, for if the pirates had shown him no mercy, he would have dealt with them swiftly. These young maidens had already endured enough hardship, and he had no means of forcing them to comply. To his surprise, little Robin effortlessly resolved this predicament. Truly, she was an invaluable asset, the esteemed deputy and navigator, as well as the chef aboard the knight's ship. What an extraordinary talent she possessed! The briny sea breeze wafted through the air, the sails billowed, and the knight continued its leisurely voyage across the ocean. Little Robin was no longer on deck. She had begun preparing lunch for Lu Cheng. The dining table in the pristine kitchen was laden with an array of dishes. Little Robin was exceptionally fastidious, treating the ship as if it were her home. Lu Cheng's vessel had originally been seized from pirates, and he himself was not overly concerned with cleanliness. Although he had tidied up a bit previously, as a knight, he was not one to fuss over trifles. After all, it was quite normal for things to be a bit messy when he intended to sleep on deck. Little Robin, however, was different. She meticulously kept the night spotless. Even with the assistance of the Hana no Mi, tidying the cabin was a laborious task that left her drenched in sweat. Children who have faced misfortune tend to grow more mature. She had been brought aboard this ship and told that she would be his crew member, his first mate, his navigator, his cook, and his 79 million. On this vessel, without his command, no one could take her away. He had assured her of this, and he had followed through. This was her home. Though the vast sea stretched endlessly before her, it was only aboard this small ship that she felt warmth. Contemplating these thoughts, a faint smile crept onto Little Robin's lips as she hurriedly arranged the freshly cooked food. Despite the assistance from the Hana no Mi, managing to cook a dozen dishes simultaneously was no small feat and required immense concentration. Thus, Lu Cheng often thought that Little Robin was far too clever for a child. After all, she had become a doctor at the tender age of 8. If they were to compare intellect, he might find himself thoroughly outmatched. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Aboard this ship, he was the captain, and no matter how intelligent she was still his 79 million, obliged to heed his commands. Humph! Arms sprouted from the ground. Receiving the plates brimming with food and passing them up to the deck, Lu Cheng devoured his meal ravenously, his cheeks puffed up with food. The aroma of the dishes tantalized the pirates. Since their capture the previous night, they had yet to eat. They had tolerated witnessing the crew enjoy breakfast, but now Lu Cheng had begun his lunch. How much could a person endure? The enticing scent provoked their growling stomachs as they gazed longingly at Lu Cheng and his companions. Their eyes filled with a pitiful yearning. Just imagine a group of burly men revealing their watery, pleading eyes. Lu Cheng could hardly withstand it. With a swift motion, he polished off the meat, casually tossing a bone overboard, which landed heavily on one of the pirates' heads. "If you keep staring at me like that, I'll gouge your eyes out." The pirates looked aggrieved. Had he not been gorging himself right before them? Would they be so fixated on him? He was hungry, yet he chose to eat with such delight before their eyes. What a display of cruelty! Remembering the cold-blooded demeanor he had shown earlier, the pirates felt a simmering resentment but dared not utter a word. Their gazes cast downward. The 3 young girls, recently rescued from the pirate ship, stole a fearful glance at the bound pirates. Lu Cheng noticed their apprehension and reassured them. "Don't be afraid. You all just focus on your meal." He shot a cold glare at the pirates. "Do not be deceived by their ugly and fierce appearances. They are all nothing but a bunch of worthless scoundrels that eye in these waters. The Navy dares not provoke them, and they dare not challenge the Navy. They only bully innocent civilians on the islands, dreaming of unearthing great treasures at sea. Calling them pirates is an overstatement. They are merely a rabble, a band of thugs. Soon, I'll hand them over to the Navy to teach them a lesson." Despite his words, the girls remained visibly shaken. However, it was a marked improvement from their previous state of fear where they could not even eat. "Where are you all from?" Lu Cheng inquired. The 3 girls replied with the names of their hometowns. Surprisingly, all from the same place. As he examined the nautical charts, he noted that the distance was considerable. The West Sea was vast and boundless, while the ship's cruising speed was not slow. It was only natural for their journey to take a significant amount of time. They had been abducted and taken aboard the pirate ship for quite some time, far removed from their homeland. Lu Cheng estimated it would take at least a month or 2 to return. That he pondered for a moment before speaking. "I will first deliver these pirates to the Navy's division so they can receive their due punishment. Once that is settled, if it is convenient, I will escort you back home. Is that acceptable?" The girls quietly expressed their gratitude. Lu Cheng then turned to Shanks, eager to expedite Shanks' journey to his destination. The problem, however, was that Shanks, this unreliable fellow, was uncertain about where he needed to go. Shanks nodded. "No worries. I have plenty of time. We can afford to take our time." His original plan had been to search for this elusive gathering at a leisurely pace. After all, the location of such a mysterious event was notoriously difficult to pinpoint. Had he known, he would have brought along a few navigators. Now, he felt somewhat reckless to have come alone. Then it settled. As the captain of the night, Lu Cheng's decisions were the supreme law aboard the ship. "Little Robin, where is my navigator?" Having filled his belly, Lu Cheng called out for his navigator. Little Robin dashed from the kitchen to the deck. Her small face flushed from her hurried run. "Where is the nearest Navy division from here? We are off to collect our just rewards. Set sail." Upon hearing this, Little Robin knew Lu Cheng intended to change course. But if they did not visit the Navy to earn some money, it would not be long before the entire crew found themselves hungry, with an opportunity to receive some funds knocking at their door. Little Robin was naturally filled with enthusiasm. Although she had not lifted a finger during the capture of the pirates, as a bounty hunter, she had followed his orders, hadn't she? Otherwise, she would have certainly assisted. She felt she had played a part in this. After all, this was the first batch of pirates they had captured together, and her first earnings as a bounty hunter. Little Robin was brimming with motivation. Carefully consulting the nautical chart and checking her compass, she confirmed the direction. The wheel began to turn, quickly determining a new course, one that had once been the place she least wished to go in her dreams. But now was the path leading to berries. "Report, Captain," Little Robin said with utmost seriousness. "The course has been corrected. We shall reach the designated location in 1 week." "Over." "Well done," Lu Cheng proclaimed, standing at the bow of the ship, arms outstretched to embrace the sea breeze. With a flourish of his cloak, the wide fabric billowed in the wind. The night set sail. A week passed swiftly, and a new ship arrived at the island housing the Navy division. As an island, it was common for vessels to come and go, and the arrival of an ordinary ship was nothing remarkable. However, this particular ship's actions were anything but ordinary to a line of ragged pirates. Bound together by ropes, were being dragged off the vessel by a young boy, who appeared very youthful, his face obscured by a child's mask, leaving his true features concealed. Yet, from the contours of his face and his fair skin, one could deduce the strikingly handsome visage hidden beneath the mask. The Navy division. Lu Cheng led the pirates as one would a herd of livestock, re-entering to claim his reward for the second time. Although the Navy division had changed, the procedures remained largely the same. Navy personnel carefully compared the pirates' appearances, calculating the bounty owed to Lu Cheng. "This one is worth 3 million. Let me see. 20,000 for this guy, and this one here, worth 10,000 no bounty for this one. But since we caught him, he's worth 5,000 for having taken a life." Leaning against the wall, Lu Cheng waited with impatience for the Navy to settle his accounts. Finally, the Navy concluded their calculations to in total. That's 350,000 berries. Such a meager amount. Lu Cheng gazed at the long string of candied hawthorns, only to realize that the leading one was worth but a pittance. He found himself yearning immensely for the eccentric Carlos, who alone was worth 8 million, after addressing the request of the naval girl for a free meal. He sighed. After all, handsome charm is innate, and even a mask cannot conceal it. He often felt a throbbing headache due to unfamiliar women attempting to share a meal with him. Initially, he possessed 2,500,000 berries. And now, with an additional 3,500,000 acquired, he found himself with a total of 6 million berries. However, the predicament lay in the fact that the provisions aboard the ship had nearly been consumed. Although Little Robin ate sparingly, Shanks certainly had an insatiable appetite. With 2 voracious eaters on board, the food was depleting at an alarming rate. It was rather audacious of Shanks, a future emperor of the sea, to indulge in daily feasting without contributing a single coin. Yet, the irony was that he couldn't muster a single berry, and despite being so impoverished, he still had the audacity to drift upon the ocean, relying on mere appearances for sustenance. However, Shanks did mention that if Lu Cheng ever visited his ship, he could eat to his heart's content, ensuring he would never go hungry. Lu Cheng mentally noted this, considering the dining expenses as a debt he would eventually repay. Observing the fresh-looking vegetables, he declared, "I shall take them all." Hand in hand with Little Robin, the duo of masked individuals, one tall and one small, began to haggle in the island's bustling market. Little Robin wore a hat that nearly concealed half her face and a small mask, joyfully grasping Lu Cheng's hand. No one could possibly guess that she was the infamous Nico Robin, valued at 79 million berries, and rather assumed she was merely a little girl accompanying her brother on an outing. For safety's sake, they naturally wouldn't linger too long in this spot. However, for the moment, it seemed secure, having drifted at sea for quite some time. Now, returning to familiar ground provided a rare sense of relaxation. As for Shanks, he too wished to disembark and stroll about the island, to breathe in some fresh air. However, As a pirate who dined and lodged for free, he found himself lacking any authority, having been left behind by Lu Cheng to keep watch over the ship. After all, leaving a lone vessel unattended in the harbor was fraught with danger, necessitating someone to guard against thieves or unforeseen mishaps. Lu Cheng recalled numerous instances from the manga where Luffy and his crew faced peril after landing on an island. Fortunately, having left someone aboard enabled them to hastily set sail on the Going Merry, avoiding being captured by the Navy. This underscored the significance of leaving someone on the ship, and Lu Cheng's trust in Shanks was evident in entrusting him with this vital task. With Shanks, a future emperor of the sea, watching over the vessel, he could rest easy, free from worry about returning from an island stroll only to find the ship missing. Still, what else was needed? Fruits had been purchased, books acquired. Little Robin counted on her fingers, her small face beneath the mask knitting into a frown as she contemplated what else was required. Shall we buy a bit more meat? What do you think? Little Robin tilted her head slightly, raising her neck to gaze at Lu Cheng. She recalled that Sir Knight had an insatiable love for meat, as if his appetite could never be sated. In her efforts to ensure Lu Cheng dined with peace of mind, Little Robin exerted considerable effort each day. All right. Lu Cheng nodded eagerly. Stocking up a bit more was no issue, especially since he ate quickly. Not needing to fret over spoilage, in the presence of the island's populace, Little Robin refrained from showcasing her abilities. Lu Cheng made several trips before finally gathering all the necessary items. The ship's cabin soon brimmed with supplies once more, and Lu Cheng estimated that they could last him about a month, provided no fierce battles ensued. Otherwise, such a bounty wouldn't suffice for his post-fight appetite. After spending another 2 million berries, Lu Cheng's expression soured as he realized he was left with only 4 million berries. Truly, the funds were insufficient. It's all right. Seeing Lu Cheng's demeanor, Little Robin waved her small fist. We will capture many more villains and earn a great deal of berries. I will work hard. I know you will. Little Robin, Lu Cheng replied, fully aware of her diligent efforts, which far surpassed his own. Yet, the reality remained that high-bounty pirates seemed to abound in the manga, yet after drifting at sea for so long, he had encountered none. Could a few pirates worth tens of millions drop into my lap? He mused, considering that with Shanks providing free labor, he had no fear of being outmatched. Sister Cynthia, Sister Shasha. I've bought you new clothes. Little Robin bounced onto the ship, addressing the 3 young ladies. Thank you. Little Robin. As soon as Little Robin boarded, she set about preparing dinner for Lu Cheng. Shanks sat at the ship's bow, watching as the sun slowly descended, the remaining glow illuminating his stubbled face. Here you go, rum, Lu Cheng said as he seated himself beside Shanks, tossing over a bottle of liquor. Shanks uncorked the bottle and savored a hearty sip. Ah, rum, an essential element of life. He looked at Lu Cheng, who grimly opened another bottle of rum. Indeed, I told Little Robin the same. Drifting upon these seas, indulging in hearty meat and copious drinks, was that not the most basic of pleasures? Yet, the little girl remained unconvinced by his reasoning. Shanks blinked, suddenly realizing that despite Lu Cheng's numerous purchases, he seemed to have neglected to buy much alcohol. Why did you not procure more rum? Can one survive at sea without it? Shanks inquired, puzzled. Rum isn't cheap. Lu Cheng attempted to deflect it. Shanks scratched his head. Of course it is. How would someone like you, who eats and drinks all day, know the cost of essentials? How on earth do you manage as a captain? Lu Cheng couldn't help but scoff. Oh. Shanks brushed off Lu Cheng's words, chewing thoughtfully as if savoring the lingering sweetness of the rum in his mouth. I leave that to my second mate. I only need to focus on feasting and drinking. Lu Cheng found himself exasperated. No wonder you wander the vast seas without a single berry to your name. Yet, Shanks's next words shattered his composure. Unlike you, who can't even manage a little girl. Lu Cheng sighed deeply, realizing he couldn't conceal anything from Shanks. I have no idea where she learned it, but she insists that too much drinking is harmful and prevents me from buying too much. Even though I am the captain, that little one adores you, Shanks remarked, his eyes reflecting the sun's dwindling rays. The setting sun was still somewhat blinding, prompting him to lower the brim of his hat, the golden light casting an ethereal glow upon it, making it appear as if it were forged from gold. Lu Cheng's gaze lingered on the shimmering brim before he nodded in agreement, responding matter-of-factly, I like her too. My crew member, my first mate, my navigator, my head chef, my 79 million. Shanks chuckled softly at this. I suddenly find myself believing you. What? Lu Cheng responded, puzzled, unsure of Shanks's meaning. However, Shanks merely took a hearty swig from his bottle, draining the remaining rum in one go. The last 2 drops slid from the bottle's neck, and he tossed the empty vessel overboard, where it quickly sank beneath the waves with a series of bubbling sounds. "You should pace yourself. I didn't tea by much rum this time." Lu Cheng observed Shanks's boisterous demeanor, feeling a bit overwhelmed. At this rate, the supply wouldn't last long. "Do you know how much information there is regarding the O'Hara incident from nearly a year ago?" Shanks suddenly asked. "That I know bits and pieces." Lu Cheng shrugged. "That I'm not clear on the specifics, but I've heard enough to discern that the Navy and the Celestial Dragons are despicable. Yet, it's not all bad. There are indeed some within the Navy who can be termed righteous." Hey, hey, are you really praising the Navy, red-haired? As a pirate, is that appropriate? I think the Navy isn't half bad. But that's because I'm a pirate hunter. I rely on Navy bounties for my meals." Lu Cheng stretched lazily. "Shanks, are you acting strangely? Is it related to what you plan to do this time?" However, Shanks remained silent, his gaze fixed on the setting sun as it gradually sank beneath the horizon, seemingly questioning Lu Cheng while also engaging in introspection. What is justice? Lu Cheng was utterly bewildered. Shanks, in his mind, was not quite right. Lu Cheng genuinely thought this. After all, you are a pirate, not a marine. Why should you concern yourself with the concept of justice? This thought left Lu Cheng in a state of perplexity. But at that moment, a series of strange calls suddenly echoed across the distant sea. The sound was deep, resonant, and distant, akin to a lengthy poem or a lullaby, gently drifting into the ears of those present. Little Robin and the 3 women also heard the sound and took the opportunity to rush up to the deck. Lu Cheng and Shanks halted their conversation, turning their heads toward the source of the sound. There, on the distant sea, ripples began to undulate, the water being parted by dark silhouettes. The colossal black whale, as immense as a mountain, breached the surface, swiftly followed by a second and then a third. In mere moments, over a dozen gigantic black whales surfaced, gracefully rolling in the ocean, their tails stirring up tremendous waves. The great whales emitted haunting long calls, as if singing an ancient ballad. Towering columns of water shot into the air. These marine spirits, surfacing for breath, after this brief respite, they would plunge back into the depths for an even longer voyage. The numerous high-spouting water columns refracted the sunset, bending the light and conjuring ethereal rainbows in the air. How beautiful came little Robin's voice of admiration. Indeed, it was a rare spectacle. Shanks gazed at the distant shadows, explaining, "Those are island whales that eye in the vast ocean. Island whales symbolize good fortune. Encountering them often foretells a smooth journey ahead. It seems our voyage will be smooth sailing." Cheers erupted from other ships at the dock, as they too recognized these rare creatures. Lu Cheng, while admiring the beautiful scene, suddenly envisioned a massive figure persistently charging into a mountain. That fellow. Is he still there, refusing to give up? The person he waits for must still be out there on the hopeful sea, for the pursuit of dreams is a journey that never ceases. Isn't it? The skies soon darkened. Lu Cheng watched as the stars climbed higher into the night sky, casting his fishing rod with a flick of his wrist. Before long, a large fish was hauled onto the deck. In the world of One Piece, the abundance and size of fish were truly astonishing. Fishing proved to be a breeze. Yet, there was an element of danger. Ordinary folk might find themselves the catch of the day. Worried they might be hooked instead. Of course, Lu Cheng had no such concerns. In these coastal waters, catching a sea king was nearly impossible. Even if he did, it wouldn't pose a problem. He could easily handle a nearshore king. As for the other fish, how could they compare in strength? Just then, he heard soft footsteps approaching from behind. Lu Cheng turned slightly, recognizing one of the 3 girls, her name seemingly Cynthia. She had changed into a blue dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her fair skin and stunningly beautiful face were a stark contrast to her earlier disheveled appearance. Indeed, attire could transform one entirely. "Captain," Cynthia approached him, politely nodding in greeting. Under the dim moonlight, her cheeks appeared slightly flushed, enhancing her allure. It seemed she had something to say, yet after opening her mouth, no words came forth. Instead, she gazed at him with her beautiful eyes. Lu Cheng observed her for a few moments before asking, "Is there something you need?" At last, she found her voice, albeit a bit hoarse yet not unpleasant, laced with a hint of seduction. "Captain Lu, could you do me a favor?" Her voice was as soft and sweet as cotton candy, stirring his emotions. "What favor?" Lu Cheng's tone remained calm, betraying no signs of unusual reaction. Could you agree to my request first, and I'll explain once we're in the cabin? Cynthia's face reddened further. Seemingly quite shy, Lu Cheng frowned slightly, contemplating a refusal, but ultimately held his tongue. After all, she was a girl, and lacking in strength, she posed no threat to him. He had no reason to be fearful or on guard. Seeing him nod, Cynthia broke into a shy smile. She quickly turned away, lowering her head as if trying to flee. Then, Captain, I'll be waiting for you in the cabin. Lu Cheng felt somewhat bewildered. What issue could arise on his own ship that required his assistance? As he pondered this, he noticed Shanks had seized the bottle of liquor beside him, taking a hearty swig. Lu Cheng was taken aback. What the hell, red-haired? Why are you stealing my drink? I wanted that for later. You won't be coming back, Shanks replied nonchalantly, continuing to fish without a glance back, his tone carrying a hint of significance. Go on, don't keep her waiting. What do you mean? Lu Cheng felt a wave of confusion. What was he talking about? He intended to return for his drink. Forget about the liquor, kid. Shanks adjusted his hat. Not turning around. Sigh. I know I'm quite handsome too, Lu Cheng had to admit. Shanks was indeed quite handsome, and that scar added a rugged charm. He had previously toyed with a knife near his eye, but ultimately refrained. After all, he didn't want to mar his own appearance. What did he mean by saying he wouldn't be coming back? Did she intend to trick him into the cabin and plot against him? Lu Cheng furrowed his brow, visibly agitated. He had rescued them. How could they be so treacherous? Shanks seemed exasperated, tossing him a full bottle of liquor. What are you thinking? Drink this, calm down, and remember to be nice. I'll keep an eye on the ship. You don't have to sleep on the deck tonight. If I'm not sleeping on the deck, where will I sleep? Lu Cheng retorted, feeling incredulous. He downed an entire bottle of rum, feeling slightly dizzy. It seemed Shanks was losing his mind. He was just intoxicated. He let out a burp. I'll be back soon. Don't drink at all. Get lost. Shanks seemed to be in a particularly foul mood tonight. Lu Cheng staggered slightly as he entered the cabin, that if she truly harbored ill intentions, attempting to deceive him into the cabin for a nefarious plot. No matter how pitiful she appeared, he would ensure she was cast off the ship. A partner of justice cannot coexist in the same quarters with an ungrateful person. What's wrong? Is there something you need? Lu Cheng stepped into the dark cabin, instinctively asking. Suddenly, a petite figure rushed toward him, two small hands gripping his arm, soft lips drawing near. Lu Cheng instinctively attempted to break free, but the moment she grasped him, he felt an unexpected softness. Cynthia's lips pressed against his. That a surge of fury ignited within him. Who is this wicked woman? What does she intend? I am a knight of justice, sworn against vice and deceit. Yet, the effects of the rum were taking hold, making it difficult for him to maintain control. He shifted his arm slightly, but her grip was too tight. The soft sensation disarmed him, rendering his arm weak. He could easily smash the head of a pirate with an 8 million berry bounty. Yet this cunning woman had cast a spell upon him, rendering him unable to escape. This woman was far too forward. Even if I am handsome, you cannot act so brazenly. Lu Cheng felt he could not simply acquiesce. He was the most free and just knight. How could he allow her to act with impunity? He had to at least resist a little. Captain, please do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to express my gratitude to you. As she uttered these words, her voice was barely a whisper, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Upon realizing this, Lu Cheng released a sigh of relief. It appeared to be a sophisticated version of servitude. Those deemed attractive offered themselves willingly, while those less fortunate were condemned to a lifetime of toil. Indeed, given his countenance, such treatment seemed fitting. Just as he contemplated offering some words of comfort, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A pair of soft tongues invaded the space, igniting a fierce battle. Could Lu Cheng endure this? A lifelong warrior, the masked hero had never shied away from conflict. He launched a counterattack. His tongue, akin to a venomous serpent, imbued with the fiery zest of rum, sank fiercely into hers, imparting a bloodthirsty sensation. While a large hand began to roam indiscriminately, Cynthia trembled. She had not anticipated Lu Cheng's swift retaliation. The taste of rum was sharp upon her tongue, a beverage she had once loathed, yet now it was tolerable. The spiciness mingled with a hint of sweetness, prompting her to involuntarily close her eyes and surrender to Lu Cheng's ministrations. Captain Lu, she stammered, please, be gentle, and do not instruct me, with a forceful clap. A sharp sound echoed. What a wicked woman! Allow her to experience the consequences of provoking a righteous knight. Let her understand that some individuals are not to be trifled with. In the darkness, the sound of torn fabric echoed, accompanied by a muffled scream. Lu Cheng, cradling her, approached the bed, only to discover something concealed within the blankets. This malicious woman had set a trap. Rage surged within Lu Cheng. How dare she play tricks on him? This was utterly unacceptable. He would not show her mercy. He lowered his gaze, seeing Cynthia nestled against him. Her former bravado completely diminished. Her cheeks flushed, she pressed her chin against his chest, yearning to bury herself in his embrace. What is the matter? Speak now, or I shall strike. No, please, Captain. Cynthia's voice was a soft plea, yet Lu Cheng held her firmly. You shall not escape my wrath until you explain. With her eyes shimmering with a misty allure, she appeared exceptionally tempting, her curves captivating under the soft moonlight. Lu Cheng struck again, the sound sharp and clear, silencing her. Her voice, barely above a whisper, emerged. I apologize. Captain, please, see for yourself. The blankets trembled slightly, seemingly frightened by Lu Cheng's fierce tone, shivering in fear. Very well. Let me see what other tricks this wicked woman has up her sleeve, Lu Cheng exclaimed as he pulled the covers aside, revealing a sight of pure whiteness. Sasha and Lily were tightly intertwined, eyes shut, trembling as if in fear of something. Lu Cheng's eyes widened in shock at Cynthia's treachery. How could this woman be so unscrupulous as to enlist allies? And two at that. Was such trickery even permissible? Speak. What is the meaning of this? The three trembled, too frightened to meet his gaze. It was Cynthia who stepped forward, her voice quivering, clearly shaken. I apologize, Captain, that we merely wish to express our gratitude. Please spare us. How dare she attempt to feign innocence? A sinister smile crept across Lu Cheng's face. Did she think that sheer numbers could compel a noble hero to submit? How absurd. Even against overwhelming odds, he could carve a path through adversaries, leaving them wailing in despair. It was too late. He would teach them a lesson they would not forget. With a wicked grin, he lunged forward. Shanks was correct. He certainly would not be sleeping on the deck tonight. While Lu Cheng battled within the cabin, the red-haired man remained occupied. He was fishing and drinking. 303. These young ladies have no sense at all, he mused, finding his drink suddenly lacking in flavor. Could that foolish lad truly be more handsome than he? Rubbing the scar at the corner of his eye, he fell into deep contemplation. Was it his scar that led others to perceive him as a villain? Drip. In the darkness, a faint sound of water echoed, reminiscent of gentle waves lapping against the hull. The cold wind howled across the sea, the waves roiling unceasingly. Such a sound should have gone unnoticed. The red-haired man frowned slightly. How frustrating. I catch no fish, yet a host of uninvited guests appears. Thinking of the one still reveling in the cabin, his mood soured further. Why was it that trouble always followed the moment that insufferable brat departed? While he basked in indulgence all night, here he was, left to guard the ship. Both were engaged in combat, yet the circumstances were worlds apart. Shanks felt utterly disheartened. His hands itched with anticipation. Crack. A pirate cautiously climbed onto the deck. His movements light, yet he inadvertently stepped on an empty bottle. Who the hell lacks common decency to leave a bottle lying about? He halted abruptly, gripping the hilt of his dagger, eyes fixed on the figure leisurely reeling in a fishing line at the center of the deck. It was a man with a straw hat and red hair. The figure turned, adjusting the brim of his hat, his voluminous cloak fluttering in the night breeze. The red-haired man regarded the sudden appearance of the shadow on the deck, remarking coolly, "Let me see who dares to disturb my peace. If you depart now, I shall consider this encounter forgotten." Clang. The pirate drew his sword, its gleaming blade reflecting the moonlight, trembling slightly, exuding a chilling aura. So reckless, the red-haired man raised his arm, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent the sneaky pirate hurtling through the AT that moment. The remaining pirates charged forward with cold laughter, their knives raised high. Yet, Shanks vanished from beneath the blades. With a sudden burst of strength, he propelled himself off the deck, nearly splintering the wood beneath his feet, reappearing behind the pirates, gently removing his hat. His brilliant red hair danced in the night wind. An invisible pressure radiated from Shanks, causing the sound of clattering swords to fill the air as blades fell to the deck in an instant. The pirates collapsed, unable to rise, their strength utterly sapped. Incapable of even gripping their weapons. Conqueror's hockey. The lead pirate's neck throbbed with veins, his eyes rolled back as he struggled to utter the name. You are the red-haired Shanks. How could you be here? Clang, the sword slipped from his grasp as he collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Sigh. Shanks exhaled, his battle concluded. Yet that fellow would surely not return tonight as for his drink. He would not be having any. He took a swig from a nearby bottle and grabbed some rope to bind the pirates. It was surprising that someone recognized him, but it mattered little. He did not know them in return. He thought indifferently. Sasha and Lily slept soundly. After all, the intensity of their previous battle had been exhausting. Mere numbers could not compensate for the disparity in quality. Guan Yu could vanquish 5 foes single-handedly. His physical prowess far exceeding theirs, allowing him to easily contend with 3 opponents. Lu Cheng leaned against the ship's side, cradling the beauty in his arms, yet his heart remained unperturbed. Cynthia cast a sympathetic glance at the peacefully sleeping Lily and Sasha. The 2 young ladies were younger than her, and she had always regarded them as her younger sisters. She gently punched Lu Cheng's chest. "Captain, I told you to be gentler." Lu Cheng tightened his grip slightly, prompting her to emit a low whimper of surrender. He scoffed. "You dare instruct me?" "Dare not. No longer dare." The sight of her pitiful demeanor rekindled Lu Cheng's interest once more. However, Cynthia found herself in a predicament. Gazing at the 2 young girls who had succumbed to a deep slumber, she softly implored, "Captain, Lily and Sasha are utterly exhausted. They have been plagued by nightmares throughout the night and haven't had a moment's respite. If you disturb them, it might wake them." Lu Cheng firmly pinched his fingers twice before retracting his hand. Leaning against the headboard, he pondered the grave question of whether he had indeed fallen asleep or had merely been the victim of sleep. After much contemplation, he remained unable to arrive at a conclusion. "Oh well, at least I am enjoying myself," he muttered, shaking his head slightly. Subconsciously feeling a twinge of thirst, he noted that the modest cabin contained only a bed and a table, devoid of any rum. "Captain, do you want this?" Cynthia cautiously inquired. She retrieved an iron box from the bedside, opening it to reveal several cigars inside. Lu Cheng's gaze lingered on her for a moment, causing Cynthia to blush and lower her head. Despite their newfound intimacy, the stark exposure before one another still left her feeling somewhat bashful. Moreover, he had rescued them from dire straits, even though she knew she was unworthy. A vague sentiment stirred within her heart. Otherwise, even if she were truly grateful to him, she would never resort to such means of expressing it. With nothing to offer, they could only convey their gratitude and admiration through this most humble method, even if it risked being looked down upon. "What did this come from?" Lu Cheng asked, recalling that none of the items he had purchased on shore included such things. "That it was given to me by those pirates," Cynthia replied. Lu Cheng understood that the pirates had no intention of providing them with cigars for their enjoyment. He sighed softly. Though Cynthia, Lily, and Sasha were not exceptionally beautiful, they certainly possessed charm, and their youth and vitality were evident as they endeavored to please him. Lu Cheng derived immense pleasure from their skilled ministrations, which clearly demonstrated their understanding of how to better delight a man. Cynthia lowered her head in distress. "Yes, I apologize, Captain. I know we are unclean, but I truly have nothing else to express my gratitude. Lily and Sasha feel the same way. We mean no offense. We merely wish to sincerely thank you." Noticing Lu Cheng's silence, she quietly tucked away the cigar box. "If you do not like it, Captain," Lu Cheng sighed, "I understand. I harbor no disdain for you." He could discern between genuine feelings and false pretense. The earnestness with which they served him and the faint emotions reflected in their dreamy eyes were not lost on him. He could only lament his own striking appearance. Having saved the damsels in distress, he was left with no means to repay them but through his own body. Truly, the ancients do not deceive me. "Light it for me." Cynthia paused momentarily, but soon trembled as she retrieved a cigar, carefully offering it to Lu Cheng's lips while cautiously igniting it. Lu Cheng inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of white smoke. His fingers fidgeted with the soft texture, and he found himself captivated, realizing that men often think solely with their lower halves. Previously indifferent to these 3 young women, he had acted out of a sense of justice and momentary kindness. Largely motivated by pity, from a lofty vantage point, akin to a benevolent deity overlooking the unfortunate, he had dispensed his compassion. Yet now, with their relationship deepening, he discovered he could no longer regard them with such detachment. After all, this was his first encounter in the world of pirates, and he had been ensnared, no less by a trio of conspirators he contemplated for a long while, the gentle aroma of tobacco wafting through the air as Cynthia nestled within his embrace. Allowing his restless hands to roam, the night was silent in a few days, I shall return you to your homeland. Soon you will once again lead a tranquil life, Lu Cheng mused, realizing how woefully inept he was with words. Having struggled for so long to produce but this one sentence, Cynthia trembled slightly. Their bodies were closely pressed together, and this shift did not escape Lu Cheng's notice. What is it? He inquired. Cynthia's form quivered slightly. Tentatively glancing at Lu Cheng, she saw no discernible emotion on his calm visage. Yet, gazing into those placid eyes, her heart inexplicably found solace. She shyly nuzzled against him, evading his hand, before finally raising her head. Her voice carried a hint of pleading. Captain, we do not wish to return. Weren't we in agreement before? Lu Cheng was taken aback. This woman was fickle. Just a few days prior, she had expressed a desire to return home. Yet today she spoke of not wanting to go back. How perplexing. It was far easier to understand his little Robin, who was straightforward in her intentions compared to these beguiling young women. Cynthia cautiously scrutinized Lu Cheng's expression, and upon witnessing his look of confusion, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Throughout this time, the captain she had observed had either embodied the heroic figure of justice or wore a stern, fearsome countenance. Such a bewildered expression was indeed a rarity. Interestingly, he was not much older than Sasha and the others, even slightly younger than herself. Yet, at this tender age, he had already assumed the role of a ship's captain. Drifting across the seas in pursuit of his dreams, she gazed at Lu Cheng, her eyes softening as if looking at an eternally youthful younger brother. Lu Cheng contemplated, staying on my ship will entail dangers. There are those who will seek to trouble me. He frowned. As the saying goes, to owe a debt of gratitude is to remain bound. Having already taken from them, he could not simply turn cold-hearted and deny their existence. That would not be the conduct of a noble knight. Yet, it was undeniable that both little Robin and he were destined to attract the ire of the Navy, despite his current carefree existence at the port. He could not even reveal his true face while on shore with Robin, fearing that exposure would lead to a chaotic chase by the Navy, forcing him to retreat in disgrace. Even if they could not overpower him, being pursued by a horde of naval officers would be an irksome ordeal. His presence at the port was solely because he had enough provisions and water aboard, awaiting the moment they could set sail into the vast ocean once more. Cynthia shook her head, her gaze growing tender. Captain, that is not what I meant. Lu Cheng was about to inquire what she truly meant, but with her warm presence enveloping him, he chose to calm his mind and listen intently to her explanation. Captain, this island is quite pleasant, and with the naval division stationed here, it is relatively safe. Lu Cheng grasped her meaning, hesitantly asking, are you suggesting you wish to disembark here, on this island? Yes, Cynthia softly nodded. Lu Cheng was momentarily stunned. While she might not wish to return home, what of his mission? He opened his task panel and glanced once more. Task name: The Lost One's Journey Home. Task requirement: assist several lost young women in returning to their homeland. Was it not a simple matter? What on earth? I have invested so much effort, and now they do not wish to return home. He pondered in dismay. Did I fall asleep and lose my task? What am I to do? Must I forcibly carry them back? But that would not align with the ideals of a noble knight. Lu Cheng fell into contemplation. Women are the cause of mischief. It is my fault for losing control in the moment. These women are far too cunning. Even a righteous knight can fall prey to their schemes. From this day forth, I shall have naught to do with gambling and vice. Reflecting on his actions as a lesson, he vowed never to make the same mistake again. Finally, he spoke, attempting to salvage his lost task. But do you not wish to return home? What will you do? What of your families? A flicker of pain crossed Cynthia's eyes as she slightly lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. They are all gone, just like Lily and Sasha. Lu Cheng's hand paused on the other party, and he let out a sigh. Well, it seems this task is beyond redemption. It was my fault. Although the task appeared simple enough for anyone to accomplish, after contemplating with my lower half, my hands became useless. To hell with this mission. Get lost. I have no desire to continue. Moreover, Cynthia's voice bore a hint of anguish. We have no face to return. As she closed her eyes, the gruesome scenes of her blood-soaked relatives flashed before her, each moment like a scar left by demons upon her heart, perpetually fresh and etched deep within her soul. With every recollection, it brought forth only endless suffering and torment. Lu Cheng could only nod in agreement. Very well then. Perhaps a fresh start in a new setting would be a blessing for the three of them. Even though the other party had deceived him with cunning schemes during their first encounter, And though it had merely been a fleeting romance, he sincerely hoped for their future stability. Lost in thought, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. The system notification. Task completed. What the hell? Lu Cheng was taken aback. Such a thing existed? He gazed at Cynthia, who was fast asleep in his arms, a serene smile gracing her face, and fell into deep contemplation that a new home is still a home. It seems there is no fault in that. System, are you playing word games with me? Come out here and face the consequences. Where has that night gone? As dawn broke, a faint morning light streamed across the distant sea, shattering the serene night with its gentle rays, casting warm sunlight upon the deck. While the air was filled with the briny scent of the ocean, the red-haired figure lay on the deck, lifting her head to see a worried little Robin standing before her. Clutching a straw hat was no wonder she was anxious. Awakening early to find the knight missing, she discovered a group of unfamiliar pirates bound tightly on the deck. However, the pressing question was, where had her towering knight vanished to? Little Robin lowered her head to find the red-haired girl lazily sprawled on the deck, fast asleep. Realizing this, she dashed toward her and, before the latter could open her eyes, began to inquire. The hat was snatched away by little Robin, and the morning light was rather blinding, making it impossible to continue sleeping. The red-haired girl lazily stretched and replied in a leisurely manner. Who knows? Perhaps he's off enjoying himself somewhere. No need for you, little girl. Nonsense. How could the knight possibly abandon me? Little Robin grew frantic, scanning her surroundings but failing to spot a familiar silhouette, her heart filled with anxiety. It's a lie. If the knight were enjoying himself, how could he not be with me? He promised to always protect me. Due to the little girl's lack of feminine allure, being left behind seemed only natural. The red-haired girl's voice was tinged with melancholy, clearly resentful about keeping watch on the deck alone the previous night. Shut up. Lu Cheng had just emerged from the cabin when he overheard the red-haired girl corrupting the child. If I had been even a few seconds later. What kind of tale would you have spun? Knight, little Robin exclaimed excitedly, leaping into Lu Cheng's embrace. That I knew the knight would never abandon me. Oh no, she's crying. Lu Cheng shot a fierce glare at the instigator, the red-haired girl. She cast a casual glance at the three women who had just emerged behind Lu Cheng and remarked nonchalantly, I didn't say anything wrong, weren't you? You better shut your mouth. Lu Cheng grabbed a nearby bottle and hurled it at her, forcibly silencing her. Little Robin ceased her tears, looking up at the knight with a puzzled expression. Why does the knight smell different today? It smells so good. And where did the knight go before? Little Robin's mind was filled with questions. Before she could voice them, Lu Cheng had already noticed the pirates strewn across the deck. What on earth? Why are there still berries left unaccounted for? Didn't I already take them all to the Navy base for exchange yesterday? He glanced over them. Well, I don't recognize any of them. It turns out they are fresh berries. What's going on? Lu Cheng asked the red-haired girl, patting little Robin on the head. She shyly stepped out of his embrace, attempting to adopt a serious demeanor in front of Cynthia and the others, who were amused by her efforts. After all, she was the knight's assistant and couldn't he afford to bring shame upon him. Nothing happened prior. This distraction made her forget to pry into the earlier matters. As long as the knight was found, that was enough. The red-haired girl waved her hand dismissively at a bunch of petty thieves. They probably snuck aboard last night, likely trailing behind you. They should be worth a few coins. It was only natural to attract attention when spending lavishly with a child in TOW.AS for how much these individuals were worth. Lu Cheng examined them closely, but he didn't recognize any of them. Not a single one. Unfamiliar pirates were mere small fry, not worth much. Oh, little Robin scampered over, tugging at the face of one pirate. That pirate, fierce and intimidating, had recognized the red-haired girl the previous night. He was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing that this tiny girl dared to touch him, he exploded with anger. I can't help being bullied by the red-haired girl, but you, a mere little brat, dare to lay hands on me. Even though I'm tightly bound, it doesn't mean you can just do as you please. He glared at little Robin with ferocity, his eyes brimming with menace, as if he intended to devour her whole. Hiss, how fierce, even fiercer than the knight. Little Robin gasped, stepping back in fright, only to turn and see the knight watching her with amusement at her predicament. Ah, how embarrassing. Little Robin, startled, felt she had lost face before the knight, and a surge of anger welled up within her. How dare you act fierce, making me look small before the knight? I aspire to be a pirate hunter. I cannot afford to be so timid. She lifted her little foot and kicked the pirate in the face before darting back to Lu Cheng. celebrating her victory. You, a mere brat, dare to treat me like this? The pirate stood there, utterly bewildered, genuinely realizing what it meant for the tides to have turned .3 million. Little Robin exclaimed gleefully, bouncing around as she rummaged through a stack of bounty notices taller than herself, finally extracting one and presenting it to Lu Cheng. Knight. Look, Lu Cheng studied it closely. Indeed, it was worth 3 million. The sheer number of bounty notices overwhelmed him. He had previously focused on those with bounties exceeding 10 million, overlooking these minor characters valued at mere millions. Yet, Little Robin had recognized it at a glance. How audacious to flaunt such a bounty near the Navy base. Lu Cheng was speechless. What exactly were you Navy personnel guarding? However, it seemed he had around 79 million on board, gallivanting on shore without a care, so perhaps it wasn't that serious. I see. Little Robin is very impressive, truly a partner of justice. He reached out to tousle Little Robin's hair. She beamed with delight, not caring that he had messed up her hair again. The night was so lavish, having earned another sum. Now there was no need to worry about him going hungry. Yet, Little Robin had still made a mistake. Lu Cheng began. Oh, Little Robin. She looked up, confusion etched on her face. As the saying goes, one should strike without hitting the face. This holds even more significance for us pirate hunters. Is there such a rule? I never knew. Little Robin recalled her knowledge from books, and it seemed no mention of this existed. But of course there is. Lu Cheng took the bounty notice from her hand. The Navy only recognizes faces. If you damage his face, the Navy won't recognize him, and we won't be able to exchange for berries. I see. Little Robin exclaimed, impressed by the knight's thorough consideration. So, Lu Cheng approached, placing a foot on the pirate's chest, exerting enough force to elicit a painful cry from him. Understand now. It's fine to be a bit rough. Even if he dies, we can still make money from it. But if you ruin his looks, all our efforts will be in vain. So that's how it is. I understand completely. How can you educate a child like this? You, knight, are quite questionable. The pirate writhed in agony beneath Lu Cheng's foot. Until the adversary was on the brink of demise, Lu Chengkai withdrew his strength from the foot. How dare he confront my bounty of 79 million in my presence, seemingly unaware of the meaning of death. Lu Cheng glanced at the impassive red-haired figure, clearly perceiving that millions of pirates were no more significant than ants in his eyes. That he chuckled softly. Consider yourself fortunate. I have matters to attend to on shore, and I shall make another trip to the naval base. He donned a mask over his face and raised a hand to halt the eager Little Robin from following. Take care of Little Robin for me. The red-haired man cast a glance at the three individuals behind Lu Cheng and nodded. Rest assured, just remember to bring me back plenty of wine. The individuals were captured by the red-haired man, and asking for a bit more wine hardly seemed excessive. Even Little Robin remained uncharacteristically silent. She curiously observed the three quiet figures behind Lu Cheng and spoke up. Sister Xinxia, what are you all doing? Understanding their shared loss, Little Robin felt a twinge of sympathy for these sisters. Xinxia smiled gently and said, Little Robin, we are indebted to your care during this time. We have already informed the captain that we are prepared to disembark here. She looked at Little Robin, who appeared reluctant to part, and smiled softly. The captain can be a bit foolish. Little Robin, you must take good care of him. I believe you will become an exceptional first mate. Little Robin nodded in agreement. Of course, she would look after Sir Knight diligently. However, she quickly added, Sir Knight is not foolish. It turned out that Sir Knight had gone to find Sister Xinxia early that morning. And Little Robin understood. Yet, glancing up at the dawn sky, she thought, is it really that early? Sir Knight is working so hard and tirelessly, starting his day so early. I must strive to contribute more to ease his burdens. Little Robin silently encouraged herself. Goodbye, Mr. Red-Haired. The red-haired man nodded, watching as Lu Cheng led the three down the ship, trailed by a throng of pirates. Would this mean she would no longer see Sister Xinxia and the others? Little Robin pondered aloud. Indeed, the red-haired man replied, taking a sip of rum. Such is the sea. We meet here and part ways here. Yet the most difficult separations are those from companions aboard the same ship. Little one, are you prepared to follow your captain for all eternity? Little Robin gazed at the suddenly somber red-haired man, tilting her head in confusion. Sir Knight promised he would always protect me. The red-haired man chuckled. A man's promise. Is it? No. Little Robin firmly clenched her fist. It's a knight's vow. How delightful. The corners of the red-haired man's mouth curled into a smile. Then you must hold on to your Sir Knight tightly. and not let any other little temptresses steal him away. Why does this red-haired uncle speak so strangely? Little Robin was puzzled. She leaned against the ship's railing, watching as the figures gradually receded, disappearing from her sight. Naval base. Hello, I am back, Lu Cheng casually greeted as he strode in, dragging along a long chain of pirates, and promptly kicked them in front of several Navy officers. The leader is worth 3 million. He beamed, extending the bounty notice. Calculate the rest for me quickly. I am in a hurry. The pirates, bound together by ropes, were all bruised and unconscious. After all, compared to the renowned red-haired man who had effortlessly taken them all down, these pirates clearly felt no fear of the relatively young Lu Cheng. They were a bit unruly upon disembarking, but that was inconsequential. The righteous knight would take action, and now, these individuals had suddenly awakened to their folly, crying and pleading to reform at the naval base. The Navy glanced at the masked youth. There were not many pirate hunters who concealed their identities. Often the weaker ones, or those wary of complications, would choose to remain anonymous. They were quite accustomed to such disguises. Nonetheless, as long as they captured pirates, that was all that mattered to them. This was their golden standard. If they scrutinized every detail, few bounty hunters would be found to be entirely clean. However, one sailor expressed surprise. Today, there are even more than yesterday. Why didn't you bring them all at once? Oh, they came knocking on my door last night. The sailor looked at Lu Cheng in astonishment, although the youth wore a mask. It was easy to discern that he was quite young, making his strength somewhat intimidating. A total of 5 million berries. I'll sell these pirates all at once. Lu Cheng smugly weighed the bounty in his hands, leaving without a trace of hesitation, leaving a group of Navy officers speculating about his identity and origins. The cluster of Navy personnel curiously discussed this enigmatic youth, wondering when such a bounty hunter had appeared nearby. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a hefty stack of bounty notices landed on their table. The newsbird had delivered the latest edition of the bounty list, flapping its wings as it flew away. Everyone lowered their heads, the foremost notice depicting a fearsome dragon soaring, its crimson armor gleaming under the blazing sun. The false masked knight? What is this? In front of a newly purchased estate, Lu Cheng looked at Xinxia and the others. Hesitating on what to say, he handed over his backpack. Take care. After a few days together, their bond had deepened, and Lu Cheng felt a mix of familiarity and strangeness with the three. A myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind, yet only this simple phrase escaped his lips. Xinxia, however, chuckled softly, showing understanding. Captain seems a bit at a loss for words. I am not. I did not. Do not speak nonsense. But Xinxia continued. Captain, meeting you has been the most fortunate event for us in our misfortune. You are a noble knight and a distinguished captain. We feel warmth from you, but dare not hope to follow by your side forever. Your future and pursuits remain beyond our comprehension. We are merely ordinary people, content with a little warmth, and must pause here. Regardless, your justice, your courage, your dreams, and the camaraderie you share with your companions, pressing onward. That is what truly matters. The Xinxia's eyes glistened with tears as she rushed into Lu Cheng's embrace, lifting her head to slightly raise his mask, gazing at the familiar face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lu Cheng was moved by Xinxia's words, pausing briefly. Thank you, Miss Xinxia, but I am not as good as you say. Yet Xinxia said nothing further. She lifted her chin, the wet sensation fleeting upon Lu Cheng's cheek. Slowly, Xinxia stepped back, withdrawing from his embrace. Lu Cheng glanced at the two more timid girls and, after a moment of contemplation, opened his arms. How about a final farewell? The two girls remained silent, their eyes reddening as they rushed into his arms. He was like a hero, breaking down their confines. Yet, he was their Sir Knight, and they were destined never to become princesses. Lu Cheng gently touched his cheek. Nodding slightly, he slowly donned his mask once more, casting a final glance at the three before turning to leave. After taking a few steps, trembling voices called out from behind him, prompting him to pause. Captain, if one day you tire and need rest, we will wait for you here, forever and ever. You will always be our captain. Lu Cheng's footsteps momentarily faltered, yet he refrained from turning back. He raised his hand, his back facing the others, gesturing with a wave to indicate he had heard them, and then he resolutely continued on his way. However, an inexplicable sensation stirred within him, the awareness that someone had been waiting for him. This feeling was not altogether unpleasant. A subtle smile graced the corners of his lips. Cynthia and her companions watched as Lu Cheng receded into the distance, a hollow emptiness settling in their hearts. The wind howled fiercely, prompting Cynthia to brush away a tear from the corner of her eye, only to see several bounty notices fluttering in the breeze. The notices danced in the wind, fortuitously landing beside Cynthia. That a flicker of curiosity ignited within her as she reached out to grasp the two notices, unfolding them. The first bounty notice vividly depicted a crimson knight alongside a dragon, presenting itself before them. Bounty for the masked knight, 99 million berries. Real name unknown. Suspected user of a devil fruit that summons superhuman armor. Captain of the knight's ship, harboring the notorious criminal, the devil's child Nico Robin. Guilty of heinous crimes, irredeemable. Cynthia silently absorbed the contents of the notice before flipping it over. Sure enough, the second notice bore a somewhat familiar visage. The difference, however, was stark. The small girl depicted had eyes filled with terror as she gazed upon the bounty amount below. Devil's child Nico Robin. Bounty of 79 million berries. Currently a crew member of the knight's ship, a harbinger of misfortune and calamity. Words eluded her as she carefully tucked the two notices away. Sister Cynthia, this is slander. How could they possibly be villains? Cynthia clutched the notices to her chest, her gaze trailing off to where Lu Cheng had vanished, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. That I know he will always be my captain. Lu Cheng returned to the knight's ship, burdened by two hefty crates of rum, under the eager gaze of little Robin. Mr. Knight. Lu Cheng nodded, casually tossing one of the large crates to red-haired Shanks, who caught it effortlessly in his palm. That I can't thank you enough. Haha. Shanks winked at Lu Cheng. All set? All set, Lu Cheng replied, a hint of melancholy lacing his voice. After all, she was his woman. And naturally, his heart would be stirred. The red-haired took a swig from a bottle, savoring the taste. The true man may linger for a moment in the beauty of the world, but eventually, he will return to the vast sea, where one discovers beauty in every corner. Boys will inevitably grow into men. One must learn to mature, just as I have. What a shameless remark, Lu Cheng thought, casting a glance at the unconcerned red-haired. Feeling disinclined to engage, little Robin, sensing Lu Cheng's mood, approached with her head tilted, softly inquiring, Mr. Knight, we will return someday, right? Lu Cheng ruffled her hair, offering no reply, yet his heart felt considerably lighter. He lifted his gaze to the harbor, then to the flock of birds soaring above the distant horizon, resolutely stating, Little Robin, we set sail. This time, they had purchased several new maps, yet still could not locate the island Shanks sought. How was it that Shanks dared to drift aimlessly with merely a rough sketch? It seemed utterly unreliable. Perhaps this was the essence of the four emperors. Even in their reckless wandering, they might still reach their destination. Their luck undeniably remarkable. The ship glided smoothly away from the harbor. In the sky, a newsbird flew by, burdened with a satchel. After circling overhead, it perched atop the mast, using its wings to tap at the satchel at its side. Lu Cheng instantly recognized this familiar bird. Having received numerous news updates from it before, he exchanged a few berries, and the newsbird retrieved a stack of newspapers and bounty notices, tossing them to Lu Cheng before soaring away with satisfaction. Ah, Mr. Knight. Look. Before Lu Cheng could examine the contents, little Robin exclaimed in surprise. What is it? No need for such theatrics. A true ally must learn to remain composed, facing all tempests with unwavering resolve. Little Robin still had much to learn. Then he caught sight of the first bounty notice. The soaring crimson dragon and the familiar knight's armor were unmistakable. What the hell? Lu Cheng exclaimed. Why have I suddenly become a wanted man? The little Robin thought this might be the knight's only flaw. She glanced at the overly dramatic knight, tiptoeing closer, peering in alongside Lu Cheng at the notice's details. Even red-haired set down his bottle, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Bounty for the masked knight, 99 million berries. Goodness, red-haired mused. The Navy is quite stingy, setting such a high bounty. Could it be that incident with the icebird has led them to this? Lu Cheng had once let slip a careless remark about an icebird during a conversation, which red-haired found amusing and had since adopted, yet the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. The price was alarmingly high. Lu Cheng estimated that given his current strength and the fact he had scarcely committed any wrongdoing, a bounty of 2 to 3 million berries would be expected at most. The figure of 99 million berries was astronomical to the Navy truly this foolish. He recalled that in the original tale, Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, had a bounty less than this. They think I'm worth so much. Red-haired regarded Lu Cheng as if he were a simpleton, then burst into laughter. How amusing, truly amusing. This is just too entertaining. What's so funny? Red-haired. Lu Cheng retorted, turning his gaze away that red-haired was proving unreliable at this critical moment. So he lowered his head, contemplating the bounty notice before him. Mr. Knight is amazing. Such a high bounty. Lu Cheng turned to see little Robin's eyes shining with admiration. Instantly, his earlier frustration dissipated, and he puffed out his chest with pride. Of course, I am the freest and most just masked knight, destined for the highest bounty. It is only fitting. Little Robin's eyes sparkled with adoration. As expected of you, Mr. Knight. How impressive. Moreover, although having a bounty seemed undesirable at first glance, little Robin felt an inexplicable joy. She too bore a bounty now, and that meant she and Mr. Knight were truly alike. Lu Cheng glanced at little Robin, beginning to understand why the Navy had set such a high bounty on him. His notice accused him of harboring a criminal, implying that he had sheltered Nico Robin, obstructing the Navy's attempts to capture her. This was a blatant warning, a harsh lesson to anyone aspiring to heroism. There would be a price to pay. The world government sought to apprehend Nico Robin, and anyone who dared to intervene would find themselves equally targeted. With such high bounties, 79 million for little Robin and 99 million for him, the news would undoubtedly attract the attention of pirates and bounty hunters, eager to seize such lucrative opportunities. After all, how often does one come across such easy riches? In stark contrast to the heinous crimes of other notorious pirates, the offenses attributed to him and Nico Robin appear almost comical, exuding an air of innocence. Finding them would be akin to striking gold. Goodness gracious, he has truly become a walking bounty of 180 million. Typically, pirate bounties come with a considerate notation of their operational waters, facilitating the efforts of bounty hunters. Lu Cheng had previously used such information to ascertain Robin's whereabouts, and upon glancing at the location indicated on the bounty, he realized it was in close proximity, leaving him momentarily disheartened. The Navy is not entirely incompetent. Their tracking is surprisingly accurate. Lu Cheng, feeling somewhat defeated, cradled his head and drifted into thought that 99 million berries is an immense sum. He currently possesses only a few million and finds himself in dire need of funds. If only. Lu Cheng turned to Shanks, his eyes sparkling with ambition. What are you up to? Shanks took a step back, sensing an ominous premonition. There was something unsettling about that look in Lu Cheng's eyes. How about you take me to claim the bounty? Then I can slip away, and we'll split the money evenly, all right? Have you lost your mind over money? Shanks responded, somewhat exasperated. The audacity of Lu Cheng was indeed remarkable. It would be wise not to provoke the Navy excessively. Some of those individuals are quite formidable. If they feel cornered, you'll be the one to suffer. Alas, Lu Cheng sighed, lamenting yet another avenue for financial gain slipping away. Nico Robin raised her head in confusion. Sir Knight, are you short on funds again? Didn't you just capture a bunch of pirates? Lu Cheng was at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly confess to secretly spending money on frivolous pursuits. He reflected briefly and replied delicately. Cynthia and the others have changed their living arrangements and require quite a bit of berry. Under the pure gaze of Nico Robin, Lu Cheng inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt, but quickly dismissed it. What did a child know about guilt? Oh, Robin exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Just like when you helped me, Sir Knight. You are truly kind-hearted. You are indeed the most upright knight. Lu Cheng cleared his throat, a sense of embarrassment washing over him. Shanks, fully aware of the situation, chuckled quietly, but at the sharp glare from Lu Cheng, he promptly fell silent. Shanks, you freeloading scoundrel, don't ruin my reputation. Unfazed, Nico Robin continued. Sister Cynthia and the others are so pitiable, just like me. She looked momentarily glum, but upon glancing at her knight, warmth flooded her heart. She had lost her family and homeland, yet now she had a new home. But those three sisters truly had nothing left. The knight even considered this. He is an incredibly gentle person. You helping them is wonderful, she said. Lu Cheng gazed into Robin's clear eyes, unable to resist reaching out to ruffle her hair. Robin, you too are a kind-hearted child. Meeting you is truly a blessing. All right, it's quite normal to aim higher, Shanks remarked with a grin, adjusting his hat. You've even made the notorious Admiral Kazan face some minor setbacks. And with that pesky survival ability of yours, it's only fitting that your bounty is set at this amount. After all, if you truly set your mind against the Navy, the trouble you'd cause would be much less than that of the great pirates. This sentiment resonated with Lu Cheng, who scrutinized the bounty notice once more, Discovering details he had previously overlooked that it turns out that not only pirates can have bounties placed upon them. The Navy truly is. Lu Cheng chuckled, shaking his head. Well, at least they didn't brand me as a pirate. I suppose they still have a shred of dignity left. Indeed, although he and Nico Robin were treated as pirates by the Navy, the bounty did not explicitly label them as such, representing a somewhat awkward adherence to the dwindling remnants of justice in Robin's case. They even refrained from publicly disclosing his ability to traverse the mirror world, evidently hoping to lure more unaware individuals into seeking him out. After all, had it been known from the outset that capturing him was impossible, no one would have wasted their efforts to trouble him. The world government truly spares no effort in creating complications for him and Robin. 99 million. Lu Cheng stretched lazily. They wouldn't even give me a round number. A 10 million bounty sounds so much more appealing. The Navy is so stingy, he concluded that their ship had long since departed the harbor, with only a few scattered vessels traversing the sea. Fortunately, they had departed swiftly, with the latest bounty now public. The shore must be in chaos, leaving the ocean as their sanctuary. Are you not worried at all? Shanks inquired curiously. There are countless individuals now eyeing your head. Lu Cheng shook his head. They'll have to possess the capability to come after me first. However, I can no longer remain in the West Blue. A swarm of flies and rats will likely descend upon this place. Just thinking about it is bothersome. He contemplated for a moment before turning back to Shanks. Who exactly are you looking for this time? With a mysterious smile, Shanks did not provide a direct answer. You'll find out in due time. Besides, if you wish to leave here quickly, there should be a way to resolve that as well. With that, Lu Cheng felt a genuine curiosity about Shanks' purpose for being there. However, recognizing that he was not yet strong enough to compel Shanks to reveal his intentions, he decided to stand. Robin, where is my navigator? Reporting, Captain. Robin stood at attention, performing a sailor's salute. Captain, please give your orders. Lu Cheng nodded in satisfaction. She was his most capable subordinate and a companion as they pursued freedom and dreams together. Hoist all the sails. We shall set sail at full speed, day and night, leaving this troublesome place behind. Let us go. The sails were raised once more, and the sea breeze seemed to acknowledge his wishes. Growing stronger, the ship, propelled by the wind, picked up speed. It truly was a splendid day for a voyage. Shanks leisurely stood at the bow, a cigar in his mouth, exhaling clouds of smoke. The sea spirits were indeed formidable. Encountering an island whale brought good fortune. Observing the tirelessly busy Robin and himself, then glancing at the relaxed Shanks, Lu Cheng felt a surge of irritation. Shanks, don't slack off. Come here and take the helm. Shanks, bewildered, replied, What, you want the captain of the red-haired pirates to steer for you? You cheeky brat. He chuckled, expelling the last of the smoke. Coming, don't shout. You little rascal. Do you have any idea how long it's been since I've steered a ship? Are you expecting me to fly it into the sky? Lu Cheng adjusted the sails and checked the wind's direction. If you can get me to Sky Island, I'd acknowledge your prowess. Shanks shook his head. That was indeed beyond his abilities. Meanwhile, the distant sky appeared in immaculate blue. Lu Cheng had initially thought finding a location with Shanks would be a straightforward task, but he had not anticipated that merely pinpointing one would take several months. Finally locating a map corresponding to what Shanks held. Given this situation, Lu Cheng genuinely questioned whether Shanks alone would have managed to find this place. Fortunately, they had at last identified the destination. Despite the lengthy time spent, it was not without its rewards. With one of the future 4 emperors providing daily hands-on instruction, Lu Cheng felt he was making rapid progress. Additionally, occasional visits from pirates delivering berries ensured his practical experience was not neglected. Bearing the weight of this 99 million bounty instilled him with a renewed sense of confidence. After all, he couldn't simply run away at the sight of a pirate. He had a reputation to uphold in Robin's eyes as her knight. The winds had been favorable these past days. Perhaps even the winds were showing him favored as they embarked on the final leg of their journey. Things proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. After a month of continuous sailing. Reporting, Captain, we are nearing our target island. Little Robin earnestly reported with meticulous attention, her eyes brimming with joy, clearly delighted with her role as a navigator. She was equally pleased to be of assistance to Sir Knight. Moreover, this voyage had stretched on for an exceedingly long time. It was her first experience aboard a ship for such an extended period. In fact, she had visibly grown a little taller upon hearing this. Lu Cheng turned his gaze into the distance, where a cluster of lush islands seemed to emerge on the horizon. Could that be the place? Little Robin glanced down at the nautical chart once more. That's correct. Captain, it is indeed there. Lu Cheng nodded in affirmation and casually praised Little Robin before calling out to the red-haired man, who was lazily lounging about that we've arrived. Wake up. The red-haired man lazily pushed his hat atop his head and sat up on the deck. Have we finally arrived? How is it so quick? Lu Cheng felt reluctant to speak. Even the sea breeze was showing courtesy to a man who was evidently unperturbed. It was astonishing that the final leg of the journey had been entirely downwind. Almost supernatural. The red-haired man sauntered over to Lu Cheng, squinting at the distant islands. This should be the place. Should be? Lu Cheng turned his head. Haven't you been here before? It was many years ago, and I wasn't alone at that time. The red-haired man's voice trailed off, lost in memories. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow and shook his head, opting for silence. Given his demeanor, he might well be reminiscing about his former captain, a thought Lu Cheng had grown accustomed to. The ship continued its approach towards the island. Perhaps this was akin to the saying, a mountain seen from afar is easy to climb. That it appeared close, yet it wasn't until midday, after several hours, that they began to discern the features of the island. All that greeted their eyes were towering trees, seemingly deserted, presenting nothing more than an ordinary island. While beautiful, such islands were plentiful in the vast sea. The red-haired man seemed unaware of any particular significance to this place. The vessel gradually came to a halt at the shore. The red-haired man stood up, saying, "You all should come along. I believe the other party wouldn't mind meeting you." Lu Cheng expressed his surprise. "Is that permissible? It seems what you intend to do is of great importance." After all, the red-haired man had disclosed not a whisper of his intentions prior, indicating the matter was shrouded in secrecy. "It's fine. We're already here," he replied, casting a glance at Little Robin. "It's all good." Lu Cheng nodded, decisively scooping up Robin and leaping from the bow of the ship. Having labored for so long, he too was eager to discover whom the red-haired man had exerted such effort to meet. The forest was dense with vegetation. Lu Cheng shrugged, asking, "Which way shall we go?" "We arrived early. Could it be that the other party has yet to arrive?" Although the red-haired man had not stated it outright, it was not difficult to surmise that he was here to meet someone. The red-haired man shook his head, surveying the area before seemingly discovering something and patting Lu Cheng on the shoulder. "It appears the other party has indeed arrived." Lu Cheng, puzzled, followed the red-haired man. Soon finding themselves in a clearing, upon seeing what lay on the ground, his pupils narrowed in astonishment. It was a vast depression on the open ground, unmistakably a bare paw print. "Sir Knight, what is this?" Robin leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. "It looks like a bare paw print. There's such a massive bear." Little Robin exaggeratedly spread her hand. She measured her hand against the print, realizing her palm was smaller than a single toe of the paw. She jumped down, eagerly examining it. This bare paw print was indeed enormous, larger than herself, and even larger than the towering Sir Knight. Could there be a bear of such size? I've never encountered such a colossal terrestrial beast. Robin mused. Not necessarily a bear, Lu Cheng speculated, a faint intuition stirring within him. If it were a bear, there shouldn't be just a single paw print left behind. Little Robin blinked, pondering seriously. So, this isn't a bear, but something else entirely, or perhaps a man-made mark. The notion of a devil fruit flickered through her mind momentarily. Clap, clap, clap. The red-haired man gently applauded. "You are quite perceptive," he acknowledged. "Indeed, it is not a bear. It seems the other party has long since arrived." Lu Cheng, surmising from the red-haired man's reaction, could guess whom they were about to encounter. "Is this the person you sought?" Lu Cheng inquired, casting a glance at him. "I hope they haven't left out of impatience while awaiting you." The red-haired man chuckled lightly, showing no signs of concern, seemingly confident that the other party would not have departed. "Let us look around. They should be nearby." He scanned the surrounding jungle, smiling as he spoke. "That I can assist in the search." Little Robin eagerly raised her hand, but the red-haired man possesses observation hockey. "Your help may not be necessary," Lu Cheng noted. After all, he had detected the bare paw print from such a distance. Nevertheless, seeing Little Robin so delighted, he refrained from discouraging her enthusiasm. They could treat it as a game of hide-and-seek. The red-haired man appeared to share this sentiment, merely watching with a smile as Lu Cheng and Little Robin frolicked. As they wandered through the forest, they noticed eyes and ears sprouting from the surrounding trees. After indulging in ample food and drink and continuous training, Little Robin's mastery of the abilities granted by the flower fruit had grown increasingly adept. Of course, the primary factor was her overall physical enhancement. allowing her to utilize these powers for extended periods without succumbing to fatigue as she had previously. Even the might of a devil fruit requires a user's physical prowess to be effective. Lu Cheng, aware of this principle, had not forgotten to remind little Robin of it. This little girl possesses considerable potential, the red-haired man praised. Lu Cheng shot him a sidelong glance, thinking it was rather obvious. Few in this world could match little Robin's bounty at such a young age. However, true strength was paramount. Regarding the abilities of the devil fruit, the red-haired man shook his head. They are indeed useful. But one must not rely on them entirely. Unless you can fully unleash their potential, they may eventually become a liability. Lu Cheng nodded, recognizing that while little Robin was still young, even the simple exercise of her fruit's abilities would greatly benefit her development. After all, excess could be detrimental. Both Lu Cheng and the red-haired man understood this principle, which is why he chose not to elaborate further. As they continued their journey, they traversed through the forest to the opposite side of the island. Lu Cheng effortlessly felled a leaping jaguar with a casual punch, wondering how long it had been since anyone had set foot in this forest. Suddenly, he heard the red-haired man softly exclaim, "Found it." Huh? Little Robin glanced around, bewildered, her eyes reflecting the confusion mirrored in the trees. Where? I don't see anyone, and no matter how she looked. Within a radius of several dozen meters, there was no sign of life. Leaving little Robin feeling disheartened, Lu Cheng chuckled, patting her reassuringly. "It's all right. Little Robin is still young and will grow into someone formidable." Little Robin nodded, feeling a bit dejected, retracting her powers. She was quite fatigued from exerting her abilities throughout the journey. Upon discovering the target, the red-haired man moved swiftly, darting ahead. Seeing him distance himself, Lu Cheng scooped up little Robin and leapt after him. They soon entered a clearing where the salty sea breeze wafted through. Waves crashing against the shore. In an instant, they had reached the opposite end of the island. A giant! Little Robin exclaimed in surprise. Her former best friend had been a giant, and seeing one again stirred memories within her, causing her to tremble slightly. "Do not fear. They are merely larger. There is nothing to be afraid of," Lu Cheng comforted her, aware that little Robin was somewhat shy, and the giant indeed appeared intimidating. "I'm not afraid of giants," she replied, but as she gazed at Lu Cheng's smile, she resolutely nodded. "Yes, I'm not afraid anymore. Because of the presence of the night, I fear nothing." Lu Cheng lifted his gaze towards the horizon. There, he beheld an extraordinarily robust man, towering at least 6 or 7 meters tall, standing by the sea. Although the man had his back to them, it was evident that he wore a plush hat styled like bear ears and held a large book in one hand. Seemingly oblivious to the commotion behind him, Lu Cheng's eyes drifted downward, and he noticed that beside the giant sat a man and a woman, the man cradling an infant in his arms. The two appeared rather inconspicuous next to the towering figure, and Lu Cheng almost failed to notice them at first glance. As the red-haired individual approached, the giant finally turned around, allowing Lu Cheng to clearly discern his features. Indeed, it was a familiar face, Bartholomew Kuma, the man known as the Tyrant Bear. Kuma turned, gripping a thick tome, and upon hearing the red-haired man's voice, he followed his finger to cast his gaze upon Lu Cheng and Robin. His somewhat rugged visage and pale eyes resembled a tranquil sea. His gaze lingered briefly on young Robin before settling on the striking black-haired man beside her. In that instant, Lu Cheng felt as though he were being scrutinized by a wild beast. Steeling himself, he approached with Robin and It was then that Robin recognized the book in the giant's hands. Was it a Bible? The man and woman looked at Lu Cheng and Robin, their eyes momentarily resting on Robin before returning to Lu Cheng. "You are the infamous masked knight making waves lately?" the man suddenly inquired. Lu Cheng turned his head. The man seemed somewhat familiar, though he couldn't place him immediately. Before he could respond, the red-haired man interjected with a gentle smile. "All right, dragon, don't frighten my new friends. They've only just arrived. Let us not intimidate the newcomers." Dragon, the name struck Lu Cheng like a flash of lightning, causing his gaze to flicker imperceptibly as myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Yet he merely nodded, as oh, it was indeed him. He hadn't anticipated that the red-haired man would be acquainted with dragons so early on, and it appeared they were quite familiar. "I am Lu Cheng, and I shall become the freest and most just knight upon these seas." Such words indeed sounded like something a young dreamer would utter. Just like in the newspapers, the masked knight representing justice. Was it? Kuma smiled faintly, his expression remarkably gentle. It was hard to fathom that such a hulking figure could possess such a soft demeanor. Even the somewhat anxious Robin felt a sense of relief in the warmth of his smile. Lu Cheng laughed heartily, a hint of pride in his tone. Am I truly that famous? Not everyone possesses the courage to uphold their own sense of justice in the face of wrongdoing. Kuma said, lowering his gaze now directed towards Robin, speaking softly, You must be Nico Robin. Robin timidly nodded. You know me? She asked, casting a glance at Lu Cheng before speaking softly. Kuma shook his head. I have not met you. But I have heard your name. He paused, as if contemplating whether to say more, opening his mouth before falling silent again. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. Robin tilted her head, puzzled by the giant's peculiar demeanor. Yet Lu Cheng began to grasp certain implications. He finally understood why Shanks would secretly meet with others, yet had no qualms about bringing him and Robin along. That Robin's mother was seemingly a member of the Revolutionary Army, marking them as allies in a sense. In no wonder Shanks had said it was fine for the two of them to join. It turned out that this group of comrades was contemplating a revolution. Had the Revolutionary Army already begun covert operations at such an early stage? Lu Cheng struggled to recall the intricate subplots from the original narrative, many characters eluding his memory. Thankfully, he still retained a clear impression of Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the rebel forces, and more significantly, the father of Luffy. That he glanced at the infant in Dragon's arms. Almost certain of their identity, he had thought he would only meet the Straw Hat Kid in Windmill Village. Yet here he was, encountering him so soon. From the looks of it, the child was just born. That made sense. It had been quite some time since the events of O'Hara, and Robin had grown considerably taller than the bounty poster depicted. Lu Cheng shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Lu Cheng's gaze caught Dragon's attention. You seem to know who we are. I am quite curious, Dragon remarked, a calmness in his voice. Yet it carried an inexplicable weight. That oh no. Lu Cheng waved his hand dismissively. I seek to uphold justice, but I have no intention of getting entangled with your affairs. Who doesn't he know that revolutions come with constant hunger? He replied, Say, I know you would be an exaggeration. Lu Cheng turned to Kuma with a smile. But the name Torrent precedes you. It is an honor to finally meet you. Kuma fell silent at this. Such a reaction was hardly typical of someone who had long been aware of his notorious title. He had grown accustomed to the fearful looks directed at him, knowing that those who recognized him often regarded him as a demon. Yet this young man showed no fear whatsoever. Red-haired Shanks chuckled. What do you think? Surprised. This kid is quite impressive. I would like him to be my first mate. However, this little rascal wants to be the captain himself. Haha, I like that spirit. Dragon nodded slightly, and the short-haired woman beside him also offered an approving nod, affirming Shanks' words. She beckoned to Robin, who hesitated but, upon Lu Cheng's subtle nod, approached. The woman gently patted Robin's head. Her voice soft. Poor child, you have suffered. Robin squirmed uneasily, and upon noticing this, the woman withdrew her hand, producing a serpentine jade pendant from her bosom and delicately placing it around Robin's neck. Robin, unaccustomed to such encounters, looked to Lu Cheng for reassurance, who smiled encouragingly. It's a gift from an elder. It's nothing to worry about. Just accept it. Only then did Robin relax, curiously inspecting the jade pendant from various angles. Observing how a mere phrase could calm Robin, the woman's gaze flickered subtly. She waved her hand gently, and Robin understood, scampering back to Lu Cheng's side, clutching at his hem. The woman watched this scene with a smile. Suddenly addressing Lu Cheng, this child seems to be quite reliant on you. You must treat her well and never harm her. Lu Cheng nodded, glancing at the woman, unable to discern her true identity. Yet, it was evident she was no ordinary person. Otherwise, she would not be present in such company. Nevertheless, Dragon's gaze shifted away from Robin, finally speaking with an unwavering calmness that bore a hint of unexplainable strength. It is best that our matters remain known only to a select few for the time being. Red-haired Shanks laughed lightly. No worries, no worries. I merely brought them here for you to meet. I owe this kid a favor, and besides, he seems like quite the troublemaker. If you happen to encounter him in the future, do take care of him. Moreover, I believe this lad bears a resemblance to you. Dragon, even if they don't look alike at all. Haha. Lu Cheng felt a rush of respect as the power of the face fruit activated. This was an opportunity for him to shine before the esteemed individuals. The others nodded in agreement, but chose not to elaborate further, clearly wishing to limit their discussions in the presence of Lu Cheng and Robin. Shanks turned his attention to the infant in Dragon's arms. Inquisitive, who is this? Dragon nodded, affirming, my child. Your child? Shanks furrowed his brow, well aware of what Dragon was involved in, especially with a child in tow. Lu Cheng, too, leaned in with curiosity, and seeing Dragon's lack of reaction. He playfully poked the infant that it was not that he sought to court danger. Rather, he thought it a missed opportunity to engage with such a young protagonist, for he might not have another chance. The child, Luffy, stirred from his slumber, blinking awake to find an extraordinarily handsome face peering at him with curiosity. He blinked again, wondering, who was this? Where was his father? Ahem, Lu Cheng cleared his throat, adjusting his expression to one of earnestness. Now, call me Lu Gu, let us hear it. Wow, red-haired Shanks kicked Luffy away with a swift motion, exclaiming, how dare you not spare even a child? Their father is right here. Do you believe he could strike you down with a single blow? Luffy, in his characteristic disregard for decorum, was quite audacious. Fortunately, Dragon's temperament seemed relatively composed, perhaps owing to the respect he held for Shanks. He did not exhibit much anger. Instead, he simply reached out to gently calm the sobbing Luffy. Ahem, Lu Cheng coughed awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Children are just too adorable. I couldn't help myself. Shanks shot a glare at Lu Cheng before turning to Dragon, asking, what do you intend to do with this child? Dragon's voice remained tranquil as he gazed intently at the infant in his arms, his expression profound, lost in contemplation. However, his demeanor quickly shifted to one of resolve, as if he had made a decisive choice. He approached Bartholomew Kuma and nodded slightly, saying, I entrust this to you. Kuma displayed no surprise. It was evident that the two had conferred beforehand. Exchanging not a single superfluous word, he removed the black leather gloves he always wore, revealing the soft, pink pads of his hands. Hiss! Nico Robin leaned in curiously, her eyes wide as she observed Kuma's palm. Wow, how adorable. It's as if a puppy's paw is so delightfully pink. She was utterly astonished that such a robust and towering figure could possess something so endearing. But what was he planning to do? A sense of dread crept over her as she suddenly realized Kuma was lifting the infant and preparing to bring his enormous palm downwards. With a resounding thud, Luffy was propelled away as if launched by a rocket. Ah! Robin gasped in horror, staring at Kuma, bewildered by his actions. What is he doing? It's terrifying. He just sent that little child flying out of sight. Observing Robin's alarm, Kuma paused momentarily, perhaps due to her identity, and offered a rare explanation. I am the human fruit user. A person of the fleshball variety. No one should send a child flying like that. Robin trembled, nearly fleeing the scene if not for the presence of her knight. It's all right. Lu Cheng reassured her. Kuma is the finest courier in the world. By the way, where exactly are you sending him? Kuma remained silent, but Dragon glanced at Lu Cheng and replied, East Blue, Windmill Village. There will be someone to care for him there. Windmill Village. Shanks quietly noted this location, gesturing to Lu Cheng. Did you not wish to evade the Navy's troubles? I mentioned this before. Lu Cheng was left speechless, realizing that Shanks had indeed suggested this method. However, using a courier could be quite efficient, a remarkably good solution. After a moment's thought, he boldly requested, Kuma, could you assist me? Robin and I are currently being pursued by the Navy and wish to relocate. Before Lu Cheng could finish, Kuma nodded in understanding that it was clear he was willing to provide courier services. He raised his palm. Wait, Lu Cheng quickly interjected, I also have a ship on the other side of the island. Kuma nodded again, signaling his comprehension, and lifted his palm once more. Thank you, Lu Cheng acknowledged. Just as Kuma was about to bring his paw down, panic washed over Lu Cheng, and he reached out toward Shanks, exclaiming, Red-haired, save me. Shanks merely replied, Safe travels, as he waved goodbye. In Robin's astonished gaze, Kuma silently struck Lu Cheng with his palm, causing him to vanish with a loud thud. Knight. Robin was stunned, rushing toward Kuma. What have you done to the knight? Kuma turned, giving Robin a gentle tap that sent her disappearing as well, lowering his gaze. Kuma addressed Shanks and the others. I will return shortly. The group nodded in acknowledgement, and with a casual swipe of his hand, Kuma vanished without a trace, leaving behind a massive bare paw print on the ground. Shanks shook his head in exasperation. That rascal, always so theatrical. Farewell, and good luck to you. In the skies, a package raced through the air at lightning speed, containing an oblivious little boy, blissfully asleep, his lips curling into a smile as if dreaming sweetly. Beneath his head lay a piece of paper, inscribed with the name, Monkey D. Luffy. Lu Cheng felt as though he had soared through the air, and, before he could comprehend his surroundings, he landed solidly on the ground. now marked by a massive bear paw print. Wow, Kuma's courier service truly lives up to its reputation for speed. Just then, Robin fell from the sky, landing perfectly beside him. That a little Robin has fallen from the heavens. Knight, Lu Cheng reassured her, reminding her that Kuma was a good person, thus there was no need for fear. So, how was that? Wasn't it both fun and spectacular? Robin blinked, shaken from her initial panic, and nodded vigorously. It was indeed thrilling. I wish. Would you like to do it again? Ah, with a thunderous boom, Kuma descended once more beside them, leaving another colossal paw print in the earth. Is that your ship? Lu Cheng inquired. Gazing at the imposing vessel docked at the harbor, nodding with a smile, it's the Knight, a vessel of justice. Would you like to come aboard? Kuma, looking bemused, regarded Lu Cheng seriously, shaking his head. I have other matters to attend to. A refusal. How unfortunate. Lu Cheng found himself rather fond of Kuma, yet he did not wish to impose. Perhaps they would meet again by chance. Where are you headed? Kuma asked, causing Lu Cheng to pause. Momentarily lost in thought. Initially, he had envisioned a leisurely journey across the seas, pursuing bounties. However, Kuma's inquiry prompted him to reconsider. The turmoil surrounding Robin had already stirred significant trouble in the West Blue. With his bounty exceeding hers, lingering there would likely lead to more complications. Thus, it was essential to depart from the West Blue without delay. But where to next? The East Blue, North Blue, or the Grand Line? Lu Cheng felt a headache coming on, as he yearned to explore them all, finding it difficult to choose. You wish to go everywhere. Kuma scratched his head, his earnest demeanor appearing somewhat endearing. The world is vast, and I long to see it. Why not have me join your crew? That way, we could travel wherever our hearts desire. Taken aback by this unexpected invitation, Kuma paused, but soon offered a gentle smile. Shaking his head, he tightened his grip on the Bible he held. I have my own sense of justice, thus I cannot accompany you. What a pity, Lu Cheng thought, recalling the fate that awaited Kuma. He knew it was futile to persuade him and sighed deeply. These ideals, this stubbornness, this resolve, this sense of justice. Once, they were what had drawn him in. Yet now, before him, he found himself at a loss for words. What a shame. Deshiong gazed at this peculiar young man, whose familiarity seemed excessive for a first encounter, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. The way the other looked at him was akin to that of an old friend who had not been seen for many years. A sensation that Deshiong shook his head at, firmly convinced that he had never crossed paths with this individual before. However, time had already been squandered, and it was time to send the other on his way. Lu Cheng, witnessing this, picked up Xiao Robin and leaped to the bow of the ship. Since you haven't made up your mind, let's ponder it slowly once we arrive, Deshiong murmured, raising his enormous bear paw. Wait, where are you taking us? Let me think some more, but it was already too late. With a tremendous roar, the waves surged, and the Knight soared into the sky, vanishing at the horizon, leaving behind only a colossal paw print. Goodness, Deshiong, you are far too hasty. Lu Cheng, cradling the excited Xiao Robin, felt the ship hastily pierce through the clouds. He had previously claimed that Shanks had the ability to navigate the ship into the heavens. And now, it seemed that the Knight had indeed transformed into a flying vessel. Sir Knight, the ship is flying. Yes, I know, Xiao Robin. Shanks raised his head, hearing the thunderous noise emanating from the opposite side of the island. Chuckling as he shook his head, that little rascal certainly left without hesitation. Long fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. I never expected that there would be survivors from O'Hara. By the time I learned the news, the Navy's extermination order had already been issued. Indeed, Shanks replied with a slight smirk. I too did not anticipate encountering those two. That the woman interjected. Shanks, why do you wish to prevent Long from taking Robin? She is the last ember of O'Hara, and her significance to us is immense. The world government will not spare her. She will only be safe with Long. There is no need for that, Snake Princess, Shanks replied, lifting the brim of his hat, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Having spent considerable time with him, I can assure you that he is a worthy candidate. I have complete confidence in entrusting the Ember of O'Hara to him. That I mentioned before that he bears a remarkable resemblance to you. Don't you think? Long remained silent for a moment before speaking. I have come to a decision. I wish to establish an army. I have prepared for this for many years and would like to invite your participation. Shanks furrowed his brow, recalling the earlier scene. Has Deshiong already agreed to this? Long nodded, and Shanks looked into his eyes. Long, do you realize that I am a captain? The ship sped through the air, soaring over islands and oceans. Lu Cheng, holding the somewhat exhilarated Xiao Robin, approached the bow of the night. Gazing down through the dreamlike clouds, he beheld the sea, a deep azure, clear as a mirror, shimmering under the sunlight like countless gems, creating a breathtakingly beautiful panorama that it's so beautiful. Listening to Xiao Robin's voice, Lu Cheng silently nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed a unique experience. This time, sending Shanks off was truly worthwhile. Not everyone could relish the experience of being a courier. Such opportunities were rare. He was likely riding on the coattails of Xiao Robin and Shanks. That so, was the adventure quite enjoyable? Yes, yes. Being with Sir Knight makes Robin very happy. Sir Knight is the best. Ha! Lu Cheng laughed heartily, hands on his hips, lifting his gaze as a shadow flitted across the clouds. Xiao Robin, puzzled, also gazed upward, seemingly catching sight of vague silhouettes within the clouds that resembled an island. Or perhaps a city. In an instant, it vanished, shrouded once more by the thick clouds, leaving Xiao Robin to wonder if she had merely imagined it. Sir Knight, I think I saw something. The wind suddenly grew fierce, and Lu Cheng speculated that they had exited the calm zone. The wind was so strong that Xiao Robin struggled to articulate her thoughts, her long hair dancing wildly in the gusts. Lu Cheng quickly set Xiao Robin down and reached out to tidy her disheveled hair. I think I saw an island. Was it just an illusion, Sir Knight? Leaning against the deck, Xiao Robin felt the knight's body shielding her from the wind and waves. A cheerful smile gracing her lips, though she did not forget to inquire, I believe it was not an illusion. Did you see it too, Sir Knight? Lu Cheng nodded. He had indeed seen it, and already had an inkling of what lay ahead. The Sky Island. It was right there. Why would there be an island in the sky? Xiao Robin asked curiously. I do not know. But how could a righteous knight admit ignorance in front of Xiao Robin? Lu Cheng pondered how to excuse himself when the ship suddenly began to plummet rapidly. With a thunderous crash, a massive splash erupted from the once tranquil sea, accompanied by a colossal paw print. A grand sailing ship descended from the heavens. Well then, no need for explanations now. Xiao Robin curiously leaned over the ship's railing, glancing around. Sir Knight, where have we arrived? How should I know? Deshiong brought them here without uttering a word. I can only hope he is reliable. The nautical charts they had purchased in the West Sea were now rendered useless. Their immediate priority was to ascertain their current location. With that thought in mind, Lu Cheng turned to the side of the ship, where an island appeared on the horizon. The vessel adjusted its course, heading toward it. They drew nearer to the small island. Lu Cheng noticed something amiss. His keen eyesight soon discerned a towering cliff further out, entirely red, rising majestically into the clouds, its peak obscured, resembling a colossal red mountain, or perhaps a wall, stretching endlessly in the distance, seemingly unchanged throughout the ages. No way. Lu Cheng recalled certain things, long-buried memories surfacing. So this is where we have arrived. Lu Cheng realized that it was the Red Earth continent, home to Reverse Mountain, the sole gateway to the Grand Line. A confluence of the four seas in a sense that I see now. Since he was unsure where to send me, he simply opted for a location that grants access to various seas, right? Deshiong. How convenient, Sir Knight. That appears to be the entrance to the Grand Line, doesn't it? Xiao Robin hesitantly inquired, recalling the knowledge she had gleaned from her books. Indeed, Lu Cheng nodded. Be cautious. There may be formidable individuals near the Grand Line. Put on your mask. It is prudent to be careful. There might be many who could recognize you at a glance. Xiao Robin blinked, seemingly grasping the seriousness of the situation, thoughtfully nodding as she obediently donned her mask and hat. There is no need to be overly anxious, Lu Cheng smiled, signaling her to relax. As long as no one knows we have arrived here, it won't be easy for them to recognize us. Do not fear. I am here. Xiao Robin nodded in agreement. Let us go to the island and see. We still need the nautical charts. Moreover, it will likely be difficult for us to enter. The Grand Line demands exceptional navigational skills. If it was indeed the Grand Line, then utmost caution was required. After all, the Grand Line was not a tranquil paradise, but a place not easily accessed. Lu Cheng possessed only rudimentary sailing skills. At best, he could steer a ship according to the charts. Although he often referred to Xiao Robin as the navigator, the knowledge acquired from books was merely superficial, despite Xiao Robin's diligent study of nautical knowledge and her intelligence. Casually entering the Grand Line was not a simple task. After all, it was the Grand Line, a nightmarish realm for countless people, The complexity of the weather and currents in the Grand Line far surpassed that of the four seas. Even in the original narrative, the brilliant navigator Miss Nami often found herself flustered during her first foray into the Grand Line, underscoring the perilous nature of that realm. Upon hearing this, young Robin remarked, "I can navigate," her voice dwindling as if lacking confidence. Well, comparing her historical doctorate to her navigation skills, it seemed that young Robin truly fell short. "Sir Knight, am I truly so inept?" she questioned, a hint of distress in her tone. "How did you arrive at such a conclusion?" Lu Cheng pondered, recalling that his current sustenance and living conditions seemed entirely dependent on young Robin. If anyone were to be deemed useless, it would certainly not be her. "Uft, what are you thinking? Is this something a righteous knight like you needs to dwell upon? Fear not, for where there is a mountain, there is a way. Justice requires no forethought, only a steadfast march forward. For no challenge can thwart a knight of righteousness," Lu Cheng declared, thumping his chest in assurance that that's so. Young Robin replied, puzzled. While Sir Knight's words were undeniably gallant, the reality was that they were at sea. Where could a path possibly exist? Regardless, they should first find a place to rest. Lu Cheng, as captain, decisively determined their next course of action. Indeed, a respite was necessary. Although the speed of the Bear Express was remarkable, Lu Cheng and young Robin had soared through the skies for nearly half a day. Coupled with their relentless journey to deliver the red package, he was well fortified, possessing the physique of a quintessential knight, strong and resilient. Unafraid of fatigue, however, after drifting upon the ocean for so long, young Robin was beginning to feel weary. Despite the devil fruit enhancing her physical capabilities, she was still quite young and couldn't fully harness the powers of her Hana no Mi. Though she remained composed and refrained from voicing her exhaustion, Lu Cheng could naturally discern her fatigue. One could only say that Shanks lacked camaraderie, eager to see his old friend depart swiftly. Moreover, the scene they had encountered reeked of revolutionary intrigue, suggesting clandestine meetings among powerful figures. Lu Cheng had no desire to entangle himself in such complications, opting for a timely exit instead, transitioning to a more secure locale. Free from the threat of pirates or the Navy, the two would undoubtedly take the opportunity to rest. Furthermore, having rapidly improved his physical prowess, Lu Cheng sought a suitable place to train diligently. The Grand Line was fraught with dangers, and early preparation was prudent. He recalled that embarking on the Grand Line would necessitate a considerable array of supplies. At Rabu Island, a bustling town, they found themselves in a typical settlement close to the Grand Line. Its geographical position was rather advantageous due to its proximity to the perilous waters. The island, though modest in size, was teeming with life. Pirates and adventurers alike frequently paused here to resupply a supply point. Disturbances were seldom witnessed in this locale. Lu Cheng led young Robin through the lively streets of the town, confidently strolling while she donned her favorite mask, her eyes alight with curiosity. The town's ambience starkly contrasted with the villages she had previously encountered, presenting a vastly different spectacle than that of her experiences in the West Blue. Passers-by from all corners of the world brushed past them, many with peculiar appearances that exuded an air of menace, suggesting they were not the most virtuous of individuals. Yet, despite their dubious looks, it did not necessarily imply they were pirates. The island undoubtedly housed a naval base. As such, significant locations often bore the watchful eyes of the Navy. Clearly, the pirates visiting the island would not be so foolish as to brandish their identities openly, proclaiming their piracy as they approached the Grand Line, just as Lu Cheng and Robin appeared as ordinary travelers. Who would suspect that these seemingly innocuous individuals were, in fact, wanted criminals with bounties nearing 200 million combined? The pirates arriving at this island typically endeavored to conceal their identities, hastily procuring essential supplies before swiftly retreating to their clandestine vessels. Lu Cheng, however, found himself exempt from such caution. Although he was wanted, he was not a pirate, at least not in the traditional sense, as his ship bore no pirate flag, allowing him to brazenly sail before the Navy without concern. How delightful, Lu Cheng mused, habitually purchasing a thick stack of newspapers from a street vendor and casually flipping through the pages. The contents pleased him as he nodded in approval. Indeed, the bounties in different regions varied based on circumstances. After perusing for quite some time, he finally located the bounties for both himself and young Robin in a small section. This was to be expected. Bounties were established primarily for the convenience of apprehending pirates. and naturally, they would be presented in a manner that best facilitated such pursuits. Given the vast distance from the West Blue, it was hardly logical for Lu Cheng and Robin to grace the front page. Young Robin understood this as well, her hand clasped in Lu Cheng's as she hopped along, realizing that she would likely remain unrecognizable, which was preferable to sparing her knight any unnecessary trouble. Even though he himself was a considerable source of trouble as these thoughts crossed her mind, she stifled a giggle behind her hand. Lu Cheng's attention was drawn by the enticing aromas wafting from a nearby restaurant. Noticing his gaze, young Robin pouted slightly. "Honestly, Sir Knight, you eat far too much. It's quite a challenge to keep you fed," she mused. With that, she tugged at Lu Cheng's hand with determination. "What is it?" "I'm hungry," she declared, pointing toward the restaurant not far off. Understanding her intent, Lu Cheng replied, "Very well, let us indulge in a hearty meal and see if the culinary offerings here can rival those of my esteemed chef." Inside the restaurant, Lu Cheng requested the proprietor to add a long table, ordering enough food to fill 2 tables, leaving the owner utterly astonished. Lu Cheng devoured the feast with gusto, while young Robin exhibited a more genteel demeanor. Her clear eyes occasionally lifting to survey her surroundings as they dined and conversed. A sudden commotion erupted within the establishment. Breaking news! Breaking news! A commotion ensued, and Lu Cheng, though still chewing, perked up his ears. While young Robin turned her head curiously, her own eating slowing relative to Lu Cheng's pace. Breaking news! It's a super big story. A boy of perhaps 17 or 18 waved a fresh newspaper. His expression a mix of excitement and trepidation. "You won't believe what has happened. The myth has been shattered. The record of no one ever escaping the underwater prison has been broken. The first escapee in history has emerged. Captain Golden Lion Shiki has successfully broken out of prison." This was indeed a significant announcement. The restaurant buzzed with chatter as everyone engaged in animated discussions about the event. Lu Cheng seized a newspaper amidst the chaos, quickly scanning it during his meal, confirming the news of Shiki's successful escape from the underwater prison. Perhaps due to the Navy's influence, the article praised Shiki's formidable prowess and recounted tales of how his fleet had once repelled the Roger pirates, seemingly an attempt to salvage some dignity for the Navy. After all, they had previously touted the underwater prison as inescapable, only to witness such a notorious criminal slip through their fingers, rendering them the subject of ridicule. TSK, Lu Cheng handed the newspaper to young Robin. "A formidable character has emerged. Haha. I reckon the Navy has their hands full now. Busy work is good. With that time and energy, they should engage with those ruthless pirates instead of wasting their days trying to capture a little girl and a righteous knight. Young Robin and I are merely enjoying a peaceful journey, capturing a few pirates and gathering some belly. We are hardly villains. This recent feat by the Golden Lion is indeed commendable." Young Robin gazed intently for a moment, and after a brief pause, expressed her apprehension. "He seems to be quite a formidable pirate if he escapes. Could it not pose a danger?" "Fear not," Lu Cheng replied with a smile. "There are countless oddities upon these seas. One more is of little consequence. Such characters have always existed, both in the past and present, and the seas are rife with dangerous pirates. When one considers figures like Kaido or Big Mom, their viciousness rivals that of the Golden Lion." Lu Cheng reflected on the plot of the original work and recalled that after the Golden Lion's escape, he seemingly did nothing of note. Just as he was about to make his presence known, he collided with the Straw Hat Pirates, consequently becoming an experience point on the protagonist's journey. It is indeed a rather tragic fate. Likely, the commotion surrounding his prison break would only last for a while before fading into obscurity. After all, the seas are teeming with bizarre occurrences daily. As long as one does not seek trouble, it is exceedingly easy to remain hidden amidst the vastness of the ocean. This fellow's bounty must be quite high. Lu Cheng mused, absent-mindedly stroking his chin, inadvertently succumbing to his professional instincts. Noticing the concerned look on young Robin's face, he reassured her. "I was merely speaking offhandedly. Rest assured, for now, we shall deal with mere small-time pirates. Let's give him a pass for the time being. Once we grow stronger, should we encounter him, we can apprehend him then to at present. Who has the time to bother with him?" Lu Cheng pondered whether he should introduce more friends to young Robin, as she seemed to be overly reliant on him. Not that it was a bad thing. Being called Sir Knight daily by a petite girl with long black hair was quite delightful. However, he worried that if she continued to interact solely with him, she might become overly dependent. After all, She was depicted as a rather intelligent older sister figure in the original narrative, in Lu Cheng's eyes now. She seemed a tad naive. The two strolled freely between various towns and small villages on the island, procuring essential supplies, non-perishable food, ample fresh water, and basic emergency medicines. Is there anything you wish to purchase? Lu Cheng inquired casually as they walked. Young Robin curiously glanced around, but showed no intention of buying anything. How about some books to read? Lu Cheng suggested. Young Robin was quite the fast reader, often spending her free time engrossed in literature. You must be nearing the end of those books, right? Shaking her head, Robin pondered for a moment before asking, Sir Knight, you must not have much money left? Lu Cheng checked his berry balance, finding over 2 million berries, not a small sum, but sufficient for the time being that I still have some books left to read. Robin blinked her eyes innocently. Lu Cheng was at a loss. How much could books possibly cost? True, literature in the world of pirates was not particularly cheap, but as a bounty hunter, the value of pirates far exceeded that of books. Moreover, why did it seem that young Robin was developing a tendency to act like a little accountant? Was this truly an issue for a girl of her age to be concerned with? However, some books might not be found elsewhere, and if missed, they would be lost forever. The world of One Piece sprawls across vast oceans, and the circulation between islands is far from convenient. Even neighboring islands may boast entirely different customs and specialties, and one need not elaborate on the cultural products. Perhaps passing this village means losing access to that shop. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, young Robin fell into deep contemplation. Even with the mask covering her face, Lu Cheng could imagine the captivating expression beneath. Indeed, she gently nodded. Thank you, Sir Knight. Lu Cheng's lips curled into a smile. It was clear that the younger version of Robin was quite easy to handle, but he feared that as she grew, she would become less comprehensible. All right, let's not dwell too much on it. I intend to rest here for a while, to explore a bit. We shall eat, buy books, and wander. Are you searching for something, Sir Knight? On their way, Robin handed over several books they had purchased to Lu Cheng, suddenly inquiring. Huh? I noticed you seem to be looking for something, she observed with surprising sensitivity. Lu Cheng nodded. I am preparing for our journey into the Grand Line. Are we really going to the Grand Line? I have heard it is quite perilous, Robin questioned. While she recognized Lu Cheng's formidable abilities, she recalled how he had nearly frightened her to death during his battle with that marine. She had thought she might once again taste the bitterness of loss. What sort of even more powerful monsters might lurk in that place known as the Grand Line? Would Sir Knight encounter danger? But there are many beautiful sights to behold. Lu Cheng smiled. Knowledge does not solely derive from books. What we see and experience is also a tremendous wealth. That I understand that. Young Robin pouted. Why does Sir Knight always treat me like a child? Because you are indeed still quite young. He replied with a grin. Do not worry. I will protect you. I am your knight. After all, that is precisely why I am concerned. Robin lowered her head, feeling a pang of longing to assist Sir Knight more. Lu Cheng's search was not aimless. He sought a crucial item, the record pointer, an essential tool for navigating the Grand Line. Point one must understand that once one enters the Grand Line, conventional sea charts or pointers lose all efficacy. Only the record pointer can accurately guide one to the next island. While one might do without many things, without a record pointer, navigating the Grand Line becomes nearly impossible. However, after wandering through several streets, Lu Cheng found no vendors selling record pointers. How could this be, especially near the entrance to the Grand Line? It was quite astonishing. Lu Cheng had previously known that acquiring a record pointer outside of the Grand Line was not an easy feat. But he had not anticipated it to be this difficult. That it seemed that only by entering the Grand Line could one easily obtain a record pointer. Yet a peculiar thought emerged in Lu Cheng's mind, reminiscent of a comical exchange. Question: how can I obtain a record pointer? Answer: go to the Grand Line. Follow-up question: but how can I navigate the Grand Line smoothly? Answer: obtain a record pointer. Damn it, what a perfect loop. The world government. Damn them. Lu Cheng was nearly convinced that this was the handiwork of the world government, strictly controlling the circulation of record pointers throughout the seas. After all, for them, it was preferable for reckless pirates to enter the Grand Line without record pointers, as the more pirates that perished, the better. I cannot find it. After an unfruitful search, Lu Cheng glanced at the sky and decided it was time to return to the ship for some rest. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent the entire day playing with the young girl, and the sun was nearly setting. However, as he passed a weapon shop, Lu Cheng paused and turned back to enter. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by the unmistakable metallic scent reminiscent of blood. The store was filled with a myriad of swords and other bladed weapons, even a few firearms, boasting a rich variety. Lu Cheng casually selected a long sword that, of course, in the world of One Piece, such a blade would be referred to as a sword that he weighted in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. This sword would suffice as a weapon for everyday use. For the time being, he decided to make do with it. Having finally slipped from the Navy's gaze, he resolved to lay low for a few days, enjoying a peaceful life with the little girl. The only dilemma was that after a spree of purchases, his berry count seemed to have dwindled significantly. Alas, it appeared it was time to return to his old profession. He would need to randomly select a crew of pirates to reopen his services. Little Robin sat barefoot at the bow of the ship, her delicate feet gently swaying under the luminous moonlight. The waves crashed against the hull of the knight's vessel, causing it to rock slightly in the sea breeze. Yet, little Robin remained blissfully unaware, firmly seated at the front, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the figure below. Practicing in the water, Mr. Knight is truly putting in a great effort, she mused, resting her chin on her hand, becoming unwittingly entranced by the scene. The 6 styles of the Navy are among the most formidable martial arts in the world of One Piece. Although these techniques are easy to learn, mastering them is a different matter altogether. The red-haired Shanks had imparted these skills to him, but the extent to which one could wield them depended on one's own abilities. Previously, Lu Cheng had merely focused on enhancing his physical conditioning, but after acquiring the 6 styles, the majority of his energy was devoted to mastering these techniques. Among the 6, the one Lu Cheng grasped the quickest was Jeppo. Perhaps due to his naturally high physical prowess, making its application more intuitive for him. Currently, his proficiency in this skill was unmatched as for the remaining 5 techniques. Each possessed its own advantages, yet Lu Cheng's foremost desire remained to learn Soro. The technique he had practiced the most, the allure of walking in the air, as if treading upon solid ground, stirred his imagination. Unlike now, when he could only soar by sitting atop the double dragon. Lu Cheng leapt from the water into the air, his feet momentarily suspended. From little Robin's perspective, Mr. Knight suddenly burst forth from the surface, his slick feet flailing in the void, resembling a duck paddling its legs. An amusing sight indeed. Puffed. The little girl, lost in concentration, couldn't help but laugh at the scene before her. Lu Cheng, who had been striving to execute the Soru technique with utmost focus, suddenly felt a gust of wind beneath his feet. His body feeling lighter, a smile of delight broke across his face. This is the sensation. He recalled Red-Haired's words about the air beneath his feet becoming tangible, as though it possessed substance. He longed to savor this feeling. But just as he was about to, a peal of cheerful laughter reached his ears. Oh no! Splash! Lu Cheng, momentarily distracted, plummeted into the sea like a kite with severed strings, his attempts to kick futile as he descended like a free fall. You little rascal, you've led me astray. Gurgle. Lu Cheng found himself submerged in the ocean, but little Robin was already aware that he could indeed swim, although the reasons behind it were unclear. It was perfectly normal for Mr. Knight to excel at everything he attempted. Swimming posed no challenge for him, as he sank beneath the waves. Lu Cheng clasped his arms tightly, not swimming but thrashing desperately in the water. The sound of splashing echoed around him. Miraculously, he soon broke the surface, his upper body eerily stilled. If not for his feet still kicking, he would have appeared to be standing upon the water's surface. The relentless waves lapped at him, yet they never rose above his knees. Lu Cheng wore an expression of exasperation as he looked up at the mischievous little girl. That I was so close to succeeding. Now, however, he found himself in this predicament. He had intended to showcase a suave, airborne walk using Soro. Yet here he was, merely splashing about in the water. This was hardly what he envisioned. I'm so sorry. Mr. Knight. Little Robin's cheerful voice chimed in his ears. Seeing this, Lu Cheng chuckled and shook his head. That it was no wonder she was laughing. It was merely a reflection of his own inadequacies. After all, he had only been in the world of One Piece for a few months, though his strength was constantly on the rise. Achieving the status of a top-tier warrior in such a short time was still a formidable challenge. Without relying on his knight armor, his power was somewhat lacking. However, it mattered not. He would continue to practice. Now that he had begun to grasp the sensation, mastering Soro was merely a matter of time. After an indeterminate duration of floundering in the water, he suddenly felt a wave of ease wash over him. The ocean beneath his feet felt solid, transforming from flowing water to a sensation akin to walking on sand. He halted his movements, no longer treading water, yet still standing steadily in the sea, no longer sinking. Little Robin noticed this transformation as well. That Mr. Knight is so impressive. Lu Cheng, initially contemplating whether he had made significant progress with Soru, felt a swell of pride at her words. Of course, it's merely Soru, a trivial feat before the righteous knight. He walked across the water to the edge of the ship, leaped gracefully onto the deck. Are you hungry, Mr. Knight? Little Robin inquired kindly, fully accustomed to the fact that he would expend considerable energy after each training session. Then I shall rely on you, Little Robin, Lu Cheng replied with a smile. Appreciating her thoughtfulness, that icy blue pheasant had even attempted to claim his 79 million. He certainly needed to be dealt with. Watching Little Robin cheerfully dart into the cabin, Lu Cheng smiled and followed suit. Speaking of which, he had been putting off another matter for quite some time. His justice points had long been yearning for an outlet, and it was time for a lottery draw. Previously, he had refrained from drawing while Red-Haired was by his side. But now, having separated from him and arrived at this quaint island near the East Blue, he felt a surge of security in this beginner's village and was finally able to relax and focus on the lottery. What would he draw? Lu Cheng felt a thrill of excitement. Thus far, the items from the system had proven quite practical, with effects slightly modified due to the nature of the One-Piece world. Whether it was the Dragon Knight motorcycle or the ability to traverse the mirror world, each had tremendous utility. The Dragon Knight card box was a beginner's gift, and Lu Cheng suspected that acquiring a new card box would be challenging. However, drawing something intriguing should not pose much difficulty. Moreover, the avenues for acquiring justice points, while limited, were not overly arduous. The current tasks were relatively simple, and with a few more draws, he was bound to obtain something desirable. Lu Cheng steadied his resolve. Let us draw, shall we? Miracles await with each single draw. 10 consecutive draws are out of the question. All right, I'm ready for the lottery, system. Don't slumber. It's time for business. Come forth and prepare for my request. I'm about to draw. A crisp, resonant chime echoed in his mind, heralding the arrival of the system in response to his summons. Before Lu Cheng, a colossal wheel materialized abruptly, adorned with an array of enticing rewards, many of which were relics from the world of pirates. To his astonishment, he even spotted the elusive ice fruit among them. The speed of resource updates was indeed impressive. Lu Cheng mused internally. However, he remained indifferent, for his primary desire lay in the unique treasures of the knightly realm. As for the devil fruits, despite their allure, the thought of losing the ability to swim upon consumption extinguished his enthusiasm. Fabricating a weakness for himself seemed rather absurd. Little Robin could no longer swim, and the prospect of both of them adrift on the sea was a scenario Lu Cheng preferred not to envision. System, I wish to draw from the knightly world's offerings. Do you comprehend? Lu Cheng quipped nonchalantly. The system, as usual, offered no response. It appeared rather simple-minded, and Lu Cheng had grown accustomed to his habitual banter. He casually seized a bottle of rum, took a swig, and savored the invigorating clarity that washed over him. Confirm the lottery, confirm. Lu Cheng exerted himself to spin the wheel, which whirled like a windmill before him. Stop, he shouted. The wheel soon came to a halt, and he observed its pointer seemingly indicating a card. The system chimed, notifying him of his acquisition. Congratulations, you have obtained the item. Blank sealing card. Blank sealing card. Can forge a pact with the mirror world's mirror beasts or seal other items within the card. Item grade. High-level item category. Item card item effect. A powerful card imbued with spatial and contractual powers. Can one really draw such a thing? Lu Cheng pondered, bewildered. He speculated that in the future, he might even summon minor creatures from the mirror beasts to forge pacts. Yet, he recalled that the sealing card seemed inherently linked to knightly armor, with his possession of the unparalleled dragon. Acquiring another contract beast appeared unnecessary. Nevertheless, in the original Dragon Knight narrative, Uncle Snake had several contract beasts. Thus, having a few more companions wouldn't be amiss. However, he reflected that the current sealing card had been influenced by the world of pirates. As a high-level item endowed with spatial and contractual powers, its practicality had significantly increased. That a bold idea began to take shape in Lu Cheng's mind regarding its utilization, but he tucked the card away, kicking the now useless system aside. As the aroma of a delicious meal wafted through the cabin, Little Robin had cheerfully prepared a midnight snack for him. Alas, there was no news of the sea restaurant. Lu Cheng had previously inquired about it on the island, but had gleaned nothing, likely due to the early hour. The establishment had yet to open. Little Robin's aspirations to hone her culinary skills were dashed. Of course, her current skills were commendable, and Lu Cheng unapologetically indulged in the meal, his thoughts drifting. OSS Island. This island lay not far from Lap Island, a day's journey at full sail. The pirate captain, Ross, surveyed the treasure chests stacked before him. Nodding in satisfaction to his crew, he beckoned them to begin transporting the loot, for the island's wealth had been thoroughly plundered, rendering it devoid of further value. However, just as they took a few steps, they suddenly noticed at the end of the street 2 masked figures, a man and a woman. The pair consisted of a young man and a little girl, both cloaked and masked. The young man bore a long sword at his waist, held in his left hand a weathered bounty notice, slightly yellowed from being soaked in seawater, while his right hand grasped that of the girl, who appeared to be no more than 8 or 9 years old, wearing an adorable mask. Upon sighting them, the ruthless pirates exhibited expressions of fear that it was the masked phantom duo. Lu Cheng, somewhat speechless, found it peculiar that they had acquired such an odd moniker. It had been over half a year since he and Little Robin arrived at Lap Island. Strength was the foundation of all, and in the absence of naval or pirate threats, he had enjoyed a serene time with Little Robin. They engaged in daily training to enhance their abilities, and when fatigued, they strolled the island together, compensating for her incomplete childhood. Naturally, there were times when they lacked berry. During such moments, Lu Cheng would don a mask and accompany Little Robin to right wrongs, capturing several formidable pirates. Their mysterious nature, coupled with their reluctance to reveal their identities, earned them this peculiar nickname. The so-called ghosts were known for their elusive presence, making them one of the most feared pirate hunters in these waters. The young man lifted his head nonchalantly. Though his expression remained obscured by the mask, Ross perceived an air of amusement emanating from him. Lu Cheng, in fact, was in high spirits, anticipating a lucrative venture. He gazed at the pirate captain, Ross, and inquired cheerfully, "A bounty of 15 million berry, great shark Ross, is it?" He waved the bounty notice, which, despite showcasing a younger visage, bore a striking resemblance to the pirate captain before him. Ross elevated his chin slightly, revealing a hint of arrogance. For pirates, a hefty bounty was a source of pride that in the Grand Line, he was nothing of note. Yet here, a bounty of 16 million berry was no small feat. A point of pride for him. Nevertheless, he remained wary of the recently infamous pirate hunter, having heard tales of bounty hunters who had brought down pirates with over 10 million on their heads. It was best to avoid confrontation if possible. "Oh, you not see that you should be leaving?" He barked at Lu Cheng. "I knew I recognized you." Lu Cheng replied with a chuckle. Unperturbed, he tossed the bounty notice aside and continued, "Now, as for that 15 million berry, would you kindly accompany me to the naval base?" "Huh?" Ross erupted into a hearty laugh, his gaze fierce. "You expect me to surrender?" "Indeed," Lu Cheng nodded earnestly, "for my strikes are quite severe." Ross felt a surge of adrenaline rush to his head. The young man's calm demeanor ignited his blood pressure. "Do you think I'm like those petty pirates you've encountered before? I have traversed the Grand Line. You, boy, likely have never heard of it." This was his proudest claim, despite having merely brushed against its shores before retreating in disgrace. Surviving the Grand Line was his greatest asset, though he boasted a bounty of 15 million. His strength undoubtedly exceeded that value. He glanced at Little Robin, who was holding Lu Cheng's hand. "You brought a child. Do you think the sea is a playground? You ought to return home and tend to your child." Since the other party was unwilling to retreat, he too would not hold back. Although Lu Cheng was a recently renowned pirate hunter, his past achievements were merely a stroke of luck against a near 10 million bounty pirate. Such a foe could hardly compare to himself. Originally intending to swiftly loot the treasure and depart, Ross now saw an opportunity to send this fool to his demise. Lu Cheng assessed the other party, noting that while their strength appeared unimpressive, their boasts were indeed formidable. Wait a moment. Returning from the Grand Line, Lu Cheng scrutinized Ross, an inexplicable chill creeping into the latter's heart, as if being scrutinized by some fearsome sea creature. Yet, this sensation quickly dissipated. A smile of joy spread across Lu Cheng's masked face. "Returning from the Grand Line? How splendid. I have been searching for pirates like you for quite some time. Damn it. You little brat, kill him." Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted in an instant. Almost simultaneously with the pirate captain's words, the restless pirates, unable to contain their excitement, rapidly pulled the triggers. The wild grin spread across their faces, as if they were envisioning their adversary being utterly torn apart by bullets. Yet, as the smoke cleared, their opponent stood there, seemingly unfazed, a blade having mysteriously appeared in his hand. The bullets aimed at him were effortlessly deflected by Liu Cheng's longsword. It is common knowledge that firearms cannot kill a true man. Ultimately, one must resort to the blade. Upon witnessing the calm demeanor of his adversary, Ross instinctively sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. "You wretched brat, you shall pay for this," Ross bellowed, swinging his massive sword towards Liu Cheng. His crew of pirates, witnessing their captain's charge, erupted into frenzied cheers, envisioning their leader cleaving the foe in two with a single stroke. Liu Cheng, unfazed, lowered his head. "Those minor henchmen are up to you now, little Robin. Little Robin tilted her head, her face a picture of astonishment. Could it be that the knight intends to take action himself? Merely practicing is insufficient. Practical experience is essential for true mastery. Do your best, little Robin." Under Liu Cheng's relentless guidance over the past 6 months, little Robin had nearly mastered the powers of the devil fruit. However, the true efficacy of her abilities required real-world validation. Little Robin nodded, prepared to embark on their next adventure, no longer burdened by the fear of revealing her identity. "Rest assured, knight, I will swiftly catch up to your pace." Watching the knight's retreating figure, her eyes sparkled with determination, and she narrowed her gaze, her expression beneath the mask more earnest than ever. The flower fruit unleashed a bloom of blossoms, cascading like a shower of white petals. Her arms unfurled like a peacock's tail, a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Liu Cheng inhaled the floral scent with a slight smile, his gaze turning icy as he confronted the fierce blade before him. "Kill!" Ross roared, his colossal blade descending with a thunderous force, embodying an overwhelming might. This strike was indeed formidable. One could see why he commanded a bounty of 15 million. Possessing a certain skill, the sheer ferocity of the blade's wind evoked a sense of unavoidable doom, as if one would be cleaved in two at any moment. Had this encounter occurred 6 months prior, he might have found himself challenged, but times had changed. Faced with Ross's strike, Liu Cheng's expression remained unchanged. He merely took a few light steps back, and in an astonishing display, soared into the air as if walking upon the breeze, effortlessly evading the assault. Little did they know, he had perfected the Navy's 6 styles moonwalk. After half a year of arduous training, he had finally mastered it. The unworldly pirates gasped in disbelief, but their shock was short-lived as mysterious arms emerged from nowhere, seizing them by the throat. Panic ensued among the pirates, yet they quickly discerned the source of their peril. "Beware, that child is a devil fruit user. Eliminate her." The chaotic cries reached Liu Cheng's ears, but he did not glance back at little Robin's predicament. He trusted her to handle the situation. Although she no longer faced the same survival pressures as in the original tale, he had witnessed her diligence firsthand and could intuit her thoughts. If she desired to blossom in his presence, he was more than willing to provide her with a grand stage. The memories of the past shall forever be buried in the depths of the heart. Bloodshed cannot obscure the true truth. It only serves to ignite the fervor of those who harbor justice. The sin flower from O'Hara blooms once more on this day. Seek death. Ross sneered upon witnessing this. "Do you believe that with mere physical prowess and a little girl who has consumed a devil fruit, you can act with impunity? How naive!" He propelled himself off the ground with a powerful push. Dust swirling in his wake as the earth trembled beneath him, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface, and he launched himself high into the air, swinging his blade with even greater ferocity towards Liu Cheng. This strike would surely be fatal. Yet, as he ascended towards the dazzling sunlight, Ross's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that the figure once obscured by the sun, now shimmering with resplendence, was adorned in an armor of brilliant crimson. Radiating the brilliance of all creation, it emerged slowly, resembling a true sun in the sky. A blood-red serpent surged forth from the void, roaring with fury. Golden flames descended like falling stars. Ross let out a bone-chilling scream. In the fleeting moment before he collapsed, he recalled long-ago news articles and wanted posters. He had once fantasized about capturing the person who had vanished from the public eye. 99 million, the so-called passing masked knight. But how could this individual be here? Wasn't he supposed to be hiding in the West Blue? Too afraid to show himself, Liu Cheng stepped forward, sweeping his sword horizontally, severing a head, and sending it soaring into the air, accompanied by a spray of blood. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed in Lu Cheng's ears. 10 million bounty mission completed. Mission requirements. Eliminate no fewer than 3 pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million. A mission reward. 300 justice points. Mission status. Completed. A smile graced Lu Cheng's face. The difficulty of this task was exceedingly high. The challenge lay in the fact that suitable targets were scarce in these waters, while there were many pirates with bounties in the millions. Those with 10 million bounties were rare. Moreover, these pirates tended to vanish like the wind, leaving Lu Cheng scrambling to catch up only to find they had already fled. Either they had gone off to commit misdeeds elsewhere or vanished into the Grand Line, making them elusive. At last, this task was complete. Damn it, a single mission had delayed him for months, running to and fro, nearly exhausting little Robin in the process. System, could you not provide me with some easier tasks? Can't you treat me like a parent? The system remained silent. New missions awaiting refresh. Lu Cheng looked up to find that little Robin had dispatched all the minor henchmen. The ground was strewn with fallen petals, and an enticing fragrance filled the air. The pirates lay incapacitated, sprawled upon the ground. The exhausted girl knelt, her gentle breaths wafting into Lu Cheng's ears like the most enchanting melody, resonating in his heart. Well done, little Robin. Little Robin lifted her gaze towards the long unseen crimson armor, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Her eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears, memories flooding back to a night drenched in torrential rain. When the armor stood majestically before her like a true knight, she had always feared that he might vanish from her world like a fleeting meteor, or that, upon awakening, she might discover it had all been a mere dream. Yet now, she finally felt that she was close enough to reach his shadow. Knight, I've caught up to you. At last, she had. Lu Cheng paused momentarily, observing little Robin kneeling before him, and approached to gently remove her mask. Beneath it lay a face adorned with tears, sweet and innocent. That he lowered his head, gazing into her misty eyes, filled with tenderness. What nonsense! Haven't I always been here? The sun began its descent, casting an amber glow. Yet, in front of the Navy base's bounty department, a lively scene unfolded. A black-haired boy, clad in a trench coat and mask, held an unknown head in one hand, while behind him trailed a long chain of unconscious pirates. Suspended by ropes, beside him stood a seemingly youthful girl with long hair, silently at his side. The masked demon, upon encountering the 2 Marines, an immediate jolt coursed through them. This duo had frequently crossed paths over the past 6 months, and each time, they were accompanied by either a notorious pirate or the lifeless body of one. Here we meet again. Greetings. This time, it's the great shark, Ross. Lu Cheng grinned, proclaiming, didn't I mention that I would dispatch him? 15 million for a pirate? Is that the great shark? The Marines exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Cheng nodded, raising the severed head in his hand and casually gesturing towards the charred headless corpse behind him. I brought his body along as well, just in case you didn't recognize him, to ensure the Navy would not dispute the bounty. Lu Cheng had taken the liberty of dragging the headless corpse along with him. The commotion caused by the Marines' exclamations drew even those patrolling the base to gather nearby. In no way, did this guy really take down that pirate? A 15 million bounty pirate? How could that be? The Marines exchanged incredulous whispers. I've heard tales of the great shark Ross. He is said to be a formidable pirate who returned alive from the Grand Line. They murmured. It was truly astonishing. This renowned pirate, who had dominated these waters for over a decade, had been effortlessly defeated by this seemingly unassuming young man. Even more perplexing was the fact that Lu Cheng appeared remarkably unscathed, with no signs of battle upon him. This is utterly terrifying, one Marine murmured unintentionally, voicing what everyone was thinking. Yet, the other Marines were too astonished to mock him, nodding in agreement. Who would dare believe that such a young bounty hunter could bring down a pirate of this caliber? What heights might he reach in a few more years? The thought was almost unfathomable. With a thud, Lu Cheng tossed Ross's head at the feet of the Marines. They bent down to confirm, finally realizing that it was indeed him. It's really Ross of the great shark pirates. He has truly been slain. They could hardly contain their astonishment. That's a 15 million belly pirate. This is simply unbelievable. The Marines began to murmur among themselves. Gentlemen of the Navy, to deal with this fellow, I've been adrift at sea for several days. Lu Cheng said lazily, shrugging his shoulders. Could you expedite the payment so I can be on my way? My time is precious. Indeed, He intended to leave for good this time. This would likely be his last visit to this Navy base for a bounty. At that moment, a higher-ranking officer snapped back to reality, glancing at the multitude of bound pirates behind Lu Cheng, and commanded, "Hurry and bring the bounty posters for the Great Shark Pirates. We need to verify these corpses' identities." Yes, the Marines jumped to attention, hastily moving about in a flurry. Soon, one Marine produced a thick tome, appearing to be a compilation of bounty notices, and began meticulously comparing the faces of the unconscious pirates on the ground with the photographs in the book. Great Shark Pirates, Leonard, confirmed, bounty 5 million belly. Great Shark Pirates, Wayne, confirmed, bounty 2.5 million belly. Great Shark Pirates, Matthew, confirmed, bounty 3.2 million belly. Great Shark Pirates, Pot Win, confirmed, bounty 1.6 million belly. One by one, the notorious pirates were identified, causing the Marines to tremble with excitement. These were incredibly dangerous individuals, yet they had been captured all at once. While tallying the bounties, a curious Marine inquired, "May I ask how you managed to deal with them? This is simply incredible." "Oh no, no," Lu Cheng chuckled. "It wasn't all me. Aside from Ross, whom I dispatched, the rest were the handiwork of Little Robin." The naval officer frowned at Lu Cheng's words. Clearly skeptical, he was aware that although they operated under the guise of a duo, it was primarily Lu Cheng who took action. The other, Little Robin, seemed to be just an ordinary person, and he could not fathom why they were always inseparable. Yet, Little Robin, was that the name of the girl? It sounded vaguely familiar. He felt as if he had heard it somewhere before. As he pondered, the Marines had finished tallying the bounties. The total bounty for these pirates amounted to 27 million belly. Lu Cheng whistled in delight, exchanging a high five with Little Robin. For her, this bounty held profound significance, as it was her first legitimate earnings alongside her knight. The same was true for Lu Cheng. Although he had amassed considerable wealth as a bounty hunter over the past 6 months, most had been spent. This newfound bounty would serve as a contingency for his travels, allowing him to embark on his adventures without the burden of financial concerns for a while. It was the final heist before setting off. As the sun dipped low, casting a crimson hue across the sky, Lu Cheng cheerfully accepted the large chest brimming with belly from the Navy. The chest was so full that it nearly rivaled Little Robin's height. "Do you require assistance transporting this to your ship?" a kindly Navy officer inquired, as they had become somewhat acquainted over the past months. Lu Cheng smiled and shook his head. "Farewell, esteemed Navy officers, that I likely won't be returning here for bounties again." "Are you departing?" the officer asked with curiosity, and indeed, that was the intention, whether as pirates or bounty hunters. They rarely lingered in one place for too long. After a brief respite, they would set sail once more. "Yes, indeed," Lu Cheng replied. "You plan to go to?" "Yes, the Grand Line." Lu Cheng spread his arms wide, his smile radiant. "The place brimming with dreams and belly. But it is perilous there with your current strength." The officer hesitated before speaking, genuinely concerned for the promising young bounty hunters, wishing to prevent their premature demise. The Grand Line was notorious for its dangers. The monsters that lurked there were formidable. Though they were not part of the Navy, they consistently pursued the most ruthless pirates, standing as allies of justice. They often contemplated how wonderful it would be if such exceptional individuals could join the Navy, yet they were always met with polite refusals. Some individuals are destined to be unbound, inherently yearning for the clouds and seas, soaring above, never to be confined to a single place. Even when they do pause, it is merely a brief interlude before preparing for their next flight. And now, they were ready to take to the skies once more. "Dangerous, yes, but the bounty is substantial," Lu Cheng replied cheerfully. "No need to worry, kind Navy officers." The officer intended to say more when suddenly, chaos erupted within the base. Frowning, he heard a Marine shout, "Not good, not good. A major incident has occurred. We have 2 extremely dangerous pirates. The Devil's Child with a bounty of 79 million and the Masked Knight with a bounty of 99 million have appeared." The townsfolk of OS Island had confirmed their identities. Indeed, the elusive Flower Fruit Devil and the Masked Knight had resurfaced. Lu Cheng stifled a yawn upon hearing this news. When had he and Little Robin become labeled as pirates? Truly, the Navy's incompetence was astonishing. What nonsense! Upon hearing the words, the naval commander was momentarily taken aback, as a sudden flash of realization illuminated his mind. A shiver coursed through his body, and he began to tremble. At last, he understood why the name Robin resonated so familiarly. It was because he had encountered it 6 months prior, the infamous daughter of the devil, Nico Robin, with a bounty of 79 million. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards Lu Cheng and Little Robin, staring incredulously at the masks adorning their faces. Lu Cheng, with a smile that sparkled with mischief, nodded slightly, seemingly affirming the commander's suspicions. Hiss! The thought that such a perilous pirate was so close to them was staggering. Over the past 6 months, they had traversed their naval base repeatedly, adhering to the role of bounty hunters while accumulating rewards. Astonishingly, he had even contemplated enlisting the individual into the Navy. How had he survived this long? No, the real question was, what schemes did the other party harbor? Forgive me, naval officer, for my deception. After all, I must provide for my family. And making a living by hunting pirates is no easy feat. Asa father, you surely understand how challenging it is to raise a child, even one as remarkably sensible as mine. Lu Cheng observed the naval personnel, whose faces were painted with shock and fear, even trembling in trepidation, and he smiled gently as he began to elucidate, for these naval officers, who struggled against even the most modest of pirates. The notion of a pirate with a bounty nearing 100 million was almost unfathomable. The distance to O'Hara was vast, and these ordinary sailors were utterly oblivious to the complexities lurking beneath the surface. They only comprehended that a bounty represented the ferocity of a pirate, and Lu Cheng and Little Robin, with such exorbitant bounties, were unequivocally viewed as true demons. What scheme do you harbor, or what hidden agenda do you possess? There is no scheme, Lu Cheng pondered for a moment before responding. But if you must know my purpose, can it be considered a pursuit of justice? Pursuit of justice. The naval officer's voice quivered. The very notion of such noble ideals emerging from the lips of a pirate with a near-billion bounty was nothing short of ironic. Indeed, Lu Cheng declared earnestly, raising his hand emphatically. Though our paths diverge, we are all comrades in the pursuit of justice. The naval officer felt as though he had been struck. Previously, when they had interacted, he had perceived Lu Cheng's talk of justice as a natural inclination for someone destined to be part of the Navy. However, now, hearing such words from a pirate with a bounty approaching 100 million felt profoundly discordant. But you are a pirate. Is it appropriate for you to utter such words? Is it? Lu Cheng replied, casting a calm glance at the somewhat familiar bounty notice. The notice does not declare that I am a pirate, and the pursuit of justice is not contingent upon one's identity, but rather on one's stance. The naval officer lowered his gaze. The bounty notice did indeed state the amount, but had never indicated the individual's status as a pirate. They had simply assumed that all those with bounties were irredeemably wicked villains. Lu Cheng surveyed the surrounding naval personnel, placing one hand across his chest and bowing slightly. Akin to a performer on stage, it was as though he were orchestrating a grand finale or reciting a poetic ode. As a knight of justice, I extend my gratitude for the financial support you have provided in the pursuit of justice these past 6 months. That it is precisely because of this that more justice can be upheld. After all, even the most righteous knight must eat while traversing the path of chivalry. Though there may be plenty of wealth upon the seas, it must ultimately be brought to the naval base for redemption. The naval officers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond to this extraordinary proclamation. After all, hearing such words from a notorious pirate compelled them to question his true intentions. Furthermore, it was utterly absurd to consider providing funds to a pirate with a bounty nearing 100 million. Yet, they need not ponder further. The crimson suit of armor, identical to that depicted on the bounty notice, manifested around Lu Cheng, solidifying his identity as the masked knight. His voice resonated through the visor, reaching the ears of every naval officer present. You need not worry excessively, nor expend your efforts in seeking trouble with me. Trust me, it would be a futile endeavor. Your sense of justice might be better directed towards those who genuinely require it. I believe there are countless individuals in need of your justice. He reached out to pat Little Robin, who, understanding the gravity of the moment, bowed gracefully. Thank you, dear naval uncles, for your concern. Farewell. She was no longer the frightened girl who once trembled at the sight of the Navy. She now understood that good and evil could only be assessed on an individual basis, and even the morality of a single person could be elusive, though the haunting memories of O'Hara still lingered in her dreams. Hatred had not tainted her spirit, whether in the original story or as she stood now. Little Robin continued to treat this harsh world with gentleness. This was what Lu Cheng cherished most about her. There are those who Despite dwelling in darkness, choose to be a beacon of light. Lu Cheng glanced at the naval officers who had encircled the base, their fear preventing them from taking action, and a subtle smile graced his face beneath the mask. He took little Robin's hand, disregarding the naval personnel, and approached the reflective metal surface nearby. It was once a plaque inscribed with the Navy's motto of justice, but now it was merely the stage for his unimpeded entrance and exit. Farewell, naval officers. With those parting words, he and little Robin vanished into the mirror, vanished completely. What just happened? How did they suddenly disappear? Where did they go? The naval officers were thrown into disarray, the spectacle of their disappearance sending waves of panic through their ranks. The naval commander let out a soft sigh. Perhaps this was the true terror of a pirate with a bounty soaring to 99 million berries for them. The entire naval base was likely entirely defenseless. He sighed again and instructed, "Report this to headquarters. The masked knight and the daughter of the devil have resurfaced." One naval officer foolishly inquired, "Commander, is that all we report? Shouldn't we take some action?" He was met with incredulous looks from his commander and fellow officers. He quickly realized the gravity of the situation. This was a pirate with a bounty nearing 100 million if he truly unleashed his fury. The entire naval base would be utterly incapable of handling him. Let us not engage in any reckless endeavors. Simply notify headquarters. The masked knight and the daughter of the devil have been hiding among us for the past 6 months. With unclear intentions, based on the information they have disclosed, they seem intent on entering the Grand Line. He paused, recalling the countless encounters over the past 6 months, each time the duo arriving at the naval base accompanied by heinous pirates. Proclaiming their intentions were for justice. They hardly resemble pirates at all, he murmured softly. "Commander," a nearby sailor, unable to hear clearly, asked with confusion. "Nothing, it's just that pirates are becoming increasingly cunning." A.S. Navy officers committed to justice. "We must remain vigilant." He surveyed the fallen members of the shark pirate crew sprawled on the ground. "Arrest them all." "Yes, Commander." The Marines, invigorated, straightened their backs and shouted loudly. Yet in the distance, the last remnants of the sunset were gradually fading away. The surface of the sea shimmered with phosphorescence. Countless bioluminescent organisms writhed in the water, blending with the starlight that reflected from the sky, rendering the stars upon the sea even more dazzling than those above. As twilight deepened, a fog unexpectedly enveloped the sea, shrouding the surface in a veil of mist. The silhouette of a solitary island emerged faintly through the haze. Suddenly, the tranquil sea was pierced by the roar of a motor. As a streak of silver burst forth from the mirror-like surface, shattering the starlight and leaving a shimmering trail as it sped toward the distant island, the cover of the motorcycle slowly lifted. And little Robin joyfully leaped out. "Sir Knight, we have so much money." Little Robin was still immersed in her delight. Lu Cheng nodded, dismounted from the motorcycle, and as he departed, the motorcycle gradually vanished into the night sky like shattered glass. Lu Cheng raised the box he held, gazing at the silhouette of a ship anchored in the distance. Thus, it is true that great pirates are indeed valuable, albeit rather elusive. However, it matters not. Such pirates abound in the Grand Line. Little Robin nodded, glancing wistfully around. This place was once merely a desolate island, commonplace upon the sea. Aside from a few trees, there were hardly any beasts. Yet now, the island had transformed, with houses constructed and her favorite flowers blooming abundantly in the yard. Much of the bounty they had earned over the past 6 months had been spent on this island. Aside from the night, this was their second home. Lu Cheng could naturally perceive little Robin's feelings of reluctance, which were almost written upon her face. However, he merely smiled quietly, intending to surprise her. After all, even after half a year together, he still found her earnest admiration quite endearing. As they entered the house, Lu Cheng casually tossed the box filled with berries aside. The room was already filled with many such boxes, with even a specially crafted storage room overflowing with several more. They had long since replenished the supplies necessary for their voyage. Little Robin furrowed her brow, her serious demeanor appearing rather cute. "Sir Knight, do we perhaps have too much prepared? We can't possibly carry all this." "Who says we can't?" Lu Cheng chuckled, not responding directly, but instead inquiring about something else. "What about that item?" "Oh." Upon hearing Lu Cheng's question, little Robin retrieved a pointer from her pocket and handed it to him. "Sir Knight, this should be the one." Lu Cheng flicked his wrist, and the object resembling a watch appeared in his hand. However, unlike a watch, The center of the pointer was not a dial but a sphere with a needle. Is this it, Sir Knight? Little Robin asked again. Lu Cheng observed it briefly before nodding. Indeed, this should be the object that replaces nautical charts and compasses in the Grand Line. This was a treasure scavenged from the shark pirates who had traveled the Grand Line and indeed possessed such an item. Although it appeared somewhat aged, it remained functional. Lu Cheng tossed the recording pointer back to Little Robin. Knowing well that this sort of item should be kept by his navigator, as the captain, he merely needed to issue commands. Finally ready, Lu Cheng said with a grin. On one hand, it was to enhance their strength. On the other, it was to ensure thorough preparation. Over the past 6 months, their preparations had been nothing short of meticulous, and Little Robin had devoured countless books on navigation. Sir Knight, will we be able to see that island in the sky on this trip? Little Robin suddenly asked, clearly still captivated by the fleeting glimpse she had caught from the air. Perhaps there will be a chance. Lu Cheng nodded, glancing around before patting Little Robin's shoulder. Let us proceed. Little Robin was slightly taken aback. Are we leaving already? But what about all this? Yet seeing Lu Cheng silently turn and step out of the house, she obediently trotted after him. Surely, Sir Knight had his own plans. The two reached the shore and gazed at the ship in the distance. Lu Cheng looked at the still bewildered Little Robin and smiled. Shall I perform a magic trick for you? A magic trick? Little Robin's face was filled with confusion. Lu Cheng offered no explanation, flipping his palm to reveal a blank card. With a thought, the card radiated an incredibly bright white light, illuminating the dark night as if it were day. The island beneath them was bathed in a white glow, seemingly melting away like snow in Little Robin's astonished gaze, and beneath her feet, the ground vanished, nearly causing her to fall. However, Lu Cheng, prepared, caught her in his arms. He took a precarious step, hovering in midair, observing the scene below. Suddenly, a vast void appeared upon the surface of the sea. The entire island along with the night vanished without a trace, as water surged violently, forming a colossal whirlpool, which eventually calmed after a long while. The light gradually faded, and the night returned to tranquility, yet beneath their feet, the island had completely vanished, leaving only a dark, murky sea reflecting the myriad stars above. My island? Where did such a large island go? Little Robin curiously looked at the card in Lu Cheng's hand, which now bore an image of a crescent-shaped island quietly resting in the azure waters. Little Robin instantly recognized it as the shape of Night Island. Sir Knight, what is this? She asked with intrigue. Lu Cheng nodded. Indeed, it's too wasteful to use the sealing card for merely one contracted beast. After much thought, I decided to utilize it as a spatial ring. That he raised the island card, and a grand sailing ship abruptly materialized upon the sea. They both boarded the vessel. Set sail, Knight? Aye, Captain, Little Robin replied loudly. The familiar exchange bringing back fond memories. With Lu Cheng's command, the Knight untied its moorings and once again set sail, heading straight for the direction of Reverse Mountain. The waves began to grow more turbulent. Dark currents swirling all around as the Knight approached the Grand Line. The weather and sea currents became increasingly unpredictable and treacherous, marking one of the most perilous areas of the Grand Line. Only the finest navigators could possess the skill to sail here. Lu Cheng made his way to the deck, joining Little Robin as they gazed ahead. In the distance lay the magnificent, seemingly endless red wall of land, the Red Earth continent. Little Robin stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the vast expanse of the Red Earth continent. Sir Knight, what a spectacular sight! Lu Cheng, staring at the continent etched in his memory, felt a surge of emotion. Witnessing it firsthand was a far cry from mere recollections. He gazed into the distance. Reverse Mountain was quite unique. It marked both the starting point of the first half of the Grand Line and the endpoint of the latter half. The fabled final island, Laugh Tale, was likely concealed within that profound mist. As Reverse Mountain drew nearer, the currents became increasingly turbulent. Instead of directly steering the ship into the canal of reverse currents, he halted the vessel. With a gentle slap on the deck, the entire ship vanished under Lu Cheng's subtle movement. He flipped his palm, and a card depicting an island disappeared from his hand. Lu Cheng held Little Robin close, using moonwalk to float in the air, with a raging torrent of water surging below them. The closer they approached the Red Earth continent, the more turbulent the waves became. And now, Reverse Mountain was almost within reach. The crashing waves swelled, yet the highest of the splashes barely reached Lu Cheng and Little Robin's feet before being forcefully beaten down by the next wave. Moonwalk was truly useful and remarkably stylish. The suit of crimson armor silently enveloped Lu Cheng's form as he turned to little Robin with a smile. Shall I let you experience the thrill of surfing? Little one, to echo the words of Lu Cheng, the experience of racing here in the vast world of One Piece is unparalleled. What joy can one find in sailing compared to the thrill of high-speed pursuits? A sleek motorcycle glides upon the ocean's surface, and as the surging waves approach, they calm to silence beneath the vessel. Lu Cheng effortlessly opens the canopy, cradling little Robin as he settles into the seat with practiced ease. Hold on tight, he declares, and the engine emits a low growl before transforming into a streak of silver, shooting forward like an arrow released from its bow, cleaving through the waves, leaving only the sound of Robin's melodic laughter to dance in the wind. On the Red Earth continent, at the upside-down mountain, a silver motorcycle races across the sea, its rapidly spinning wheels sending towering columns of water skyward as it approaches from the distance. The speed of the motorcycle far surpasses that of a leisurely sailing vessel. Lu Cheng has long since retracted the bike's windshield, allowing the howling winds and tumultuous waves to envelop him. With a slight twist of the throttle, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the motorcycle surges forward, plunging into the oncoming tumult of waves as if a mighty dragon were assaulting the very walls formed by the sea. The ocean spray drenches little Robin's attire, yet in her exuberance, she remains blissfully unaware, shouting joyfully. With Robin's laughter echoing, the motorcycle deftly navigates through the waves, arriving at the entrance of the upside-down mountain. It defies logic. This is even more extraordinary than racing upon the sea itself. Lu Cheng gazes toward the nearby entrance of the upside-down mountain, where a wide, turbulent canal flows upward, rushing toward the summit of the Red Earth continent. Indeed, a canal that flows upward exists, living up to its name. The Grand Line is truly fascinating, Lu Cheng muses, before bellowing, "Robin, brace yourself, we're going in." The motorcycle plunges into the canal's reverse current, ascending effortlessly with the flow of water. Robin, caught off guard, leans back and finds herself nestled in Lu Cheng's embrace. "Oh, Mr. Knight, you still lack grace," she remarks, a hint of amusement gracing her features, her lips curling into an involuntary smile. The motorcycle continues its ascent. Flanked by towering crimson stone walls that rise like fortifications, as Robin sits in Lu Cheng's arms. She curiously observes the sides of the motorcycle, marveling at the grandeur of this legendary mountain. Shrouded in mist for countless years, the Red Earth continent, the Grand Line and the Red Earth continent divide the world into 4 seas, where ocean currents converge before flowing into the Grand Line. Is this truly the starting point of the Grand Line? Lu Cheng gazes in awe at the magnificent sight, murmuring to himself, "Dividing the world into 4 great oceans," Robin muses, her laughter subsiding as she takes in the breathtaking scene. Is this what the books speak of as the Red Earth continent? It is even more magnificent than described. The words penned on paper pale in comparison to the reality before her. Only by standing here, in close proximity, and gazing upwards can one truly comprehend the awe it inspires. Charge forth, Grand Line, here I come, Lu Cheng roars, his heart swelling with excitement. Suddenly, a sharp chime pierces the air, extinguishing the fervor that had surging within Lu Cheng. What on earth, system? Are you jesting? In the midst of his exhilaration, he steals a moment to glance at the system's notification. A new task has arrived. Ding! Esteemed Knight, please accept your mission. Task name: the First Island. Task requirements: enter the Grand Line and successfully reach the First Island. Task reward: 500 justice points. Task status: awaiting acceptance. Will you accept the task? The frequency of such incidental tasks is quite high, Lu Cheng thinks, casually tapping to accept. He checks his status panel, noting he has over 800 justice points, just 200 shy of a lottery draw. This task is timely indeed. The turbulent canal races onward, and it is only now that Robin notices the upward current is not only fierce, but also interspersed with unpredictable undercurrents. Should one navigate these waters carelessly, they might be swept against the walls of the Red Earth continent. This is the first danger of the Grand Line. Without a skilled navigator, one may not even qualify to enter. The canal's waters stretch like a waterfall toward the peak of the upside-down mountain. The swift current poses no challenge to the motorcycle, which continues its upward trajectory unabated. Mr. Knight's things are decidedly unconventional, Robin muses silently. Previously, her reading consisted mainly of archaeological texts and ancient literature, yet under Lu Cheng's tutelage. The peculiar knowledge of the Grand Line has become a delightful pursuit. However, the more she learns, the more she realizes how extraordinary Lu Cheng truly is. Yet, this matters little to her. As long as he is Mr. Knight, she is content that as for Lu Cheng's thoughts, they are of no consequence. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Cheng gently twists the throttle, the motorcycle roaring as it surges toward the mountain's peak. He glances at the towering upside-down mountain. An idea sparking in his mind. Robin, would you like to see the summit? Robin blinks in surprise, nestled in Lu Cheng's embrace, and eagerly nods her head. At the top of the canal's flow, currents from the four seas converge, forming a tumultuous celestial pool. Lu Cheng performs a stylish drift, the motorcycle tracing a brilliant arc as it stabilizes at the confluence of the four currents. Taking a deep breath, he lowers his gaze to the water's surface. The crystal-clear waters reflect the azure sky, where clouds gather, blending seamlessly with the sea. A resplendent red dragon churns amidst the clouds, and a smile dances on Lu Cheng's lips as he snaps his fingers. A resounding dragon's roar echoes, seemingly hailing from another realm. In the water's reflection, the crimson dragon descends from the heavens, darting toward Lu Cheng like a crimson arrow. With a thunderous splash, the water erupts. Accompanied by a prolonged dragon's roar, the unparalleled dragon breaks through the surface, ascending amidst the tumultuous waves, spiraling around the celestial expanse before gracefully hovering beside them. Why does the dragon seem a bit larger? Robin inquires, curiosity piqued. Lu Cheng glances over, and indeed, it appears somewhat sturdier. While the change is subtle, upon closer inspection, one can discern the differences. Perhaps it's due to an improved diet? Lu Cheng replies uncertainly. In the world of One Piece, the ocean's bounty is abundant. Even fish of a size smaller than a person shy away from claiming the sea as their home, let alone the massive sea kings and other colossal creatures that abound. It is a veritable cornucopia of resources. The unparalleled dragon has been in a state of free range, entirely capable of sourcing its own sustenance without Lu Cheng's intervention, and it predominantly resides within the mirror realm, sparing him any worries. That it is truly a paragon of pet ownership. Hey, you haven't eaten anyone, have you? Lu Cheng playfully jabs at the creature, which responds with a disgruntled roar, indicating that it bears no blame for such accusations. With that reassurance, Lu Cheng feels at ease. After all, it is a partner of justice, and he trusts it implicitly. Come aboard, he beckons to Robin. The unparalleled dragon emits a resounding roar, lifting them skyward, soaring directly toward the pinnacle of the upside-down mountain. Lu Cheng gazes down, observing how the four reverse current canals converge into a singular sea below. Then, from the opposite side, the river leading to the Grand Line rushes downward. We'll soon be able to ride a waterslide. Lu Cheng casually remarks, causing Robin's eyes to light up with excitement. Observing her reaction, Lu Cheng chuckles inwardly. After all, she is still a child. Despite her often serious demeanor, beneath the surface, she is merely a young girl. And with a gentle nudge, her true nature bursts forth, revealing her youthful exuberance. It is in these moments that Robin's childlike charm shines most brightly. Thank you for your hard work, unparalleled dragon. Lu Cheng leaped gracefully from the back of the Wushuang dragon, landing steadily atop the mountain. That he spread his arms wide, catching the petite figure of Xiao Robin, who followed suit. Gently setting her down, Lu Cheng surveyed the breathtaking panorama that unfolded before him, as if he stood atop the pinnacle of the world, with the vast expanse beneath him. All that remained was a boundless sea of white mist and an infinite sky above, the Grand Line. Here I come, ha ha ha, he exclaimed, his exuberance palpable. Xiao Robin tilted her head, observing the knightly figure as he returned to his somewhat clumsy demeanor, a smile creeping onto her lips. However, upon noticing the knight's mischievous glance, she instinctively recoiled, plopping down onto the ground with her palms spread out in refusal. No, I absolutely don't want that, she protested, flustered. Oh no, how embarrassing. Even if it's just the knight who sees me. Seeing Xiao Robin unable to share in his joy, Lu Cheng sighed and shrugged, contemplating how his exuberant shouts would diminish the thrill of their mountain ascent. The Wushuang dragon let out a resounding roar into the void. Seemingly in agreement, Lu Cheng gazed down at the expansive scenery, his heart swelling with emotion. How few are those fortunate enough to witness such beauty? He pondered briefly before drawing his long sword and inscribing bold characters upon a protruding stone wall. Lu Cheng was here. Xiao Robin watched curiously as these unfamiliar characters materialized, each square-shaped glyph possessing a distinct allure and charm, entirely foreign to her knowledge of written language. Knight, what is this? Xiao Robin inquired, her curiosity piqued. These are the characters from my homeland, Lu Cheng replied, his earlier excitement slightly tempered, his tone softening like the gentle breeze passing through Dada. I apologize, Knight. There's no need for apologies. Adventure always requires leaving home. Lu Cheng stated nonchalantly, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the entire world. And what a magnificent world it is! Xiao Robin tilted her head. Though she did not fully comprehend, she sensed the knight's spirits lifting, making her heart feel inexplicably lighter. After a leisurely stroll, Lu Cheng found himself standing at the edge of the red soil cliff, gazing downwards. If all goes as expected, that should be the end of the second half of the Grand Line. He mused. Xiao Robin recalled her readings from newspapers and books. So, Knight, is that the final island where the Pirate King and his crew arrived? I'm not certain, but it likely isn't that simple. Lu Cheng replied with a grin that if it were, the Navy would have long since seized control of the final island. Xiao Robin pondered seriously before nodding in agreement. Below us, Lu Cheng reflected on the original narrative. It should be Water 7. Indeed. It appeared to be the destination of the Roger Pirates' inaugural voyage. After taking in the sights and resting atop the inverted mountain, they proceeded downwards at a leisurely pace. That below must indeed be the true beginning of the Grand Line. Twin Cape, Lu Cheng remarked. Twin Cape serves as the starting point for the 7 distinct routes of the first half of the Grand Line. Here, 2 towering lighthouses stand sentinel, guiding every traveler venturing into the Grand Line. As they walked, a colossal shadow suddenly swept across their path, vanishing into the depths of the sea. Knight, what was that? A sea whale? Xiao Robin asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lu Cheng remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the ocean below, pausing briefly before continuing his descent. Laboon, you truly are still here. At Twin Cape, the white lighthouse loomed tall. Beneath it, an elderly man with hair resembling half a flower petal lounged leisurely on a beach chair, engrossed in a newspaper. Clad in an extravagantly flamboyant short-sleeved shirt, he appeared to be on a carefree vacation, accompanied by a massive sunshade. Reflecting on his former identity as the ship's doctor for the Pirate King, and now a lighthouse keeper, it seemed he was indeed enjoying a well-deserved retirement. Lu Cheng held Xiao Robin's hand. Drawn by the lighthouse's glow, upon descending from the inverted mountain, they were greeted by this peculiar scene, causing Lu Cheng to momentarily pause and gaze skyward, although the skies weren't overcast. The mist swirling around the mountain lent an unusual ambience. It seemed that the former Pirate King's medical expertise in the art of leisure was somewhat lacking, at least in comparison to Lu Cheng. The elderly man, noticing the duo's approach, turned to see a striking pair descending from the red soil continent with an air of confidence. One was clad in an impenetrable, bizarre crimson armor, while the young girl beside him had a slightly darker complexion, with delicate features and flowing black hair cascading down to her waist, smooth and lustrous. This unusual pairing caught Kuroka's off guard, causing him to chuckle. In my years watching over Twin Cape, I've seen ships glide smoothly down the waterways, and I've witnessed vessels shattered to pieces, but I rarely see anyone descend as you have. Actually, we were planning to take the water slide. Lu Cheng rolled his eyes, silently mocking the absurdity of it all. Kuroka's, unaware of Lu Cheng's thoughts, greeted them with a smile. Lu Cheng and Xiao Robin approached slowly, smiling as he said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Kurokas. You know me?" Kurokas raised an eyebrow, folding his World Economic News and setting it aside, now examining the peculiar duo before him with curiosity, the famed sentinel of Twin Cape. "I've heard much about you," Lu Cheng replied with a modest smile. "Judging from your reaction, it seems you recognize who we are." After all, their combined bounty was nearing 200 million, though they had kept a low profile for half a year. Their renown still lingered. Kurokas opened his mouth, about to speak, when suddenly a commotion erupted from the nearby waterway. They turned to see a massive sailing pirate ship spinning wildly, swaying drunkenly before crashing against the red soil cliffs. Splintering into fragments, it appears they encountered treacherous underwater currents that led to their ship's demise. Lu Cheng observed, nodding toward Kurokas, that Mr. Kurokas, I too have now witnessed the ship's ruin firsthand. Kurokas merely stared in silence. Despite the pirate ship's destruction, not all aboard perished. Many were still struggling against the waves. Lu Cheng watched as several survivors clung to broken planks and barrels, desperately swimming towards Twin Cape. Their will to survive evident. Just as he began to root for their plight, hoping to salvage a bounty or two, a sudden thunderous sound resounded, a beat like a drum. The red soil continent trembled slightly, accompanied by a deep, ominous rumble. The turbulent waters surged, and those pirates clinging to debris screamed as they were swept away by the chaotic currents, vanishing beneath the waves. Lu Cheng, witnessing this, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. My berries gone. It seemed fortune had not favored him today. Although the misfortune of those pirates was undeniable, Xiao Robin glanced at the night, sensing his thoughts. After all, he had always aimed to see every pirate's dreams dashed. She had long since understood his intentions. The mere presence of those pirates today was already a stroke of bad luck. With plenty of berries still in his possession, Lu Cheng shrugged off the loss of a potential windfall. Not overly concerned, the rhythmic thumping continued unabated. Kurokus stood, scrutinizing the armored figure before him with a bemused smile. That I am Kurokus, the keeper of this Twin Cape lighthouse, and it seems you are already acquainted with me. As for you too, if the reports are accurate, you must be the infamous demon child, Nico Robin, and the masked rider. Very good. Lu Cheng raised his thumb in approval. Beaming, you are absolutely correct, old man. Lu Cheng added with a smile. I didn't expect that you, old man, also read the news from half a year ago. Upon hearing this, Ku Luokas was momentarily taken aback, glancing around. Aside from the sea, there was nothing but the barren red earth, with only two solitary lighthouses standing out against the emptiness. How was he to respond to such a question? Should he admit that he was so bored here that he could only pass the time reading newspapers? Surely the old man couldn't be so bored that he resorted to reading the paper? Young Robin's innocent and adorable voice chimed in from the side. Who says I'm bored? Ku Luokas retorted angrily. He tilted his head and caught sight of the pure and endearing little Robin, and in an instant his anger dissipated. How could this child be so charming? Never mind. It's not worth arguing with a child. The dull thumping sound continued to resonate. Young Robin, puzzled, looked around. Ever since earlier, I've been hearing strange noises from the SEIS, something colliding with us. Guardian old man, shouldn't we take notice? I'm not old. I'm just over 50. Ku Luokas weakly defended himself. But you are retired, Lu Cheng interjected. Being over 50 makes you an old man, the innocent little Robin added with a final blow, her naive demeanor leaving Ku Luokas feeling immensely wounded. Modern children may be cute, but why must they speak such harsh truths in broad daylight? Where on earth did they learn such bad habits? Lu Cheng walked to the edge of the shore and peered downward. Through the undulating surface of the sea, he could vaguely see a massive black shadow lurking beneath, repeatedly crashing against the red earth below them. Robin also leaned in, surprised. Is it an island whale? With such a massive size and outline, the shadow we saw earlier must be it. Lu Cheng nodded, affirming Robin's observation. It's called Labu, a black island whale that Ku Luokas approached and introduced, just like you. It came from the West Sea. He had read about the news regarding the Kamen Rider and the demon child in the newspapers. Half a year ago, they had caused quite a stir in the West Sea. So he was well aware of where Lu Cheng and the others had entered the upside-down mountain. However, he likely did not realize that Bear had catapulted the two to the starting point of the Grand Line, allowing them to leisurely enjoy over half a year of idleness. We've encountered an island whale once before. They say it brings good fortune to sailors. Little Robin recalled from her knowledge. They are social creatures. But aside from the West Sea, they should only occasionally appear in the latter half of the Grand Line. Why would one show up here in the first half? The island whale population primarily inhabits the West Sea. And while they might venture into the new world of the Grand Line's latter half, they shouldn't cross the barrier of the Red Earth to reach this region of the Grand Line's first half. Little girl, you are quite correct, but Labu is special, unlike any other island whale. Ku Luokas slowly replied. Lu Cheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging its rarity. They had only encountered an island whale once during their journey in the West Sea, and it had quickly submerged into the depths. That voyage had indeed gone smoothly, and they had been fortunate to meet Bear, escaping the entanglements of the Navy and pirates. Truly a good luck charm of the sea. Soon, a massive water sphere suddenly erupted from the distant sea surface. Following that, an enormous black whale burst forth, revealing its scarred head as it fiercely charged towards the red rock wall. Lu Cheng and little Robin silently watched Labu's actions. Already surmising the origin of the scars adorning its head, in the world of One Piece, many creatures possess extraordinary intelligence, particularly those colossal sea kings dwelling in the depths of the Grand Line. Blessed with incredibly lengthy lifespans, often exhibit intellect comparable to that of humans. When he had received the sealing card earlier, Liu Cheng had contemplated whether to contract a highly intelligent sea king as his contracted beast. But the thought had been swiftly discarded when he remembered another use for the sealing card. After all, he already possessed the unparalleled dragon. The allure of carrying a spacious ring was far greater than that of a mere obedient pet. At that time, he had indeed considered Labu as Ku Luoka's mentioned. Labu was unique, that it must be said, as the former ship's doctor aboard the Pirate King's vessel. Ku Luoka's had an extraordinary knack for such matters. To treat Labu's forehead injury, he had performed a comprehensive internal transformation on it. Those unaware might think he was modifying a ship rather than a whale. He had made incisions on its body, installed doors in its stomach, and even included drainage systems, going so far as to place a vessel within Labu itself. Such medical practices were anything but scientific. Liu Cheng felt that while this was intended to heal Labu's forehead injury, it could very well have caused even greater harm. But the reality was, this world defied logic. Labu had been transformed in such a manner, yet it remained perfectly healthy, leaving Liu Cheng utterly speechless. Moreover, to be fair, while Labu might not be ideal as an island whale, it certainly excelled as a mobile base. However, he had already turned Night Island into a portable logistics base for himself and Little Robin, and thus had no interest in Labu. To be honest, he felt quite sorry for Labu. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding thuds continued unabated. The ground trembled slightly. The impact beneath their feet showed no signs of ceasing. Labu relentlessly collided with the unyielding red earth with its massive body. Yet, despite its considerable size, it felt as insignificant as an ant against a giant in the face of the seemingly endless red earth. It would be futile to strike against it for a day, let alone endure for 1,000 or 10,000 years. In the end, it would only be a fruitless endeavor, a mere waste of effort. However, just as the knights surged against the current, unwavering in the pursuit of justice, Labu's foolish actions, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, ignited Liu Cheng's knightly spirit, confirmed, "You too are worthy." Whale, but why does it do this? If it continues like this, will it be harmed? Little Robin blinked, feeling a pang of sympathy, because its companion's haven tea returned. Ku Luoka said softly, "It has waited far too long and can no longer bear the weight. It believes that if it can break the mountain, the one it awaits will return. It is so stubborn, no one can change its mind, and I have employed numerous methods just to barely control its actions. Yet I still cannot entirely prevent it from harming itself, and because of its size, it cannot leave this place to search for its companions. Thus, knocking down this mountain is the only thing it can do." Ku Luoka sighed softly. "The one it awaits must be very important to it, I suppose?" Little Robin gazed dreamily at the massive black shadow beneath the sea, and asked, carefully glancing at the knight. The knight's face was hidden behind a mask, obscuring his features, save for the deep red eyes that seemed to burn with determination. She could not help but reach out, gently tugging at the knight. Liu Cheng snapped back to reality, ruffling Little Robin's hair, smiling as he nodded, signaling her not to feel anxious. "Have you ever thought about calming it down?" Liu Cheng inquired, looking at Ku Luoka's. Ku Luoka's gave a wry smile. "I have consistently administered sedatives, but it seems aware of my actions. Very clever." Liu Cheng genuinely praised. He recalled how the Straw Hat Kid had managed to calm Labu down in the original story. It seemed he had simply given it a good thrashing. Liu Cheng looked down at the shadow on the sea surface, his gaze shifting to one of intrigue. Didn't seem too difficult. Did it? He felt a surge of eagerness, while Little Robin glanced at the knight, sensing that he had suddenly become somewhat excited. The knight was always like this, serious at times. Yet, there are times when he suddenly becomes frivolous, as if struck by a thought, at times appearing rather foolish. This is somewhat unfair to Liu Cheng. It is merely that when he recalls those familiar original plot lines, an inexplicable excitement bubbles within him. It evokes a sensation akin to encountering a renowned star from television abruptly appearing before him. Arriving in such a place and encountering familiar scenes, it is almost impossible for him not to be stirred. In any case, it is best to let it settle for now. Liu Cheng clenched his fists, brimming with eagerness. The shadows beneath the water continued to collide, but Kuroka's sensed an impending crisis. What could this creature be planning? He shook his head, muttering, "It's futile, as I mentioned. It will not quiet down until its companions return, and I have tried many times, and nothing has worked. Perhaps your approach is misguided." Lu Cheng replied with a mysterious smile. Though the grin was concealed by his mask, his voice barely betraying the amusement he contained. "Maybe you should consider a more aggressive treatment plan." "Violence?" Kuroka's questioned, puzzled, but soon shook his head, seemingly oblivious to Lu Cheng's jest, and earnestly responded, "This situation cannot be resolved through violence. It would only exacerbate its injuries. Trust me, in my youth, I was a competent doctor, and I possess a modicum of confidence in my medical skills." At this, Lu Cheng felt somewhat speechless. Who was discussing medicine with you? After all, in the original story, Kuroka's was the ship's doctor for the Pirate King, having sustained the dying Pirate King Roger for several years. Guiding him to Rafdeld, he was undoubtedly among the finest physicians on these seas. Lu Cheng shook his head, smiling as he said, "I happen to know a few things about a traveler who met his demise yet still drifts upon the vast ocean." The name of that individual, Mr. Kuroka's, should be quite familiar to you. Kuroka's furrowed his brow at this, utterly perplexed by Lu Cheng's meaning. "Are you suggesting?" "No. How could you possibly know?" "I simply do know." Lu Cheng lifted his gaze to the boundless sea ahead. "Brooke is still alive, still floating upon the sea of hope. You truly know about Brooke." Kuroka's was completely stunned. He had initially thought Lu Cheng was speaking nonsense, only to realize that the other seemed to possess some genuine knowledge. To invoke that name indicated that Lu Cheng was not merely fabricating tales. Of course, Lu Cheng nodded that a knight of justice never lies. Kuroka's chose to disregard the peculiar title, for Lu Cheng's attire was already bizarre enough. "Where did you obtain this information?" "Well," Lu Cheng chuckled, shaking his head, pointing one hand skyward. "This is the noble guidance of justice. Courage and righteousness enlighten us, heralding the path ahead." Kuroka's pondered whether Lu Cheng was quite ill, contemplating whether he should administer a dose to clear his mind. Yet, he had not treated anyone in many years, and he sighed. However, the tone of Lu Cheng. "A prophecy, perhaps," he mused silently. After some contemplation, Kuroka's nodded. He believed. "Wait, you actually believe it?" Little Robin was filled with confusion. Could such nonsense truly be trusted? She glanced at Kuroka's expression, which did not seem dismissive. Thus, had they genuinely come to believe the knight's absurd words? Why did these individuals become so peculiar after encountering the knight? The red-haired one was the same, as was this elderly gentleman. Was there something wrong with her, or was it them? Wasn't the knight clearly spouting nonsense? Little Robin's innocent heart was profoundly shaken. Though Little Robin remained in the dark, Lu Cheng was acutely aware of a crucial fact. Kuroka's was no ordinary person, although he appeared to be just a lighthouse keeper. How could someone leisurely traversing the Grand Line be simple? His hidden identity was that of the former ship's doctor for the Roger Pirates. He had borne witness to the emergence of a prophecy at the final island. Rafdell, the prophecy foretold a grand war that would encompass the entire world in 12 years' time. Heralding the return of a new Joyboy. It was because of this prophecy that Pirate King Roger believed he had come too early. Rayleigh, the Dark King, thought that the scholars of O'Hara were too hasty, revealing the true history prematurely, and Kazuki Oden, motivated by the prophecy, chose to sacrifice himself to leave a glimmer of hope for the land of Wano in the face of that impending war. This prophecy had impacted countless lives, intertwining even with Little Robin's current plight. Kuroka's was no exception. Kuroka's sighed. Here, the loss of cherished individuals was not limited to just Laboon. If only his medical skills could extend the captain's life by another 20 years. Such a vast and tumultuous sea. He would surely long to witness it, wouldn't he? "I remember Brooke as a pirate with an explosive hairstyle, and a musician," Lu Cheng began. "Indeed," Kuroka's nodded, finally affirming that Lu Cheng spoke the truth. "Laboon indeed hails from the West Blue. He traversed Reverse Mountain with that band of pirates to arrive here. Yet, he regarded Lu Cheng with utmost seriousness. Perhaps you have indeed heard some truths. But not all are accurate. I have long received reliable intelligence that the Rumbar pirates have already escaped from the Grand Line, having forsaken their promise to this whale. Only Laboon remains, naively believing that his companions will return." Kuroka's cast his gaze down at the immense shadow beneath the water. Through the deep, murky depths, he could vaguely discern the deep scars etched upon Laboon's head, remnants of the relentless impacts against the ocean's surface. To facilitate treatment, he had even installed a door within Laboon's stomach, allowing him to administer sedatives, helping the great creature to quiet down amidst the repeated collisions. That old man. Your information may be somewhat outdated. Lu Qing chuckled. Thus, I say, old sir, you have withdrawn from the world for far too long. I am not old, Kuroka's replied, somewhat speechless. These two youngsters were indeed headstrong, dismissing the wisdom of others, and it was no wonder they possessed the audacity to confront the world government directly. Yet, such a disposition was undeniably endearing. Kuroka's reminisced about his former companions aboard the ship, only to find that, in the present, with the collapse of their flag, everyone had splintered apart. He shook his head, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he succumbed to memories of the past. Perhaps he truly was growing old. The intelligence I possess confirms that the Rumbar pirates have indeed perished. Yet Brook survives. Due to having consumed the Revive fruit, his soul did not vanish upon death. Thus he remains alive. The Revive fruit, Kuroka's murmured, furrowing his brow as he strained to recall memories, realizing there seemed to indeed be some truth to it. His former companions had ridiculed Brook for having consumed a fruit deemed utterly useless. Aside from depriving him of his swimming abilities, rendering him a landlubber, it offered no other advantages, while others who indulged in devil fruits often emerged with enhanced abilities. Brook gained nothing but a fatal weakness, becoming a true landlubber. However, as a musician, as long as he could still play music, these drawbacks mattered little. The Revive fruit, how did I not think of that? Kuroka's was now convinced of Lu Qing's honesty, eagerly inquiring, if what you say is true, then where is Brook now? Lu Qing pondered for a moment, realizing that the other party could hardly be considered a person anymore. They were merely a skeletal frame, the kind that would be assaulted as a monster upon encountered at this moment. They were likely still adrift on the ghost ship, trapped in loneliness for 2 or 3 decades. Lu Qing sighed. If he were to know that Labu was still here waiting for him, it would surely bring him greater anguish. Sir Knight? Lu Qing felt a tug on his hand and turned to see little Robin with tear-filled eyes. Sir Knight, they are so pitiable. Could you please help them? The watery gaze of little Robin was undeniably endearing, and so Lu Qing reluctantly nodded. Although he had initially intended to do so, now he thought, perhaps it would suffice for Sir Knight to fulfill some of little Robin's modest requests. Mr. Kuroka's, Lu Qing began, I have some matters I wish to consult you about later. For now, let us allow Labu some tranquility. You may omit the Mr. If you wish. What do you intend to do? Perhaps I should first administer a sedative. Lu Qing replied, there's no need for such complications. A righteous knight conveys his sincerity through his fists. Labu will surely sense my fervent intentions. Lu Qing cracked his knuckles. Regardless, he was determined to deliver a punch to that straw-hatted boy. His hands were itching for action. Labu, behold my righteous strike. He gazed down at the colossal shadow thrashing below, letting out a mighty roar as he plummeted from the sky. The sea erupted in splashes, and Labu let out a fierce bellow, seemingly scolding Lu Qing for his underhanded tactics. Kuroka's observed the two figures beneath the waves. Momentarily perplexed, how could this devil fruit user be unafraid of the sea? Was it the armor shielding him from the water, rendering it ineffective against his true form? It appeared that the power of the devil fruit was far more formidable than he had anticipated. While he was astonished, he soon dismissed the thought. After all, many had managed to evade the risks of seawater using their devil fruit abilities. Yet, he could not help but glance at little Robin. A question lingering on his lips. Is your knight always this unreliable? Had he voiced it, little Robin would have vigorously shaken her head in earnest. After all, Sir Knight was the epitome of reliability. However, as he remained silent, little Robin was too preoccupied with the tumultuous battle below to notice his expression. She anxiously watched as Sir Knight's figure vanished beneath the waves, only hearing Labu's roars and the tumultuous sea, indicating that the fight raged on. Though Sir Knight was exceptionally skilled, the underwater combat against a creature as massive as the island whale was undoubtedly worrisome. Yet, she sensed that the whale's cries were becoming increasingly sorrowful. From this, it seemed that Sir Knight was gaining the upper hand. Although Labu was in such a pitiable state, being mercilessly pummeled by Sir Knight, little Robin contemplated that, in the grand scheme of things, it would be preferable for Labu to endure the blows rather than Sir Knight suffer injury. Listening to Labu's heart-wrenching cries, little Robin blinked. Surely, Sir Knight knew how to gauge his strength. Lu Qing was well aware of the nuances of restraint. Clearly, this was not the time for such considerations. After all, with Kalokas present, as long as he did not deliver a fatal blow, everything could be negotiated. Moreover, fighting underwater was undoubtedly challenging. Not only was he contending with swimming while battling, but there was also a crucial factor at play: lack of leverage. The resistance of the seawater diminished much of his power, rendering his attacks on Labu less effective. Furthermore, beneath the waves, a single tail swipe from the island whale could unleash waves akin to a cataclysm. Lu Qing mused that, had they been above water, Labu would merely be a large punching bag. Yet underwater, he realized that securing victory might not be as effortless as he had imagined. He swiftly dodged Labu's tail swipe, but was unable to evade the subsequent wave, which forcefully propelled him backward. After regaining his balance, he spotted a battered head surging through the water, charging toward him. Instinctively, he propelled himself forward, employing the moonwalk technique, and felt the sensation of being powerless in the water dissipate significantly. Tilting his neck, he initially intended to engage with Labu in a manner befitting an ordinary person, but he had to admit, Labu was quite formidable. Lu Qing silently applauded his opponent's prowess, since Labu was so skilled. He would not hold back that it was time to showcase the pinnacle of his mastery over the marine six forms. With a powerful kick, a silent ripple spread through the water, swiftly vanishing without a trace. As Lu Qing launched himself like an arrow, delivering a resounding punch to Labu's side. Now, feel the might of my colossal fist. Although his fist was not actually that large, its impact was certainly formidable. Labu howled in agony, and Lu Qing effortlessly evaded Labu's counterattack, this time aiming for Labu's enormous head. A head of such size must surely ache for quite some time after receiving a blow. He mused. However, Labu's most formidable attribute was likely his ironclad cranium. The sea gradually calmed. Little Robin blinked, her gaze fixed on the suddenly tranquil waters. With a thunderous splash, Labu's massive head erupted from the surface. And Little Robin immediately noticed a figure standing atop Labu's battered head. Lu Qing patted the gigantic head beneath him, exclaiming, "Big fella, my fist is larger than yours. I trust you can now hear me clearly." Labu finally quieted down, having no choice but to submit. He simply could not withstand the onslaught. Yet, driven by the innate sensitivity of animals, he sensed that his opponent bore no ill intent. Thus, he relinquished his resistance and floated to the surface. Curious about what Lu Qing wished to convey. Of course, it was impossible for him to concede like that foolish old man. As long as he could break through this red earth continent, he would reunite with his companions. Giving up was simply not an option. Lu Qing gazed into Labu's enormous eyes and slowly approached. Sitting beside him, he looked into those eyes, larger than the Twin Capes lighthouse. He gradually removed his armored eye in a gentle voice, which resonated in Labu's ears like thunder. He began, "Labu, I will not urge you to surrender. Promises made to companions are the most precious treasures in this world." Labu remained silent, his vigilance unwavering, his enormous eyes fixed intently on Lu Qing. "But Labu, do you not long to see your companions again? I know that Brook is not completely gone. I am aware of his whereabouts. His failure to fulfill the promise to meet you is not due to forgetfulness or betrayal, but rather because he is trapped in a place for an extended period. If he knew you have always remembered this promise, it would surely bring him great joy." Labu suddenly lifted his head, letting out a roar. Lu Qing exerted a slight force, employing the moonwalk technique to prevent being thrown off. Observing Labu, who was overwhelmed with emotion, wailing to the heavens, Lu Qing smiled. "But so, as a price for this knowledge, will you promise me to cease harming yourself while I reveal Brook's location to you, enabling you to find him?" Tears welled in Labu's eyes, cascading like a torrential downpour, his mournful cries growing louder, akin to the howling winds amidst a tempest, resonating in the Twin Cape, echoing endlessly. Lu Qing covered his ears, and only after a considerable time did Labu finally quiet down. As Lu Qing lowered his hands and looked at the now calm Labu, he resolutely stated, "A righteous knight never deceives. Surely, you felt my heartfelt intentions within my fervent blows, Labu." He indeed felt them, not only their warmth but their pain as well. Lu Qing leaped up, soaring above the strait and landing beside Little Robin and Kalokas. Brook is trapped in the Devil's Sea, unable to escape due to the fog, yet he has always remembered his promise to you. I can assure you of this. Tears streamed ever more profusely from Labu's eyes, accompanied by mournful cries that filled the air with a profound sorrow. enveloping the entire twin cape with an aura of grief. Ultimately, it relinquished its attempts to crash against the cliffs, quietly submerging into the depths of the water, leaving behind only a vast shadow. So it's settled, my friends. When the time comes for my departure, I shall seek you out to guide you into the Grand Line. This is yet another promise, so do not let it slip away, he chuckled, patting his hands together as he gazed at the immense silhouette beneath the waves. Although there was no verbal response, Lu Cheng felt assured that the other party had consented. It's resolved, Lu Cheng remarked, casting a glance at the awestruck little Robin, proudly placing his hands on his hips. That was a piece of cake, wasn't it? Little Robin nodded enthusiastically, while Kalokas regarded Lu Cheng with a complex expression. Without his armor, Lu Cheng appeared remarkably youthful, resembling merely a large child in Kalokas's eyes. Yet, in Lu Cheng, he seemed to glimpse the shadows of many individuals. That I truly am getting old. Kalokas mused with self-deprecating humor. Have you really taken my Labu away? Having helped the old man resolve a significant hassle. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Lu Cheng inquired. His words were not without merit. Henceforth, Kalokas would no longer need to fret over Labu's well-being, which indeed alleviated numerous burdens. Kalokas glanced around, noting the desolation of the surroundings. Apart from 2 lighthouses, the island was devoid of anything else, leaving him somewhat speechless. While he voiced this sentiment, he lamented the loss of yet another source of diversion. Nevertheless, he gestured towards the lighthouse. Shall we step inside for a moment? Did you not mention that you had questions for me? Given your demeanor, you likely possess considerable knowledge, and with that, you might also be aware of my true identity. Lu Cheng nodded, while little Robin blinked with curiosity. However, in Kalokas's presence, she suppressed her inquisitiveness, resolving to inquire further with the knight at a later time. Kalokas led Lu Cheng and little Robin towards the lighthouse, stating, a few days ago, Shanks mentioned you during his passage here. It seems he was not mistaken. Did he speak ill of me? Lu Cheng laughed heartily. That face-saving fellow truly lacks decorum, claiming he would look out for me. Yet he tarnishes my reputation out of thin air. The peculiar red-haired little Robin pouted, silently noting the hypocrisy of someone who feasted for free on her ship while disparaging the knight. Haha, that's just Shanks for you. However, he did say that should we meet, he might give you a little lesson. He rarely speaks of others in such a manner. Kalokas chuckled. It appears his regard for you is quite high. I did not anticipate meeting you so soon. Had you arrived half a month earlier, you might have encountered him though, Lu Cheng inquired, intrigued. What was Shanks doing here? I recall he was previously in the West Sea. Where has he ventured now? He has gone to the East Sea, shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing his purpose. Kalokas murmured. Lu Cheng understood that the red-haired fellow likely sought to indulge in the life of a pirate. He dismissed thoughts of Shanks for the moment, realizing that the fate of that arm was likely sealed. As the conversation unfolded, Kalokas pushed open the door of the lighthouse, revealing a sparsely furnished room. Apart from a few newspapers and books, there was little else to adorn the space. Little Robin scanned the surroundings and blinked. Grandpa, you must be rather bored. No wonder you only read newspapers, little Robin. Perhaps you should refrain from such remarks, Lu Cheng said, glancing at the embarrassed Kalokas, gently tapping little Robin's head. Children ought not to speak the unvarnished truth. Little Robin giggled, ceasing her comments, while Kalokas fell into silence, pondering how he might teach such a child. What a pity that she was once so delightful. Little Robin appeared significantly more cheerful than before, a transformation attributed to Lu Cheng's patient guidance over the past 6 months. Lu Cheng felt a sense of satisfaction. Kalokas beckoned them to sit at the table and, noticing little Robin's keen interest in the bookshelf, smiled and nodded. Feel free to browse if you wish. Thank you, Grandpa. Little Robin sweetly expressed her gratitude, eagerly rising to explore the shelves. All medical texts, she remarked, selecting a book and quickly becoming engrossed. Watching little Robin immerse herself in her reading, Kalokas turned to Lu Cheng. What do you wish to inquire about? There's not much, Lu Cheng pondered. I simply seek someone to guide me in mastering the 6 forms in hockey. Moreover, I intend to have little Robin learn some medical skills. Indeed, he felt he had reached a plateau with his Navy 6 forms, and he still could not sense hockey, which was part of his eagerness to set sail. His training regimen no longer yielded experience points. It was time to venture forth and face challenges. As for little Robin's medical knowledge, it was a spontaneous thought. Having a doctor at sea was undeniably essential, a consideration he had previously overlooked. However, Having encountered someone of Coloca's stature, it seemed only fitting to take full advantage of the opportunity. After all, Shanks had imparted the 6 forms to him. Surely Coloca's, the old ship's doctor, could offer some insights as well. Especially since he had expended considerable effort in handling Labu. Coloca's fell into contemplation, meticulously scrutinizing Lu Cheng for some time before shaking his head and turning his gaze towards the earnest little Robin. A faint smile breaking through. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen. Beneath the silvery moonlight, the Twin Cape Lighthouse continued its steadfast illumination, guiding vessels newly entering the Grand Line. Inside the lighthouse, Coloca's rose to brew a pot of tea for Lu Cheng and little Robin. Lu Cheng eagerly gulped down the steaming tea, smacking his lips. The flavor is acceptable, though a tad too mild. Rum would be preferable. Excessive alcohol is detrimental to one's health, Coloca's replied nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further. He had shared similar sentiments with past companions, yet none paid heed. Given their robust constitutions, they could indulge in copious amounts of liquor without consequence. It's of no concern, Lu Cheng retorted, producing a bottle of rum and tossing it toward Coloca's. This is truly the treasure of the sea. Without it, one cannot venture forth. Coloca's caught it with a smile, uncorking the bottle and taking a small sip. Do not inquire about hockey or such matters. I am merely a humble ship's doctor, lacking any prowess, he added, noticing Lu Cheng's inquisitive gaze, which prompted him to awkwardly clear his throat. Lu Cheng, observing Coloca's demeanor of feigning ignorance, felt a wave of exasperation. Who was he trying to fool? Having traversed the Grand Line from end to end, returning leisurely to the starting point and maintaining the lighthouse for countless years without incident, it was evident that he possessed considerable strength. One must realize that regardless of one's capabilities, anyone wishing to enter the Grand Line would inevitably pass this way. Who would believe that he lacked any skill? Did you believe it? Certainly, I do not. Coloca's appeared to genuinely accept this notion. It was simply the reality of the matter. If the other party was unwilling to share, Lu Cheng could hardly lash out in anger, forcibly beating the old man into submission for guidance. That would be entirely uncalled for. In truth, it was not entirely impossible, but the risk of being on the receiving end of a beating was far too great. He shook his head, contemplating a more diplomatic approach. That Shanks truly lacked consideration. Lu Cheng expressed his dissatisfaction to Coloca's. That fellow went to the West Sea, living off my ship for over half a year, and upon finishing, he kicked me aside. When I asked him to teach me hockey, he only demonstrated the Navy's 6 forms, claiming that with practice, hockey would naturally manifest. Was that not a blatant ruse? I can't believe I was gullible enough to fall for it. Coloca's was at a loss for words, as this indeed sounded like something Shanks would do. Your current strength is commendable, Coloca's remarked, casting a glance at Lu Cheng, but one must recognize that impatience is not always a virtue. You simply need to proceed gradually. Yet it still feels insufficient, Lu Cheng lamented. My prowess remains lacking, especially considering the multitude of formidable beings upon the sea. I have even attracted the attention of the Navy. If that icy bird bothers me again, I would truly relish the opportunity to teach him a lesson. You are overestimating your capabilities. How old are you? And how old is Kazan? He is a renowned vice admiral in the Navy. After all, that if you were to be randomly beaten by a mere young lad, would the Navy still maintain its dignity? And what of Kazan's honor? Furthermore, how did the moniker the Freest bird come about? Coloca's recalled the shock he felt a few days prior when he heard red-haired Shanks mention the term. He sensed that if this nickname were to spread, the iceberg admiral would likely be furious. It would indeed be strange if he didn't find a way to deal with you, young man. One can only say that the youth truly enjoy courting danger. So, you have come to the Grand Line to grow stronger? The old ship's doctor shook his head, noting that such reckless entry into the Grand Line was not a wise choice. That it seems you might underestimate the dangers of the Grand Line. Lu Cheng smiled slightly, choosing not to refute him. After all, only by encountering the strong can one become stronger, and while the Grand Line is perilous, it is also quite fascinating that I have not underestimated it in the slightest. I prepared for 6 months before arriving here. However, Lu Cheng did not perceive any significant danger. With the ability to traverse the mirror world, to be honest, there are very few who could pose a challenge to him. He had always maintained a low profile, so what if the Navy sought him out? He could go wherever he pleased. Could they truly hinder him? Even if they laid out a meticulous trap, he could simply relocate, and they would be left trailing behind, consuming his exhaust fumes, as so far, he had yet to encounter any vessel capable of outrunning his motorcycle, hence he felt no fear. The world is vast, and all places are open to him. Kurokas observed the utterly fearless Lu Cheng and nodded. Since the young man had made up his mind, it was not his place to say more. He shook his head, and Lu Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment. But soon, Kurokas spoke, causing Lu Cheng's eyes to brighten. Although I cannot teach you hockey, there is someone who can. One of my former comrades is quite adept at it. Lu Cheng's mind raced, and he quickly deduced whom Kurokas was referring to. That would suffice, as long as someone is willing to teach. Silver's Rayleigh? Kurokas nodded. However, finding him will not be an easy task. Kurokas chuckled. I am not sure of his whereabouts now. You will have to rely on luck to find him. No worries. I will locate him. Lu Cheng thumped his chest confidently. Sabaody Archipelago. I know he resides there in retirement. It's a piece of cake. Kurokas was unsure where Lu Cheng's confidence stemmed from and shook his head, glancing at the young Nico Robin beside him. But as for medical skills, I can offer some guidance, though you two must be eager to set sail, right? If you delay too long, Laboon will likely grow impatient. He could not involve himself with matters of hockey or other troublesome affairs. After all, he was merely an unremarkable lighthouse keeper of the Twin Cape. With a slight understanding of medicine, he was willing to assist with medical knowledge. However, Lu Cheng nodded, acknowledging that there was little of interest to linger in the Twin Cape. Aside from the two lighthouses, there was nothing else. It was remarkable that Kurokas had spent decades here in just a few days. If they were astute, learning some basic medical skills would suffice. Kurokas pondered, generally at sea. Mastering these basics is enough. Nico Robin is quite intelligent. Lu Cheng vouched for her, asserting that the little girl was only slightly less clever than himself, exceptionally bright indeed. She indeed seems much smarter than you. Kurokas nodded. Lu Cheng was left with a puzzled expression, wondering if that was even coherent. After a casual exchange, Lu Cheng jested about Shanks, prompting Kurokas to ask in surprise, Are you saying Shanks has gone off to raise children? Lu Cheng mused. Isn't nurturing the future pirate king akin to raising a child? I stand by my words. Exactly, Lu Cheng affirmed with conviction. Huh? Kurokas burst into laughter. No wonder when I asked him what he was up to. He was always reluctant to say that's it. No wonder he went to the East Blue. Whose child is it? Shanks has a child now. It's the grandson of Marine Vice Admiral Garp. Lu Cheng smacked his lips. Shanks is far too reckless. I imagine having a child would be quite a challenge. Kurokas chose to overlook Lu Cheng's latter comment, questioning with some confusion. What does Garp's grandson have to do with him? How did he end up mingling with the Marines? Won't Garp beat him to a pulp when he finds out? No worries, no worries. Lu Cheng waved his hand dismissively. The son of the Pirate King is being raised by Garp. So everything is fine. What? The son of the Pirate King. Upon hearing this, Kurokas, who had just relaxed, was suddenly taken aback by Lu Cheng's next statement. He sprang to his feet, immediately in front of Lu Cheng. Grabbing his collar. What did you say? The son of the Pirate King. Captain Roger's son. You must be joking. Nico Robin looked over, concerned by the commotion, but Lu Cheng gestured for her to continue reading without worry. He was somewhat bemused. Kurokas' swift movement left him no time to react. This man claimed to be an unassuming old ship doctor, but his agility was deceptive. Just another crafty one. I apologize. I became overly excited. Realizing he had perhaps lost his composure, Kurokas retracted his hand and, still agitated, inquired, Is what you said true? Understandably so. Considering Kurokas was willing to teach Nico Robin medical skills, Lu Cheng decided not to hold it against him and nodded. Of course, he glanced at the astonished Kurokas and teased, I suppose you, as one of Roger's crew, were unaware that Roger married in the last year of his life and had a child? I must say, your intelligence seems quite outdated. Kurokas' feelings at that moment were akin to when he had successfully reached Raftel, only for Captain Roger to suddenly disband the crew. It was pure incredulity. Observing Kurokas clutching his head, filled with doubt, Lu Cheng chuckled. Captain Roger's wife was Portgas D. Rouge. Their child's name is Ace, and he is currently under the care of Marine Hero Garp, very safe. Kurokas clutched his head in anguish, struggling to process the reality that his deceased captain suddenly had a son. What is the meaning of this? Is what you say true? Kurokas felt that this was the only phrase he could muster. The news was simply too outrageous. Absolutely. Lu Cheng nodded. You can verify it. Kuroka's paced a few steps, shaking his head. I trust my judgment of character and believe in Shanks's insight. I'm sure you wouldn't say such things to deceive an old man like me. You are not that kind of person. Those words were truly pleasing to hear. Lu Cheng laughed heartily, not withholding any details, sharing what he knew. After all, this was not particularly crucial intelligence that, of course, it was indeed a secret. But because Kuroka's was Roger's ship doctor, he was willing to elaborate. Madame Rouge was a remarkable mother, Lu Cheng praised. She used medication to extend the time of her pregnancy, thereby evading the Navy's search. Lu Cheng calculated the timeline. Ace had remained in his mother's womb for a full 15 months, a true miracle. Kuroka's, as a doctor, must understand how extraordinary this is, right? Kuroka's nodded solemnly, downing the rum in his hand. Then extended his hand towards Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng thoughtfully offered him several bottles. Kuroka's downed 2 bottles in quick succession, finally regaining his composure and letting out a burp. I see. Thank you for sharing this news with me, Kamen Rider. He paused, suddenly realizing he did not even know Lu Cheng's name. I am Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng introduced himself. No need for formality, Kuroka's. It's just some information. I will ensure to teach Nico Robin medical skills properly. You can rest assured. Kuroka's gravely replied. A smile appeared on Lu Cheng's face. There is a significant difference between casual and diligent instruction. It is a rare opportunity for little Robin to learn medicine, and he would certainly strive to support her efforts. This is the expectation of the Kamen Rider, and little Robin must work even harder. Kuroka's pondered for a moment, reflecting that as a seasoned veteran, he should not continually take advantage of newcomers. They ought to learn to be formidable on their own, and while he could only impart a smattering of medical knowledge, the other party had already shared such crucial information with him. After some contemplation, he inquired, "This is your first time venturing into the Grand Line, correct? Do you possess a log pose?" "Indeed," Lu Cheng nodded. "A few days ago, I managed to acquire one from a pirate. So, you obtained the log pose and could hardly wait to set foot on the Grand Line. Is that so? It's quite amusing that you claim to have prepared for half a year. It seems you've spent that time merely searching for a log pose, haven't you? Truly, you are an absolute novice." Kuroka shook his head. The Grand Line is exceedingly perilous. Without a log pose, one would be utterly lost at sea. Moreover, log poses can be damaged, so at the very least, one should have a spare. Otherwise, if your log pose breaks, it could spell your doom in the depths of the ocean. Lu Cheng had contemplated this matter as well. However, he believed that once he entered the Grand Line, acquiring a log pose would not be overly challenging. Thus, after a brief moment of reflection, he resolved to proceed and see for himself. He held considerable confidence in his survival skills. But given Kuroka's words, he decided to ask, "Mr. Kuroka, I must admit that I was not adequately prepared upon my arrival. Do you happen to have any spare log poses?" Log poses are indispensable items for navigation in the Grand Line. In the world of One Piece, there exists a plethora of log poses. In the 4 seas, a standard log pose suffices for smooth sailing. Lu Cheng had ventured out to sea without a clue and yet returned unscathed. However, the Grand Line is a different matter altogether. It is a uniquely treacherous realm where the islands possess distinct magnetic fields, causing chaotic navigational conditions. The weather is unpredictable and tumultuous, and the magnetic fields severely disrupt the functioning of ordinary compasses, rendering them ineffective. In such situations, one must employ a more advanced log pose to discern the correct direction amidst the vast ocean. Even in the latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World, even a solitary log pose may prove ineffective. To navigate safely through the New World, one requires a different kind of log pose, a special device featuring 3 distinct needles on its dial, which work in tandem to ascertain the direction of the next island. Beyond log poses, there exists an even more extraordinary variant, the permanent pointer. Unlike regular log poses, a permanent pointer perpetually indicates a fixed island, impervious to external magnetic influences. As long as it remains undamaged, the permanent pointer will never alter its direction. Uncertain of which type of pointer Kuroka possessed, Lu Cheng believed that he could not be so stingy. After assisting in resolving the issue with Labu and providing such vital information, Lu Cheng felt it only fair to receive a permanent pointer in return. As anticipated, Kuroka took a sip of his drink and smiled. "You are aware of what a permanent pointer is, correct?" Lu Cheng nodded. "I have 2 permanent pointers that I can no longer use. I shall gift them to you." Lu Cheng's expression brightened. Permanent pointers are exceedingly valuable. and to receive two at once was quite generous of Kuroka's. Thank you very much, Mr. Kuroka's. This is precisely what I need. Lu Cheng paused before continuing. May I inquire where these two permanent pointers lead? Kuroka's scratched his head, a glimmer of reminiscence in his eyes. These two pointers. One leads to the Drum Kingdom, and the other to Sabeti Archipelago. Lu Cheng confirmed, the Kingdom of Medicine and the Archipelago of Bubbles. Correct? Kuroka's, somewhat surprised, nodded. It seems you have indeed done your homework. You are not as foolish as you appear, Lu Cheng replied. Kuroka's added, if you wish for this young lady to learn more about medicine, I have a friend in the Drum Kingdom. You can seek her out for lessons. She is quite skilled at a friend? An old acquaintance. Lu Cheng was curious, but refrained from probing further as Kuroka's continued. As for Sabeti, it marks the endpoint of paradise, the final stop in the first half of the Grand Line, that if you go, you might find surprises awaiting you. This was a clear indication. Kuroka's must be aware of the legendary Silver's Rayleigh's concealment in Sabeti Archipelago. Indeed, companions aboard the same ship, even when separated, maintain a connection, much like how red-haired Shanks had visited this place before. Once aboard the same vessel, they become akin to family, their bonds unbreakable. Lu Cheng glanced back at Robin, who was attentively eavesdropping, suddenly aware of Kuroka's gaze upon her. Her cheeks flushed crimson, but upon seeing Lu Cheng divert his attention, she breathed a sigh of relief. Pouting slightly, little Robin felt a tinge of annoyance. The knight seemed to take delight in teasing her. Thank you, Mr. Kuroka's. Lu Cheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Kuroka's nodded that it is getting late. You might want to rest early. You can stay in the other lighthouse. And as for the medical lessons, we can commence tomorrow. Lu Cheng nodded in agreement, and little Robin set aside her book, rising to bid farewell. The two stepped outside, greeted by a darkened sky that a gust of ancient wind seemed to blow from the deepest reaches of the route, carrying with it the essence of adventure and antiquity. Outside the lighthouse at Twin Cape, the silver moon shone brightly, casting a cool, ethereal glow. Lu Cheng held little Robin's hand, treading upon the silvery sands, and they settled down by the shore. Below them lay a vast expanse of ocean, waves crashing against the red earth, producing a thunderous roar. What monstrous waves! This hardly seems a fitting place to sleep, Lu Cheng remarked, grinning. He could hardly fathom how Kuroka's had managed to endure such conditions for over a decade. Knight, were your previous statements all true? Little Robin leaned against Lu Cheng, gazing at the star-speckled sea as she asked. Which one? All of them. Of course they were true. When has the knight ever deceived anyone? Little Robin regarded him skeptically, and Lu Cheng shrugged. Excluding my time at the Navy headquarters, I merely refrained from disclosing my true identity. That hardly counts as deception. Lu Cheng whistled, the sound carrying far. Moreover, I would never deceive my adorable little Robin, would I? Knight. Little Robin's cheeks flushed, for the knight always treated her like a child. While she thought this, a warmth blossomed within her heart, akin to waves surging forth, filling her with sweetness. The two sat silently, watching the waves crash against the shore. Lu Cheng gazed out at the distant sea, pondering whether Labu was asleep and where it might be resting. Little Robin stifled a yawn and countered, Knight, whales have two halves of a brain. Even if they are asleep, they will continue to swim and not completely fall into slumber. Lu Cheng coughed lightly. Of course I know that. I was merely testing your knowledge. Little Robin chuckled softly, disregarding the knight's pride, and asked, Are you planning to stay here? Indeed, Lu Cheng nodded. There are not many skilled ship's doctors, and Mr. Kuroka's is among the most proficient. It is essential for us to remain here for a while, as our ship requires a competent doctor, and I can only rely on you, Little Robin. Little Robin tilted her face upward. I will do my utmost. There's no need to place excessive pressure on yourself. Lu Cheng smiled. Just go with the flow. You are already quite exceptional. Yes, they spoke. The water beneath them swelled, and Lu Cheng looked down to see a massive shadow rise from the depths. Good evening, Labu. Lu Cheng waved, unsure whether the creature had overheard their conversation or simply surfaced for air. It was quite the coincidence. Labu emitted a long, resonant whale call. Though Lu Cheng did not understand whale language, it did not hinder him from guessing its intent. He observed Labu's battered head and smiled. Labu, we still need to stay here for a few more days. Could you please wait a little longer for us? Labu let out a low growl, spraying water from its blowhole before diving back beneath the waves. Surely, it understood his request. A week has swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, The moment of departure has arrived. Lu Cheng and Robin are once again preparing to set sail. Young Robin lowers her head gently, saying, "Goodbye, Teacher Kurokas." Over the past few days, she has genuinely appreciated his earnest guidance, as if she has returned to the enchanting days of learning archaeology, rich, beautiful, and carefree. Kurokas smiles and nods. "I cannot consider myself a teacher. I merely taught you some of the most basic concepts. Yet, I suppose that makes me your teacher in a sense." Lu Cheng interjects, "After all, it's quite advantageous to be on good terms with a top-notch doctor." Observing Kuroka's demeanor, which clearly shows he does not mind Robin's address, Lu Cheng naturally seizes the opportunity to foster their relationship. Kuroka shakes his head and thoughtfully states, "The Grand Line is not an easy path to traverse. Although the permanent pointer I provided can guide you directly to the destination of paradise, the Sabaody Archipelago, which route will you choose beforehand? Is there any difference?" Lu Cheng inquires. "Adventure requires steadfastness. One must forge ahead. Regardless of the adversaries, just push through." Kuroka's is somewhat speechless, but considering the information shared, he offers a word of caution. "Be careful, for the magnetic forces of the 7 different routes interact with one another. The stretch of sea leading to the first island is the most tumultuous in terms of weather and currents. Don't capsize in a gutter. Since you call me teacher, you must take good care of my apprentice. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable." Lu Cheng nods. "No worries. I have complete faith in Robin's sailing skills." At this remark, Kurokas feels an urge to reprimand Lu Cheng. After all, it is Robin who does everything. What need is there for him? Yet, he knows that even if he were to express his thoughts, Lu Cheng would likely respond with an air of entitlement, proclaiming, "Because I am the captain." Instantly, any desire to speak dissipates. Kurokas reflects for a moment and continues. "As I mentioned before, once you reach the Sabaody Archipelago, be sure to search thoroughly. I suspect Rayleigh is hiding somewhere on that island." Lu Cheng nods. He can roughly surmise what that entails. However, Kurokas's previous silence and now forthrightness are clearly influenced by his relationship with Robin, indicating a closer bond has formed. Young Robin, surprised, exclaims, "But the Sabaody Archipelago is where Mariehua and the Navy headquarters are located. Why would he choose to hide there? It seems rather illogical for a pirate to conceal himself in such a place." "Because the most dangerous places are often the safest," Lu Cheng asserts with unwavering conviction. "Mr. Rayleigh must have considered this. That I see." Robin's eyes sparkle with admiration. Lu Cheng's pride swells even higher. Yet, his moment of glory is short-lived as Kurokas interrupts with a slight smile. "It's not quite that. I've merely heard that place is home to the most beautiful ladies. Rayleigh, I believe, would enjoy such a locale." Lu Cheng thinks, "You've really taken the wind out of my sails." "Can't you see how Robin's gaze towards me has changed?" Ignoring Lu Cheng's reproachful look, Kurokas chuckles, knowing that his reasoning is based on more than just whimsy. The prophecy of the Great War. Should one wish to witness it, could not find a more suitable location than the Sabaody Archipelago. After all, it marks the end of paradise and the convergence of the 7 routes, where he will undoubtedly await the arrival of the prophesied individual. Yet, such insights need not be shared with the two of them. In any case, I shall arbitrarily choose a route. With the permanent pointer, I can alter my course later if need be. Lu Cheng waves his hand, swiftly finalizing their departure plan. Young Robin nods enthusiastically, affirming, "Mr. Knight is right. The first half of the Grand Line, often whimsically referred to as paradise, consists of 7 distinct routes. For ordinary pirate crews, once a route is chosen, subsequent changes are nearly impossible. At this juncture, the significance of the permanent pointer becomes evident. With a permanent pointer, one can reach fixed islands, and altering the course thereafter becomes a straightforward affair, epitomizing freedom." Kurokas retrieves a large box from behind him and presents it to Robin, who catches it with outstretched hands. Young Robin blinks and opens the box, revealing a collection of medical texts, precisely those she had seen on the bookshelf. "This is a gift for you. Although time was limited, I have imparted enough knowledge for you to manage. You can peruse these books, and once you comprehend them all, you will be ready to graduate." Robin hesitates, recalling that Kurokas possesses only one copy of these books, many of which are filled with his annotations, a testament to the dedication he has poured into them. "But, Teacher Kurokas, if I take these books?" Kurokas smiles and interrupts her. "These are of no use to me anymore. They are merely keepsakes. They are just right for you." After a moment's contemplation, Robin nods in acceptance. "That I have always wanted to ask. Where is your ship? Kuroka's glances at the vast sea, devoid of any ships. Surely, you don't intend to walk to the next island, do you? I recall the newspaper mentioning that you possess a vessel. He continues, moreover, how do you plan to transport Laboon? His current size cannot navigate the routes. Indeed, Lu Cheng nods. Now comes the moment to demonstrate a miracle that he snaps his fingers, and in his palm materializes a card depicting a vast ocean. With a crescent-shaped island nestled within the waters that he extends his hand, and the box filled with medical text vanishes. Kuroka's mouth falls open. He has never seen anything like this before. Does it contain an entire ocean? Lu Cheng looks down into the sea below, where a massive shadow looms beneath the surface. Laboon, move aside, Lu Cheng calls out, and the shadow appears to heed his command, shifting aside promptly. Night ship, set sail. Lu Cheng gestures, and a grand sailing vessel abruptly materializes atop the water. Lu Cheng beams at Kuroka's. Mr. Kuroka's, what do you think of my ship? Kuroka's can only nod in response, beginning to comprehend what red-haired meant about being surprised by unexpected revelations. Indeed, he has been caught off guard. Fortunately, he is well acquainted with tumultuous seas and nods at Robin. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Kuroka's. If given the chance, we will return to visit you. Lu Cheng laughs heartily. Are you planning to complete a full circuit? Perhaps not. I might feel generous and decide to run backwards instead. Kuroka shakes his head, watching as the two leap onto the deck. Laboon, we're off. Let us set out to find Brook. The island whale emits a long, resonant call, seemingly in response. Lu Cheng extends his hand, drawing the compliant Laboon into the card of the night island, and shouts. What splendid weather we have today. A perfect day to set sail. My navigator, are you ready? Let us go. With Robin's bright and cheerful response, the sails of the ship billow once more, heading towards the distant and grand route. Kuroka's gazes at the vanishing sails on the horizon, remaining silent for a long while before finally breaking into a faint smile. What an intriguing little fellow. I wonder what sort of events he will stir up and what role he will play in the forthcoming Grand War. Lu Cheng now finds himself wishing to strike his own face with great force. The Grand Line is the most enigmatic and perilous sea route in the world of One Piece. Defying all conventional reasoning, it is entirely normal for unexpected events and monstrous encounters to occur. Consequently, the unpredictable weather patterns present a significant headache. One moment, the skies may be clear and blue, only for torrential rain to follow in the next heartbeat. One moment, the sun may be shining brightly, and the next, heavy snowflakes may fall. Lu Cheng has had the fortune, or perhaps misfortune, to witness this phenomenon, though he would prefer not to have seen it at all. This infernal weather truly changes in an instant. Lu Cheng grumbled, recalling that everything was fine when they set sail, but within half a day, they were suddenly beset by a violent storm, with no warning whatsoever to prepare them for the onslaught. The winds howled, and the rain fell in sheets, cascading down like waves from the sea. The night ship was tossed violently, rising and falling amidst the tempest, and Lu Cheng lowered the majority of the sails, just managing to maintain a steady course. Labu, are you all right? Lu Cheng shouted into the water, and upon hearing Labu's echoing reply, he felt a wave of relief. It seemed the seabed was far less affected than the surface, and Labu appeared to be in good condition. He turned his gaze towards Nico Robin. How much longer until we reach the first island? Dressed in a waterproof coat with a hood, Robin was thoroughly enveloped against the elements. She stood firm amidst the raging winds and waves, her face dampened by the rain that trickled down her hair. Hearing Lu Cheng's inquiry, she lowered her gaze to the compass and nautical chart in her hands, verifying their course. Meanwhile, delicate little arms sprouted from the sails, constantly adjusting their direction, allowing the night ship to maintain some semblance of control amidst the storm and continue its forward momentum. Robin stood resolute, her demeanor calm and composed even in the face of such turmoil. Despite her tender age, she exuded an otherworldly grace befitting someone much older. Mr. Knight, I cannot be certain. We should have several days of journey left. However, I did not anticipate the weather and ocean currents would change so rapidly that we have slightly deviated from our intended course, and I cannot confirm the exact time. So, we are off course. Not exactly. Mr. Knight. The night ship continued to rise and fall with the waves, the torrential rain pouring down. Robin lifted her head, gazing at the steadfast figure standing at the bow of the ship. It is merely a slight deviation. And furthermore, The Grand Line does not adhere to fixed routes. As long as we navigate according to the direction indicated by the compass, we will eventually reach one of the islands. Lu Cheng nodded. There are 7 initial routes on the Grand Line, and neither of them could ascertain which island they would eventually reach, as they were merely following the compass's guidance. He looked ahead at the turbulent waters. His expression grave. Thunder rumbled. A flash of lightning split the sky. Robin's pupils dilated as, amidst the storm, a towering wave of approximately 10 meters surged forth, crashing down upon the night ship like a wall, threatening to engulf the figure standing at the bow. Be careful, Robin cried out that if that wave were to crash down, it would certainly spell doom for the ship and its crew, at the very least causing it to capsize. And Mr. Knight was still at the bow. Roar. At that critical moment, it was as if the sound of a dragon's roar resonated. The suit of crimson armor enveloped Lu Cheng, and a magnificent red dragon materialized beside him. Lu Cheng calmly completed the activation, reaching out to catch the descending dragon's fiery claws. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, a colossal fireball, measuring over 5 meters in diameter, erupted forth, smashing into the tumultuous waves with unstoppable force. The towering wave, resembling a city wall, was violently parted in the center, as the searing flames effortlessly penetrated the watery barrier, creating a vast void. The seawater and rain were vaporized by the intense heat. Rising into a swirling mist that enveloped the surface of the ocean, the night ship sailed steadily through the gap in the waves. The bizarre weather of the Grand Line posed certain challenges. Yet it was not enough to deter Lu Cheng, whose strength, bolstered by the knight armor, now truly matched his worth. Such minor waves did not possess the merit to impede his progress. Typically, only insignificant pirate crews would be overwhelmed by such weather. The chaotic currents and tumultuous weather of the Grand Line served as a deterrent to feeble pirates. If one could not withstand such waves, it was far safer to steer clear of the Grand Line altogether. Mr. Knight is so impressive, Robin beamed, gazing at the unwavering figure in the distance, offering her praise. Mr. Knight is growing stronger by the day. It is not a trivial matter, Lu Cheng replied with a slight hum. Though he felt a surge of pride at Robin's sincere compliments made him feel somewhat elated, but his pupils soon narrowed. After the night ship passed through the waves, the scene before him suddenly shifted. Amidst the downpour, a small silhouette emerged, bobbing in the surf. It was a massive 3-masted sailing ship. This ship was even larger than Lu Cheng's night ship, particularly as it appeared to have been modified. The wooden hull was covered with thick, black metal plating, resembling armor, giving it an intimidating presence that hinted at danger from afar. Such a structure would undoubtedly hold advantages in a cannon battle. Yet conversely, it would also be at greater risk in turbulent waters. For instance, the vessel appeared to be sitting low in the water, as if it were on the verge of sinking. Barrels and heavy objects were being tossed overboard, presumably to lighten the ship's load against the storm, and amidst the chaos, several figures were hurled into the sea, lost to the merciless waves, high upon the main mast of the 3-masted ship. A fearsome black skull flag hung ominously to Mr. Knight. An unidentified pirate ship has been spotted ahead. Robin quickly discerned the shadow emerging from the storm and reported to Lu Cheng. What should we do? Mr. Knight, the waves are too fierce. Should we temporarily steer clear of them? No need. Just continue sailing. Ignore them. That if they dare to provoke us, we shall seize the opportunity. Just then, the undercurrents surged violently, and the waves grew even more tumultuous, causing the night ship to be tossed and then plummet downwards. Robin let out a startled cry, but soon realized she was securely held in Lu Cheng's embrace. Thank you, Mr. Knight. That no problem. Keep the course steady. Do not worry about anything else. Robin nodded, feeling safe in Lu Cheng's arms, free to focus entirely on her task. She opened her mind, channeling the powers of the Hana no Mi, as arms blossomed like flowers all over the deck and mast, skillfully maneuvering the helm and sails, ensuring the night ship advanced steadily through the storm. Meanwhile, the armored sailing ship appeared increasingly affected by the violent winds, showing signs of capsizing as the waves crashed over it. Mr. Knight, it seems they are about to sink. Lu Cheng responded with a slight acknowledgement. Do not concern yourself with them. They are too far away. In such a tempest, collecting a bounty would be burdensome. Indeed, these pirates seemed to Lu Cheng like mere berries, and Robin tilted her head in thought, only to notice that the enemy's speed had decreased significantly, and they were subtly altering their course, drawing closer to their own path. If this continued, the likelihood of an encounter with the night ship would increase dramatically. Robin quickly deduced their intentions, and a flicker of indignation crossed her adorable face. "Mr. Knight, those scoundrels intend to seize our ship." It was blatantly obvious. The enemy was on the brink of sinking, and now they were approaching with malicious intent. Having spent considerable time with Mr. Knight, Robin had become a competent pirate hunter herself. When faced with pirates, in such treacherous weather, merely letting them off the hook would be generous. Yet they dared to set their sights on her ship. Robin felt her patience waning, not to mention Lu Cheng's notorious temper. Can Mr. Knight endure such vexation from these birds? Little Robin lifted her head, and even through the mask, one could surmise that Mr. Knight's expression must be quite remarkable. Lu Cheng let out a soft sigh. Initially believing that the inclement weather would afford him a chance to relax, yet it turned out to be yet another day consumed by his duties. That it had been many days since he last captured a pirate. He was almost beginning to forget that he was a hunter of pirates. This was the first business venture on the Grand Line. Lu Cheng gently set little Robin down, yet the storm raged on. However, the winds and waves had lessened somewhat, and the deck sprouted arms that secured little Robin firmly in place as she adorably waved her tiny fists. "Mr. Knight, I must exercise caution." Lu Cheng made an okay gesture, signaling to little Robin not to worry. That in such weather, one could easily be engulfed by the waves. For those with the powers of the devil fruit, there were considerable limitations, and given little Robin's tender age, it would be best to let the other party navigate the ship. Such delightful opportunities for combat should be left to her. Mr. Knight. The course of the night remained unchanged, steadfastly sailing forward. Although a slight deviation would likely result in their own demise, was it truly necessary? If the opportunity for a feast presented itself, why not partake? The storm continued, and that ironclad warship staggered through the tempest, gradually positioning itself across Lu Cheng's path. Their intent was abundantly clear. What surprised little Robin, however, was that the opposing pirate crew did not initiate an attack, but upon reflection, she realized that if their goal was to seize the ship, they certainly would not launch cannon fire recklessly. After all, if they were to destroy Lu Cheng's knight, any ship they captured would inevitably lead to their demise at sea. Their inaction, however, did not imply that Lu Cheng was so easygoing. Before the enemy even revealed themselves, Lu Cheng, observing their vessel, approached the cannon at the bow of the ship. The dragon's claw cannon exhaled a flicker of flame, igniting the cannonball. Boom! The ship trembled violently. The cannon fire itself was not particularly loud. Under normal circumstances, it would not significantly affect the vessel. Yet amidst the storm, the impact was profoundly magnified. The ship, already swaying in the tempest, now felt as though it might capsize. But that was of no concern. The opposing vessel would fare far worse. A round steel cannonball erupted from the cannon's mouth, hurtling towards the heavily armored three-masted ship ahead. "Hello," Lu Cheng shouted across. "Do you enjoy a welcome gift from the Grand Line?" The opposing crew, clearly newcomers to the Grand Line, should be properly welcomed. Boom! Boom! The cannonballs struck the iron hull with unrelenting force, even clad in steel. They were no match for the close-range bombardment, creating gaping holes. The pirate ship tilted dramatically, seawater flooding the hold, while waves battered the deck, accompanied by the anguished cries of pirates unfortunate enough to be in the cannon's path, losing limbs in the explosive blast. Surely, the opposing vessel was destined to sink. Lu Cheng nodded, satisfied with the outcome of his inaugural cannon fire. He had anticipated a counterattack, yet the enemy remained silent. Lu Cheng caught sight of the pirates on the opposing ship, seemingly lowering a small boat. That appeared they intended to abandon their original vessel and engage in a boarding action with the smaller craft. In light of this, Lu Cheng felt no need for restraint. That he leisurely reloaded another cannonball, preparing to fire once more. Boom! The knight's hull shuddered, and another steel cannonball was launched towards the sinking pirate ship. Just as Lu Cheng awaited the explosion, a massive shadow suddenly soared from the pirate ship, directly colliding with the airborne cannonball. That was a colossal meteor hammer, firmly tethered by a long chain. As the iron hammer struck the cannonball mid-air, causing it to detonate prematurely with a resounding boom, Lu Cheng exclaimed softly, as through the smoke, a towering figure gradually emerged upon the deck of the sinking pirate ship. The figure stood at least 4 to 5 meters tall, slightly shorter than the giant Kuma he had encountered before. With a swift motion, the figure retracted the chain with a clatter, glaring fiercely at Lu Cheng with its menacing eyes. As the smoke began to dissipate, Lu Chang finally discerned the creature's form. The being was hulking, its muscles as solid as iron. Even more astonishing was the enormous bull's head atop its shoulders. A bull-headed man. No, it must be a devil fruit, some kind of zoan-type fruit. How intriguing! Lu Chang felt a sudden surge of interest. Typically, those possessing devil fruits could fetch a handsome price, and he had unexpectedly stumbled upon a substantial catch. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Chang set down the cannonball in his hands that he tilted his neck and, amidst the astonished gazes of the opposing pirates, leaped directly from the bow of the knight, seemingly walking through the air as he soared towards them. Someone leaped from the ship. How can that person fly in the air? Am I blind? Fool, that's called moonwalk, a technique of the Navy. Many pirates aboard that ship were momentarily dumbfounded at the sight. Those who had entered the Grand Line were not entirely ignorant. This ability to walk in the air was most famously associated with the moonwalk from the Navy's 6 styles. They could hardly believe their misfortune. Encountering such a formidable flying adversary under these circumstances, although they had no choice, as their ship was not likely to withstand the waves for much longer. Thus, when a large ship suddenly appeared behind them, one devoid of a skull flag, imagine their astonishment. Renowned pirate crews each had their own flag, and a vessel without any flag at all could either be non-pirate or simply too pathetic to be taken seriously, regardless of which, it was evident that they were easy prey. Therefore, the moment their opponent revealed themselves, they resolved to seize the other vessel. This was their first venture into the Grand Line, and although they had heard tales of its extreme danger, they had initially dismissed such warnings. After all, they were a well-known pirate crew from the West Blue, yet they had not anticipated the weather in the Grand Line to shift so dramatically and violently. The thick iron plating that once provided them with formidable defense had now become a liability, nearly condemning them to the depths of the ocean. Yet they could hardly fathom that within such an ordinary ship, one devoid of any flags, there existed a powerhouse of such caliber out of course. While astonishment reigned, the expressions of these ruthless pirates grew even more ferocious. With their ship on the brink of sinking, they were determined to charge forward, regardless of whether their opponent was a flying powerhouse or even a marine admiral. Impressive spirit, commendable courage. Lu Chang slightly grinned, observing the fierce determination reflected in the eyes of the pirates. Feeling no anger but rather amusement, it was evident that these were not the typical pirates one might encounter. It could be said that those who resembled the protagonist crew, masquerading as pirates while truly being adventurers, were exceedingly rare, having roamed the world of One Piece for 8 to 9 months. Lu Chang had encountered dozens of pirate crews, both large and small. While some had been unfortunate souls forced into piracy, the majority he had encountered were far from virtuous. He flexed his fists in the air. Since they were brutal pirates, there would be no code of conduct to adhere to, and he would hold nothing back in his assault. Before Lu Chang could even reach the opposing ship, a shadow suddenly shot up from their vessel, hurling a fist-sized iron ball attached to a chain directly at him. The iron ball glowed red from the heat of the flames, propelled by a force of devastation that even the tempest could not contain. Hurtling towards Lu Chang, the strength of the attack was formidable, truly befitting a wielder of a devil fruit. Had it been half a year ago, the opponent would have undoubtedly been a formidable adversary requiring his utmost effort. Yet now, he seems rather unimpressive. With a sudden motion, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending the iron ball hurtling back. Utilizing the momentum, he performed several flips in midair, soaring high, his form enveloped in flames. The surrounding storm was entirely scorched and evaporated by the heat wave, creating a circular area devoid of rain. The Minotaur staggered back a few steps, barely stabilizing himself. With a sudden exertion, the iron chains rattled as he retrieved his hammer. However, a fleeting glance at his weapon filled him with dread. Imprinted on the massive hammer was a distinct fist mark. Having wielded this weapon for many years, he was acutely aware of its durability, and he couldn't suppress a gulp. What manner of creature is this? Just when he thought he was destined for ruin, fortune seemed to smile upon him, only for it to reveal itself as the grim reaper knocking at his door. How unfortunate to encounter such a monster. Lu Chang paid no mind to the opponent's words, concentrating instead on gathering his strength in the air. Suddenly, like a shooting star, he transformed into a blazing fireball, and with astonished gazes from the pirates, he delivered a fierce kick. The scorching flames appeared to sear the sky, and in an instant, Lu Chang had landed on the steel-laden deck of the pirate ship. A flicker of fear crossed the face of the Minotaur, a user of a devil fruit. Yet, as a devil fruit wielder, Abandoning the ship was not an option, that he was incapable of fighting without being anchored to it, and in such a tempest, leaving the vessel would equate to certain death. He positioned the hammer defensively before him, placing all hope in its ability to withstand the impending blow, while some pirates, sensing the impending doom, leapt into the tumultuous sea. Boom! As Lu Cheng's figure struck the deck, flames erupted from his point of impact. Spreading like tidal waves, the iron-plated deck cracked under the immense force, fissures radiating outward. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, a towering inferno ignited amidst the storm, the massive pirate ship violently disintegrating into flaming debris. Echoing with the anguished cries of its crew, Lu Cheng rose slowly from the flames, extending his hand as if cradling a chick, lifting the now-defeated pirate who had survived his kick, though this strike lacked the devastating power of the Dragon Knight kick, which required specific conditions to unleash. It was nonetheless a formidable technique. A refined version of the Knight's kick, Red-Haired, had once remarked that the technique of the Dragon Knight kick shared commonalities with the concept of hockey, and Lu Cheng had been diligently exploring the essence of this ability. He aspired to unlock the key to mastering hockey by harnessing and integrating the latent powers within himself. While he had made some progress, much of it was still reliant on the strength of the Knight's armor itself. The hockey within him, however, remained elusive. Could it be that Red-Haired had merely been deceiving him? Lu Cheng furrowed his brow, contemplating whether his inherent abilities were insufficient to activate hockey. This possibility seemed highly plausible, considering the considerable gap in power between his armored form and his true self. Although the armor constituted a part of his strength, it functioned more like a power amplifier, enhancing his innate abilities. Mastery of hockey, as a force system in the world of One Piece, required a robust physical foundation, perhaps when he no longer needed to rely on the Knight's armor to execute that kick. He would truly grasp the power of hockey. With clarity dawning upon him, Lu Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. As if the raging storm around him had diminished, he paid no heed to the pirates struggling for survival in the water. They would soon perish in the tempest, and he held no fondness for those who committed wrongdoing. Under normal circumstances, he might have considered capturing them for a bounty, but amidst this storm, with uncertainties regarding when they would reach the next island, he lacked the inclination to apprehend them one by one. In any case, Lu Cheng believed he had already acquired the most valuable prize that as for the other pirates. Let them fend for themselves in the ocean. If they survived, it would merely be a testament to their luck. With a casual flick of his hand, he shattered the encroaching waves, feeling that in such weather, their fortune would not hold, after all. From the moment he laid eyes on them, it was evident that this pirate crew's luck was decidedly poor. You are the masked rider, with a bounty of 99 million, a faint voice emerged from his grasp, prompting Lu Cheng to glance down and discover that the pirate had regained consciousness. It appeared that the physical resilience of a Zoan-type devil fruit user was indeed impressive. From the West Sea, Lu Cheng inquired nonchalantly. Despite his prolonged absence, such a high bounty and his distinctive armor made recognition inevitable. That the pirate identified him so swiftly suggested a strong likelihood that he hailed from the West Sea. After all, he and Little Robin were most renowned in that region, and many bounty hunters were likely still scouring the West Sea in search of them. The pirate did not respond, merely straining to remain conscious, attempting to ascertain the identity of the one who had effortlessly obliterated his entire crew. Upon realizing who Lu Cheng was, he could no longer sustain himself and fainted once more. Lu Cheng leapt back onto his ship, carelessly tossing the pirate onto the deck, where arms sprouted forth, binding him securely with ropes. Easy enough, Lu Cheng remarked with a grin, nodding to Little Robin. This fellow possesses a devil fruit. He should be quite a catch. Robin, how much is he worth? Little Robin examined the pirate's face closely, rummaging through the ship's cabin before emerging with a wanted postered 24 million. Knight, he's quite the prize. Lu Cheng took a cursory glance at the poster. West Sea. Leader of the ironclad pirates, Bullman Akali, the bull fruit. Doesn't he sound particularly formidable? And the Minotaur must die, he sighed, eliciting an eye roll from Little Robin, who found his whimsical remarks amusing. Isn't it better to remain in the West Sea? Coming out here to find death, who knows if the next island has a navy base, or if we can exchange this bounty? Lu Cheng pondered. That's uncertain. Knight, I've heard that some islands in the Grand Line have few navy bases. Encountering one depends on luck, Robin replied. Lu Cheng nodded, glancing at the sky, that we haven't veered too far off course, have we? No, we're still on the route. I've been keeping an eye on it, Robin assured him. Pleased with Robin's reliability, Lu Cheng stretched lazily, observing the battlefield had entirely vanished from sight. It'd be by the time they spoke, the night had already sailed far ahead. Suddenly, the sea before them grew clear. Contrasting sharply with the prior tempest, Lu Cheng frowned, turning back to see the waters behind still churning violently, resembling a scene of doom. This weather is quite peculiar in the Grand Line, Lu Cheng muttered. Gazing ahead, steady the course. Let us continue forward. Understood, knight. Yet, after a brief period of sailing, the weather shifted again. Even snowflakes and hail began to fall. Fortunately, Robin's physical condition had improved significantly, alleviating concerns about cold and needing extra layers. Without the constant need to flee, she had time to train with her devil fruit, greatly enhancing her strength compared to her contemporaries in the original storyline. After a few days of unconsciousness, the pirate soon regained consciousness. Though he was rendered nearly useless due to his severe injuries, he found solace in the fact that he no longer had to fear an abrupt demise. In a bid to safeguard his bounty of 24 million berry, Lu Cheng had even offered the other party some food to prevent them from starving to death. Only a knight of his righteousness would undertake such a noble act of repaying malice with kindness. Truly a paragon among pirate hunters. Upon learning that he was to be taken to a naval base for a reward, the adversary, upon realizing the vast disparity in their strengths, grew surprisingly compliant. After all, he was the sole survivor aboard the ship. Being imprisoned by the Navy was far preferable to being executed on the spot. Nonetheless, Lu Cheng was quite curious about the current state of the West Sea. Hey, Lu Cheng casually kicked the pirate lying on the ground. Stop playing dead. I know you're awake. Akuri quietly lifted his head, his eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance to eye in the midst of the storm. The appearance of Lu Cheng had instilled a flicker of hope within him. Yet, that hope swiftly transformed into a deeper despair, as his comrades had already met a nightmarish fate that in such a tempest. Survival was utterly impossible. He had become a captive, leaving him uncertain whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. How could you be so strong? Lu Cheng delivered a sharp kick to Akuri's abdomen, causing his features to contort in pain. Are you the captive, or am I? Do you understand my question? Upon seeing the other party nod painfully, Lu Cheng finally ceased his assault. After all, pirates were a brazen lot. Unless they were shown some consequences, they would remain blissfully unaware of the seriousness of their situation. Oh, you know me. From the West Sea? He inquired, and Akuri silently nodded in response. Why did you come to the Grand Line to seek death? Lu Cheng pressed. We simply did not anticipate that the Grand Line would be so perilous. Lu Cheng shook his head, finding their reasoning remarkably similar to that of those reckless pirates who charge blindly into the Grand Line. What is the current situation in the West Sea? Are they still capturing us too? He inquired curiously. Before he and Nico Robin were taken by Bartholomew Kuma, the waters of the West Sea had been tumultuous. Far from tranquil, it had been half a year, and he wondered how things had changed. Yes, everyone believed you were hiding somewhere in the West Sea, yet no one expected you would venture into the Grand Line. Lu Cheng chuckled, gesturing at Nico Robin. You really are tenacious, wasting your efforts like this. Akuri was somewhat speechless. What did it mean to waste effort? It should be noted that the combined bounty on the two of them was nearing 200 million. And the intelligence indicated that their strength was not particularly formidable. How could that not drive one to madness? Of course, at that moment, Akuri thought the intelligence agents were all fools. What did it mean to be the West Sea's biggest prize? What did it mean to have bounties of 99 million and 79 million, which could be read as 990,000 and 790,000? A pirate with a bounty of 990,000 was indeed outrageous. The pressure from that one strike had reminded him of the moment he witnessed a shichibukai in action, a sight he had fortuitously encountered, and one of the reasons he had left the West Sea. What? A newly appointed shichibukai? You're saying that Gecko Moria has appeared in the West Sea? Lu Cheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Continue. I find this news quite intriguing. What else do you know? Akuri sighed in resignation, realizing he was at the mercy of his captor. Previously, Gecko Moria mysteriously vanished for a period, only to re-emerge suddenly and accept the title of Shichibukai from the world government in front of numerous witnesses, becoming one of the newly appointed Shichibukai of the Navy. Lu Cheng frowned. The warlords of the sea were a new tactic employed by the Navy to curtail pirate activity, essentially recruiting formidable pirates to deal with their own kind, promoting a cycle of mutual destruction. However, the outcome had turned out to be entirely contrary to the Navy's expectations. Pirates with legitimate authority only caused greater destruction, as evidenced by the later actions of Crocodile, while pirates might devastate an island. He could easily obliterate an entire nation. Perhaps the world government had considered this but chose to disregard it. What did he do? Lu Cheng inquired with curiosity. Akuri forced a smile. Upon becoming a newly appointed Shichibukai, he began traversing the seas, assisting in the eradication of other pirates. Numerous pirates fell victim to him, and the news has been widely reported that we came to the Grand Line to evade him. Lu Cheng shook his head. The world government truly spared no effort in whitewashing the Shichibukai. However, how could pirates be tamed? A dog cannot change its nature, and pretending to be virtuous cannot alter one's essence. When the world government is bitten back, they will understand the folly of their actions. The weather along the route remained capricious, alternating between clear skies and violent storms. The night ship braved the tumultuous waves, pushing forward through wind and snow. After a fortnight at sea, the weather suddenly cleared. It had been 2 days of sunshine. Lu Cheng glanced at the sky. We should be nearing our destination. As they approached the island, the chaotic weather of the route would soon settle, serving as one of the key indicators of an island's presence. Nico Robin nodded, and Lu Cheng raised his gaze to the horizon, where an island appeared to materialize through the mist. It seemed they had indeed arrived. The first island along the Grand Line. Lu Cheng nodded with satisfaction, finally on the verge of accomplishing his mission. After completing this task, he would be able to draw rewards, filling him with anticipation. Laboon, farewell for now. Lu Cheng called out to the sea. We need to rest on this island for a while and take note of the magnetic force of the log pose upon reaching an island along the Grand Line. A brief pause was required to allow the log pose to record the magnetic force. Only after that could they set course for another island. A low growl resonated from the depths of the water, indicating that Laboon understood and was responding. A massive shadow swam away into the distance. Having acclimatized to the currents of the Grand Line, Laboon was eager to leave in search of Brook. Mr. Knight, will he be able to find him? I don't know, but there is a force of attraction in this world. Force of attraction? Some people are destined to meet him, just like me and Nico Robin. Lu Cheng snapped his fingers, and in that moment, Nico Robin comprehended entirely, nodding in agreement. Lu Cheng then steered the ship towards the distant island, Roteki Island, a name he had never heard before. This was the first island along his route in the Grand Line, though not the first island visited by the protagonist's crew. After all, with 7 routes to choose from, selecting any one meant a mere 1/7 chance of encountering it, making it entirely normal not to find it. The island appeared to be modest in size, with an atmosphere that seemed orderly rather than chaotic, starkly contrasting with his expectations of a pirate-infested territory. Upon Lu Cheng's arrival, it stirred only a minor commotion. Clearly, the locals had grown accustomed to the arrival of outsiders from the Grand Line. Lu Cheng took Nico Robin's hand as they disembarked from the night ship, while behind them, he dragged the compliant Akuri with a thin rope. Though he could easily break the delicate cord, he wisely refrained from attempting it, for the other party's strength was far too daunting. He dared not play any tricks. Is this really the Grand Line? Upon stepping onto the island, Nico Robin curiously glanced about, cautiously surveying her surroundings through her mask. Doesn't he seem particularly special? After all, it is merely the first island. Lu Cheng chuckled, casting a calm gaze around. Let us stay on the island for a few days. The log pose also requires some time to accumulate magnetic force, and it's necessary to replenish our supplies. Although he carried a small island with him, stocked with ample provisions, it was still essential to gather fresh fruits and vegetables. Alas, despite the abundance of flowers on Night Island, fruit trees are almost non-existent. Nico Robin lowered her gaze to inspect the recording device in her hand. The pointer had ceased its constant rotation and now pointed steadfastly in a fixed direction, trembling slightly. She nodded gently. Let us proceed and see if there are any local specialties to discover. While also inquiring about the presence of a naval base. As she spoke, Lu Cheng perceived a gaze upon the 3 of them. He frowned, catching sight of a gaunt figure that swiftly vanished into the shadows, slipping into an alleyway, and he noted that this was not the first such occurrence. It seemed the island was not as tranquil as it had initially appeared. After all, this was the Grand Line. Not some idyllic paradise. He took Nico Robin's hand and casually entered a nearby restaurant, ordering an abundant spread of dishes. Sampling the culinary delights of various islands had become a cherished tradition for the two over the years. Akiri stood at the entrance, his stomach growling as he watched the two indulge heartily, a wry smile gracing his lips. He had long noticed that since their arrival on the island, they had been under close surveillance. He doubted that the masked knight was unaware of their predicament. If it were him, he would have exercised utmost caution, wary of potential ambushes. Yet, the others appeared utterly unconcerned, behaving as though oblivious to danger. A recklessness akin to courting death. However, the chilling memory of the adversary's formidable power haunted Akiri's thoughts. That terrifying strike lingered in his mind like a nightmare. Had he known the Grand Line was fraught with such peril, he would have remained in the West Sea, forsaking the pirate life altogether. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Nico Robin nibbled at her meal, reflecting on the long-forgotten sensation of being watched with malicious intent. What is the matter, Nico Robin? Is the food unpalatable? Lu Chung, mouth full, stammered as he noticed her lack of appetite. It's nothing, Mr. Knight. Just lost in thought, she replied with a sweet smile, lowering her head to continue her modest eating. In the restaurant, patrons discreetly began to depart. Soon, the once bustling establishment was left with only Lu Chung and Nico Robin at the table, alongside Akiri, bound by ropes. In a dimly lit room, several individuals lay sprawled in disarray. The air thick with the stench of alcohol, as drunken men and women littered the floor in a chaotic state. A slender figure burst through the door, rushing inside as the lights flickered on, illuminating the disorderly hall. Rise, comrades, a big catch has surfaced. The inebriated patrons stirred, groaning as they rubbed their aching heads, slowly adjusting to the familiar brightness. What is happening? What big catch? Why the urgency? It's truly a big fish. I haven't seen one this massive in ages. The slender man, observing his companion's lethargy, grew impatient and leapt onto a table, shouting at the others to rouse them. Once he had successfully awakened them all, he declared loudly, a massive bounty, one of 24 million, and most importantly, there's also one for 79 million and another for 99 million. A collective gasp echoed through the room. While 24 million was already significant, the bounties of 79 million and 99 million were associated with notorious pirates, infamous for their ruthless nature and merciless killings. How could such formidable pirates appear in such numbers all at once? You must be mistaken. Perhaps you've drunk too much? Someone questioned, incredulity evident in their voice. Miss Reed? I could never mistake a woman in my drunken stupor. The slender man retrieved 2 aged bounty posters from his coat and tossed them onto the table. The amounts displayed, 79 million and 99 million belly, were unmistakable, with the names clearly printed, the Masked Knight and the Devil's Child. How long have they been here? Over 2 hours. They're currently dining on the island, seemingly unaware of anything amiss, like 2 novices. Is it possible? How could they remain unnoticed for this long? Someone asked, brow furrowed. When they arrived, they didn't even raise a pirate flag. Only one man and a little girl descended. Both masked. They had someone bound and were inquiring about the naval base, which raised our suspicions. They claimed they were going to the naval base to collect a bounty, and that's when I took a closer look and realized something was off. The slender man downed several swigs of rum from the table, plopping down onto a chair. You know who the bound individual is? Who? The onlookers asked, their expressions now grave. Akiri the Brutal, a pirate from the West Sea with a bounty of 24 million. Captain of the ironclad pirates, a pirate of such stature, reduced to being tied like a dog. I can scarcely believe my eyes. The man finished his drink, tossing the empty bottle aside, the aroma of rum lingering on his breath. I've never witnessed such a sight in all my years. A notorious pirate treated so contemptuously piqued my curiosity, and I looked closer at the man and woman, which is when I discerned something was amiss. He pointed at the bounty poster bearing Nico Robin's image. There can be no mistake. Although she appears taller and wears a mask, the long hair and physique are unmistakable. This is indeed the Devil's Child. Robin, are you certain? We must not err in our assumptions, someone cautioned. Brow furrowed. I am certain. Do you know what that man called the little girl? He referred to her as Nico Robin. I heard it clearly. If this is not the Devil's Child, then I will eat dirt. The group fell silent, realizing that coincidences of this nature do not occur frequently, and they began to believe the slender man's assertions. The identity of that man may remain uncertain, But the only one close enough to the devil's child is surely the fabled masked knight, whose true face is yet to be seen. 79 million and 99 million. What shall we do? Shall we pursue them? The group exchanged glances. Those who had settled on the first island of the Grand Line were certainly not ordinary individuals. They were all bounty hunters, banded together to capture those inexperienced pirates who had just ventured into the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. Many unfortunate pirates had met their demise at their hands. Their bounties claimed as trophies 79 million and 99 million. This is madness. The previously drowsy bounty hunters were now wide awake. The life of a bounty hunter is fraught with peril. The roles of hunter and prey are often interchangeable. Having engaged in this line of work for so long, they understood this truth all too well. One must act within their means. To confront truly terrifying pirates is to court death. Not every pirate can be caught. While they had hunted numerous pirates, the highest bounty they had encountered was merely 30 or 40 million belly. The idea of confronting a pirate with a bounty of 99 million was beyond their imagination. Such individuals would only be found deep within the Grand Line, and were not on their radar for capture. 79 million and 99 million. What a fool's errand. Are we to seek death? Can we truly contend with such powerful pirates? Do not drag us into your folly. Several bounty hunters glared at the bounty posters, voicing their dissent. The slender man, undeterred, grinned confidently. These two are different. They are not like ordinary pirates. Have you not seen the newspapers from the West Sea 6 months ago? This Nico Robin was merely an 8 or 9-year-old girl back then, utterly lacking in power. However, it is perplexing why the Navy, in its folly, has placed such an exorbitant bounty on this young girl that that time, the entire West Sea was in pursuit of her. As for this masked rider, there have been no reports of any significant achievements. He was merely sought after by the Navy for rescuing Nico Robin from the clutches of the underworld. The gaunt man's eyes gleamed with avarice. So, are you implying? An air of realization swept over the crowd. And someone hesitantly inquired. Indeed, the gaunt man snapped his fingers loudly. It's not as you might think. These two are not particularly vicious pirates. Their abilities fall far short of their bounty. Truly, they are prime targets. They must have fled from the West Sea, utterly naive to believe that the Grand Line is a mere playground for children. At his words, the crowd exchanged glances, soon erupting into animated discussions. Ho Jiao Swazi. Suddenly, someone addressed the two individuals standing aside. Weren't you in the West Sea before? Is what the thin man said true? The ones named Ho Jiao and Swazi hesitated before responding to it is indeed rumored that Nico Robin has little prowess. Even ordinary folks were attempting to capture her, so that must be accurate. As for the masked rider, it is said he merely dealt with a few gangsters. His strength should be worth around 10 million in bounty. Based on intelligence from 6 months ago, upon hearing this, eyes in the crowd sparkled with intrigue. Such a fortunate opportunity. Indeed, money is practically knocking at their door. The gaunt man grinned widely. I took the liberty to check. The West Sea is still actively seeking these two. They likely never anticipated they would end up here in the Grand Line. If those notorious pirates with bounties soaring to 99 million berries in the depths of the Grand Line were given 100 chances, they wouldn't dare to seek their demise. Yet these two are different. While bounty often reflects strength, it is the world government's acknowledgement of a pirate's power and threat level. However, the bounties on these two are evidently inflated. Practically a sea of exaggeration. I found an old newspaper from 6 months ago. Indeed, it states that the masked rider and the son of the devil are not particularly formidable. As the crowd pondered, someone had already begun rummaging through newspapers and intelligence from half a year ago, verifying the truth of these claims. 99 million plus 79 million, along with a bonus of 24 million. That amounts to nearly 200 million berries. They could toil for years, risking life and limb, and still not amass such wealth. After contemplating for a moment, some were tempted, yet hesitated to voice their thoughts. But, although they have bounties, they shouldn't be considered pirates, right? We are bounty hunters. Before he could finish, the others looked at him with incredulity. What does it matter whether they are pirates or not? What does it matter if they've committed wrongdoings? We are bounty hunters. They have bounties, making them our targets. Isn't that precisely our purpose? Hearing this, he remained silent, gazing at the wanted poster depicting the ragged little girl. Her eyes filled with fear and despair, feeling an inner turmoil. What has happened? After all these years as a bounty hunter, Having taken the lives of so many, is he now feeling soft-hearted, wanting to be a good person? The crowd erupted into laughter, finding it utterly absurd. The gaunt man continued, "We aren't the only ones eyeing them. I can recognize them, and others can too. Once they realize, they certainly won't let these prime targets escape. If we delay our actions, with such a substantial bounty at stake, we won't even catch a whiff of the spoils." The crowd stirred with excitement upon hearing that other bounty hunter factions might be targeting these prime prey. Their eyes glinted with greed. Rivals in the same profession, they had surely accumulated many grudges over the years. After exchanging glances, they each stood up, pounding the table in unison, resolute in their decision. "Let us do it. Damn it. What is there to fear? Isn't it just blood on the blade? What hasn't Grandpa encountered? This is nothing. Exactly, if we don't act, others will. Let us go. 200 million berries. Think of how many years of leisure this could afford us." Of course, some bounty hunters remained silent. Though tempted, they still clung to a thread of principle. Seeing the indecision among a few, the crowd grew impatient, and from the shadows emerged a towering figure. "Brothers, we gather from far and wide for the convenience of hunting pirates together. Otherwise, we'd all be working alone, wouldn't we?" He chuckled, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the hall to hum. "Every group has its own rules. The more effort you put in, the greater your share. It has always been so. Whether you wish to partake in this venture is entirely voluntary. But let me be clear, if you're unwilling to act, then sit quietly and don't create trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and disregarding brotherhood. The boss speaks true. It should be this way." Following his words, the bounty hunters fell silent. The initial speaker, the bounty hunter who had voiced his hesitations, finally stepped forward, speaking softly. "I apologize, brothers. I have a daughter about the same age as the girl in question, so I must withdraw." He rose and exited the hall, soon followed by several others who quietly left. The doors of the hall were swiftly shut again, and the sounds of detailed planning began to resonate, for they could not afford to be careless with a formidable pirate. The fact that the other party had evaded the Navy for so long clearly indicated they possessed some skill. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded across various locales on the island, as if sharks had caught the scent of blood, revealing their menacing dorsal fins. The storm at sea had just begun to settle, while the tempest upon the island was only just gathering strength. This island held no books or remnants of historical artifacts. Little Robin and Lu Cheng wandered about, soon losing interest. After all, this was one of the starting islands of the Grand Line. If such things did exist, they would have likely been destroyed by pirates. "Sir Knight, let us head back," Little Robin said, glancing around, feeling uncomfortable under the watchful eyes. Lu Cheng nodded. "I heard there's a Navy base not far from here. We can look for it later." The weather near the island was calm, with some isolated islands lacking value. However, there were navies stationed for modifications. This was the information he had gathered. The two strolled back leisurely, not forgetting to purchase some fruits and fresh water along the way. The ropes binding Akuli had been untied, and he now moved like a deckhand, diligently carrying fresh water and food in disguise. No one would ever guess he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 24 million. It seemed that he had attracted the attention of others, as Lu Cheng sensed an increase in the number of individuals nearby. However, they did not strike, merely watching cautiously and trailing behind. Lu Cheng initially presumed the island to be a pirate den, but after observing, he felt it was more likely to be a gathering of bounty hunters. Yet, this made little difference. They were already being watched. The two continued on, deliberately slowing their pace. Noticing Little Robin's subtle glances, Lu Cheng smiled. "You know, if the ship gets dirty, it'll be challenging to clean." Little Robin blinked, obediently matching his pace, while Akuli remained silent, bearing the heavy boxes like a diligent laborer, quietly following them as they approached an open area near the port. It seemed their preparations were nearing completion. As soon several groups of bounty hunters, brimming with menace, emerged from various corners of the dock. Soon, a second and third group followed, each comprising dozens of individuals wielding weapons and firearms, exuding an air of lethal intent. Lu Cheng halted, with Little Robin quietly standing beside him, and Akuli still silently shouldering the hefty boxes, showing no sign of putting them down. The other individuals at the dock swiftly vanished, leaving only the three groups firmly surrounding Lu Cheng and his companions. Blocking their escape route, Lu Cheng pondered for a moment before addressing them. "Hello, would you mind stepping aside? You're blocking my way. Ah! The pirate hunters erupted into laughter, their amusement causing chaos. The leader of the group, a rugged man accompanied by a wiry youth, spoke up. Lu Cheng recalled that they had been discreetly observing him and little Robin earlier. You two are the masked knights and the child of the devil, right? Lu Cheng nodded slightly. What is it? Do you need something? The burly man chuckled. Nothing much, just that my brothers have been a bit strapped for cash lately and thought we might borrow your heads for a while. Lu Cheng hesitated. After all, pirate hunters were somewhat different from pirates. While they were not the best of people, many were merely trying to make a living or had a disdain for pirates. You are pirate hunters? He shook his head. But I'm not a pirate. Are you sure you want to cause me trouble? The big man laughed again. Brother, you should blame your bounty for being too high. If you two had only a few million on your heads, perhaps I would have let you go today. Then I truly thank you for that. Lu Cheng smiled. After all, for him, facing a few million in bounty was nothing. He had never let it slide. Just for that remark, if you walk away now, I can pretend nothing ever happened. Enough with the nonsense. Another member of the group interjected impatiently as per the usual rules. Since we've all targeted them, let's proceed as we always do. Take them down first, then we can discuss the bounty. The various bounty hunters silently nodded, soon reaching an unspoken agreement as they began to encircle Lu Cheng and little Robin. Lu Cheng sighed. Many pirate hunters were not truly desperate criminals. Unlike pirates who had bounties on their heads, fighting them would be a pure loss. He considered slipping away. However, the Grand Line was a merciless place. If he could not intimidate others, a continuous stream of trouble was to be expected. Since he intended to accompany little Robin on a legitimate voyage, he had naturally prepared for such encounters. He snapped his fingers, and a set of crimson armor enveloped him in response to his call. Indeed, a masked knight. The pirate hunters froze momentarily before their faces twisted into madness, with bounties of 99 million and 79 million so close at hand. How could they not be driven to frenzy? Bang! Bang! Almost the instant Lu Cheng transformed, everyone present reacted, aiming their weapons at him and firing in unison, the sound of gunfire erupting in a cacophony. Lu Cheng stood his ground, unflinching. His armor showed no visible alteration, but internally, his body had already utilized iron blocks. Under the double-layered defense, the bullets struck him as lightly as a tickle, having no effect whatsoever. After the echoes of gunfire subsided, the hunter's serious gazes turned towards the armored figure, a sense of unease rising within them. This guy, does he fear firearms at all? Such terrifying defensive power, do not fear. It is due to his armor he has consumed a devil fruit. There is no need for concern. According to plan, we will attack him with blunt weapons. He won't be able to withstand it. On the Grand Line, those with devil fruit abilities were quite common. However, having seen many, their deterrent effect was far less than in the Four Seas. After all, there were too many monsters on the Grand Line. Lu Cheng suddenly waved his hand, a gust of scorching wind howling. Easily deflecting the incoming bullets, he calmly drew a card from his waist, upon which a crimson dragon roared. Advent! A bizarre voice seemed to descend from the heavens, warping the space in front of the pirate hunters. Just as they were still trying to comprehend the situation, a deafening roar erupted. The unparalleled dragon let out a dragon's cry, its massive form charging directly at the obstructing pirate hunters. These seasoned hunters, skilled in battle, found themselves as fragile as infants under the impact, spewing blood and collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Those who were directly hit by the charge even lost all signs of life. The unparalleled dragon executed a swift tail swipe, sending the pirate hunters flying, circling in the air, hovering around Lu Cheng. Roaring in fury, Lu Cheng stepped forward, the unparalleled dragon swirling around him, and upon witnessing this, the remaining pirates instinctively took a step back. Just a single round of attack, and a third of the pirate hunters had already succumbed. The rest of them lost their fighting spirit. They finally understood that their adversary was no mere sheep, but a genuine threat with a bounty of 99 million. With a resounding thud, a weapon clattered to the ground, revealing that someone was trembling in fright, unable to maintain their grip. Unparalleled dragon, attack! Lu Cheng's calm voice resonated, akin to a command from the Grim Reaper. The unparalleled dragon raised its head, gathering crimson flames in its mouth, and unleashed a massive fireball straight ahead. With a thunderous explosion, the dock was instantly engulfed in flames. The roaring inferno consumed everything around. Lu Cheng extended his hand towards little Robin, who hurriedly ran to his side. The flames parted before him, forming a burning pathway as he led little Robin through. Behind them, the cries of agony echoed. Yet no one dared to obstruct their path. The way ahead was clear. Akuri silently hoisted the box and followed, having anticipated this outcome. Because of this, he hadn't even considered escaping earlier. He was almost certain that their adversary's strength matched their worth. A true pirate worth nearly 100 million. Another powerful monster had emerged on the Grand Line. On the night ship, Lu Cheng gazed at the dock in the distance, where frantic efforts to extinguish the fire were underway. His expression profound. After this battle, the entire world would likely learn of his and little Robin's arrival on the Grand Line. If anyone sought trouble with him again, they would probably come with confidence. However, every situation has its pros and cons. In a way, this was a good thing, as it meant fewer pests to deal with. What is the knight thinking about? Little Robin inquired curiously that I was pondering whether I would acquire a bounty. Lu Cheng yawned. I suppose I might truly be regarded as a pirate now TNT gone for a lethal attack. After all, pirate hunters were not as merciless as pirates die in fact, to some extent. It was these pirate hunters that had mitigated the rampant behavior of pirates. Even if they themselves were not particularly virtuous, they paled in comparison to the more savage pirates. Indeed, once a situation descends into chaos, absurdity ensues. However, his current strength was formidable. Summoning armor and the unparalleled dragon was already taking things seriously, and merely a casual strike had inflicted heavy losses on these pirate hunters. Each route on the Grand Line began at islands that were almost always gathering places for pirate hunters. Lu Cheng recalled the original work. When the protagonists first entered the Grand Line, they similarly faced attacks from pirate hunters. This was the second nightmare for all novice pirates, after weathering the storm. The first island they reached was entirely occupied by idle pirate hunters, but this time they had truly bitten off more than they could chew. Lu Cheng's pupils reflected the flames. After a moment, he suddenly felt somewhat disinterested. Little Robin, busy sorting through the food they had bought, turned her head in confusion. What is it, knight sir? Let us set sail. This place is rather dull. I do not wish to remain here amidst senseless slaughter and conflict. Little Robin blinked, sensing Lu Cheng's lack of enthusiasm. She rushed to his side, wrapping her arms around him and resting her head against his waist. It's not your fault, knight sir. You did nothing wrong. Lu Cheng chuckled softly. He felt a mix of emotions that it was surprising that this little girl was comforting him. He shook his head, gently stroking little Robin's silky hair. Realizing how much she had grown, the memory of that shivering little girl in the rain was becoming increasingly blurred, replaced by the understanding and adorable girl before him. Suddenly, his heart felt as if it had opened up. As vast as the sea and sky combined, perhaps his knightly justice was not particularly grand. Yet, at the very least, it was enough to warm those he wished to protect. Thank you, my 79 million. Hearing this somewhat familiar address, little Robin felt a moment of nostalgia, having not heard Knight Sir refer to her in that way for a long time. Knight Sir, there's nothing good here. I do not like this place either. Little Robin replied with a sulky demeanor. But, Sir Knight, our magnetic recording pointer has not yet reached full capacity. Then we need not wait for it to be full. Lu Cheng gazed towards the distant sea. Do we not possess 2 permanent pointers? Let us designate our next target there. Little Robin nodded, extricating herself from the embrace of Sir Knight, and began preparing for departure. Lu Cheng's gaze shifted to Akuli, who was silently tidying the deck, his brow furrowing slightly. You do not even consider escaping. Earlier, during battle, if the opponent contemplated fleeing, there was always a sliver of opportunity to do so. Akuli shook his head. I am your captive, captain that I have surrendered wholeheartedly. Lu Cheng was somewhat speechless. However, this oath did not appear particularly astute, as evidenced by his nickname, the Bull. After all, there are names that may be mistaken. But nicknames are seldom erroneous. The ship gradually commenced its journey, and a faint smile crept upon Lu Cheng's lips. Although the hour was somewhat late, the weather was indeed suitable for setting sail. Why did you choose to become a pirate in the West Sea? What led to your bounty? Lu Cheng casually inquired. Akuli pondered for a moment before responding. I killed our king. He made life unbearable for everyone. Later, with the help of the citizens, I fled the country and became a pirate. Eventually, I consumed a devil fruit and gradually became a formidable pirate. A rather inspiring tale. Lu Cheng gazed into the distance. And after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I initially intended to turn you in for the bounty, but my mood has soured, and I have no interest in dealing with the Navy." His voice was calm and measured, yet it sent shivers down Akuli's spine. "So you better behave. If you irritate me, I shall have you minced to feed the whales." Akuli lowered his head, cautiously resuming his deck cleaning, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. At the Navy headquarters, the masked knight had made an appearance on the initial island, clashing with the bounty hunters there, ultimately slaying a dozen of them before departing. How terrifying. Borisolino tapped the snail phone, glancing at the telegram in his hand with a mixture of intrigue and dread. How fearsome, to repel so many pirate hunters with a single strike. This young one possesses remarkable strength. "Kazan, did you not encounter them previously? Anything to share?" Kazan shot a cold glance at him. "Do not refer to me in that manner." After warning Borisolino, he continued, "It seems the individual has grown stronger. In less than a year, such rapid improvement is astonishing." He shook his head. "I suspected back then that this young one would become a significant nuisance, and I wanted to capture him for Master Zephyr to mentor properly. However, Shanks intervened, and coupled with this young one's troublesome abilities, he managed to escape. Was it not deliberate negligence on your part?" Sakazuki interjected from the side. "You realize that due to our inability to capture Nico Robin, the world government is rather displeased with us?" "Let them be displeased," Kazan replied dismissively. "If they are in such a hurry, they can capture her themselves. Why trouble us? We are the Navy. We have no time to play hide and seek with children." "Kazan, do not let the death of Saul cloud your judgment regarding Nico Robin. Remember, we are the Navy, and we must uphold justice. We must eliminate every pirate without exception." Sakazuki's brow furrowed, his tone growing stern. "Justice?" Kazan's voice finally lost its previous lethargy. "I know what I do is just. If the rest of the Navy remains oblivious, then so be it. But can you truly claim ignorance? Are those two pirates?" "Ahem." Borisolino coughed twice, interrupting their quarrel. All right, let us not dwell on this and risk souring our camaraderie. Carp, what say you?" After a prolonged silence, he turned to find Carp asleep, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. In the entire office, not a single matter was devoid of concern. "Carp? Huh." The Navy hero Carp blinked sleepily. "Is it time for a meal?" Borisolino inhaled deeply. "We are discussing the masked knight and the child of the devil." "Oh, not mealtime then," Carp mumbled again, falling silent once more. Borisolino, upon glancing back, felt his anger surge. He had fallen asleep again. How does he manage that? Seeing Carp's unreliability, he turned back to Kazan and Sakazuki. He understood Kazan's stance well, while Sakazuki's actions were often too extreme. Such disputes had arisen numerous times since the O'Hara incident, he sighed. "Regardless, we must adhere to the world government's orders, since the individual has boldly appeared. There is no reason to let them slip away easily. Kazan, why not make another trip?" "Not interested." Kazan stood, donning his hat. "He can enter mirrors. Capturing him is nearly impossible. Currently, pirate activity in the Grand Line is on the rise. And I have no desire to engage in a game of hide and seek with two children." He exited the office, slamming the door behind him. "The red-haired pirates have recently gone dark. I shall investigate whether they are plotting something." "Alas," Borisolino sighed, looking at Sakazuki, "let me take responsibility. However, the other parties' whereabouts are currently unknown. They did not linger and left directly. They must possess a permanent pointer. We shall wait for them to resurface. Though the first half of the Grand Line is replete with islands, navigating with record pointers necessitates lingering on each island for several days to accumulate magnetic force, making it easier to chart a course. However, with a permanent pointer, they can alter their course at any moment, allowing for greater flexibility and unpredictability as for the world government. We shall leave it at that. If we cannot capture them, there is little we can do. After all, there are so many pirates on these seas that we have yet to capture. Losing these two is of little consequence. These two youngsters cannot stir up much trouble. They possess such confidence because they are the Navied eye in this vast ocean. They are the mightiest force. This is indeed the zenith of the Navy's power. The 4 emperors of the New World and the 7 warlords of the sea cannot compare to the current strength of the Navy. The Navy hero Carp has yet to retire. And Zephyr has not lost an arm. The older generation of strong warriors remains at their peak, while the new generation of powerhouses, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borisolino, have begun to establish their renown. This is the golden era of the Navy. The true sovereign of the seas, Within the cabin of the night ship, Lu Cheng reclined in a chair, facing a massive circular roulette. After successfully reaching the first island, he had completed his mission and accumulated sufficient justice points to partake in a lottery. Lottery, lottery. Lu Cheng rubbed his palms together, brimming with anticipation. Confirm lottery? The system promptly chimed in. Confirm. Lu Cheng extended a finger to spin the wheel, which whirled rapidly before him. Stop. At his command, the wheel came to a halt. And the system's notification echoed in his ears. Congratulations, you have obtained the item. Copy arrival. All special cards of Kamen Rider Manta. Copy arrival. When inserted into the summoner, it can replicate an ability that has been encountered and utilize it for oneself. Item level. Advanced item category. Special card item effect. The element of surprise in copying abilities is the key to a knight's unexpected victory. Copy arrival. Lu Cheng toyed with the card in his hand. Elated, like the contract seal card he had drawn previously. Copy arrival also belonged to the special card category. In the world of Kamen Rider Ryuki, many knights possess numerous special cards, which have powerful effects and can compensate for various shortcomings. In fact, for Lu Cheng, a single special card offers a greater enhancement than an entirely new card box. After all, no matter how many suits of armor one possesses, only one can be worn at a time. Among the data of the Dragoon armor, it ranks exceptionally high among the knights in the Kamen Rider Ryuki series. Of course, excluding a certain time-stopping nuisance. However, special cards are significantly more convenient to use. And when combined with the high stats of Ryuki, they prove far more effective than other armors. Naturally, he still holds a keen interest in long-range special-type armors, such as the Iron Soldier. This round of draws was certainly worthwhile. Lu Cheng, with a satisfied grin, placed the card into Ryuki's card holder and stepped onto the deck, eager to test its effects. From the description of the card, it seemed that after the system's magical modifications, its power had significantly increased, and he was now ready to see its true potential. Lu Cheng strode onto the deck, where Akuri was busy tidying up. With an extra hand on deck, Little Robin's daily tasks had become considerably easier. Due to their recent departure from the island, the current course was relatively stable, allowing Little Robin some respite. Most of the time, he was cooped up in the cabin, engrossed in medical textbooks. Captain, did you call for me? Akuri asked, standing somewhat awkwardly to the side, although it appeared he had stumbled upon a small victory under the captain's command. To say he faced Lu Cheng without fear would be a blatant falsehood. Lu Cheng nodded. Is there anything concerning our voyage? Nothing at all. We are currently navigating along the route. Everything is going smoothly. Akuri explained. Then, as if recalling something, he added, Captain, the latest issue of the newspaper has arrived. Even on the Grand Line, newsbirds distribute newspapers, a testament to their extraordinary nature. Lu Cheng reached for the paper and was taken aback to find himself once again gracing the headlines. Kamen Rider and the Son of the Demon reemerge. What are their intentions? What an outrageous clickbait title. Lu Cheng sighed, unfolding the newspaper. Indeed, it chronicled his previous exploits in defeating those pirate hunters, while also boasting about the bounties on him and Little Robin. In the end, it mocked the ineptitude of the Navy, who couldn't even capture 2 children while they roamed free. With such a Navy, how could one trust they would ensure the safety of the populace against the ruthless pirates? Lu Cheng had come to realize that media outlets everywhere were essentially the same. As long as there was big news, they would say anything, turning it into a spectacle, which was rather amusing. However, if this news spread, many would likely learn of his and Little Robin's arrival in the Grand Line. But he had anticipated this. Settling his mind to test the new card, he turned to Akuri, nodding. I've recently developed a new technique, and I'd like to try it out with you. Akuri's face visibly paled. Captain, if you find me displeasing, just say so. Lu Cheng, noticing his apprehension, reassured him, don't worry. You should be fine. That only makes me more worried. Akuri opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns. Lu Cheng withdrew the card holder to transform, slowly extracting the newly acquired card from the holder at his waist and inserting it into the Dragoon summoner in his hand. Copy vent. As the mechanical voice echoed in the air, Lu Cheng immediately felt the effects of this new card. This card allowed him to replicate an enemy's special abilities, and once copied, the ability would be permanently retained, allowing him to use it without needing to replicate it again in the future. It should have been called the God's Hand instead of Copy Vent. Of course, despite its formidable power, it was not without its drawbacks. Specifically, it could only be used once within a certain time frame. much like his Dragoon Rider's ultimate kick. The card would enter a cooldown state after being used, requiring time to recharge. Thus, while he could replicate and store various abilities, he could only utilize one stored ability at a time. However, this was not a significant issue. Liu Cheng mused that this essentially allowed him to borrow a power without any side effects, and combined with his own combat skills, it would surely suffice. Moreover, he recalled that the copy vent card wasn't singular. The one he possessed was a special card unique to Kamen Rider Sawback, and it seemed another rider in the Kamen Rider series also wielded the same card. He remembered Kamen Rider Wisui, the chameleon-themed rider who appeared only as a villain in the film. His card holder also contained a copy vent. This meant he had the chance to possess two copy vent cards simultaneously, two special cards. Two distinct special abilities. Suddenly, the desire to draw again surged within him. Returning to the present, Liu Cheng looked at Akuri, activating the ability of the copy vent card, and replicated Akuri's powers. Indeed, Akuri possessed a special ability bestowed by a devil fruit. The Zoan-type bull fruit. Although ordinary Zoan-type fruits were generally not very powerful, Liu Cheng had never been particularly interested in these devil fruits, especially not one as mediocre as this. Yet, the ability copied through copy vent had no side effects. No side effects, no side effects. The importance of this was worth reiterating. This meant he could freely utilize the powers of the devil fruit without fear of being hindered by seawater or sea stone. In a word, invincible. Liu Cheng's gaze turned to Akuri, tinged with fervor, and no matter how weak a Zoan-type devil fruit was, it could at least significantly enhance physical attributes. His knight armor possessed similar effects. And with both enhancements combined, the boost to his strength would be formidable. Feeling Liu Cheng's intense gaze, which was barely concealed by his armor, Akuri shuddered. Why does the captain look at me like that? Is there some peculiar fetish at play? Should I consider sacrificing myself for my own survival? Fortunately, Liu Cheng was oblivious to the foolish thoughts swirling in Akuri's mind. Otherwise, he would have surely twisted the man's head off and tossed it into the sea to feed the fish. He began to move his body, feeling the remarkable changes coursing through him. That a fierce, untamed power seemed to erupt from within, and in that moment, he felt his strength multiply threefold. This was still without fully activating the bull fruit's abilities. So this was the power of a devil fruit user? No wonder it was so coveted. Liu Cheng tightened his fists and let out a roar, instinctively unleashing the full power of the bull fruit. His physical prowess far exceeded Akuri's, and even though he had just acquired this ability, he could wield it with far greater strength than his counterpart. Liu Cheng now comprehended the significance of what Red-Haired had said, that one's innate abilities were paramount. His intrinsic capabilities, whether it be from his armor or skills like the Navy's 6 powers, would double alongside the enhancement of his fundamental physical prowess. This was precisely why, upon summoning his armor, his strength surged to such incredible heights. His form began to swell, rapidly increasing in size, towering to nearly 5 meters tall, resembling a small giant. Liu Cheng looked down at his enlarged body and sighed in relief. Although his physique had expanded considerably, the armor remained unchanged, merely proportionally enlarged, devoid of any horns or similar embellishments. It appeared that the armor took precedence, which made sense, as copy vent was inherently an ability of the armor itself, and thus adhered to its properties. As for this form, Liu Cheng pondered that calling it bull form seemed inappropriate, given the absence of horns, so he decided to name it giant form. He extracted another card from the holder and inserted it into the summoner. Advent. A deafening roar erupted as a robust, unparalleled dragon emerged from the void, soaring around the knight's vessel in jubilant loops, seemingly exhilarated by the surge of power. It appeared that the capabilities of the bull fruit held considerable potential for development. Liu Cheng mused, noticing a clear eye sprouting from the mast of the deck, gazing at him in astonishment. How has my knight become so large? Little Robin dashed up to the deck with a series of quick steps. She raised her head, her gaze fixed in a daze upon the towering figure of Mr. Knight, who had grown several times larger, along with the now even more colossal, joyfully soaring dragon of duality. A sense of bewilderment enveloped her. What has transpired? What has transpired? What has transpired? It was as if a haunting voice echoed in her mind. She had merely read for a short while. How could Mr. Knight have transformed so drastically in the blink of an eye? Were it not for that familiar suit of armor, she might have doubted her own perception. However, it was not long before Liu Cheng's voice floated down from above. As he looked down at the seemingly diminished little Robin with a smile, "No need to worry. I have acquired a new ability. Let me demonstrate its effects. With that, his form began to shrink gradually. Returning to his original appearance, Lu Cheng removed his armor and waved his hand, signaling Akuri to attend to her duties. He led the bewildered little Robin back into the cabin. Wow! Little Robin's eyes widened. Such a powerful ability? Are you serious, Mr. Knight? Of course, Lu Cheng replied, striking a proud pose. Would I deceive you? Does that mean you can also replicate the powers of my Hana no Mi? That should pose no problem. We shall test it tomorrow. Little Robin nodded with excitement. The following day, Lu Cheng successfully replicated Little Robin's Hana no Mi ability. With a mere thought, he extended his hand, and instantly, a steel arm sprouted from his palm. Encased in armor, it blossomed forth like a flower, reaching out into the sea, only to retract in segments, firmly grasping a large fish over a meter long, with a casual flick of his hand. The fish tumbled onto the deck. Tonight's feast, Lu Cheng declared, as multiple arms sprouted from the mast nearby. He eagerly engaged in an exhilarating display of ambidextrous combat, finally letting out a sigh of relief. The Hana no Mi proved to be far more intriguing than the bison fruit. Its potential and operational complexity far surpassed that of the latter, albeit only temporarily. The enhancement of strength was not as straightforward and brute force as with the bison fruit. But it still constituted a notable improvement that he stretched, and 2 more pairs of arms sprouted from his back, transforming him into a 6-armed being. Watching the playful antics of Mr. Knight, little Robin couldn't help but pout. Indeed, at times, Mr. Knight seemed far more childlike than she. With the addition of a new ability, Lu Cheng's daily training regimen intensified. In addition to his usual physical exercises, he now had 2 additional training sessions dedicated to familiarizing himself with the powers of the devil fruits. Meanwhile, a myriad of peculiar thoughts filled his mind. With so many devil fruits in this world, replicating additional abilities could prove exceedingly entertaining. Moreover, possessing numerous abilities would undoubtedly perplex any adversary he faced. Each new power diminished a potential weakness. Lu Cheng mused that perhaps he should invest more thought into the matter of devil fruits in the future. Time passed amidst the repetitive cycles of training. Aside from occasionally teasing the little girl, Lu Cheng devoted the vast majority of his time to honing his skills. Of course, he also faced the relentless tempests that plagued the Grand Line, which could only be described as harsh. However, as they became accustomed to such weather, the crew managed to navigate these storms with relative ease. 2 months later, amidst the tumult of the Grand Line, a flagless sailboat glided quietly across the undulating sea. The deck of the pirate ship was eerily empty, save for a tall man busily cleaning it. Inside the cabin, a wooden table bore a permanent record pointer inscribed with the words magnetic drum. Little Robin observed the increasingly stable pointer and smiled at the man beside her, who was indulging in a feast. Mr. Knight, the pointer has stabilized. I believe we may be nearing our destination. I can feel it too. Lu Cheng replied, swallowing his food and exhaling contentedly. We are finally approaching. I'm almost out of food. That's because you have eaten far too much. Lower your head for a moment, Mr. Knight. At her request, Lu Cheng bowed his head, and little Robin leaned in, carefully using a handkerchief to wipe the remnants of food from his mouth. All right, Mr. Knight, you may raise your head now. Due to their navigation using the permanent pointer, their journey had taken considerably longer than usual. After such an extensive voyage, they finally reached the point of arrival. Lu Cheng approached the edge of the cabin, cautiously opening the window. The moment the window swung open, a biting, icy wind rushed in, laden with snow. He tightened his clothing and gazed into the distance. After the fierce storm, the weather began to clear, but the cold intensified. This place is dreadfully cold. Little Robin poked her head out, only to shiver in response to the chilling wind. Hastily retreating back inside, as they neared the shoreline, delicate snowflakes began to fall. The kingdom of Magnetic Drum was a winter island, and such weather was anticipated by the two. Yet it was undeniably frigid. Due to the peculiar magnetic fields, the islands of the Grand Line each possessed unique climatic conditions, classified as perennial spring islands, summer islands, autumn islands, winter islands, alongside various seasonal islands. Totaling 16 distinct seasons within the Grand Line, each island showcased a unique landscape, and Lu Cheng and Little Robin's current destination, as indicated by the permanent pointer, the Kingdom of Magnetic Drum, was a quintessential winter island. Enshrouded in ice and snow year-round, Lu Cheng retrieved 2 sets of down jackets, accompanied by matching thermal pants and thick boots, and without hesitation, dressed Little Robin. These garments had been procured specifically for their journey. The two quickly donned their winter attire before making their way to the deck. "Are you still cold? Do you need another layer?" Lu Cheng inquired, clad warmly as he walked beside little Robin. Little Robin glanced down at her round, bundled form and shook her head decisively. "If I add another layer, I'll truly resemble a ball and won't be able to walk at all." Naturally, if she were unable to walk, being carried by Mr. Knight wouldn't be such a bad alternative. Gradually, the weather began to stabilize on the deck. Amidst the biting sea breeze, crystalline snowflakes drifted down, and this snowy weather had persisted for quite some time. They were indeed close to magnetic Drum Island. Lu Cheng and little Robin stood at the bow of the ship, and after the Knight sailed a short distance further, they glimpsed the silhouette of an island ahead, its peaks resembling massive chimneys emerging through the swirling snow. Magnetic Drum Island, in the original storyline. After Chopper and Kureha fulfilled Dr. Hiluluk's dying wish, the island was renamed the Sakura Kingdom. However, Lu Cheng pondered that the island's king was likely still Wapple. He seemed to be a devil fruit user, possessing the ability known as the Munch Munch fruit. Lu Cheng recalled only vague impressions of Wapple, noting that he was not a virtuous character, one who preyed on the weak and fled in cowardice when confronted by the Blackbeard pirates, abandoning his citizens to their fates. He was also notoriously brutal towards the defenseless populace, ultimately receiving a severe thrashing from the protagonists. Recalling the plot, Lu Cheng felt a sense of clarity. Since he was dealing with such a character, there was no need for further contemplation. A villain deserved the righteous fist of justice. The masked knight strikes down evil. The island drew ever closer. At last, we have arrived. The vessel gradually made its way toward the island ahead. Magu Island was cloaked in a silvery mantle, with snow and wind swirling through the air. The ship docked smoothly along the coast without any trouble, which was quite ordinary. After all, it wasn't flying a pirate flag. Lu Cheng and Xiao Robin could typically land safely on any island they ventured to. Similarly, due to the absence of distinct markers, it was just as challenging to be tracked amidst the vast ocean. Thus, maintaining a low profile was indeed of paramount importance. Xiao Robin leaped down from the deck, exclaiming with a smile, "So this is Winter Island, just as described in the books, with snow and wind throughout the seasons. Truly beautiful, quite cold as well." Lu Cheng interjected, following her down the ship. Akiri cautiously secured the vessel before joining the two on the island. Lu Cheng cast a glance at Akiri and casually tossed a thick coat from his Night Island card to him. Initially, he had presumed Akiri to be a nefarious pirate, but over time, he had come to realize that Akiri was neither a saint nor a truly irredeemable villain. The trio bundled up tightly, trudging through the deep snow, their footsteps crunching with a crunch sound as they ventured deeper into the island in search of signs of habitation. Crunch! Lu Cheng snapped a brittle branch underfoot, occasionally extending a hand to assist Xiao Robin, who struggled to navigate through the snow. The accumulation was indeed excessive, making it quite arduous for her petite frame. With the biting wind howling, Lu Cheng and Xiao Robin walked through the woods, admiring the wintry scenery as they pressed onward in the distance. They spotted a peculiar white bear approaching them. Though undeniably a bear, it walked upright, leaning on a hiking stick as it ambled toward them. Lu Cheng licked his dry lips, clenched his fists, and prepared himself. His experience with large carnivorous creatures was extensive, and this new species presented an opportunity to test his mettle. Wait! Xiao Robin, well acquainted with Lu Cheng, quickly reached out to stop him. Recognizing the creature, "That's a hiking bear. It's harmless," she quickly added. "If a traveler encounters one, all they need to do is bow respectfully." With that, Xiao Robin performed a slight bow, and the bear, displaying gentlemanly manners, reciprocated with a bow of its own. Xiao Robin straightened up, only to find Lu Cheng unmoved, while the white hiking bear appeared to overlook him entirely. Continuing on its leisurely path, Lu Cheng's face fell in disappointment as he turned to Xiao Robin. "I did not bow, yet why did it not attack me?" Xiao Robin, somewhat exasperated, gently chided him. "Could you not be so obvious about your intentions? Come now, Sir Knight. We shall soon encounter the town, where we can feast to our heart's content. Spare the thoughts of harming it. I had no intention of causing harm," Lu Cheng retorted, justifying his stance. Indeed, merely a righteous rebuttal. She teased, and the two continued their playful banter as they walked further away. Akiri silently trailed behind them. Before long, they crested a hill and began their descent, catching sight of flickering lights in the distance. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared, rushing toward them through the snow and wind. As it drew closer, Xiao Robin's eyes widened in astonishment. Sir Knight, is that a Zoan-type devil fruit user? It was not surprising that she thought so. The figure was tall and humanoid, covered in fluffy white fur, with an unmistakably prominent blue nose. This image, Lu Cheng chuckled to himself. What a coincidence! He had already recognized the identity of the creature, a certain unnamed ship's doctor and pet from the Straw Hat Pirates. As the towering creature approached, it finally spotted Lu Cheng and the others, its expression morphing into one of shock. Lu Cheng's keen eyes caught the blood trickling down its fur, revealing deep wounds beneath. This blue-nosed creature certainly had not fared well in its past. Xiao Robin noticed the fear in the creature's eyes, reminiscent of her own past, and tightened her grip on Lu Cheng's hand. Lu Cheng halted in the snow, observing the panicked chopper. After a moment's contemplation, he drew Xiao Robin closer, while a Curie positioned himself beside them, creating a narrow path. The blue-nosed creature hesitated, letting out a low growl akin to an animal's. Seemingly a warning, it then lowered its head and hurried past the group. Lu Cheng noted its tense body and trembling legs, shaking his head with a smile. This blue-nosed creature had indeed suffered greatly. Despite possessing the power of a devil fruit, it lacked the heart of a true warrior, which explained its pitiable state. However, its role as a medic and pet was fitting. Specialization in one's craft was a common norm. Watching Chopper's silhouette fade from view, Lu Cheng turned his gaze back to Xiao Robin, who was curiously observing him. "What is it?" he inquired, slightly puzzled. Xiao Robin blinked, her lively eyes sparkling. "I just feel like Sir Knight's smile carries a deeper meaning." "Just say I look strange when I smile," Lu Cheng replied, blinking playfully. "I merely thought of something amusing." Xiao Robin pouted. "Well, Sir Knight, it seems you have far too many amusing thoughts. That shall remain a secret for now." Lu Cheng leaned down and planted a kiss on Xiao Robin's smooth cheek, satisfied to see her face flush with warmth. "Mischievous children require guidance. Let's see if you still have such peculiar questions." The two ambled leisurely down the mountain, soon spotting a human settlement in the distance. A group of villagers, dressed like hunters, approached with a wary demeanor and inquired, "Where have you come from? Have you seen the snow monster?" Lu Cheng smiled and shook his head. "We are merely adventurers, traveling through this area and looking for a place to buy some drinks." The villagers exchanged glances, eyeing Xiao Robin beside Lu Cheng. Though skeptical, they gradually lowered their weapons to eye in Frozen Snow Village. After producing several universal berries, and with Xiao Robin's sweet words of uncle, the villagers soon fully accepted Lu Cheng's story. It seemed that the villagers of the One Piece world were indeed remarkably simple-hearted. Lu Cheng brushed the snow off Xiao Robin's coat as they followed the villagers into Frozen Snow Village. Perhaps due to their arrival in a populated area, the swirling snow appeared to lessen, replaced by a warm, homely atmosphere. Has the dreadful snow monster been chased away? Where did these two come from? Along the way, villagers greeted them, expressing curiosity about the unfamiliar Lu Cheng and Xiao Robin. Surprised by Lu Cheng's handsomeness and Xiao Robin's beauty, time had passed, and Xiao Robin had grown considerably taller, nearly reaching Lu Cheng's chest, gradually transforming from a cute child into a budding beauty. She was indeed a charming young lady. Travelers from afar, here for an adventure. The villagers exchanged glances, some hesitating to speak. Although visitors had once been common in the former Drum Kingdom, such occurrences had dwindled in recent times. Drum Kingdom had once been renowned as a medical powerhouse upon the sea, attracting many visitors. However, under the new king's reign, things had changed. The villagers sighed, hoping these visitors wouldn't depart with disappointed hearts. Lu Cheng nodded with a smile. Acknowledging their sentiments, he turned around, scanning the surroundings, and spotted a closed tavern, its roof laden with snow. Yet, from inside, the sounds of merriment and light suggested it was open for business. That he approached, pushed open the door, and stepped inside, leaving the howling wind and snow behind. "Look at those newcomers," one villager remarked curiously. "Did they come from the mountains?" "Indeed, I heard their ship is docked on the other side of the mountain. They walked over. Such inclement weather makes traversing quite difficult, with such fierce wind and snow. The paths through the mountains are treacherous, and the villagers find it rather peculiar." The hunters who returned with Lu Cheng and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging their shared sense of wonder. Indeed, their generosity was striking. They provided an abundance of Bailey, and that little girl was exceedingly polite, appearing far from villainous. "Do you know their names?" I believe I overheard one referred to as Sir Knight and the other as Little Robin, which is rather curious that I asked for the remaining one. They seem to be a bodyguard, especially given the current instability at sea. Upon settling in the tavern, Lu Cheng ordered a selection of steaming dishes and beverages. After generously tipping, the hot food and drinks were promptly served. However, when he intended to order more, he was regretfully informed that there was no surplus available. Each patron was limited to a single serving, even for an additional fee. This left Lu Cheng momentarily taken aback, yet the demeanor of the staff suggested they were not trying to take advantage of the few outsiders, so he nodded in acceptance. Little Robin took small sips of her warm milk, feeling a bit of warmth seep into her bones. While the murmurs of the villagers discussing the snow monster reached her ears, they spoke of its terrifying nature. Its grotesque appearance, immense strength, peculiar temperament, and its penchant for scaring people, claiming it was tough-skinned and nearly indestructible, often appearing near their town. She savored her milk, the image of that odd face, with its eyes filled with fear and helplessness, resurfaced in her mind. Sir Knight, is that truly the snow monster? Little Robin suddenly inquired. Recalling the villager's words to "I am uncertain," Lu Cheng replied with a smile. Having seen it yourself, what do you think? Little Robin lowered her gaze, not responding. The echoes of her observations in the villagers' voices swirled in her mind. She shook her head and resolutely stated, Sir Knight, I believe it is not as they say. Moreover, even if it is indeed a snow monster, it may not necessarily be malevolent. Raising her head, her eyes sparkling with conviction, she added, I have not heard the villagers claim it has harmed anyone. A slight smile graced Lu Cheng's lips, pleased by her perspective. What the crowd asserts is not always the truth, and our intuitions can sometimes be misleading. Only through thorough understanding can we uncover the reality of the matter. If the opportunity arises, we shall investigate, especially since we need to rest here on this island for a while. Indeed, Little Robin affirmed with a determined nod. Lu Cheng finished his meal and signaled to a nearby maid. Greetings, I have a few inquiries, he said. The maid approached, momentarily entranced by Lu Cheng's smile. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. Please feel free to ask, but I am merely a maid and may not possess extensive knowledge. Not to worry, just a few trivial matters. Lu Cheng reassured her. I heard you all discussing that wild creature. The maid nodded. How long has this snow monster been appearing? After a moment of recollection, she answered uncertainly. It seems it has only been around for about half a year, suddenly appearing just after the harvest. I see, Lu Cheng mused, shaking his head. Just a child, after all. The maid, oblivious to Lu Cheng's expression, sighed softly. There were already many ill in the village, and now with the snow monster, life has become increasingly difficult. You mentioned illness? Little Robin, intrigued by the maid's lament, asked. But isn't the kingdom of Tsigu a renowned land of healing? What is there to fear about illness? At this, a trace of sorrow crossed the maid's face. That was in the past. The kingdom of Tsigu is no longer the same. Little Robin's brow furrowed with confusion. She had planned to come here to learn medicine. How could things have changed? The Dr. 20 initiative, she muttered, kicking a pebble by the roadside, her tone filled with indignation. Sir Knight, do you think this new king has lost his mind? The so-called Dr. 20 initiative, in essence, was a bizarre decree issued by the new king, Walpo, upon his ascendance that it mandated the selection of only the most exceptional physicians willing to serve under the king's rule, while any others claiming to be doctors would face execution or exile. This policy had been enacted 6 months prior, and now the once-esteemed kingdom of healing had become a mere faade. Indeed, his judgment appears quite impaired, Lu Cheng consoled, gently ruffling Little Robin's hair. Shall we attempt to enlighten him later? You aspire to learn medicine, and practical experience is essential. Observing the mind can be a true test of medical skill. Perhaps you could practice then. Nearby, a Kuri, striving to become invisible, silently mourned for the king he had yet to meet. Based on his experiences thus far, provoking Little Robin could prove to be more fearsome than confronting Lu Cheng himself. Sir Knight, we need to procure some vegetables and fruits. Little Robin counted on her fingers. And our supply of fresh water is running low, but it seems there aren't many places on this island selling vegetables. The perennial ice and snow of the island understandably limited the yield of fruits and vegetables. However, after Lu Cheng and Little Robin strolled through the village, they discovered a startling absence of sellers offering such produce. Moreover, the faces of the villagers bore expressions of distress. Appearing deeply troubled, Dai seemed clear that the king had brought considerable misfortune upon this land. In just a few months, he had wreaked havoc that had taken the previous king over a decade to inflict. You youngsters ought not to waste your efforts. After Lu Cheng had knocked on countless doors in vain, an elderly man with white hair and a weathered visage finally spoke up. Surely not. Lu Cheng greeted the old man with a wave. I merely wish to purchase some common provisions. You see, living off the sea, we cannot do without vegetables and fruits. As for other food items, Lu Cheng had plenty stored on Night Island, more than enough to last. However, fruits and vegetables were different. They had a shelf life. Even disregarding that, both Lu Cheng and Little Robin yearned for fresh produce. After all, the quality of freshness greatly influences flavor. Good sir, if supplies are indeed scarce, we shall settle for a lesser quantity. We will offer a fair price. Little Robin interjected. The old man sighed in response. Ah, young one, it is not merely a matter of price. You have come to the wrong place. If you truly wish to acquire such food, you should venture to other villages. Our village has little left. Relying on the youth to hunt in the mountains, Lu Cheng observed the state of the village and pondered before asking, if we were to resolve your food shortage, would you be willing to sell us some vegetables? Might I trade fish and game for them? The old man regarded Lu Cheng's empty hands with skepticism. Young man, you cannot be serious. You do not appear to have much of value on you. Lu Cheng chuckled heartily. Old sir, we are adventurers, adept at sourcing various ingredients. I have seen plenty of game in the mountains. Those white bears look quite plump. Allow me to catch a few for you. Before he could finish, Little Robin gently kicked him a few times. Indeed, the knight was still thinking about those adorable creatures, the fluffy white bears, so polite and charming, yet the knight only considered them as potential meals. That is not the case. The old man waved his hand. You must be referring to the hiking bears. Young man, it would be wise not to entertain such thoughts. These bears are gentle and even assist lost travelers. We would never prey upon them, nor should you. The old man added, though they are gentle, they can be quite fearsome when angered. I am more terrifying when I am hungry. But having said that, Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. Sigh. The white-haired elder continued. It is not merely a matter of insufficient food. The primary issue lies in the lack of doctors. Many people in our village have fallen ill, and they are unable to venture out to fish or hunt, which is perilous. Besides, food is scarce compared to what the sea offers. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng furrowed his brow, and Little Robin could not help but inquire. I know that the Drum Kingdom was once a medical powerhouse. Even if it has declined due to that king, is it truly impossible for your village to find a single doctor? The white-haired elder fell silent, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. Currently, all the doctors in this country serve the king. Others have perished or fled. To see a doctor, one must go to the royal city. Thus, we common folk cannot find a physician to attend to our ailments. Moreover, due to the harsh weather here, nearly everyone has some ailment, and the longer they go untreated, the more severe their conditions become. Lu Cheng and Little Robin instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. This was indeed the fault of the king of the Drum Kingdom. Although Lu Cheng had previously sensed the severity of this issue, he had never anticipated it to be so dire. In any world, the deadliest weapon is not the blade, but the invisible diseases that claim lives in astronomical numbers, and with only 20 doctors for an entire nation, all located in the capital. How many lives would be lost? The thought sent a shiver down their spines. The elder sighed again, saying, when we wish to see a doctor, we must spend a fortune to travel to the capital. The taxes are already burdensome, and we simply cannot afford it. The taxes imposed by the allied nations demand tribute to the celestial dragons, as well as fees for protection from the navy. No matter how many lives are lost among the common people, these payments cannot be diminished, not even by a single coin, for the world government. This is one of their utmost priorities, as long as they can collect the tribute. They would not hesitate to appoint a pirate as king, revealing the extent of the world government's corruption. In fact, to some extent, the bounties Lu Cheng received as a bounty hunter stemmed from this taxation. In other words, he was not receiving money from the navy, but rather extracting it from the very people he sought to help. The more he understood, the more Lu Cheng felt his heart ablaze with righteous anger. I, too, am a doctor, Little Robin suddenly declared, drawing the gazes of those around her. Noticing a hint of hesitation in their eyes, likely due to her tender age causing concern over the authenticity of her claim. Lu Cheng chuckled and assured, rest assured, I can guarantee that little Robin is a remarkable doctor. We have come here to learn the art of healing, and she can certainly treat minor injuries and ailments. After all, little Robin had trained under Kuroka's, and Lu Cheng had faith in her abilities. After a moment of thought, he added, "It wouldn't hurt to give it a try if we can cure your ailments. Would you allow me to exchange some meat for vegetables and fruits?" Upon hearing this, the old man sprang to his feet, gripping Lu Cheng's hand tightly, his voice trembling. "Are you serious? You are truly doctors?" "To be precise, it is little Robin who is the ship's doctor. Lu Cheng is not. However, that distinction hardly matters. Lu Cheng would never deceive these villagers." That he nodded and turned to Akuri, instructing, "Go hunt in the mountains and bring back plenty of game to exchange with the villagers for food." Akuri, still lost in thought, was momentarily taken aback, incredulously pointing to himself. Was he really being asked to venture out alone to find prey? Did Lu Cheng not fear that he might flee? Akuri had never anticipated such a request and stood frozen in place. After all, he was worth 24 million. During his time here, he had come to understand the kind of person Lu Cheng was, which made it all the more difficult for him to believe his own ears. Questioning whether he was experiencing a delusion, the elder observed the peculiar dynamics among Lu Cheng and his companions with curiosity. Lu Cheng smiled and explained, "Akuri is my hired guard, merely concerned for my safety. However, the village is quite secure, so he need not accompany me constantly." The elder nodded in understanding, his voice trembling. "Young man, rest assured, the village is very safe. Wild beasts cannot enter, and the snow monsters pose no threat to us." After a moment of hesitation, Akuri turned and departed towards the snowy mountains outside the village. "Young man, the mountains can be quite dangerous. There are rabbit labans and snow monsters." Lu Cheng chuckled, interrupting the elder. "It's fine. My guard is quite formidable. Did you not mention that there are sick people? Why not gather them in one place? No need to find another place. My home will suffice. Please wait a moment. I shall summon them now." Watching the elder leave the two of them unguarded in the house as he rushed out to gather the sick, Lu Cheng turned to little Robin and smiled. "The villagers here are truly sincere. Is this your first time treating someone? Are you nervous?" Little Robin shrank her neck slightly but quickly regained her confidence, saying, "Sir Knight, do not underestimate me. Teacher Kuroka's said I learned exceptionally well. I certainly do not underestimate you." Little Robin, by the way, Sir Knight, are you not concerned that he might run away? Little Robin curiously asked. "If he runs away, so be it. He is not a terrible person, merely forced into piracy if he can reform and live an honest life. I have no desire to trouble him. Of course, if he continues his piratical ways and I cross paths with him again, I can always apprehend him once more." Little Robin nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lu Cheng received a notification from his system, and upon opening it, he discovered a new task had indeed arrived. Task name: Save Lives. Task requirements: a benevolent knight should not refuse the requests of the weak. Provide medical assistance to the villagers. Task rewards: 200 points of justice. Task status: pending acceptance. Will you accept the task? Lu Cheng casually clicked to accept. The system's task notifications were rather slow this time, appearing only after he had already agreed. However, since he was not a physician himself, little Robin's treatments should count as his own, right? Lu Cheng reasoned that it made sense, as little Robin was indeed his. Soon, the elder returned with a patient in tow. Initially skeptical about a child like little Robin being capable of healing, the patient became more cooperative as she clarified the symptoms. Before long, little Robin had treated her first patient and garnered the acknowledgement of the onlookers. Despite her youth, she was indeed a skilled doctor, and the villagers nodded in agreement. They as residents of a medical kingdom, not everyone possessed medical knowledge, but at the very least, they could discern true talent when they saw it. Before long, little Robin had seen several patients, both male and female, young and old, providing treatment plans that, while not miraculous, would certainly lead to improvement with some rest, perhaps due to the Drum Kingdom's history as a medical powerhouse. They were not lacking in medicinal supplies. Little Robin's greatest concern did not materialize, as many villagers possessed herbs at home, merely unsure of how to use them without a doctor's guidance. After approximately half a day's work, little Robin finally finished attending to all the patients in the room. She let out a sigh of relief, sticking her tongue out at Lu Cheng, who rewarded her with an affectionate tousle of her hair. The system notification chimed, confirming that 200 points of justice had been credited. Lu Cheng felt a wave of satisfaction. Indeed, such tasks were a breeze. He hoped for more opportunities like this upon stepping outside. The two quickly noticed a change. The villagers now regarded them with familiarity and trust rather than wariness. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The elder exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Lu Cheng then realized that he was the village chief. He looked at Lu Cheng and little Robin, saying, "Young people, we owe you our deepest thanks. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude." Lu Cheng smiled in response. "It was merely a small effort on our part. And all credit goes to little Robin that if we could exchange some food, that would suffice. No need for exchange. You are the most esteemed guests of our village." The old village chief appeared somewhat agitated. "Rest assured about the food. We shall prepare it for you shortly." He turned to address the villagers, saying, "Everyone, bring forth the finest remnants of our provisions to graciously host our esteemed guests." The gathered villagers erupted into cheers. Yet Lu Cheng smiled and shook his head. Little Robin softly interjected, "Grandfather, we truly appreciate your kindness, but we are aware that the village's supplies are limited. Let us exchange some food instead. We cannot allow everyone to go hungry. Can we?" Upon hearing little Robin's sincere words and reflecting on the village's situation, the old village chief could only offer a wry smile and nod, feeling even more grateful towards the two. Naturally, exchanging food required meat, and Lu Cheng planned to procure some local game to sample. Just as Lu Cheng and little Robin intended to leave the village to hunt in the snowy mountains, a commotion erupted at the village entrance. Curiosity piqued. They turned to see a man clad in leather dragging along a dozen enormous wild rabbits towards the village. The villagers' astonished exclamations were a response to this spectacle. While they were called rabbits, they were indeed larger than a human, equipped with sharp teeth and fangs, representing a fierce carnivorous species native to the area that it turned out to be the infamous tulabang. Undeniably plump, and Lu Cheng wondered about its taste, feeling his stomach grumble. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that a Kuri had returned, behaving as foolishly as a cow. Did the side effects of the bulbul fruit lower intelligence? He had given him a chance, yet he returned, seemingly eager to claim his reward. A true warrior, indeed. The villagers murmured amongst themselves, gazing in disbelief at a Kuri, who had single-handedly returned with such a considerable haul of tulabang. That it was known that these creatures were not easy prey. Each one posed significant challenges, especially as they were gregarious and cunning. A nightmare for hunters. Yet this fellow had ventured out empty-handed and returned triumphantly with an impressive catch. A warrior, truly a warrior. The old village chief stroked his graying beard and regarded Lu Cheng, saying, "No wonder our guests could traverse the snowy mountains to reach our village. They are accompanied by such warriors." Lu Cheng, feeling somewhat speechless, thought to himself that he was perhaps the braver one. He sighed and approached, placing a hand on a Kuri's shoulder. The immense force transmitted through a Kuri's shoulder caused him to falter, barely managing to remain upright. He hesitated between fleeing and staying, ultimately deciding to return. As for the tulabang, he had initially caught only one, but unexpectedly, an entire family had leaped out from a snowdrift, compelling him to accept this heartfelt bounty of self-service and drag them all back. "You truly caught me off guard," a Kuri finally spoke. "Captain, I am your captive. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Your temperament is ill-suited for piracy." Lu Cheng did not wait for a response, bending down to inspect the tulabang. The villagers had gathered, chattering excitedly, their eyes darting back and forth between a Kuri and the impressive haul, clearly astonished that he could hunt so many fearsome beasts barehanded. Lu Cheng waved to little Robin with a deliberate smile, asking, "So, what do you think? Are these rabbits adorable?" Little Robin shot a fierce glare at the knight, who was well aware of her fondness for furry creatures and was clearly teasing her, watching little Robin grow increasingly less compliant. Lu Cheng shook his head. She had once been so obedient, hanging on his every word, but now everything had changed. Turning to the old village chief, he inquired, "Surely this should suffice for the banquet?" "Oh yes." The villagers cheered in unison. In the frigid landscape, the villagers cleared a patch of ground and remarkably organized an open-air barbecue in the biting wind. The long-standing chill seemed to dissipate, and the earth grew warm in their midst. "Thank you," Lu Cheng said with a slight smile as he accepted the drink offered by a young girl. Blushing at his handsome smile, she shyly retreated. Little Robin caught sight of this exchange, instinctively pouting and kicking at the campfire, suddenly finding the rabbit meat in her hand less appealing. It was not until Lu Cheng produced a small cup, pouring half of his hot drink into it and offering it to her. That little Robin's spirits lifted once more. She glanced at the knight, who was heartily enjoying his meal, and took a delightful bite of the rabbit meat. So delicious. Lu Cheng devoured half a rabbit in a whirlwind of appetite. Finally feeling satiated as he patted his stomach, he turned to the village chief and asked, "Old sir, during my previous visit, I heard mention of the snow monster." At Lu Cheng's words, the old village chief nodded, acknowledging, "The snow monster has been appearing for about 6 months now. It has been spotted near the village several times, and we suspect it may be targeting the village children. That we have attempted to hunt it down multiple times, but have been unsuccessful." Poor Chopper, Lu Cheng silently mourned that he vaguely recalled the storyline. After Chopper consumed the devil fruit, many years passed before he fortuitously encountered the quack, Dr. Hiralik, that in essence, this little fellow was likely to be mistaken for the snow monster. Enduring years of solitude and being hunted as a creature by the villagers. How tragically poignant. Among the main characters, Little Robin was undoubtedly one of the most unfortunate, and Nami's tale was equally grim. Having her village invaded by Arlong, her mother murdered, and herself deceived while risking her life to gather 100 million berries. All for a lie. Sanji faced pirates and storms, ultimately being captured and forced to work as a cook. Zoro fared slightly better but still lost his childhood friend as for Usopp. His mother passed away early, and his father, a pirate, never returned home, growing up amidst the scorn of villagers. Only Luffy, it seemed, enjoyed a blissful childhood. Even surrounded by several sworn brothers, it could be said that the protagonists received different treatments. Lu Cheng quickly regained his composure and looked back at the old village chief. "Sir, I seem to recall hearing that the snow monster has not attacked anyone. It merely appears near the village, correct?" The old village chief hesitated for a moment before nodding. Lu Cheng took a sip of his drink. "Is there a possibility that this creature is not a snow monster at all, but rather a person? Impossible. Absolutely impossible," the old village chief vehemently denied. "Aside from its limbs, it bears no resemblance to a human. It does not respond to questions, only roars. It cannot be human." Had Lu Cheng and his companions not been esteemed guests who had just resolved a significant problem for the village, the chief would not have entertained such notions. Lu Cheng chuckled, choosing not to argue. "But it still hasn't harmed anyone, has it?" The old village chief hesitated once more, but eventually nodded. "Guests, did you encounter the snow monster previously?" Lu Cheng smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it seemed harmless, which piqued my curiosity." "Guests, do not be deceived by appearances. Some creatures may appear innocuous before launching an attack, much like these Tulabang." Lu Cheng accepted a hind leg of Tulabang from Little Robin, heartily taking a bite, opting to steer the conversation away from the snow monster, instead sharing tales of far-flung adventures with the old village chief. He recounted tales of the island whales of the West Sea, the colossal sea kings wreaking havoc, the islands rich in gold, and the merfolk, half human, half fish. The myriad of peculiarities captivated Little Robin, not to mention the villagers, who fell into a hushed silence, eagerly listening to Lu Cheng's maritime stories. As Lu Cheng continued, he shifted the topic. "Thus, in these vast seas, there are countless strange phenomena. I once heard of a bizarre illness that causes hair to grow all over one's body." Little Robin blinked, wondering if the knight was about to embark on another fanciful tale. The old village chief was momentarily taken aback. "Is there truly such a disease? I have never heard of it. It's merely a legend from another place. I used to think it was just a tale. However, it seems there may be some truth to it now." The old village chief paused, realizing, and chuckled, "Guests need not jest with us about such matters." Lu Cheng shook his head and said, "Old village chief, consider this. What if he is not some snow monster, but rather a human afflicted with a peculiar ailment? If he has committed no wrongdoing yet is condemned to death for his unsightly appearance? Would that not be an egregious injustice?" The old village chief hesitated upon hearing this. After all, the speaker was a respected doctor, and he might not be jesting. Could such a strange affliction truly exist? Noticing the chief's uncertainty, Lu Cheng smiled and added, "Of course, we cannot be entirely certain, but as adventurers, we possess a keen interest in all manner of extraordinary quests, and the snow monster equally intrigues us." Little Robin nodded in agreement, and Lu Cheng continued, "We intend to thoroughly investigate the origins of this snow monster, hoping to uncover the truth. If it poses no real danger, I believe there is no need for anyone to fear or harm it. Wouldn't you agree?" The old village chief nodded in acknowledgement, finding the reasoning quite sound. However, with concern, he cautioned, "But the snow monster is indeed perilous. If one were to approach recklessly, who knows what might happen?" Lu Qing chuckled, patting the formidable Akuli, who sat behind him, and reassured, "Fear not, venerable elder. I have a most capable protector by my side." Upon seeing the robust and powerful Akuli, the old village chief felt a sense of relief. Recognizing him as the strongest warrior he had encountered in his many years, even more so than the guards of the kingdoms, with Akuli present, the safety of the two doctors seemed assured. Suddenly, the chief recalled something and asked, "Are you two guests here to learn the art of medicine?" He remembered that they had mentioned this before, but in the delight of meeting doctors, he had paid little heed until now. "Yet we no longer have any doctors here." The elder's voice carried a hint of melancholy. The kingdom of Tsigu had long ceased to be the medical powerhouse it once was. These visitors arrived with hope, only to depart with disappointment. "Indeed, it is quite vexing," Lu Cheng replied with a smile, "that I have heard that the kingdom is left with only 20 doctors. If one wishes to study medicine, one must seek an audience with His Majesty the King." Upon hearing this, the old village chief's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly advised, "Guests, you should depart at once. If your identities as doctors are discovered, not only will your aspirations to learn be thwarted, but your very lives may be at risk." Lu Cheng and Little Robin exchanged glances, smiling silently. Once outside the village, Little Robin trudged through the snow, his steps uneven, shaking his head. "Sir Knight, the situation appears rather dire." "Indeed," Lu Cheng nodded. "It has only been half a year, yet so many have fallen ill that if this continues, the number of afflicted individuals may only increase, and we cannot fathom how many lives might be lost to illness." Little Robin nodded earnestly. "Sir Knight, let us seek an audience with His Majesty the King to discuss this matter and urge him to amend the decree. As for the snow monster, we can address that upon our return, especially since the villagers have promised not to harm it." Lu Cheng pondered briefly before agreeing. "But where is this king located?" Little Robin furrowed his cute little brow. "That we must ask someone for directions." "There's no need for such trouble. Let him come to us." Lu Cheng smiled. Retrieving a slender bamboo pole from his satchel, he quickly fashioned a flag by draping it with canvas. Little Robin watched curiously as this unfolded.